Chapter 501 Fund Allocation opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The cosmetics set of the ninth laboratory, but only 1 month after the market, sold so much money. Xiao Feng felt a little unbelievable no matter how he thought about it. He sold 3 billion in a month in China, and 5 billion in a month in Europe, which makes a total of 8 billion. This is still not in the case of entering the American market, and the Asian, Oceania, Middle East, and African markets. If this can achieve global marketing, how much money will it make? Especially, I worked so hard to build a fast food chain. How much money did I make after working for more than 2 years? Isn't there any reason why the Ninth Lab's products have not been sold for a month? No wonder old Master Kong said that only villains and women are difficult to raise, and this woman's money is so good. However, when I think about it, this must be related to the products just being launched, and consumers' pictures are fresh. Once the time is long, consumers will know that even if they know that your product works well, they won't be so successful. Buy with enthusiasm. After all, the price of this product is too expensive. Any ordinary set costs more than 1,000 euros in Europe, several thousand euros for the medium ones, and tens of thousands euros for the top ones. Such an expensive product, no matter how effective it is, not everyone can afford it. Moreover, there are so many European and American cosmetics that can compete. This thing is not a necessity, and the cosmetics of the ninth laboratory will not be dead, so he thinks that it may be a short time before the sales will drop. However, if all global sales channels are opened up, it shouldn't be a problem to make billions of dollars in a year. Think about L'Oreal's annual revenue of more than 10 billion euros. The US Estée Lauder is no exception. The annual revenue of tens of billions of dollars is not a problem at all. My own ninth laboratory products are better than them, and the pricing is higher than theirs, so it shouldn't be a problem for the annual profit to exceed 10 billion US dollars in the future. And unlike them, the net profit of my own model is definitely higher than them. The cost of personnel is definitely not comparable to Europe and the United States, and the most critical point is the raw material. You're wrong. This thing is basically obtained from another world in vain. It can be said to be zero cost, which is better than those in Europe and the United States. The big names don't know how much advantage they will take. We must know that the cost of raw materials accounts for a large part of the product cost of these major European and American cosmetics companies, especially those high-end cosmetics, which do use a lot of expensive high-end raw materials. For example, before the ninth laboratory product was launched, Lamo, known as the king of creams in the world, contain very precious deep-sea seaweed ingredients in their creams, which can nourish the skin. There is also a more exaggerated one with pearl powder inside. It is said to remove the stratum cornum. As a result, the cost of their products has greatly increased a lot. The same is true for other brands. The more high-end products, the higher the cost, because there are some unique ingredients contained in it, and the cost of refining these unique ingredients is extremely high. However, Xiao Feng completely avoided this trouble. His small molecule collagen came from another world. Of course, he will definitely not disclose this part to the public. Instead, he will use an overseas shell company as a raw material supplier, and this part will naturally be converted into the cost at that time. With more than 8 billion in his hand, Xiao Feng now has a lot of money. But how should this money be spent? Repay the 2 billion owed to Citigroup first. This is obviously very uneconomical. The interest rate on the money borrowed from Citigroup can be said to be very low. Because of the huge amount of loans, Citigroup gave it a 3-year period, but the interest rate was only 1.5. Xiao Feng, who looked at the interest rate, was speechless for a while. And the foreigner's capital cost was also low. Maybe Citigroup contacted some sovereign funds or the pension funds of some institutions. Of course, people don't make money by referring to this interest rate. They are referring to the handling fee. The handling fee for 3 years is charged by Xiao Feng at 1.5 per year. so that the annual interest rate is equivalent to 3%. The 4.75 of the 20 benchmark is 1.75 points lower. Many people may say, wow, the interest rate of foreign capital loans is so cheap. That's right, it's so cheap. In a fully competitive market environment, if your interest rate is not low enough, you will not be competitive. Xiao Feng's approach is still not wide enough. If it is wide enough, he can even find lower funds than this. Since the interest rate is very cost-effective, there is no need to rush to repay the loan. Anyway, the 9th laboratory will continue to make money for him, and I am not afraid that it will not be paid in the future. Then the money will be used for the decoration of the 2 buildings first. After all, his funds for the decoration have been tight. In the past, only celebrity chefs made such a cash cow, almost relying on celebrity chefs to produce daily cash flow to pay for the decoration costs. Now there is no need to be so nervous. Many renovation projects can be carried out at the same time, such as Xiao Feng's 6-story sky mansion at the top of the building, and the hotel below the famous chef manufacturing headquarters. In addition, the office area of the 9th laboratory and the test area of Xiaojun and the others can also start to renovate. Some equipment that needs to be used can also be purchased with confidence. But even so, it cost less than 2 to 3 billion. After all, Li Mingqing helped him check the decoration, and it didn't cost too much. As for the equipment procurement of the 9th laboratory, because a large number of equipment has already been purchased, although the 9th laboratory is still expanding, it only needs some supplementary equipment, and it does not need to be repurchased. Of course, Xiao Feng was quite generous, and directly granted Xiaojun and the others $1 billion fund for future scientific research experiments. Scientific research is an investment that burns money. For example, Yang Xin and Xiao Feng mentioned before that they want to use small molecule collagen to resynthesize a new supernutrient solution, albumin. This thing was previously extracted from human blood. It is an indispensable magic medicine for maintaining the osmotic pressure of the human body. With this medicine, the efficiency of detoxification of the human body can be improved, and it is necessary for people to recover after a serious injury and to continue their lives in severely advanced patients. Magic medicine. The price is very expensive, and Yang Xin and the others want to find a new way to find new ways to synthesize this magical medicine by using small molecule collagen in the magical calphoactive factor, thereby reducing the cost of the magical medicine. And this requires thousands of experiments, which means a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. If Xiao Feng didn't dare to support them in playing like this in the past, but now he has money, then of course he can invest in them and let them do it. Anyway, the ideas they put forward are supported by certain scientific reasons. After discussing the allocation of funds with Xiaojun and asking him and Xia Hongtao to check the use of funds, Xiao Feng got up and left the 9th laboratory. Although Xiaojun and the main leaders of the laboratory tried their best to keep him, and wanted to keep him for a meal, Xiao Feng still had a lot to do, so he declined their request. I took Suzuki and left the laboratory. It was already noon outside. I first went home to put down my luggage, rested for a while, and then drove Suzuki to see the twin towers he bought to check the progress of the renovation. With Li Mingqing staring at the scene, the decoration quality is no problem. The office area of the famous chef manufacturing group above the building on the left-hand side has been half renovated. The hotel below and the commercial complex between the 2 buildings have also begun renovated. For the building on the right, when the funds are in place tomorrow, I believe Xiaojun will immediately start arranging for decoration. The Burn and Scald hospital below has basically been renovated and is currently in the stage of ventilation, and some medical equipment has begun to enter the site one after another. Guan Zhenhai was also very energetic at this time. He wandered around the decoration site every morning, and then went back to a school they rented to see where the personnel training was. He took this seriously. After returning from the Twin Towers, Xiao Feng went to the flagship store of Celebrity Chef Manufacturing in Xingang District. Untitled Novel.com. He started from here, but after the renovation of the Twin Towers is completed, several executives will leave here, proceed to the group headquarters in the Twin Towers. In the commercial complex below the Twin Towers, a flagship store with a larger area and more luxurious decoration will be opened there as the main flagship store. As for the other directly operated store near Banhai Square, it will be cancelled. But Xiao Feng has already bought this store with money. As for what the store will be used for in the future, he hasn't figured out yet. When he arrived at the celebrity chef, Zhu Jing and the newcomer Tan King were in the store, and Xilin went to the island with Kata, staring at the construction of the factory and living base over there. When the big boss arrived, Zhu Jing and Tan King were a little surprised, but also quite pleasantly surprised. They reported their recent work results to the big boss. After the last storm, celebrity chefs and manufacturing are now back on track, and even because of the propaganda of Wang Gongcai and those big stars in the later period, the business of celebrity chef manufacturing has gone a step further and has taken a higher level than the previous operation. In the old nest of Binching, their business has not been affected before, and they did not see many customers afterwards. After all, Binching is a weak second-tier city, and its economic level is incomparable to those first-tier and new first-tier cities. As for those directly operated stores in first-tier and new first-tier cities, the feedback said that the effect was very obvious, and the profitability was at least 20% higher than before. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Feng felt that he would really have to thank Master Wan if he had a chance in the future. And after joining for more than a month, Tan King finally got acquainted with the situation of celebrity chef manufacturing. She used her experience to personally organize a planning team from various branches and create several new plans for celebrity chefs. Promotion plan. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 502 Crazy Lab opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Xiao Feng also took a look at the several plans Tan King led the team to make. After reading it, I felt that Tan King really had a few brushes, and it was really not a loss to invite her over at a big price. First of all, Tan King innovated the problem of the single type of fast food in the celebrity chef manufacturing store. By studying the different types of consumption in different places, she and several assistants redesigned a variety of meals together. In this way, the types of fast food made by famous chefs are greatly enriched, compared with the simple single items in the past. These packages not only enrich the types of fast food, but also greatly increase the profitability of fast food restaurants. For example, the original single product featured the signature braised beef noodles and beef rice. This time Tan King led a team to design many new set meals around these two flagships. For example, a set meal with braised eggs, a set meal with meat, and a set meal with different side dishes and beverages. The price also ranges from the original 10 yuan to 20 yuan. While greatly enriching the content of the package, it also greatly increases the different types of options available to consumers. And although it is only a few dollars higher than the original single product, the profit margins can be larger. A side dish only costs a few cents, and a drink costs only a few cents, and the price of a set meal but a few yuan higher. The profit margins in it will be bigger. Anyway, as soon as these package plans are promoted, not only consumers like them, but the owners who joined them also like them very much. At present, their team has designed dozens of new product packages, and a dozen of them have been launched, all of which are very popular. And not only for packages, they also designed a lot of package coupons, discount coupons, etc., and even designed a lot of promotional activities for the upcoming Singles Shopping Festival, and New Year's Day and other holidays. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with this. Although the fast food made by celebrity chefs has always been known for its high quality and low price and good taste, the competitors in the market are not vegetarian. Direct competitors such as Golden Arch and Kaifeng Cuisine are always present. Promotional activities will be launched during holidays. If you don't do it, you will definitely suffer. Therefore, these promotional activities must still be carried out. I also looked at the operating conditions of various branches, checked the orders of franchised stores across the country for a period of time, and then took Suzuki to Waitman Island to take a look at the construction status on the island. By the way, I met with Katya again and talked about the recent financial situation, which was relieved. At present, the financial situation of famous chefs and manufacturing is very healthy, and it is definitely a reliable cash cow. After the funds for decoration do not bother the famous chefs to make money, the financial situation of this group will be healthier. Finally, after Xiao Feng and Kata discussed it, they decided to immediately start recruiting people from all walks of life. After the decoration of the group headquarters was completed, they immediately moved to the Twin Towers to work. At the same time, the decoration of the downstairs hotel is completed, probably in February of the next year, just after the Spring Festival. Once the Spring Festival holiday is over, the second round of nationwide investment promotion conference will begin immediately. Now it is possible to penetrate the internet, so that many franchisees who intend to come are ready. This time, Xiao Feng originally wanted to increase the initial fee, but considering that competitors have also increased their efforts recently, for example, Kafeng Ki has begun to reduce the initial fee, and Golden Arch is also thinking about reducing the initial fee, as soon as the pressure of competition increased. So at this point, Xiao Feng and Katu intend to make a decision after discussing. At present, let the second national investment promotion and joining the wind go out, so that the interested people will be prepared, but also to see how the enthusiasm of many potential franchisees is. Having negotiated this, the day passed again. Xiao Feng took Suzuki back to the old house, and the two lay on the sofa at night, Suzuki lying in Xiao Feng's arms and looking at him. This man is becoming more attractive now. I remember that when I first saw him, I thought he was a second master Xiakai who was making fun of him with his famous money. I didn't think that after in-depth understanding, he knew that he was a young entrepreneur, and in just 2 years, he had already made a huge family business. Originally thought that he would also create a fast food chain. How could she have thought that now he has created a cosmetics company, and it can make tens of billions a year? She shuddered when she thought of these numbers. Men are born to conquer the world, while women are here to conquer men. It seems that they have to work hard. The next day Xiao Feng woke up early. Suzuki was still sleeping soundly tired. Xiao Feng was physically strong, and he was not affected much at all. It just happened to be today that he didn't plan to take Suzuki with him. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, Xiao Feng drove directly to the ranch. He Fangzhu is currently leading a team to tackle the issue of artificial heart. Earlier, Xiao Feng heard that they were reaching a critical moment, so they didn't bother. But now the major events on his side are basically settled. As a boss, he feels that he has the right to get to know He Fangzhu and the others. Progress. After arriving at this ranch, Xiao Feng realized that the inside had changed drastically. The original pastures are still there, and they are all well maintained. A lot of staff dormitories have been added in the distance. There are a few cows and a few sheep in the pastures, which are said to be nourishment for the researchers working in the pasture. The original rudimentary scientific research laboratory in the distance seems to have been expanded a lot, and the number of people entering and leaving has also increased a lot. His car was stopped at the door. The newly invited security guard was very responsible. He checked Xiao Feng's car several times and asked him about his origins many times, which made Xiao Feng dumbfounded. It wasn't until He Fangzhu, who got the news, greeted him from the laboratory, that the embarrassment was resolved. "Are you pretty standardized here?" Xiao Feng smiled and said to He Fangzhu. He Fangzhu rubbed his hands awkwardly. "Mr. Xiao, please forgive me. As you know, we are researching sensitive projects. In order to avoid leaks, security work must be paid attention to." "Well, I don't object to this. On the contrary, I think you have done a good job." Xiao Feng smiled and complimented. He Fangzhu didn't look as elegant as he had seen him a few times before. At this time, He had a shaggy beard and his hair was sticky. I don't know how long he hadn't washed it. The white coat on his body was washed very clean, but the person looked very sloppy. Obviously, this is the result of this guy's retreat in the laboratory for this period of time. According to his two disciples, Yang Xin and Jiang Gofeng, once He Fangzu became fascinated by scientific research, he would immediately adopt a state of retreat, eating and drinking Lazarus in the laboratory every day. In this way, the image can be imagined. It must be very sloppy. But Xiao Feng likes his state very much. Be 100% invested. In this way, the money you invest in him will not be considered a waste of money, and you will see the results earlier. Entering the laboratory, there are not a few young people coming and going inside, but many of them are in the same state as He Fangzu. It seems that they have been in the laboratory for a long time. Xiao Feng smiled. Obviously this is He Fangzu's spot. Although he is now notorious in the scientific community, people who understand science understand that it is nothing more than some Western countries that use ethics to find excuses to suppress him for scientific authority. In fact, there is no doubt about his own technical and academic ability. This is the main reason why he has received so many disciples in the new recruits in benching smoothly. At least these students recognize his academic ability, and the teachers are so desperate, still living in the laboratory to do scientific research, and do not go home. How can they, newcomers who have just entered the laboratory, be embarrassed to go home? Besides, for these scientific madmen, finding girlfriends and playing games, how can it be interesting to do this experiment? If there are results, it will be known to the world once they have become famous. In the future, what tickets are not available for women? In addition, the experimental subject proposed by He Fangzu this time is indeed very attractive and very practical. It is not just a pure theoretical one. Once scientific research is successful, it will be a fame and fortune one. Because of this, the work enthusiasm of these staff is very high, not to mention the boss of this laboratory is also very generous. The salary is high. The most important thing is that the scientific research funding is sufficient. Untilnovel.com The equipment in the laboratory is not only abundant, but there are also a lot of the most cutting-edge equipment in the world that is not common in universities. How can this not make these researchers crazy? Therefore, it is precisely under the leadership of He Fangzu who is a madman, and these madmen like scientific researchers are also very crazy. After listening to He Fangzu's report, Xiao Feng is very satisfied with the results of their work during this period of time. Mr. Xiao, we have basically overcome the 3D printing technology of artificial hearts, and are currently studying the artificial subject of the sarcoplasmic reticulum. This subject is the most difficult part. We all know that cell shrinkage is due to the high conductivity of calcium in the cell entering the cytoplasm. This is also the most critical driving force behind the heartbeat. The most difficult topic for the medical community at present is how to make the artificial heart beat like a natural heart and keep it at a certain frequency. Xiao Feng heard the clouds and mountains, and He Fangzu spoke with gusto. It is mediated by CAF 1.2, then stored by the sarcoplasmic reticulum CAR2+, and mediated by RIR2. The ryanodine receptor is the largest known ion channel and consists of homotetramers with a molecular weight greater than 2 megadaltons. More than 80% of proteins fold into multiple domains, sensing the interaction with various modulators, from ions to proteins. He Fangzu became more and more vigorous when he talked. Xiao Feng could only act as if he listened carefully, but he didn't understand at all. So as long as we complete the production and setup of the artificial sarcoplasmic network, and then start the experiment, then this artificial heart will be completed. There will be no rejection reaction with the human body, and there will be no need for long-term medication in the future. Maintenance. This will solve the heart disease problem that currently plagues hundreds of millions of people in the world. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 503 He Fangzu's ambition opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The last sentence is the key that Xiao Feng wants to hear most. Being able to overcome heart disease will definitely be a scientific research achievement that has caused a sensation in the world. Once it is completed, it will not be a problem to stay in the history of the future. Last time He Fangzhu said that he would study artificial hearts. After Xiao Feng went back, he deliberately checked the literature to learn about this terrible disease. Don't tell me if you don't know. If you don't check it, you are shocked when you check it. It turns out that heart disease is so scary. At present, the most terrifying fatal disease facing human beings all over the world is not cancer, but cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. More than 14 million people die of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases every year. Among them, stroke and heart disease account for half of them. In the world, there are more than hundreds of millions of people suffering from cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, which are conservatively troubled, because this is a degenerative disease of the elderly. Almost every elderly person will face this disease threat. Now, as people's life pressure increases, this disease is becoming more youthful. There are more and more patients in their 30s and 40s, especially in China. The high-pressure working atmosphere makes Chinese middle-aged men suffer. The chance of illness has skyrocketed. Every year, 3 million people in China die from cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Half of them die from heart disease. Some of this disease can be controlled by medicine. But the more you wait for the later stage, the more difficult it is for medicine to control it. Must be treated by surgery. However, there are many methods of surgical treatment. The most well-known method is to ventilate blood vessels and put stents. In severe cases, it is bypassed. And in severe cases, it is only possible to perform heart replacement surgery. Not counting internationally, but in China, there are hundreds of thousands of patients who need heart exchange operations every year. Considering that there are very few people willing to donate their bodies, the number of patients with these hundreds of thousands can basically only be in a state of waiting to die. At this time, if this He Fangzhu's artificial heart research is successful, it would be nothing more than to give these patients a chance to come back to life. And internationally, this artificial heart alone can save millions of patients every year. A strong heart can bring how many young and middle-aged patients back to life, return to work, and return to their families, and how many elderly people can ensure the quality of life and spend their twilight years in peace. So if this experiment succeeds, it will definitely be a great invention of epoch-making significance, even more powerful than the American invention of Wej. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng attaches so much importance to the scientific research unit led by He Fangzhu. At the beginning, he was separated from the 9th laboratory separately to avoid suspicion, but now it seems that he took this step too right. This will definitely be a separate university subject in the future. The sooner you become independent, the better. Well, very good. You continue to work hard. I don't know much about the technology. You are an expert. I'm just responsible for providing you with logistics services. How about, is the laboratory fund enough recently? Manpower? Do you need it? Need to find more? Xiao Feng didn't understand the scientific and technological terms He Fangzhu said, but he knew exactly what he should do. He Fangzhu was also very satisfied with Xiao Feng's attitude. To be honest, his feelings for Xiao Feng were very complicated. When Xiao Feng first sent someone to contact his team, he thought the other party was joking with him. At that time, he was discredited by scientific research institutions in Europe and the United States, and even domestic people did not understand him. Many universities and scientific research institutions that had previously cooperated with him have cancelled their cooperation with him. A young scholar with a bright future turned into a rat crossing the street in the scientific world, and he was very depressed during that time. The job was lost, the money behind him was gone, and the hope he had been fighting for a half of his life was gone. At that time, he was both frustrated and at a loss. He didn't know what his future would be like and what he should do. At this moment, Xiao Feng stretched out an olive branch to him. He originally thought it was someone joking with him, but after seeing that they were so sincere, He brought people over to take a look. When he first met Xiao Feng, he was also frightened by Xiao Feng's youth, thinking that he was a second-time master who didn't know the heights of the world, until later Xiao Feng showed his sincerity and strength several times, especially to provide him with such a quiet environment where he can engage in scientific research with peace of mind, and also provide sufficient funds. The most important thing is that people's attitude of letting go. This is the greatest respect for the scientific research personnel. There is no fingertips and sufficient support. This kind of working atmosphere has never been enjoyed by He Fangzhou even when he was in benching with so many universities and scientific research institutions backing up. So during this time, he was very happy, especially after finding a new scientific research direction. The boss not only gave money, but also gave various technical support. The most important thing is the kind of magical raw materials provided by the boss. If it wasn't for the Yurong Yi, he wouldn't even dare to start studying this artificial heart. For example, at the current stage of the experiment, this sarcoplasmic reticulum is the most critical step of the artificial heart. The artificial heart has been printed out, but how to make the heart beat, and beats rhythmically like a normal heart, which is in line with the normal required rate of the human body. This is the work of the sarcoplasmic reticulum, and this sarcoplasmic network is connective tissue, which is constructed of elastin and collagen. It can be said that without the basic material of Yurong provided by Xiao Feng, even if he could print an artificial heart with 3D technology, he would not have the key to activate the heart. Therefore, he is very grateful to the boss. What's more, the Yurong liquid that the boss can provide is so amazing that he is also very curious about the overseas scientific research team he mentioned to the boss. Unfortunately, the boss has been secretive all the time, and he dare not do much. Ask. At this time, the boss asked him how much money he needed, but He Fangzhou, who was a talented person in his early years, couldn't understand what the boss meant. The boss was asking him how much time it would take to produce results and how much money he needed. He reached out and touched his chin for a moment, and then raised his head. Boss, this 3D printed heart is not a novel technology to be honest, but the difficulty is the creation and activation of the sarcoplasmic reticulum that I mentioned before. With the support of your kind of Yurong now this sarcoplasmic reticulum we have overcome the technical problems of printing. The next step is to activate and adapt to the human body. If this part is fast, it can be completed in a few months, and if it is slow, it will take about a year or two. When He Fangzhou answered this question, he was very nervous, for fear that the boss would be unhappy because of the long time. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feng was not angry. Instead, he smiled and nodded. Well, you can rest assured to do it. After all, this is a work that has a long history. Once it succeeds, how can you go down in history? He Fangzhou was very happy when he heard these words. He came to benching as a condescending, just to be able to prove himself and regain his position in the scientific world. Otherwise, even if he is stigmatized by his ability, it is not difficult to find a university to teach. But he chose to come to Binqing and Xiao Feng's laboratory for the sake of shame. Once this artificial heart is really successfully studied, it will be a piece of cake in the future, not to mention the restoration of reputation, or even the Nobel Prize. As for money, he really doesn't care much. In the past few years, he had a lot of patented inventions, which can provide him with a steady stream of money. Besides, for his current job, Xiao Feng also gave him a lot of money. Therefore, his desire for money is not great. On the contrary, he pays more attention to fame, and he knows better that once the scientific research is successful, he will regain fame. Will he still be afraid of not having money then? This is also the main reason why he is so desperate at this time. He Fangzhou is ambitious, and Xiao Feng also knows that the biggest beneficiary of He Fangzhou's final scientific research results will definitely be him, because he provided the most critical raw material for this experiment. It can be said that without his Yurong there would be no He Fangzhou's man-made heart. So he is not afraid that this shark will betray him in the future, and if he really dares, he then he has 10,000 ways to deal with him. Mentalnovel.com to know the overlords he brought back from another world. Feng, but quietly lurking in the woods around his hometown. As for the capital, you know, Mr. Xiao, this is really expensive for scientific research. We have so many people now, although it can greatly speed up the experiment. But with more people, the personnel expenses will be large. And the experiment consumables are also expensive. It consumes a lot, so this cost. He Fangzhu and Xiao Feng mentioned expenses again. Xiao Feng nodded with a smile. From the beginning of investing in the 9th laboratory, he knew that doing scientific research was very expensive. High-tech industries have always been capital-intensive industries, and once you make achievements in this industry, it will continue to bring you high returns. For example, when we accidentally discovered Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, the company's annual investment in new drug research and development (R&D) investment alone can be worth the total asset value of a Fortune 500 company every year, and the return it can bring is the same. Amazing. If a new drug is successfully developed, then this drug alone can bring in tens of billions of revenue each year. And it is also a net profit income. This shows the huge profits of this industry, so Xiao Feng does not care about the investment at this time. Besides, he is very rich now. 100 million is enough, 100 million is not enough, 200 million. No, 300 million is good. I'm granting you 300 million, but every time you use it, you have to go with the card good application. And I may arrange for a director to come over in the future. As soon as Xiao Feng opened his mouth, it was 300 million yuan, and he Fangzhi felt like he was suddenly hit by a sledgehammer called happiness. What else in the world can be more happier than meeting an enlightened boss? It's so comforting to follow a boss like this. It's so happy to ask for money, ask for money, ask for money. And don't mess with what you do every day. Chapter 504 Otherworldly Snake Venom opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Give the boss of 300 million yuan as soon as you speak. Where can you find it? Think about it. When I was cooperating with those universities and scientific research institutions in Beijing before, the key to scientific research funding was a lot of effort, and I had to prepare a report first. Then I remembered to inform investors that the purpose of your asking for money this time, each scientific research step must be listed in detail: how many people to use, what equipment, what consumables, how many people are needed, and how much budget is needed. Finally, you report it, and then you have to accept questions from other people's meetings. After the final bargaining, it costs 1 million, and they have to give you a 30% discount. At the end of the day, there was no result, and I had to explain to others what was going on. Anyway, during that time, he was under a lot of pressure, but it was a lot easier on the benching side. But listening to the last words of the boss, it is obvious that people are also going to mix sand in the laboratory and send someone to supervise them. This is also normal, who will give you several hundred million, and it is impossible to look at you in vain. However, as a tech giant with ambitions to restore his reputation, He Fangzhu still has this kind of professional ethics. He had never done anything to greet Mexican public funds before, so he didn't worry that Xiao Feng would send someone over. And Xiao Feng came with a purpose this time. One was to understand He Fangzhu's recent scientific research progress, and the other was to inform him that he would insert a hand into the laboratory. After all, he is the largest single investor in this laboratory. Before and after, without including the land here, he has already invested more than 200 million yuan in this laboratory. It has been a year since the investment of 200 million yuan has been invested. He is not in a hurry if there is no result, but after all he has to know where his money is spent. Moreover, in the future, this laboratory will also be standardized. It is impossible to let this He Fangzhu be the only one. After all, he is the boss here. To be honest, the domestic scientific research environment is really not very good, And there are not a few people in China who cheat on scientific research funds under the name of scientists. These guys, after defrauding scientific research funding from the above, will find all kinds of excuses and use various reasons to draw these scientific research funds into their pockets. Xiao Feng did not allow such a situation to happen in his own laboratory. Even if this situation does not happen now, the preventive measures that should be taken must still be taken. There is He Xiaojun sitting in the 9th laboratory. He is also a person Xiao Feng can trust. In addition, he has also sent Xie Hongtao over there, and a balance has been formed, so he is not worried about what will happen over there. On the He Fangzhou side, he had really missed it before. Now that he sees that scientific research results are about to be released, it really must be paid attention to here. So the second purpose of his coming this time is to inform He Fangzhou that he will send someone over, and the operation of this laboratory must be formalized in the future. At present, it seems that He Fangzhou has no intention of opposing, and this attitude makes Xiao Feng very satisfied. At this time, Xiao Feng brought He Fangzhou to the back of his car outside, and took out several airtight iron buckets from the car. In these iron barrels, part of the future scientific research material, Yurong I, is allocated to them. There is another part. At this time, a few months ago, Xiao Feng led an army in another world to attack the Hula Gorge, and finally captured a large amount of snake venom from the castle when he finally defeated Kai, the thief of kitchen, a python prince. When these snake venoms were discovered at that time, Xiao Feng was also very surprised. He didn't know that these python people would actually collect these snake venoms. And what did they do to collect these snake venoms? Although he didn't know what these pythons did to collect the snake venom, he knew that the snake venom was in his world, but it was a very precious liquid. In the modern world, scientists have thoroughly studied the venom of various snakes, and divided snake venom into two types. One is nerve-type venom and the other is blood-type venom. The medical research value of these two venoms is very high. At present, the nerve venom is mainly used by scientists in the research of nerve regeneration. But the nerve-type snake venom is not as effective as scorpion venom. The venom produced by a special scorpion produced in Israel can stimulate the regeneration of cells and neurons, and is currently the focus of human scientists. Once this scorpion venom drug is successfully developed, it will be the day when countless paralyzed patients in the world will get a new life. As for the blood-type snake venom, the research is much more extensive. Because of the different characteristics of the snake venom, the medicinal effect is also different. For example, the most widely used blood anticoagulant is the blood anticoagulant. After many people donate blood, the plasma does not just depend on refrigeration. After all, there are platelets in the plasma, which will make the blood coagulate. Once the blood coagulates, it is basically useless, so if you don't want the blood to coagulate, you must use an anticoagulant, and a certain anticoagulant extracted from this snake venom is very effective. This snake venom is anticoagulant, but there are other snake venoms that can be used to stop bleeding, because snake venom contains special proteins that can quickly increase the content of platelets and make blood coagulate quickly. So this snake venom was developed, make a hemostatic agent. The most famous blood-type snake venom is the Cobra Venom. There is a strange protein in this snake venom, which can be extracted and used as an analgesic. The effect is 20 times that of muff. The effect is very good, not bad. In fact, the chemical industry has synthesized a lot of painkillers that are more effective than this kind of medicine, such as the famous phenolphthalein drugs. The strongest medicinal effect can even be tens of thousands of times that of muff. However, this medicine and chemically synthesized painkillers such as muff have one disadvantage, that is, addictive. For example, muff, a small amount is fine. Once the dose is large, or the number of times is used, it will definitely become addictive in the end. Needless to say, phenolphthalein drugs are too powerful. Although the painful effects are good, they can be used once and become addictive for life. In recent years in Europe and the United States, phenolphthalein drugs have been listed as new drugs. So humans are now known to be looking for new suitable non-addiction painkillers. Among them, the painkillers extracted from the cobra venom have the best effect, are strong, and are not addictive. The venom of these venomous snakes is also very expensive. For example, the price of cobra venom, which can be used to extract painkillers, is $40,000 per liter. This is not the most ruthless. The most ruthless is the kind of scorpion venom that can regenerate nerves. The current price of this venom is $10 million per liter. Yes, you are not mistaken. When Xiao Feng found these materials, he was dumbfounded by the price, $10 million per liter. But when I think about it again, I'm relieved. This scorpion is small, and it seems to be able to collect a few milligrams of venom once. Once the manpower and material resources are included, it is no wonder that the venom is expensive, and when you think about the precious medicinal value of the venom, the price is not so obtrusive. And he brought a lot of poisonous snake venom from another world, and among them there were many poisonous snakes that he hadn't seen in the modern world. So he wanted to find out what type of venom of these poisonous snakes was, and whether it had any medicinal value. According to his speculation, these venoms are very likely to be of high medicinal value, otherwise the python people would not collect so much venom. Otherwise, why do they collect the venom? Is it just for jokes, or make poison arrows as weapons? That's crazy too. He remembered very clearly that the scene he saw when the soldiers raided the whole city and called into the venom collection room shocked him. These pythons took advantage of their blood-suppressing nature to catch many different kinds of venomous snakes, imprisoned them in a secret room, then hung up these venomous snakes and beat them, and then collected the venom of those venomous snakes. Many venomous snakes have been tossed to death by them, and these python people are even more excessive, not waste at all. They directly use these venomous snakes to cramp and peel their skins. They even confiscated a large amount of snake skins from the Python Man's warehouse. Mentalnovel.com. These snake skins, and now he still has a headache. What should I do? But these snake venom, he actually came in handy first. He was not good at doing chemical analysis, but He Fangzi was very good at it, so he planned to hand the snake venom to He Fangzi for research. Maybe this guy can find something new in this snake venom, in case he finds the kind of snake venom that can rival the expensive scorpion venom. Wow, Kaka, then he will be developed. A liter of venom will cost $10 million. And there seems to be a lot of poisonous snakes in a territory as big as another world. Even if no snake venom similar to scorpion venom is found, some other medicinal venom is good. What did he set up this laboratory for? Isn't it just to enter the medical field? Many high-end pharmaceutical fields are now dominated by companies in Europe, America and Japan. It is very difficult to catch up with them by relying on traditional pharmaceutical research and development. So it is necessary to find another way. If these snake venoms can provide very good raw materials, it will be of great benefit to the future development of this laboratory. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng entrusted these snake venoms to He Xiaojun for research. This is also the main reason why he wants to send someone over to monitor the laboratory, not only to supervise the use of funds in the future, but also to supervise the progress of future scientific research and the direction of development. As for the person to supervise, he already had a rough choice in his heart. Naturally, He Fangzi would not refuse Xiao Feng's request. There are only a few kinds of snake venom, which is better to analyze, and this indeed belongs to his scope of work. But looking at the boss' attention, these snake venoms seem to be no ordinary fire snakes. When he thinks of the Yurongyi provided by the boss before, his heart is moved again. Maybe this snake venom can study any gimmicks. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 505. Boss Lady opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Okay, boss. Don't worry, just leave this to us. Indeed, animal extract research is also the direction of Yeager in medical research. As an expert in medicine and biochemistry, He Fangzi naturally knows the importance of snake venom in the field of modern medicine. So when Xiao Feng told him that these are several special snake venoms and hoped that they could conduct in-depth research, he naturally became interested. Pat the chest, and Xiao Feng promised that he would study it carefully. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with He Fangzi's attitude. Today, he has basically achieved all three goals of coming to this laboratory. It just happens to be noon, so he simply invited He Fangzi, and all the staff in the laboratory, to drive to the ranch near his Oak Manor winery to have a big meal. There are ready-made hotels in the winery, and it is not far from here, which is very convenient. The reason why He Fangzi was invited to have dinner with all the researchers was to infiltrate these researchers. He is the big boss of this laboratory, giving these people an impression. Secondly, I also used this to show the researchers their own strength, not only the laboratory business, but also many other businesses. Regardless of whether the boss is young, he is actually a strong big boss. So you don't have to worry about the lack of money in the laboratory one day in the future. You can work here with peace of mind. And looking at these researchers, they looked sloppy and sloppy. It seemed that they had just been in the laboratory with He Fangzi for a long time, and Xiao Feng was also afraid that these guys might have problems with their bodies. So inviting them to dinner this time is also a relaxation and a holiday for these people. Sure enough, this decision was very popular, and the researchers were very happy with the generosity of the big boss. Some new people also knew that Xiao Feng was the real big boss behind them. At the same time, Xiao Feng also made some small actions to buy people's hearts. For example, all these researchers have issued membership cards of this hotel. During the holidays, he can bring his family to this hotel to enjoy various preferential policies. There are various buffets in the hotel, as well as swimming pools, fitness facilities, and a lot of amusement facilities outside, but it is very suitable for a family to take a holiday. And this move has won the hearts of many researchers. This meal was eaten until the afternoon. These researchers don't look like they are all nerds. Maybe there are a lot of people drinking. They often come to Xiao Feng to toast, but they give him too much. So that Xiao Feng had to stay in the hotel. Fortunately, the presidential suite was reserved for him for a long time. Xiao Feng slept in the suite. It was night when he woke up. He called Suzuki. It turned out that after she woke up at noon, she went out for shopping by herself. At the university she studied in Binching, there were also many alumni here. After coming this time, she has been with Xiao Feng, and there is really no time to meet her old classmates. Today, Xiao Feng went out to do errands on her own, and it was considered a holiday for her. She just took advantage of this opportunity to go out and meet with her old classmates. Knowing that Xiao Feng drank too much and was going to live at the winery tonight, Suzuki quickly told him that she would come over to accompany him at night, but it might be a little later. Xiao Feng didn't mind. He hung up the phone, thinking that this time in the modern world was basically finished, and it was time to go to another world. Moreover, the matters here have been basically accounted for, so I was sent to Russia to purchase some weapons and ammunition. But before going to Russia, there are some things that I need to explain to Suzuki. This girl has been with him for some time, and the two are considered concubines. Although they have not yet reached the point of discussing marriage, they are still related. Very shallow. Especially this time the two went to France together and came back again. Seeing the girl meant that he obviously wanted to stay with him for a long time, and her family did not object. He also planned to keep her. But after the girl comes, after discussing with her, he has very important arrangements for Suzuki's future. Thinking that Suzuki might take a while before he could rush over, Xiao Feng simply took out something from the space, which was the one that he seized from that fellow's lair when he went to the other world to find Master Flamel last time. This book. Last time he used diesel generators to drive this book, and from this book he saw the art technology that made countless modern IT elites crazy, and this art technology is still very mature. It's a pity that some circuit of the book seemed to burn out, and the book was useless. In fact, after he came back, when he had time, he would take out the book and think about it, to see if he could fix the broken parts of the book. It's a pity that with his limited knowledge of physics and electronics, he really didn't dare to dismantle this book casually, because he was afraid of ruining the components inside. As for the battery that was removed from the book, he also tried to recharge it, but the effect was not very good. I don't know if the voltage is wrong, or the battery has been completely broken. Anyway, several attempts to recharge have been unsuccessful. He would like to organize a scientific research team to disassemble this book and study it carefully. After all, this is a 3081's book. The general chemistry knowledge recorded in it, if you just take out a little, may subvert his era. It's a pity that after thinking about it, I finally gave up. After all, if someone really understands this book, once the book is launched, it will be the introduction of the AI again, then those researchers will not be shocked. AI technology and our technology are both technologies that don't exist now, and as soon as they come up, they will introduce the chemistry book of 3081. Those people shouldn't be crazy. In case there are two lax mouths, let this matter out, and then they won't be able to trigger a world war. So Xiao Feng thought for a while. His current strength is not strong. This idea can only be stranded. After all, this book is a treasure, but it is not suitable for opening under the current circumstances. When one day you are strong enough, you don't have to be afraid of the coveting of all forces, is the time to truly unlock this book. As I was thinking about it, suddenly there was a door opening at the door, and Xiao Feng hurriedly packed the book. At this time, Suzuki also walked in. Seeing her blushing face, she should not drink less at night. Suzuki, who had drunk alcohol, was a little excited. After entering the room without washing, she went directly to Xiao Feng and became tired. Xiao Feng naturally did not refuse. The two of them were tired together for a long time before they separated. Holding the soft girl came to the big French window, while tasting the wine, while looking at the starry sky outside, enjoying the pleasant moment with the cool breeze. Silence is better than sound. After a long time, half a bottle of wine from the other world has been wiped out. Xiao Feng asked Suzuki, "What are your thoughts in the future?" The girl looked up at him, stretched out her hand angrily and twisted his arm. "You bastard, don't you know what I think?" "Hey, of course I know, I mean, after this time, don't leave. How about staying?" The girl was originally docile like a cat. When she heard this, she suddenly broke free from his arms and sat up. Her eyes pierced and pierced. "Are you serious?" "Yeah, of course it is true. I want you to stay." Suzuki's heart almost popped out of her throat. She had hoped that he could tell herself this way many times, and finally he spoke. "Of course I do." The girl plunged into his arms again after speaking, while Xiao Feng smiled and took a sip of the red wine, then snapped the girl's head and spoke to her very seriously. "I hope you stay, not only for you to accompany me, but also for you to play a more important role by my side in the future." Seeing Xiao Feng's serious eyes, Suzuki's expression also became serious, and she could hear what Xiao Feng said. Xiao Feng put down the wine glass. "I don't want to hide it from you. Actually, I have business not only in China, but also in foreign countries, and these businesses are still not visible. So sometimes I often need to go out and take care of this. I may not be able to contact www.untilnovel.com, but my career in China is also on track. I need someone to help me watch. There are not many people I can trust in China, but you are definitely one." And so, Suzuki is not a fool. Even if she didn't live in Binching, she and Xiao Feng were still in love with men and women. But Xiao Feng did not act like a competent boyfriend. Indeed, as he said, he would disappear for a while from time to time, which made Suzuki very annoyed. But the smart girl had already guessed that he must be abroad and it was not convenient to contact. But she never asked. Now that Xiao Feng himself told her these things, she naturally believed it. As for Xiao Feng asking her to come to help, she is even more willing, which shows that Xiao Feng trusts her very much. Her family's business is already on the right track. Besides, her parents happen to be young and powerful, and there are helpers from her uncle and aunt. Even if the uncle and aunt are old, the uncle's cousin can take over. Besides, after seeing so many big scenes with Xiao Feng, she had long looked down on their belongings. And now that Xiao Feng asked her to come over and help with the business, she was naturally more willing. She knew that Xiao Feng, a handsome young man with a lot of money, certainly had no shortage of women round him. And she was willing to open one eye and close one eye, although this was humiliating, but in terms of the real environment, it was too normal. She was born in an economically developed area of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and her family is in business. There are countless successful big businessmen who have contacted, and those businessmen who have no small 3 or 4. If you don't, then you will be laughed at. Such a situation seems absurd, but this is reality, and the more it goes up, the more so. But if you really get on Xiao Feng's chariot, understand his industry, and master his belongings, then her status will be different from those coquettish bitches. She will be the future boss. Chapter 506. Supervisor opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Therefore, Suzuki will naturally not refuse Xiao Feng's proposal. To be a real boss, does he need to be afraid of challenges? What's more, her family had long hoped that she could go further with Xiao Feng. Okay, I'll stay and help you. Suzuki is really good at talking. She clearly hopes to stay, but in the end she becomes willing to stay and help Xiao Feng. How can Xiao Feng not understand the girl's careful thoughts? He certainly wouldn't be so stupid to expose it. He smiled and nodded. That's good. Thank you for staying and helping me. A few words coaxed Suzuki into exasperation, and then said to Suzuki, then you want me to stay? What can I do for you? After a while, Suzuki raised her head to ask Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng glanced at her, and then said, I currently have several industries in China. One is famous chef and manufacturing. This one is now in charge of Katia, and she is also the main financial management of all industries in our country. Xiao-jun is in charge of the 9th laboratory. He is a person I have grown up and I can trust. You don't need to worry about this side of the 9th laboratory. Hearing this, Suzuki's face darkened. She originally thought Xiao Feng would let her take care of the 9th laboratory. This is the most profitable industry. This time she accompanied Xiao Feng to France, but she saw the cosmetics' ability to earn money with her own eyes. In just 1 month, I made hundreds of millions of euros in Europe, which is worth billions when converted into RMB. Even those e-commerce giants in China do not have such a speed of money coming. This made Suzuki, who had originally admired Xiao Feng's business ability, developed an absolute admiration for Xiao Feng. She firmly believes that if this develops, Xiao Feng will definitely become one of the leading elder brothers in the country, have the same status and fame as those big brothers in the arena. Originally, she thought Xiao Feng would leave her and let her enter the 9th laboratory. After all, anyone with an eye could understand the future prospects of this industry. But it was remarkable. But I didn't think that Xiao Feng didn't let her enter this company. This made her a little disappointed and a little curious. Since she was not allowed to enter the 9th laboratory, what did Xiao Feng plan to do with her? Xiao Feng couldn't understand Suzuki's thoughts, so he smiled and said to her, I have another laboratory under my name, but this laboratory is for medical research and development. As soon as Suzuki heard this, she immediately regained her spirit. As a young man in the new era, she certainly knows how important technology and scientific research are to a company. As a talent from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the most proficient business area in the country, especially from a family, Suzuki has witnessed the changes and development of enterprises in Jiangsu and Zhejiang for more than 20 years. When she was a child, almost all her family in small cities in Jiangsu and Zhejiang were doing business. At that time, a large number of foreign capital entered Puhai, and these foreign enterprises basically set up their headquarters in Puhai, and their production and supporting factories were all located in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and they basically only made the main factory, and the supporting enterprises were handed over to the supporting enterprises in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Do it. This gave Jiangsu and Zhejiang enterprises the opportunity to accumulate primitively and also gave them channels to contact foreign enterprises. At the beginning, I provided supporting equipment to a foreign-renowned OEM. Later, when the technology became mature, I began to actively contact other overseas OEMs to provide supporting equipment for those OEMs. Later, after having the technology and accumulation, I simply made the main engine by myself. Many manufacturing enterprises in Jiangsu and Zhejiang have developed in accordance with this routine, and they are enterprising enterprises. There is another part of the enterprises, which are small workshops. They started as supporting facilities, and have been supporting them since then, using early policy dividends and courageous companies with the founders. After more than 20 years, the first type of enterprises have basically survived, and some of them are getting bigger and bigger, while the latter type of enterprises are basically dying out. This is the enterprise with technology, and there is no gap between technology companies. Therefore, Suzuki is quite aware of the importance of technology to the development of enterprises, and now that she has heard that Xiao Feng has even invested in a medical research institute, she is even more happy. The pharmaceutical industry is a good industry, especially the pharmaceutical factory with its own unique skills. The basic life is very moist. But when she heard Xiao Feng talk about the artificial heart, the main research subject of this laboratory is actually an artificial heart, and it has already gotten a lot of attention. It will basically produce results in a few months to a year or two. The girl no longer cared about being reserved, and jumped directly from Xiao Feng's arms. What you said is true. I'll take you there tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng was tossed up by Suzuki before he woke up. Since knowing that Xiao Feng still has such an industry, and intending to let herself help supervise, Suzuki was so excited that he just stayed up all night. Xiao Feng had to take Suzuki to the ranch early, and he Fangzu, who had been notified a long time ago, naturally took a crowd of people to wait in line to welcome him. Yesterday, he passed the anger, so he Fangzu would naturally not object to Xiao Feng's sending someone to the supervisor. Today, seeing the boss brought a beautiful girl, he naturally knew what was going on. For Suzuki, who might be the wife of the boss in the future, she was naturally very polite. She took her around and explained the whole story of the artificial heart in the conference room. Although Suzuki doesn't understand these sciences very well, she still listens very seriously. She naturally approves of the prospects of this business. In front of Fangzu, Xiao Feng explained the scope of Suzuki's future work, which is to supervise the normal operation of the laboratory, the direction of scientific research, and the use of funds. Fangzu would naturally not object, and Suzuki was also a girl from a business background. Although she didn't understand the scientific research very well, she didn't show her timidity in front of Fangzu. At noon in the restaurant of the ranch laboratory, a few people simply ate lunch. Xiao Feng took Suzuki and left the laboratory. Suzuki will officially work here from next week. On the way back, Xiao Feng, at the strong request of Suzuki, took her to the bookstore to buy a lot of medicine, especially books on regenerative medicine. It can be seen that the girl is still very motivated. Xiao Feng also told her that in the future, you should listen more, do more, and talk less when you go to work. After you understand the whole environment, you will speak up. And in the future, if there is any advanced theoretical knowledge that I don't understand, I should ask Hixio-jun. Hixio-jun is also a master in biology and will give her an explanation. Her main work direction in the future is to help Xiao Feng look up on the funds, avoid waste, and damage the public and private. Suzuki nodded heavily, saying that she would definitely help Xiao Feng look after this laboratory. Once this was done, Xiao Feng declined Kathy's invitation again and planned to go to Russia. As the financial representative of Citigroup in Binching, Casey did not miss Xiao Feng to meet during this period. How could Xiao Feng not understand what Casey meant? When he was free, he would also come out to have coffee with Casey and eat a meal to maintain his feelings. but he pretended to ignore some very obvious hints about Casey. It's not that he is a decent gentleman. Just because Suzuki is still by his side, he doesn't seem to have too much action, and who knows if Citigroup will dig a hole for himself. However, the relationship that should be maintained still needs to be maintained. After all, Citi helped in the acquisition of the building, and secondly, there may be some time in the future to use others. On this day, he explained his personal division of labor, and got on the plane to Russia. It still landed in Vladivostok. This time he did not contact Peter, but went directly to Lukin's farm. He had already talked with Liu Jin on the phone before he came, and he could feel the cheerful tone of the old man on the phone. Taking into account the issue of safety, the old man did not say clearly on the phone, but Xiao Feng estimated that the old man must have helped him get what he wanted. This time I drove to the old man's ranch and found that the old man's ranch had changed more and more. Previously, the old man's ranch looked dilapidated, but this time it has become more and more decent. The past few pastures were just simple wire fences, but now behind the fences, I don't know where to transplant a row of tall ones. The poplar, you are reading www.uukansu.com and birch forest. There are a lot of these trees in the Russian Far East and they are not valuable, but the labor is quite valuable. The purpose of this old man's acquisition of so many trees is also obvious, just to cover people's eyes. What's different this time from before is that during the previous visits, Liu Jin, the old man, was alone in the ranch. But this time there were many more people in his ranch. There are even patrols on the fence, and there are more personal guards at the gate. It seems that during this period of time, Liu Jin has recruited many men, and it seems that the old man's recent life has been very good. Xiao Feng's car was stopped as soon as he arrived at the door. Several big men looked at him very badly, and they were obviously very vigilant towards him as an East Asian face. Fortunately, the old man Liu Jin came to help him out himself. This old man was different from the previous one. He was wearing a greasy otter leather coat, a big gold ring on his fingers, and a big gold chain on his neck. It looked golden. Xiao Feng almost missed Xiao Feng's eyes. Ha ha, Liu Jin, it seems that you are having a very good life. It was a Maybach who came to pick up people and was equipped with a dedicated driver. Obviously, the old guy's life was very moist, but his own order is obviously not enough to support his current life. But Liu Jin's attitude towards him was still very kind. Haha smiled and greeted him to get in the Maybach, and then drove into the depths of the manor. Along the way, this guy turned out that the wooden house had been handed over to the recruited subordinates to live in, and the place where he lived turned out to be a newly built castle-style building, which is very shabby. How is it? Pretty, isn't it? After getting out of the car, Liu Jin took Xiao Feng and stood in front of the car and looked at his house. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 507 Sky Reaper opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. It's so beautiful. Liu Jin's house adopts a masonry structure, a Western design, blue bricks and red tiles, and an arched roof. It really looks very beautiful. Xiao Feng couldn't help sighing that it is indeed good that the European and American countries are building houses. As long as the land is yours, you can build it as you want. Liu Jin laughed and led Xiao Feng into the villa. This time Liu Jin was not an old bachelor alone. There were also a lot of maids in the house, and yes, they were maids in black suits. Russia was originally rich in beautiful women, but none of the maids Liu Jin found were of poor quality. They were tall and plump. Coupled with that set of uniforms, Xiao Feng's eyes were also shining. This guy really enjoyed it enough. He turned his head and glanced at Liu Jin, and this guy gave him a look that a man understands. Hey, don't be like this. I'm only 58 years old this year. My business failed before, and now I have the conditions to disperse my wife. I naturally want to live the life I want. Isn't that right? But under Xiao Feng's gaze full of playful eyes, Liu Jin was still embarrassed and couldn't help scratching his head. Xiao Feng couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. Do you know that you are 50? You can't compare with young people, it's better to relax a little. Oh, I understand, I understand. Liu Jin waved his hand, obviously not wanting to hear Xiao Feng, Mr. Moral, preaching to him. In fact, Xiao Feng doesn't care about how he lives. He is just worried that this guy is so old and so indulgent. If one day he dies on a woman, then he is looking for such a stable and reliable supplier. It's that easy. Of course, there are some words that can only be clicked, and can't be too overwhelming. Think about it. Liu Jin's life can be considered 3 ups and downs. When the former Soviet Union disintegrated, he was just 18 as a recruit who had just joined the army and was sent to East Germany. But within a few days, the two Germans merged. Those garrisons who said they had been evacuated were basically abandoned. At that time, many of the troops that had been disbanded in the area began to confuse. These people were the predecessors of the Russian Black Cadet who became famous later in Europe and America. When the Soviet Union disintegrated a year ago, there was chaos, especially in East Germany and Eastern Europe. It was immediately plunged into chaos. Many armies were disbanded on the spot, and many arsenals were abandoned. Those soldiers know those arsenals best, and this is also the main reason why the Russian Black Cat Party became famous for its powerful firepower. Some of the idle soldiers went into the dark, and the other part began to embark on the road of arms trafficking, and Liu Jin was one of them. At that time, many places in the world were not at peace. In the Middle East, Africa, and even South Africa, Liu Jin and a few partners were doing business smoothly. By about 2000, he had become a well-known underground arms oligarch. It is a pity that in later years, because of a relationship with a certain organization in the Middle East, he was blacklisted by Americans. Not only was he chased and killed, but the business was also ruined. After that, Liu Jin fell into an underestimation of his life. The money he earned in his early years was either frozen or ran away by his ex-wife's donation. He was the only one left to linger on the ranch in the Far East. Fortunately, his nobleman Xiao Fen showed up in time, and his life changed for the second time. After working with Xiao Feng several times, he had startup funds in his hands. He had planned to come back a long time ago, and soon got in touch with several of his former partners. The channels are still there and the funds are available, so they can be said to be familiar with their old business. It's just that they are much smarter this time. They didn't show up in front of them. Instead, they found a lot of agents to sell Russian arms to the Middle East, Africa, and those places that are still not peaceful. In just a few months, this guy's life the state is so earth-shaking. Sitting in the living room, Xiao Feng listened to Liu Jin telling him why he had changed so much this time. Xiao Feng also nodded to express his understanding. In fact, in a strict sense, he is not a particularly good customer. He often comes to purchase once a few months, and the number of purchases is not too large. If an arms dealer had only one customer like him, he would have been starved to death. Therefore, Liu Jin has no objection to returning to the arena to expand business channels and territory. It seems that your business is doing pretty well. Xiao Feng, holding his coffee, came to the floor-tossling windows of the villa, and looked at the scene outside the window. The ranch area of Liu Jin is very large. There is a mountain more than 20 kilometers to the north of the villa, the Pacific Ocean more than 20 kilometers to the east, and to the northern suburbs of Vladivostok from the south, covering an area of hundreds of square kilometers. This requires a large landlord in the country, but in a country with sparsely populated areas like Russia, this is also a small farm. Originally, Liu Jin had never planted armor on the farm. When Xiao Feng came several times before, the farm was full of weeds. But now on the waste grass outside the villa, several flat areas have been opened up, and arched barns have been built on them to camouflage, and at this time, the gates of these barns happened to be open. Standing in front of the window, Xiao Feng can see the sights inside these barns, from the current Russian Army's T-90 main battle tank to the BTR-80 armored vehicle, to the current Russian military's MTRK combat vehicle. There are still many big guys going in and out of these barns, doing maintenance for these tanks. It seems that Liu Jin's business is doing really well, and these big guys can find a market. Xiao Feng also knows that it is not difficult to get weapons in Russia, especially if a superb arms dealer like Liu Jin. It may not cost him much to get the current main battle equipment of the Russian army, but it is rare to let these weapons find a market outside. You must know that these things are big guys, and they are not cheap. If they are not purchased at the sovereign state level, they are packaged and sold to armed organizations. This is not easy to find. On the one hand, the price is expensive, and those armed organizations may not be able to afford it. On the other hand, you also have to have a way to transport these weapons. It is very troublesome anyway. And Liu Jin seemed not to care about these. Xiao Feng is also his old customer, coupled with Peter's relationship, and in the previous few transactions, Xiao Feng was very frank and straightforward, and after the transaction, he hasn't bothered him. It was a little troublesome, so he liked Xiao Feng very much, so he didn't mean to hide it from him. Xiao, you have to know that there are currently many places in the world that are not at peace, such as Syria and Persia, where weapons and equipment are urgently needed, and sometimes our country is not convenient to shoot, so there are many local mercenaries. When Liu Jin said this, Xiao Feng immediately understood. It's no wonder that this guy's business is swelling so fast, and his relationship has such a semi-official status. But he didn't want to ask too much, and he didn't seem to know too much. Ha, that's great. Congratulations Liu Jin, but you must be safe this time. He said this sentence sincerely. Liu Jin did this, but it was equivalent to working against the Americans. The Americans could do anything. He didn't want Liu Jin to have any accidents. And Liu Jin laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will. By the way, the last thing I wanted. Hey, I've already prepared it for you. Let's go. Go and see with me. Liu Jin didn't talk nonsense, and took Xiao Feng out of the villa, and then got on an off-road vehicle. But this time he didn't take anyone. So he and Xiao Feng drove all the way north towards the foot of the mountain north of the ranch. This is the place where Liu Jin was the first to store arms. 10 minutes later, when I arrived at the place, the warehouses at the foot of the mountain were still there, but they were all maintained and expanded a lot. Liu Jin led Xiao Feng to the front of one of the vaulted warehouses and pushed open the door. 2 black-painted, murderous armed helicopters appeared in front of Xiao Feng. They had very special front-end shapes. Xiao Feng recognized it at a glance. This is exactly what he asked Liu Jin to help him fix. The Card 50 Black Shark helicopter. The front arch is like a shark's mouth, the coaxial reversal double rotor above the head, and the single SE design. The characteristics of this helicopter are too obvious. Haha. How is it? Satisfied, Liu Jin took Xiao Feng to the front of the helicopter and patted the smooth paint surface. Novel.com and said to Xiao Feng with a smile. At this time, Xiao Feng had already touched the cold body, a little obsessed. This is the real big killer. Compared with this big killer, the most powerful T-72 in his previous hand is simply weak. If the T-72 is an iron can, then the Black Shark helicopter is a can opener. Dealing with tanks, this guy is definitely like trying to get something. As a single-man gunship, the firepower of this helicopter is simply outrageous. There are 4 pylons under the outer wing of the fuselage that can hold 4 B-8 rocket launching nests, and up to 80 S-880mm rockets, or up to 12 AT-12 laser-guided air-to-surface missiles, with a range of 810 kilometers. These rockets not only have a long range, but are also very powerful. They can easily penetrate 900 mm armor within the range. Considering the armor thickness of the roof of modern tanks, it is no wonder that this thing has the nickname of a can opener. The right side of the fuselage is also equipped with a single-barreled 30mm to A42 cannon with 250 rounds of ammunition. Of course, other weapons that can be replaced include 23mm cannon, AA-8 aphids or AA-11 shooter air-to-air missile. The Chinese people are more familiar with its other name R-73. which is the world's first and only air-to-air missile that can be launched over the shoulder, VB-3257 rocket launch nest, Fab 500 bomb, etc. At the thought of driving this plane, passing over the head of the Orcs marching brigade, sprinkling the scene of a sea of death and fire, Xiao Feng trembled with excitement. The scene was so beautiful, so many times back and forth. I am afraid that any marching group of half-orcs will collapse. If this guy gets another world, he will definitely be a perfect air death god, greatly expanding his range of strikes. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 508. Win-win for three parties. Opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Do you want to try it out? Liu Jin smiled and asked Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was really eager to try at this time. He nodded, and Liu Jin immediately drove a tractor from the warehouse next to him and pulled the helicopter out of the warehouse. He thought that Xiao Feng asked him to buy this plane, and Xiao Feng would definitely drive it. How did he know that Xiao Feng was actually using a helicopter for the first time? Xiao Feng could not say that he had no experience in flying airplanes before, but his experience in flying airplanes all came from the simplest rotorcraft. There is a world of difference between driving that gyroplane and flying a helicopter. But at least learning to drive a gyroplane also gave Xiao Feng an understanding of how to avoid clouds, strong winds, and crosswinds in the air. So in terms of flying experience in the air, Xiao Feng Dao is not lacking, but he really has no experience in helicopter piloting skills. Of course, he was not unprepared. Since he planned to start with helicopters, he bought a helicopter training simulator online and placed it in the basement of his home. As long as he was in the modern world, he would train for 2 hours every night. He also bought several VR software for helicopter flight training at a high price. Although it seems to be playing a VR game every time, this kind of high simulation training software also allows him to master the basic helicopter operation skills. In fact, if it is not too busy, he really wants to find a flight school to learn how to fly systematically. But after all, he has to shuttle between the two places and manage his multi-billion worth of business, so now he really has no time to learn to fly professionally and systematically, so he can only think of this way to replace it. Of course, the reason why he dared to fly a plane is because he has the ability to travel through time and space. So he is not worried about accidents when flying a helicopter. Originally, Ambashi merged with the soul of the Overlord Feng, but when he was bold, he was not afraid of hardships and dangers, and coupled with the ability to shuttle in time and time, once there was an accident in the air, he could shuttle in danger. Going to another world to protect myself, so I'm not so afraid of flying a plane. What's more, the speed of this helicopter is much simpler than that of jets taking off and landing, so Xiao Feng is more confident. Sitting in the cockpit of the Ka-50, Xiao Feng got acquainted with the environment in the cabin first. Although he had done a lot of helicopter simulation training on the computer before, he had also played in the simulation training cabin for a long time. But those are not real guys after all. And those game and training cabins are basically based on European and American helicopters, and the settings in the cabin are slightly different from those of Russian helicopters. Moreover, European and American helicopters are characterized by high electronic integration, while Russian helicopters are slightly inadequate in this regard. There are not so many advanced electronics screens, and many of them are mechanical dial models. Fortunately, after Xiao Feng's brain was transformed, his brain domain may have also undergone in-depth development. This learning ability and memory ability are many times stronger than ordinary people, so he quickly remembered the various button dials in the cabin and become familiar with it. You should know that there are many dials in this cabin, and there are also many various button joysticks. One memory is wrong, and operation errors occur when flying, but it is very easy to cause flight accidents. That is to say, Xiao Feng is so bold, and a guy with amazing memory and amazing learning ability dared to learn to fly a plane like this. After changing other people, the plane might not be able to fly, and he would have to fall to the ground. He also recalled all the Ka-50 operation manuals found on the internet before, and recalled all the basic operation methods, and Xiao Feng then ignited the aircraft engine. Hold the joystick tightly. The engine warm-up is complete. Start the pre-takeoff inspection. The inspection is complete, everything is normal, the rotor above the throttle head starts to accelerate, the lift is getting bigger and bigger. Gently move the joystick, the fuselage tilts up to an angle, call. As soon as I felt lighter, my body began to vacate with the plane. A mountain breeze from the side suddenly blew, and the fuselage shook violently. Xiao Feng panicked, but within a few tenths of a second, he regained his composure. The joystick in his hand was held firmly, and his mind flashed quickly. Countermeasures. Liu Jin on the ground watched Xiao Feng driving the helicopter slowly up. The process was not smooth. Even when it took off to a height of 50 meters, the plane was still a bit swaying, as if it was about to fall from the sky at any time. This situation really shocked him. Fortunately, the helicopter soon stabilized, and then it flew higher and higher, and it could be seen that the pilot's control of the aircraft became more and more proficient. The plane rose to a certain height, then fixed, and then began to hover in the air. It was obvious that Xiao Feng was adapting to the driving experience of the plane. Seeing this situation, Liu Jin was relieved. This kid really seemed to have two brushes. At this time, Xiao Feng was sitting on the plane, looking down at the ground under his feet. This feeling was really unspeakable comfort. Driving this kind of aerial armored monster can feel great with the gyroplane with a few steel pipes. Different. Sitting in the cockpit of this Card 50, he feels more at ease and more confident. This helicopter is good. Back then, the Soviet Army was strong enough, and the air power was not inferior to that of the United States. But it still suffered a lot in the mountains of Afghanistan. The resistance organization armed by the Americans used AT-4 to severely teach the Air Force of the former Soviet Union. The Mi-28, known as the Catastrophe, did not know how much it was beaten down. Not to mention other support helicopters, they have been shot down countless. At that time, the helicopter escape measures were not perfect. Being hit by a missile, the plane fell down is basically a death. One plane fell and two pilots were killed, and the training of helicopter pilots was not cheaper than fighter pilots. Therefore, the former Soviet Union considered the development of a single-manned gunship as an aerial combat aircraft. On the one hand, it can large transport helicopters, and on the other hand, it can also provide high-intensity fire support to ground forces. Can greatly reduce personnel injuries. It is precisely by adhering to this design concept that the Ka-50, the world's first single-man armed helicopter, was developed and designed, and in the design of this armed helicopter, considering the extremely high rate of death and injury of pilots after helicopter battles, the former Soviet Union designers also specially designed a super-safe mode for this helicopter to improve the pilot's battlefield survival discipline. The belly of the aircraft, especially around the cockpit, is wrapped in a large amount of titanium alloy armor, which can withstand heavy machine gun bullets from the ground. And this helicopter has not developed the world's first helicopter ejection escape device. In this way, while ensuring strong firepower, it also greatly improved the safety of the pilot. Once this helicopter came out that year, it was given the nickname of an air tank. Unfortunately, the design was successful, and the former Soviet Union collapsed. Russia just fell into chaos, the national economy went backwards, and leaders had no intention of building an army. The hunting of this aircraft was put on hold. It was not until later during the Chechen War that he was picked up again and then hunted. This helicopter also played a huge role in several counterinsurgency wars in Russia after that, but as the number of participation in this book increased, pilots also found many defects in this aircraft. For example, it is too complicated to operate by one person. It is not only necessary to fly the aircraft, but also to control the weapon system, which is very inconvenient and prone to operation errors. The other is the upper and lower double rotors of this helicopter. Although it provides superpower to the helicopter, it also brings embarrassment. That is, the aircraft is not good for high maneuvering, because if the high maneuvering is done too violently, it is easy to get up and down. The accident of the rotor collision. Because of this, the later Russian military developed their current main battle helicopter Ka-52 Alligator on the basis of this Black Shark helicopter, and that helicopter is currently one of the most advanced armed helicopters in the world. One of the few superpowers that can compete with the Apache of the United States. But for Xiao Feng, this card 50 is in off.untilnovel.com. After all, no one can control a top-person helicopter with him, and there is not much air threat in another world. A single-man gunship is enough for him. Liu Jin's farm may feel very big on the ground and you can't see it at a glance, but if you fly a plane to look down in the air, it doesn't seem to be much. Of course, Xiao Feng didn't want to attract the attention of the Russian military, so he took a low-altitude flight and drove the plane directly to the sea to the east. Because this manor is located north of Vladivostok, the sea here is very quiet, and there are no fishing boats inhabited at all. On the sea, Xiao Feng has greatly overwhelmed the addiction of a weapon. S-8 rockets and 30 caliber cannons blasted the fire from a small desert island not far from the coastline, landslides and cracked rocks, and shot off the firearms carried by the plane. The small desert island on the opposite side was basically killed by him. Plow again. Fortunately, except for some vegetation, there is no life on the island, so I don't worry about hurting the innocent by mistake. After controlling the plane and returning to Liu Jin's farm, Xiao Feng tried to land the plane successfully, and Xiao Feng jumped off the plane happily. I want both of them. At this time, Liu Jin is happy. The two Ka-50 helicopters have been stored in the warehouse of the Far Eastern military region for many years. It depends on these two planes. Dealing with it now will not only help them solve their troubles, but also make a backhand, and also win Xiao Feng's favor. Everyone has their own delights. It is really a tripartite win-win business. A 15 million US aircraft, plus 2 sets of spare parts, as well as a number of maintenance tools, and 10 base ammunition for each aircraft. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 509 Act 47 inches in the artillery world opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. When Xiao Feng heard this offer, he was also taken aback. 15 million US dollars. Liu Jin is a bit dark. Liu Jin is a bit expensive. Can it be cheaper? You are not Apache. Before Xiao Feng came this time, he went to the overseas dark web to investigate the price of the armed helicopter. In addition to the state-level weapons purchases, few people sell them in the private market like this super killer. After all, the power is too great. If it spreads to some terrorist armed organizations with unpredictable hearts, the damage it can cause is too amazing. But there are still some guys who are bold enough and have wire channels to get some planes and sell them on the underground market. For example, the well-known Apache of the US military is sold on the dark web, and the price is very expensive. The cost of the US military procurement, because of the different models, is generally between 2,200 and 25 million US dollars. The second-hand goods sold on the dark web have different models, different old and new colors, and naturally different prices, but they are generally between 1,000 and 15 million US dollars. This price is already quite expensive for those armed organizations that fight and make trouble. Moreover, a helicopter is not only required to fly and fight, but also needs to be maintained at ordinary times, which can cost a lot of money. So most people really can't afford such a big killer. That is, Xiao Feng is willing to buy such a big killer in order to increase his firepower, projection range and intensity in another world. Although the Ka-50 is a Russian product, the aircraft is not cheap, but it is certainly not worth 15 million US dollars. Xiao Feng has previously checked that the cost of manufacturing this helicopter is between 12–15 million US dollars depending on the model, while Liu Jin is asking him $15 million at this time, which is a bit unkind. But when Liu Jin heard Xiao Feng say this, he cried immediately. Xiao, I really didn't ask for a high price. Do you think this aircraft is so good? This aircraft was discontinued in 2007, and the military no longer purchases it. Now the mainstream is the Ka-52 Alligator, so this aircraft is very difficult to find at first. Xiao Feng nodded. It is true that this single Epson helicopter has many problems. After the Russian army has used it for a period of time, the problems have been concentrated, so it is no longer purchased. Besides, Russia mass-produced this helicopter for the army, and it did not equip too much. So it is really time-consuming and labor-intensive to find such an out-of-print aircraft. Not to mention the combat performance. The collection value of this aircraft is very high. I'm also begging my grandpa to tell my grandmother to find such two in the logistics warehouse of the Far Eastern military region. You also know that it takes a lot of energy to get them out. Liu Jin made a gesture of twisting his fingers to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng understood that Liu Jin must have spent a lot of money on the relationship. Also, don't look at this aircraft for a long time. But it is the final improvement after the military has collected the opinions of various pilots. You see, the cockpit is surrounded by titanium alloy, and there is ceramic armor inside. They are all double armored, which is the most advanced design concept. And the pilot's seat is placed on a composite honeycomb. In addition, you can see that the aircraft uses 35% composite materials. If it's true, let me tell you, it's much better than that of Apache. Liu Jin and Xiao Feng talked freely. This guy is really a qualified weapon salesperson, and he has a thorough grasp of the advantages and disadvantages of the guy in his hand. Xiao Feng was also dumbfounded. He really didn't know that Mao Xun was so willing to spend money on this helicopter. Indeed, according to Liu Jin's introduction, this armed helicopter can definitely be said to be armed to the level of teeth. Not only in terms of weapon systems, but also in terms of protection, the survivability has been greatly improved in the face of threats on the ground. It's a pity that it's wasted in his hands. He wants to drive this helicopter to another world to suppress those half-orcs who can only use big swords, spears and bows and arrows. Even if some half-orcs can fly, they don't have much threatening him. And I also gave you 2 sets of maintenance kits and parts, and the other 10 base numbers of weapons and ammunition. If you are not satisfied, I will give you more. Liu Jin continued to tell Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng saw that Liu Jin was not willing to let go of the price. He wondered that it might be because of the people behind him. After all, Liu Jin is not alone anymore. Not only does he have companions behind him, but also the relationship between the military. Not to mention the companions, those military relations need long-term maintenance and management. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng no longer struggles with the price, and nodded at Liu Jin. Well, it's at this price, but you are sending me 20 bases for weapons and ammunition. This helicopter is a big money-burning company, so I won't talk about the fuel it burns. If weapons and ammunition are used, it's a sky-high cost. So if you can get more from Liu Jin, you can get more. Although Xiao Feng is not bad at money now, he can still be more frugal when it comes to these consumables. Sure enough, when Xiao Feng agreed to the price, Liu Jin immediately smiled and said, "No problem, I am in charge. I will give you 30 more bases." The planes have already been bought. Are the weapons and ammunition dedicated to the planes left in the arsenal to become moldy? Besides, these weapons and ammunition are also top-notch maintenance. Doesn't it cost money? Even if it is destroyed, it will cost a lot of money. He helped the logistics staff solve this big problem. Those people should thank him. Not to mention everyone still has money. 30 million to get the 2 air death gods. Xiao Feng was also upset. With these 2 planes, he dare to come to Lao Tzu to make trouble if he doesn't open his eyes. Except for these 2 cards 50. Don't you need anything else? Liu Jin's smile was a bit flattering. Although he had resumed his previous arms business, he was rarely seen as a high roller who spent 30 million on a single order. so he would naturally play a good role as a qualified salesman. Character of, oh, what other things do you have? I'm not interested in T90. BRT-80. Xiao Feng did not refuse Liu Jin's promotion. Last time in another world, he led a human army and counterattacked the Hula Gorge. If the orcs did not retaliate, then there would be ghosts. So this time there will definitely be a battle. Yes, at this time, prepare more weapons and ammunition. And he is also more prestigious in his heart. The T-90 main battle tank is indeed much more advanced than the T-72 in his hand. But currently the T-72 in his hand is enough to deal with the half-orcs. There is no need to replace them. After all, those half-orcs here, there are no suitable anti-tank weapons. There is also the BRT-80 armored vehicle, which is indeed very powerful, but he does not need to transport troops on the battlefield. A few light armored vehicles of the US military are enough. So with this money, it is better to buy some more powerful firearms. And Liu Jin had already dealt with Xiao Feng many times. How could he not know Xiao Feng's preferences? Hey, am not as recommended by you. I have some of your Chinese-made equipment. I think you will like it. Seeing this guy's smile is very strange. Xiao Feng's heart moved. Oh, what guy? Take it out and have a look. Liu Jin didn't talk nonsense. He turned around and left with Xiao Feng. He soon came to a warehouse next to him, opened the door and entered the warehouse, lighting up the lights. And Xiao Feng was immediately caught by the two guys in the warehouse facing the gate. Was attracted. These two guys are one big and the other is young, and the one in front of Xiao Feng's eyes is the one that attracted the most attention. This little guy is not big, but he kept Xiao Feng's gaze firmly, and he couldn't move away after only one glance. Because Xiao Feng's impression of this little guy is too deep. Although he is not big, he is often active in war movies of various countries. In reality, this little guy is also very powerful and has been sold for many years. It is definitely from China to the present. One of the few best-selling weapons released so far. Type 6312 barrel www.metalnovel.com rocket launcher, which looks like two wheels, with 12 box-shaped barrels dragged on it. This small artillery looks extremely crude, and it is difficult to distinguish whether it is a weapon or a farm tool after it is glued with soil. It is very consistent with the temperament of our army in the early years. Even now, it has nothing to do with high technology and digitalization, but despite its ugly appearance, this weapon has been in service for more than 40 years. In the past 40 years, this weapon has repeatedly created incredible miracles. So far, this weapon is still marketed all over the world, and even got the nickname of AK-47 in the artillery industry. Speaking of the record of this rocket launcher, it can definitely be said that the record is shining through. The two giants of the world, the American man and Mosey, have suffered big losses under this weapon. Especially Americans hate this weapon. Whenever they are involved in a war, they will first send out reconnaissance troops to look for hostile organizations to see if they have this powerful gun. And once it was discovered that the other party had such a weapon, the Americans would definitely not hesitate to use force. They had to kill this weapon before they would shoot the army and join the battle. Otherwise, the US Army dare not expose it easily. It is within the strike range of this weapon because this weapon has left an unforgettable pain to the US Army. During the Afghan War, in order to deal with terrorist organizations that possessed this weapon, the Americans even spared no expense. They specially dispatched fighter planes and launched cruise missiles worth millions of dollars to plow the ground. It can be seen that this weapon's magnificent military exploits is simply frightening to the US nationals. Hearing the reputation, they are frightened. It is precisely because of his understanding of that period of history that Xiao Feng's eyes blazed after seeing this rocket launcher, because this gun was really in line with his needs. Chapter 510 Ultimate Scrubbing Artifact opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. As a half-hearted army fan, Xiao Feng can learn a lot about modern war history on the internet, and he will know every weapon that has erupted in glory in the war. And this Type 63 12-tube, 107mm rocket launcher is a famous killer used by modern anti-American fighters. It is no wonder that Americans hate it, because this rocket launcher has caused real damage to Americans. It's too serious. This artillery was developed by the Rabbit in 1961, and the hunting outfit was finalized in 1963. The first appearance in the world was during the battle, and once it appeared, it shocked the world and left an impression that is indelible to the American people. According to the military history of the U.S. Army, at 1 a.m. on August 1, 1972, the 174th Battalion of Vietnamese agents used 4 single-barreled and 2 12-barreled Type 107 rocket launchers to raided the side of the U.S. Air Force Base and the airport. At that time, the Type 63 107 rocket launcher secretly transported to the periphery of the airport fired at the U.S. military positions from 6 different directions at the same time. 250 rockets were sent to the Miami in a firework ceremony, exploding the entire Miami airport into a sea of flames. In this campaign, the Vietnamese army destroyed 74 American planes, including B-52 heavy bombers, killed and injured thousands of American soldiers, several oil storage tanks exploded and set fire, and an artillery position and a communications center were also destroyed. Until the end of the war, the base was not fully restored to its original condition. The bombardment caused U.S. military aircraft and personnel losses, and even far exceeded the total loss of U.S. military personnel during the entire First Gulf War. After this battle, the 63 Type 12-tube, 107mm rocket launcher is well known in the world, and is widely loved by consumers in the world, and is widely purchased by many armed organizations. In the subsequent war in which the former Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, the Americans always believed that the Stinger missile provided by the United States made the Afghan guerrillas win the war. But later the Soviet commander said frankly that the frequent ambushes by the guerrillas against the Soviet supply and transport teams in the mountains of Afghanistan were the real reason that forced the Soviet troops to withdraw and end the war. In these ambushes, the curtain was often kicked off by the roar of the 107 rocket launcher. After the fierce shelling, the Soviet transport team escorted by tanks and armored vehicles turned over. The most important thing is that this rocket can be fired and run. Because of its simple structure, light equipment, and convenient disassembly, even after the launch, it can be dismantled immediately. A strong man can lift a gun. Just run away. In the mountains, you can move back and forth without the help of any vehicles or animal power. It is very suitable for guerrillas. Therefore, this weapon is a headache for the Miami and the Soviet Army. Even the modern arms dealers of all countries in the world have listed AK-47, RPG rockets, and 107 rockets as the 3 most famous conventional weapons in the world. The Mi-Jun gritted his teeth because of the hatred for this weapon, and even organized the Psychological Warfare Department to publicize through the media that these 3 weapons are low-tech, low-cost, and low-quality personnel 3 low weapons, especially 63. The 12-tube, 107mm rocket launcher car is what they hate the most. But they themselves shouted to catch the thief. While preventing other armed organizations from using it, they used it to fly. Even in the Second Middle East War, there were photos of elite U.S. troops equipped with 107mm rocket launchers on the Humvee. Although this weapon has gradually withdrawn from our military's equipment sequence, this rocket artillery is still an active element in the world. In the past 10 years, it has continued to appear frequently on battlefields around the world. Moving closer, in August 2005, the 2 large U.S. warships Ahiron and Kishazi of the U.S. Army anchored in Aqaba, Jordan, were attacked by 107 rockets. The amphibious landing ship Axelan was almost hit, and the rocket passed over the bow of the ship, blasting a 2.5-meter diameter hole in the roof of the warehouse at the pier. The 2 U.S. ships immediately fled the port. At the same time, Israel's Eilat airport was attacked by rockets. which was only 15 kilometers away from the port of Aqaba, the logistics center where the U.S. forces transported supplies to Iraq. 2 months later, 2 Harrier fighters of the Great Yin Empire were attacked by 107 rockets at the U.S. base in Kandahar, southern Afghanistan, destroying one and the other injured. This is the first time a coalition fighter jet has been destroyed since the U.S. military entered Afghanistan in 2001. The success of the 107 rockets even affected the Army's shipbuilding plan. Before the Jordan attack, the U.S. military had a DD stealth battleship construction plan. This new warship had a displacement of about 12,000, which was in the U.S. military's budget at the time, the most expensive battleship. But afterwards, the warship was disgraced by the 107 guns in Jordan, and the U.S. congressman met to veto the shipbuilding plan for good reasons. The warship is so bullish that it has an egg in stealth. Is it not the same as being bombed by rockets with more than $100 in the port? The shipbuilding plan was disturbed this time, but the U.S. military hated the 107 rocket artillery. It even developed 2 anti-artillery radars specifically to deal with this racer, TPQ-36 and TPQ-37. This shows the power of this rocket launcher, and the more the Mi Jun hates it, the more Xiao Feng likes it, because this gun has fully proven its strength on the battlefield. Okay, I want this gun. No problem, even if I give you the gun. But the rocket is $10 a piece. It has been criticized by the United States as a weapon with 3 low-level equipment. How high can the cost be? It can sell well in those low-level armed organizations. This weapon is nothing more than cheap and durable. The 107 gun in front of Xiao Feng's eyes was not known to be a second-hand product purchased from Liu Jin, although it looked new on the outside. The barrel inside had been obviously worn out. After Xiao Feng checked, he estimated that there should be 7 layers left in the service life of the barrel. Okay, no problem. Give me 5,000 rockets. Liu Jin waved his hand happily. He liked to do this kind of business. He got this rocket from a special channel, and it was almost cost-free. And it was all destroyed. It can be sold for $50,000 after changing hands. What's more unsatisfactory? Liu Jin, it would be best if you can get some brand new ones next time. Haha, don't worry, you can use this first. If the effect is good, I will find some factories and produce a batch. Anyway, there is no technical difficulty. Liu Jin's remarks are really not false. This kind of rocket launcher is not high-tech. If it is not easy to do in China, there are many Yeluzai arsenals in small countries such as the Czech Republic in Eastern Europe, where they can be produced. After finishing this little guy, Xiao Feng came to the second big guy again. This big guy's physique is much larger than the 63 Type 12 tube 107mm rocket launcher that I saw before. The 63 Type 12 tube 107mm rocket launcher is characterized by its easy use, flexible movement, and it's very suitable for guerrilla warfare combat. The big guy in front of him is completely used in another way. This car is the famous BM-21 Russian Hail rocket launcher. Behind the 6x6 truck, there is a 10x330 barrel rocket launcher. Compared with the 63 Type 12 barrel, 107mm rocket launcher, this is definitely a siege hammer. The rockets fired by this rocket launcher, both in terms of charge and range, are several times the number of projectiles fired by a 63 Type 12 tube 107mm rocket launcher. Liu Jin, can you really get this thing? Xiao Feng looked at the artifact in front of him. He could no longer use his eyes to shine. He could only use his eyes to leak fierce light. At this time, he looked at the gun car in front of him, as if he was looking at it as a hungry wolf. When it comes to the meat, I can't wait to rush over and put the rocket launcher into my bag. In another world, his biggest headache was the charge of encountering half-orcs, whether it was fighting in the wild or defending the city. His tribe was originally small in number, and once those half-orcs attacked and opened the front to charge, the aura was particularly shocking. He was not afraid of death, he was still thick-skinned, coupled with a suit of armor, Sometimes even if he used machine guns to deal with these swarming half-orcs, he felt unsure. But it would be different if there were guns. He is not without a cannon, but whether it is the RM-38 mortar or the B-10 recoilless gun, the firepower and range have begun to not meet his needs. Last time he bought 2 domestic artillery assault vehicles from Eugene.mtlnovel.com, among them, the PCP-001 Type 82mm vehicle-mounted rapid-fire mortar. This artillery vehicle made him very satisfied. It has a fast rate of fire and can also move fast. In addition, the 15P high-mobility 105mm firepower assault vehicle, although the rate of fire is a bit slower, is better than it is powerful and has a long range. He is basically satisfied with these 2 weapons, but still feels a little insufficient, that is, the firepower projection density. And now this BM-21 Russian hail rocket launcher perfectly meets his needs. Although the shooting accuracy of this weapon is very inadequate, who needs accuracy when using this weapon? As long as the firepower density is sufficient, that's fine. The 122 caliber rocket can cover the range of a basketball with 1 shot, and if 30 shots are dropped at the same time, the power is definitely not weaker than that of a meteor shower. With such a big killer in his hand, he was no longer afraid of the orcs launching a pig charge with him. In the human world, it was the emergence of heavy machine guns that ended the nomadic cavalry charge tactics. And in the world of half-orcs, because the gang of guys have thick skins, it seems that rockets can be used to stop their charge tactics. However, this weapon is not without its shortcomings. That is, it is too expensive. Unlike the shells of the 63 Type 107mm rocket, the shell of this rocket is more expensive because of its large size and power. Liu Jin was thinking that Xiao Feng was an old friend. He calculated from left to right, and finally gave a price of $30. This price made Xiao Feng very painful. No matter who made this gun a toy that can only be burned by the country, it is no wonder that only the 63 Type 12-barreled, 107mm rocket launcher will prevail in the hands of armed organizations. It is not that they do not want to use more powerful ones, but they simply can't afford it. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 511. Xungwan Fortress opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The 2 rocket launchers are not worth too much money. They are too expensive for shells. Thanks to Xiao Feng, who is also rich now, otherwise he really can't afford the shells. Wanting meteors to wash the ground seems to be destined to pay a price. A shell is $30, and Xiao Feng directly purchased 10,000 rounds. In fact, the 122mm caliber rockets are not cheap. But Xiao Feng also knows that the artillery shells brought by Liu Jin must be Mao Xung's inventory in the Far East arsenal. It is likely to be a critical product, so the price will be so cheap. You must know that shells have a shelf life. If they are not used within the validity period, they will be destroyed in the future, which is also a large cost. Think about the luxury of Mao Xung on the Syrian-Asian battlefield. Discovering the settlements of his elements is immediately a missile scrubbing. You must know that the cost of a missile can easily be hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a shell is only a few $100s. But why Mao Xung is obviously not rich at home and is so big, Mao Xung can't help it. There are too many missiles stored in his warehouse, and they will expire if they are not fired. The rockets Liu Jin brought in was the same as the missiles Mao Xung used on the Syrian-Asian battlefield. However, Xiao Feng didn't care. Anyway, he estimated that he would soon be able to use it in another world. After paying for the shells and purchasing other weapons and ammunition, Xiao Feng said goodbye to Liu Jin and went straight to Vladivostok. Now this place has completely become Peter's territory. The last time he came here, he talked to Peter that he wanted to get some fishing permits, and then some fishing boats would come over the ocean to fish. Peter also agreed, and he also said that it would be better for him to set up a fleet of his own, salvage the fish and sell them directly to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was also thinking about the feasibility of this plan, but it was a pity that he was too busy to come back this time, and he didn't care about it. This time he came here to finalize the matter with Peter. Peter was very happy with Xiao Feng's arrival. The two were also old friends. Peter enthusiastically entertained Xiao Feng. After eating, drinking and having fun, Peter talked to Xiao Feng about the business. Xiao Feng told him directly that he has set up an island, but he hasn't dealt with the conditions for processing fish, and it will take several months. Peter also understood that he and Kata had always been in contact, and knew about Xiao Feng's progress. Although the Chinese were known for their hard work, it was impossible to build a fish processing plant so quickly. Anyway, as long as Katya is there, this business can't go away. Not to mention that he and Xiao Feng are too close to each other. After staying in Vladivostok for one night, Liu Jin's cargo crashed into a container and was transported to the terminal warehouse rented by Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng collected the equipment in the warehouse. Then he crossed directly to another world. When I came again, the alien world had entered the end of summer, and there was a lush scene everywhere. Xiao Feng went first. Naturally, the first city he built in the world, Rushing City. This city was stuck at the entrance of the Panivilla Peninsula and was a fortress with dangerous terrain. When I came here again, the city wall was much taller than before. Obviously, during his absence, the people here have not stopped heightening and strengthening the city wall. Standing outside the city wall, just looking at the city wall can make people feel desperate. These guys don't know how to do it. They have raised the city wall by another 10 meters. Now this more than 100-meter long city wall has 10 meters high. Such a height, even if those half-orcs can fly, don't even want to climb a step up the city wall. The pedestal under the city wall has all been replaced with boulders taken from the mountain. On the boulders are the containers he brought back from the modern world. The whole wall looks majestic, and there is a kind of monopoly. Fumokai's momentum. The watch point on the city wall found him, and soon the city gate opened wide, and then rushed out of it on Friday. Master, you are back now. And it took too long to go this time. Seeing that those who were wronged on Friday were about to cry, Xiao Feng was moved and a little funny. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Friday's head. What are you doing? You are also a high-ranking person, why are you crying? After all, Friday was from a native of origin. Although I learned a little bit about the city from Xiao Feng's side, he still liked to show his true feelings more often. When Xiao Feng said this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. As for the guards who followed Friday, when they saw Xiao Feng, their expressions were full of natural reverence. Although some of them had not seen Xiao Feng with their own eyes, the legend about Xiao Feng was widely seen in the tribe, for the spread. Now that God has returned, everyone has finally found the backbone. Taking Xiao Feng into the city on Friday, the scenery behind the city wall surprised Xiao Feng even more. Originally, the open ground behind the city wall could only be regarded as a gathering place, but this time I came to see that it has become a well-organized city. The reception was neat and orderly, on a neat and clean road, neat and beautiful houses on both sides of the road, and pedestrians rushing along the road. Xiao Feng looked in a trance in this situation. But what surprised him even more at this time was that Bialuades and Mudge also rushed over. Didn't you go out to hunt cattle? Bialuades was Xiao Feng's confidant. When he was away, the responsibility of catching cattle was entrusted to her, but this time she did not go out of the city to catch cattle, which surprised Xiao Feng. The female elf smiled slightly at this time. Now that there are so many people below, I don't need to lead the team out to catch cattle. Besides, there are a lot of jobs here in Runliu City, and many places can't do without me. Xiao Feng nodded to express his understanding, and then casually asked, how many people are there in Benliu City now? The last time he came back, he reported on Friday that after they laid down the Gourd Gorge, they liberated a large number of human slaves. In addition, many human, elves, and dwarf tribes came to take refuge in the surrounding barren mountains and old forests. The population has exploded. Just in the two cities on the Penavella Peninsula, there are already 200,000 people in Runley City, and there are 100,000 people in Twin Towers City on the sharp, protruding part of the southern peninsula. It has been several months since Xiao Feng left this time, and he estimated that the population here will definitely increase and change. Sure enough, the figures reported on Friday made him very happy. Master Chi, now there is a population of 250,000 in Runley City, and a population of 150,000 in Twin Towers City. When I heard that the total population had increased by 100,000, Xiao Feng was very happy. How come it has grown so much? The news that we attacked the Gorge and defeated the Orcs spread. After the fall of the Kataran Empire in the east, the stragglers wandering in the forest, as well as the natives, elves and dwarven resistance organizations who have been wandering in the forest, all one after another came to surrender. There are about 50,000 of these people. Xiao Feng was very happy when he heard this, but then asked, what about the other 50,000? In winter, Master Yingran organized a fleet and embarked on a voyage along the coastline. They followed the east coastline of the Penivera Peninsula all the way eastward, bypassing the fallen Kataran Empire, and arrived east of the Kataran Empire, the land boundary of the Yingzi country. Yingzi country has also been captured by half-orcs, but the Yingzi people are good at maneuvering boats. When the empire fell, many people dragged their homes and fled to the outskirts of the mainland by boats on the island. Yingran took all those people back. There were almost 50,000 people. After hearing this report on Friday, Xiao Feng was extremely happy. Originally, he was worried that the sailors and the fleet were not enough. With so many Yingzi people who are good at water operations, his navy department can be said to be powerful. Increase fighting in this alien world. Because there is no qualified road, this logistics transportation has always been a headache for Xiao Feng, but it is different if there is a waterway. With the navy, he can advance and retreat along the river, which is much more convenient. More importantly, there are more sailors. Untitled.novel.com. This marine industry can also be developed, which will be a big profit point in the future. But 50,000 Yingzi people, these people have to break up the distribution, so as not to get the time to become a faction. The tale can't be lost. Xiao Feng has read a lot of modern management books somehow, and his subordinates also run a large enterprise, so he naturally knows how to operate and manage a tribe. Where are these Yingzi people? Where are they? Part of it is in Twin Towers City, part of it is in Runley City, and some of it was taken by Master Yingran to the Hula Gorge. Xiao Feng touched his chin and nodded in satisfaction. This Yingran was very sensible. Knowing what the superiors were taboo, he actually dismantled these Yingzi people by himself. Having such a subordinate is really worrying. Xiao Feng turned his head and looked at Mudge again. How about you? This dark elf Mudge has led the farmers to produce good harvests for several consecutive years, so that the people of the tribe can avoid hunger. His status in the tribe has risen rapidly, and now he has become second only to the pioneers of the mountain, the main leader. Moreover, this guy is very eye-catching and knows how to be a human being. Xiao Feng hadn't asked him before, and he had already been eager to try, ready to report to his work. Dear sir, thank you for your care. Mudge is fine now. Ha ha. Don't talk about those imaginary things, let's talk about it. What kind of results have you achieved recently? Xiao Feng had long known that Mudge was an official fan. This guy must have prepared a draft to claim credit for a long time. If he was not allowed to speak at this time, he would definitely be suffocated to death. My lord, in the past few months, due to the rapid increase in the population of Benliu City, I have discussed with a few adults and organized a manpower. In the wilderness outside of Benliu City, a lot of new land has been reclaimed. At the same time, The domestication and stocking of livestock has been increased. Chapter 512. The situation is not good. Opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Don't tell me, this guy reports clearly and is well founded, and he is really the type that leaders like best. According to his report, Xiao Feng learned that last fall, both Benliu City and Shuangta City had a bumper harvest in agriculture, and the food produced was enough for humans in the entire Penivera Peninsula to eat until the next year. At this point, I have to say that to be able to get such a bumper harvest, I really want to thank the fertility of the land on this planet. In terms of farming, the natives here have reached the level of intra-level farmers in China. Xiao Feng brought them many farm tools, such as hoes and fences, which greatly improved their work efficiency. And a large number of domesticated animals, such as horses and cows, have also appeared, on the other hand, greatly improving their work efficiency. Therefore, in the absence of chemical fertilizers and relying solely on manual labor for the removal of insects and weeds, they really have to thank the fertile soil of this planet for such a bumper harvest. In addition, it is also God's face that no major natural disasters have occurred in the past 2 years. There is another very key factor, that is, Xiao Feng has brought them more advanced storage technology. In fact, in ancient times on the earth, people often went hungry and famines were not caused by insufficient annual harvests, but because of poor storage technology. Every year there will be a lot of grains, due to improper storage, decayed, or harmed by snakes, ants, insects, and rats. After Xiao Feng brought these natives with very advanced storage technology and knowledge, the efficiency of grain storage was greatly improved. In addition, according to this Muj's report, after special training, his animal husbandry staff has also been greatly improved. There are already special hunting teams in the wild. These people are doing the same jobs that the Bailu Odi ribbon people used to do. On the one hand, they go out to hunt wild animals and bring them back for storage. Except for bisons that are not allowed to eat casually, other wild animals can be eaten openly, which provides tribal people with a lot of protein supplements. In addition, they have to capture a large number of wild ox, wild horses, wild sheep, wild boars, and even pheasant, wild ducks and other animals to come back to be domesticated. At present, the number of livestock in the tribe has exceeded 1 million heads. This data shocked Xiao Feng. However, the large livestock such as horses are listed separately. Xiao Feng was relieved. It turned out to be just some flat-haired livestock. This is normal. After all, these chickens, ducks and geese are easier to breed and domesticate. The stock of cattle and horses has reached 100,000. In order to better domesticate these large livestock, Maj also specially organized people to open up several large pastures on the wasteland outside the valley to the south. With these horses, the tribe's army can have sufficient combat effectiveness, and some horses are also good helpers for farmers. They can be used not only for transportation, but also for plowing the land. As for the cattle, not to mention, they are also good helpers for farmers. After listening to Maj's report, Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the results of his work and patted this guy on the shoulder. Such intimacy from the top leader of the tribe almost made Maj excited. Seeing this guy's useful expression, Xiao Feng smiled secretly. This guy is really an official fan. At this time, a series of bullock carts came in the distance, pulling various ore on the bullock carts, and the dwarves driving them yelled and drove the bullock carts, and transported the ore from this cart to a workshop in the south of the city. As the convoy passed by, suddenly a dwarf jumped off the car and walked quickly to Xiao Feng. "My lord, are you back?" Xiao Feng saw that this guy was indeed one of the leaders of the dwarf tribe, that geologist who was good at prospecting, Dean. "Oh gentlemen, ha, Dean, haven't seen you for a long time. Why do you look so tired?" Dean's clothes were worn out, and his hair was messy. It seemed that he hadn't washed for a long time, and he looked very embarrassed. Xiao Feng was very surprised by his image. At any rate, they are also the main leaders of the base. How can they not pay attention to their image? Dean scratched his head awkwardly. My lord, my task is very heavy recently, so. Xiao Feng's expression changed after hearing this. What? Is your workload heavy? He thought it was a dwarf, and he received some exclusion in the tribe, but he didn't expect what Dean said next made him let go of his worry. Yes, my lord, you also know that the population of the tribe has increased so much. It takes a lot of tools and ironware to eat, wear, and live. Therefore, our workload is very large. Not only do we have to go to the mountains to open mines, but also I want to come back to build tools. The other is city defense and the army, which require a lot of tools and weapons. So my task here is very heavy. I know the army. They have a lot more troops, and they really need a lot of weapons, but the city defense. By the way, on Friday, our city wall seems to have increased a lot. Why should we build it so high? There have been several wars under Benliu City before. The most tragic one almost collapsed the container wall that Xiao Feng had brought. After that, the city wall was strengthened once. In that time, large stones were re-excavated from the mountain, the foundation was dug again, and the foundation was laid with these stones, and then the container was placed on these foundation stones. After that time, the height of the city wall remained at 11 or 12 meters, but it was much stronger, but this time it was raised to more than 20 meters, which is very manpower and material resources. The original height of the city wall is already in Xiao Feng's eyes. It was insurmountable, but why did he cultivate so high this time? He also didn't understand. So I asked about Friday casually. I didn't expect that. My face changed after I heard it on Friday. He looked around, and finally grabbed Xiao Feng's sleeves and led him directly to the city wall. Xiao Feng found out that the construction of the city wall had not been completed yet. Someone was still raising the female wall on the city wall. Some people were building arrow towers, large trebuchets and so on. It looked like he really wanted to build this city wall, a copper wall and iron wall. Moreover, this city wall was even higher than the mountain on the right-hand side. On the other side of the mountain, someone was actually building a city wall on the ridge along the mountain. That situation reminded Xiao Feng of the Great Wall. It seems that the city wall has to be repaired to the farthest cliff with a steep angle of 90 degrees before stopping. Moreover, at the foot of the mountain, there are still many people who are cutting trees and clearing the terrain. Some gentle slopes must be repaired to steep and non-climbable angles. But how much manpower and material resources will it consume? Hasn't a piece of ground ahead, the Huluxia land, already been laid? As a military buffer zone, it is already large enough. Why is it necessary to build such a high wall? My lord, the situation is a bit bad. You are not here during this time, and you may not know the situation here. Let me explain to you one or two. Then this Friday, I took Xiao Feng to talk to him in a whisper. It turned out that after Xiao Feng left last time, everyone started to perform their duties. But until the winter last year, Kyle and Bloom brought Bumblebee General Pandeli back to gather all the leaders for a meeting. It turned out that the last time Xiao Feng led the team out of the Maple Prairie and went to the Karachi Mountains to bring their mage Flamel back, this action caused an uproar in the tribe of Half-Orcs. Originally, their army was in the south to conquer those human empires at the end of the crossbow. They didn't pay much attention to the human beings on Xiao Feng's side, but because it was a mustard disease, it was not to be feared. Although they defeated a part of the orcs and captured the Gourd Gorge, from the perspective of the upper class of the orcs, it was nothing more than taking advantage of the orcs' army to go south. The rear was empty, and the defeated were all the old, weak and sick, so nothing terrible. Once the orcs have calmed down the south, and after returning, give them a thunderous blow, and they will be able to get rid of them. But how can I think that these guys are so courageous? It is not honest to lay down the gourdgorge.mentalnovel.com. They dare to go deep into the hinterland of the orcs to burn, kill, and looting. This is unbearable, because it makes them feel their only old nest is threatened. So the half-orcs alliance drew a part of the army from the south, retreated overnight, and finally rushed back to the nest before winter. But they did not return to the secret forest. Instead, they chose to camp on the Maple Prairie, because it was about to enter winter and it was not suitable for battle, so they kept making preparations there. Kyle and the others have been investigating the news of this orc camp, and because of the existence of Pandeli, a traitor of the orcs, they can get a lot of news that they couldn't get in the past. It may be because of the mountain torrents during the expedition to Kai last year, or it may be because there are too many troops on this expedition, and logistics must be prepared, or it may be to block the mountain pass and prevent the human army from taking the gorge. Rushed out from the gorge. These half-orcs did not rush over to attack the Hula Gorge, but began to build a city at the foothills of the Hula Gorge mountain range close to the Maple Prairie. From here, after a few days of mountainous land, you can reach Kai City, and then Hulaxiadi. And this movement of the orcs caused Kyle and the others to be alert, especially after sending the bumblebee, and after Bloom riding the eagle, spying on the camp of the orcs several times. Kyle and the others were even more panicked. This time the orcs really took them seriously. According to the information spied by the bumblebees, this time the Orcs Alliance has organized a fifth of the Alliance's army. It is said that there are 300,000 orcs in the camp. This time I came here to wipe them out in one fell swoop. An army of 300,000 half-orcs. When the Talon Empire was annihilated, the half-orcs only dispatched 100,000 troops. Kyle felt desperate when he thought of this number. Chapter 513 Army Pressure opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Although under the leadership of Xiao Feng, their human tribe had won many victories over the half-orcs, but when they thought of the 300,000 figure, Kyle and the others were still confused. After all, many of them were once defeated by these half-orcs, and those half-orcs who feared death left them with an indelible impression on the battlefield. Although Xiao Feng led them to fight a lot of battles with less than more, but there were only 10,000 orcs at that time. But this time it was 300,000. It is inevitable that anyone will have fear when thinking of such a number. There was even a very pessimistic mood. After a series of deductions, they thought that although Kai City was also in a dangerous terrain, it was definitely unguarded, and even the entire Hula Gorge could not be guarded. And the only last barrier they could hold on was this running city. So this was also the main reason why Xiao Feng saw so many people in crazy heightening and strengthening running city. After hearing Friday's explanation, Xiao Feng's heart became heavier. Indeed, this time is very different from before. An army of 300,000 half-orcs attacked at the time of thunder. Even if he had a big killer in his hand at this time, are those half-orcs so easy to kill? Even if it is 300,000 pigs, let him slaughter there. It is not so easy to clean up. So you have heightened and reinforced the city wall here since last winter? Xiao Feng glanced at the construction team under the wall. Many of them were half-orc slaves who had been captured before, and there were also many refugee teams who had recently settled in. Yes, my lord, before the winter of last year, after Sir Kyle introduced the situation of their investigation, the few of us basically agreed with his judgment. This running city can be said to be the last barrier we can defend, so we are all agreed to increase construction efforts. Moreover, we have captured many half-orcs in several wars before, and there are also many people who have come to take refuge recently. There is no shortage of human resources, so we started construction last winter. After listening to Friday's introduction, Xiao Feng nodded, and then he looked to the right-hand side of the city wall. There was originally a mountain range. The northern side of the mountain was covered with stone walls. It was very steep. It used to be a natural danger. When Xiao Feng and the others built the city, they also— and how did you pay attention to that side? But now there are many teams over there. They are building city walls along the Riga line, while others are under the northern slope, cutting trees to clear the horizon, and burning some areas that are not too steep. The method of stone watering is to open the mountain and split the stone, making the mountain steep artificially. Obviously, some people have paid attention to this perspective that was not paid much attention before. It's also Lord Charles Mann. After inspecting the corners of our defense in Runliu City, he proposed to build and reform. After all, there may be 300,000 troops to attack the orcs this time, so we must pay attention to it here. On Friday, I naturally saw the areas that Xiao Feng paid attention to, and explained to him that Xiao Feng also nodded. Indeed, those areas really need to be rectified. Friday and Kyle were right to worry. If the Hula Gorge can't be defended, then River Run will be the last fortress of mankind. Facing the army of 300,000 half-orcs, they really shouldn't leave any defensive corners. After all, there are no more than a few capable people and strangers among half-orcs. Different races give them different talents. If you really send those half-orcs who are good at mountain warfare over, climb the ridge and kill them from behind, then it will be troublesome. Where is the Hula Gorge? How is the situation? Xiao Feng calmly asked about the situation in Hulaxiadi. Now Ying Ran is guarding the Gourdmouth Castle on the south side. To ensure the transportation of materials, Lord Charles Mann is also hurrying to build the city on the side of the Gourd Waste Canyon. Sir Kyle and Lord Bloom are guarding Kai City. Train troops over there and prepare to welcome the upcoming army of half-orcs. On Friday, I gave a brief introduction to the situation in Hula Gorge. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard it, and then asked again, "Have the orcs been quiet after the beginning of spring?" Nothing happened. Originally, we thought that they would attack after the beginning of the spring. We did not expect that they did not send troops after the beginning of the spring. According to the news that Pandeli inquired back, it was because this army was also conquering the south for years, and the soldiers were very tired. So after winter, spring planting and summer are busy, so the upper class of the orcs allows them to repair for a period of time. After listening to Friday's introduction, Xiao Feng basically understood. It seems that these half-orcs are planning to launch a general attack on them after the autumn harvest, and this time the orcs paid special attention to them, and even built a forward base on the side of the Gourdmouth Canyon near the Maple Prairie in the prairie. It seems that this time they are planning to uproot Xiao Feng and the others in one go. 300,000 half-orcs. Thinking about this number, Xiao Feng felt a pain in his brain. Although he was not afraid of these half-orcs, Kyle and the others were afraid, which was normal. Fortunately, there are more human resources here in Runliu City than before, which can support them to complete the construction of this city defense. And thanks to the excellent work done by Merges, it is possible to ensure that so many people do not participate in labor and production, and there is still food to eat. Otherwise the tribe might have been messed up long ago. After checking the city defense, Xiao Feng returned to the cave, where he had a good communication with Bialuadazi. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng drove the Black Shark helicopter and went straight to Twin Towers City, the southernmost tip of the mainland. Era sits here, and he wants to see how the city is going. Although there was an army of half-orcs outside, he didn't panic when he arrived. This war was inevitable, so he had to figure out his bargaining chips before starting a war with these half-orcs. As the big rear of the Twin Towers City, if Runliu City becomes the forefront, then it will become the material production and supply base of Runliu City, so here he must pay attention to it. With this city, he can fight against half-orcs, hit it down. At a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers in a straight line, Xiao Feng flew a plane, and it took him 2 days to reach the Twin Towers City. When his Black Shark helicopter appeared in Twin Towers City, the people on the ground were frightened, but when his helicopter came down, when people saw Master Mage coming out of the artifact, they immediately knelt and cheered. It turned out that the powerful Master returned, and this time the Master was driving an iron bird and descending into the sky. What is this, not a god? Xiao Feng just used such a move, and he greatly conquered many people's hearts. This Twin Tower City is a newly built city, and many people in the city have not been tempered in the running city. After rushing to the base, they were assigned to build the Twin Tower City. Therefore, some of them have only heard of Xiao Feng's legend, but have never met Xiao Feng. Their loyalty to Xiao Feng may be average. For example, many Yingzi people who were brought back by Ying Ran, Xiao Feng used this way of appearance to prevent these people from being double-minded, and the Twin Towers people, who had already been affected by his legend, were really shocked. Kayla personally went out of the city to welcome his arrival, and accompanied him to inspect the situation of the Twin Towers City. Compared with the last time I came here, Twin Towers City has also undergone a big change. The city now has a population of 150,000. To the north of the city, the castle is built on the hill, hovering up along the mountain. At the foot of the mountain is a large field and a pasture in the distance. From the west to the foot of the mountain, there are many workshops and mines. You can hear the chants of the orc captives in the mine over the while they are working. The workshop was also full of enthusiasm, and there was constant clanging of iron. To the east of the castle is a rushing river that rushes into the sea. At this time, there is a little bit of alarm on the rushing river. Hundreds of small boats are working on the river to catch fish. At the same time, there are many large ships leaning on the pier on the shore, and people keep moving boxes of goods onto the ship. Novel.com. Then, with the help of wind and paddles, those large ships slowly follow the river and head northward against the current. And through the mountainside tunnel, you will reach the south city of Twin Towers City, which is a harbor surrounded by two mountains. Out of the tunnel is the inner city, and then in turn are the places where people live. Unlike the residents of North City, whose lifestyle is mainly farming, animal husbandry, mining, and working in factories, the residents of South City are mainly sailors, and their lifestyle is mainly to go out to sea to fish. The urban area extending from the mountainside to the seaside is different from the North City. There is no city wall here, except for the inner city that is about to reach the mountainside. The city below is an open city. The mountains on both sides of the environmentally friendly harbor are their natural walls. There are densely packed houses on the flat ground by the sea, and the houses here are slightly messy, mainly due to the rapid population expansion. However, the pier that extends into the sea is very clear. There are countless fishing boats docked on the wooden pier. These should be the masterpieces of those Yingzi people. On the right-hand side of the pier, there is even a wooden shipyard, where people are constantly coming in and out. Compared with the slightly serious atmosphere over Runliu City, the people and environment here are much more relaxed. Taking a brief look at the situation in Twin Towers City, Xiao Feng and Kayla returned to the official residence where she now lives. The mansion is on the top of the hill in Nanxing district, overlooking the harbor below the hill, and the balcony on the north side can also give a sweeping view of the situation in the North City. It is really a good place. This girl from aristocratic background will really enjoy it. Have you heard of the situation in the North? But this time Xiao Feng didn't mean to have a relationship with her children. After all, although the Orcs army in the North did not attack, it had already put a lot of pressure on him. Chapter 514. Forefront opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Well, I've heard about it. Kayla's expression was also very serious, which was the main reason why she was not as enthusiastic when she saw Xiao Feng this time. The last time Kyle came back and called all the leaders to a meeting in Running City, when she learned that the Orcs had organized an army of 300,000 to conquer them. To be honest, when she learned the news, she was very broken. As a nobleman of the Talon Empire, she couldn't understand how the Talon Empire fell. Because the Ducadi family was the first to be conquered and exterminated by the half-orcs, their territories were destroyed one by one, and in the end even their main city was destroyed by the half-orcs. And to break through their castle, the half-orcs only used 5,000 people. She and her father fled all the way south to the royal city, But the Turanites had been in business for more than 500 years and claimed to never fall. In the end, they could not withstand the iron hooves of 100,000 half-orcs. The battle for defending the city ended in the fall of the king's city in less than 10 days. The combat power of the elite army of half-orcs really left an indelible impression on her. Although she had also defeated many orcs attacks with Xiao Feng before, in her opinion, these half-orcs were sharper than the half-orcs who destroyed the Talon Empire. It can only be regarded as a second-line force, and the number is not large. So when I think of the 300,000 elite half-orcs, who are sleeping on Goddard, and may attack at any time, she can't sleep at night. After returning to the Twin Towers city, she drove the people madly, reinforced the city's defenses crazily, made a large number of weapons, and stored food. This is where she is today. Xiao Feng couldn't help sighing after hearing this. No wonder he came this time and felt that the Twin Tower city was very different from before, and the city defenses were much stronger. Of course, this is also related to the abundant human resources here, and the tip of the island near the sea. The land is fertile, and the climate is better than that of Runliu City. Because Benliu City is close to the north, it can plant one season of grain a year, while in Shuangta City, it can be planted for 2 seasons. In addition, the nearby rivers are crisscross and the sea is backed by the sea, so there are a lot of fish catches, and it also provides a wealth of food for the people here. This will ensure that the people here have sufficient energy to carry out various tasks. Kayla introduced to Xiao Feng the current construction situation of the Twin Towers city, various reserves, and production status. At present, agriculture has reached its limit due to population restrictions. Although there is a lot of land, if we expand the planting area, we can no longer take care of it. There is still potential for animal husbandry to be tapped. I am from Majes side. A lot of black elves are coming, and recently a lot of people have been organized to catch cows, horses and sheep in the wasteland, mainly horses, to speed up the process of domesticating wild horses, and to ensure sufficient horse sources for the army's cavalry. Now mine. There are about 100,000 horses in the horse farm and 100,000 cows in the cowshed. After hearing Kayla's introduction, Xiao Feng nodded. No wonder you are all thinner. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Kayla's forehead, and Kayla fell into his arms. My lord, do you think we can hold it this time? I don't know this either. It was the first time that Xiao Feng was so unconfident. After all, from Kayla's mouth, he learned that the army sent by the orcs this time was very different from those before. This time the troops sent were elite. And there are 300,000 people. He really doesn't know, can he handle these guys on his own? If we can't beat them, shall we go? Kayla suddenly looked up at him and said. Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel lost when he looked at her. This Penivera Peninsula can be regarded as the foundation he has worked so hard to lay down, so he gave up and left. Where is he willing? Go? Where to go? Recently, I have organized a lot of Yingzi people expeditions. Let them sail out to sea, look for islands on the principal mainland, let alone really found a lot for them. I have been there for about 10 days. Beyond the sea, they discovered a big island. Kayla's words made Xiao Feng dumbfounded. This woman is really cruel. She is called to organize expeditions. Isn't she actually a death squad? With the current boat handling skills of the Yingzi people, and those small boats, who are going to sea, especially in the deep sea, wouldn't it be to die? However, this woman's luck was also against the sky, and there were indeed Yingzi people who had returned, and she had discovered several large islands suitable for human habitation. But Xiao Feng didn't want to abandon his foundation so easily. He turned his head and said to Kira, "Don't talk about it, wait until the day you really can't keep it." Kayla nodded, and Xiao Feng asked again, "By the way, where did Flamel go?" Earlier, he led a team to capture such a mage, but he did not expect to be a doctor who could be made. Xiao Feng asked him to lead a small team to help train some doctors. But after this guy arrived at his territory, he began to wander around, first staying in Runliu City for a while, and then taking his students to Twin Towers City by boat. He wanted to know what this guy was doing now, but Kayla shook his head after listening. That lunatic, with many students, stayed here for a while, and then went to the Hula Gorge. He also heard that there might be a war there, but he was not afraid, and said that he could find many corpses for their dissection. Xiao Feng nodded and said that he knew that such a guy, it's no wonder that people don't like it. Just like those scientific madmen in the Middle Ages on Earth, they are not likable, because what they like to do is a quirk in the eyes of others. The next day Xiao Feng got up again and went to the workshop of Yu Zhao Xiui's Vixen. That's right. Now Yu Zhao Xiui has become the factory director. Since discovering the magical effect of this Yurong Yi, Xiao Feng has paid attention to this fox spirit. Not only has improved her treatment, but also arranged a lot of manpower for her staff. And this Vixen naturally knew what Xiao Feng wanted, so he set up a special workshop with a large number of staff and improved the production process several times, which greatly increased the output of Yurong Yi. Even though the entire human tribe is now threatened by war, her factory has not been affected because of its special status. The Vixen was naturally flattering when he saw Xiao Feng. But Xiao Feng didn't eat her set, but directly took away from her production results this time, probably several tons of Yurong Yi. Then Xiao Feng did not stay too much in the Twin Towers City, but returned directly. He didn't even stay in Runliu City for a long time and went straight to the Hula Gorge, but this time he was not willing to drive the Black Shark. After all, this thing was too fuel intensive, so he chose to drive the affordable rotorcraft. Although this thing is crude and rudimentary compared with the Black Shark, it can't stand the economy, and it's fuel efficient. Even if this gyroplane is simple, it runs faster than a car on the ground. It flew more than 800 kilometers in the morning and directly arrived at the Huluku Castle in the south of the Hula Gorge. Yingran is currently sitting here, and the castle has expanded a lot compared with the time when he was attacked before. A lot of piers were built along the river outside the castle, and hundreds of large ships were coming in and out on the pier at this time. Countless people were loading and unloading ships quickly, and they were constantly busy. Xiao Feng overlooked the situation of the castle from the air, then came down and briefly exchanged a few words with Yingran, and then continued on his way. In the evening, I arrived at the Gorge-Yao Canyon, and at this time, a small-scale castle had been erected in this gorge. Charles Mann is guarding here. This castle is now an important transit point. From the original materials of Runliu City, they are first sent to Huluku Castle, and then they will be transported along the river from where they arrived. From here, continue up the river and transported to the northernmost city of Kukai. Now Charles Mann has become an out-and-out logistics manager, and he is very happy about Xiao Feng's arrival. The army of half-orcs is pressing the realm, and everyone's heart is under great pressure, and now Master, the main backbone, is back. www.untitled.novel.com. It can be regarded as a reassurance for everyone. Although I don't know if Master Mage can lead everyone to defeat so many half-orcs, Master Mage is better than the ones who are not there. After all, the magic weapon in the hands of the adult is a weapon for defending the city. After staying in the castle for one night, Xiao Feng continued on the road the next day. After flying for most of the day, he finally arrived at Kukai City in the afternoon. At this time, Kukai City was very different from before he left, and it has become an indispensable large barracks. Looking down from the air, there are barracks everywhere in the city. The original human army was already 30,000 in size, but now it seems that Kyle and the others must have expanded a lot. Originally, the quality of individual soldiers was not equal to the half-orcs, and the number of soldiers was 10 times less than that of the opponent. Therefore, if there were not more soldiers, I am afraid these generals would have broken down. And this Kukai City was much taller than before he left last time. Obviously, Kyle and the others did not stop the construction of the city defense during this period. This is a city where mankind is at the forefront. Even if he flies over the city, Xiao Feng can feel the tense atmosphere in this city. However, Xiao Feng didn't directly land in Kukai City. Instead, he set up a rotorcraft directly through the sky above Kai City, and continued to fly along the mountain gorge, like a northwest direction. He didn't come back until it got dark and the rotorcraft descended. Kyle and Bloom had been waiting. After Xiao Feng came back a few days ago, they had already notified them by flying pigeons on Friday. "My lord, you finally came back." Kelby looked a lot thinner before Xiao Feng left last time, and even haggard a lot with Bloom. Obviously they are on the front line, exposed to the 300,000 elite soldiers of the half-orcs all the time. The pressure has increased sharply, and they have lost a lot of weight. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 515. Start. First opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Xiao Feng patrolled the city wall and saw that Kyle and Bloom also had a lot of new-looking generals behind him. Some of them were promoted from their original team, and a few others. It was Kyle who was promoted from the defeated troops of the Talon Empire and the Kataran Empire. According to the report given to him on Friday, these people have some abilities, and they have been in battle before. Kyle feels that they are still worthy of trust. Coupled with the lack of grassroots officers, he promoted some people. Although Kyle is a soldier, he doesn't understand politics at all. When you look at Xiao Feng's expression, you still don't understand what Xiao Feng is thinking, so he immediately called the middle-level generals he had promoted to him. Xiao Feng made only own introduction. Xiao Feng is not very familiar with these people, but he can also feel that although these people are full of curiosity towards him, they are still respectful, so he didn't say much. Go in and talk. Xiao Feng took a group of people and waited into the arrow tower on the city wall. I've heard about the situation, and now you tell me how many soldiers there are in this Song Kiching. Master Chi, so far we have trained 60,000 regular troops and 100,000 auxiliary troops. As a general officer, Kyle naturally knew everything about the army, and Xiao Feng smiled. You have recruited all the people from the Gorge? Ha. Don't talk about it, I plan to start first. What do you think? As soon as Xiao Feng said this, everyone present was stunned. Kyle and Bloom both grew their mouths, and the generals promoted after Kyle were shocked to drop their jaws. Kyle and Bloom had the longest time with Xiao Feng, and they also knew that their master had always been a bold master. But this time they were still stunned by Xiao Feng's proposal. You must know that they are not facing 30,000 half-orcs this time, but 300,000. And the half-orcs facing this time are not the old, weak and sick like before, but the absolute elite main force. They now have all their troops together, although it is 160,000, but among them, the 60,000 regular troops are the real ones who dare to fight. Thinking about the gap between the 60,000 regular army and the 300,000 half-orc elite, Xiao Feng still wanted to take the initiative at this time. Isn't this asking everyone to die? When Xiao Feng proposed this proposal, he was also paying attention to the faces of these generals. Kyle and Bloom, as well as the generals who had followed him before, were okay. Although they were shocked at first, their expressions turned out to be different. After being determined, he didn't raise too many questions about Xiao Feng's proposal. This is the prestige that I have established in the hearts of these people after leading them to fight many times and winning victory, as well as the previous experience of defeating the strong with the weak and the more with less, which played a role in these people's hearts. On the other hand, those officers and generals promoted by Kyle later, the expressions on their faces are mostly a little unnatural. Obviously they can't trust themselves too much. Sure enough, people who weren't trained by himself would be unbearable. If such a person leads a small team, it is very likely that he will lead the soldiers to escape on the battlefield. He already has some arrangements for these people. But now that he was ready to start first, Xiao Feng naturally had his own plan. As soon as he waved his hand, someone brought a big sand table. This sand table happened to be Kai City, and the mountain route to the north of Kai City, and finally out of Hulazui and the Maple Prairie outside. This is also the sand table created by Kyle after they have captured Kai City, and after Broom has led people out to investigate and draw a topographic map. After returning, they find someone to make a topographic map. Now the half-orcs are approaching the Maple grassland, the mountain pass they set out from is building a city. In the afternoon, I flew over to investigate. The castle has basically been built, and a lot of weapons and food are stored inside. It seems that the half-orcs they want to use that city as a forward base, and once their attack fails, they will be able to retreat. With this city, they can form a stalemate with us here, and once they recover, they can rely on this city to harass us. Xiao Feng pointed to the topographic map, near the mountain pass of the Maple Prairie, while explaining to the generals below. The front base built by the orcs on the side of the mountain pass made him feel like a man on his back. After seeing it in the afternoon, he felt that he had to pull out this nail, or he would give the orcs to confront them with a saw. Fulcrum, Kyle and the others are also veterans. Although the military knowledge may not be as rich as Xiao Feng, the war experience and battlefield feel are quite rich. They have already known that city for a long time, and they all know that the city will be there. Everyone is very uncomfortable, and they have thought about taking down this city, but they are all discouraged when they think of the elite half-orcs stationed in this city. It may also be because when Kitchen led the counterattack last year, he suffered heavy losses in the mountain torrent before reaching Kai City. This time these half-orcs were very careful. Although the city has been repaired, but they didn't set out to attack us right away. When I was investigating from the air in the afternoon, I discovered that they had sent a lot of human slaves over to build roads in the mountain streams and repair the rivers in the mountains. Obviously, they were trying to avoid unnecessary losses. Prepare for. Xiao Feng continued to inform these people of the situation he discovered during the investigation. But the faces of many generals present this time became gloomy. Before that, they had sent cavalry to detect the movement of the orcs many times, but they were ambushed several times and suffered heavy losses, and they no longer sent troops. Bloom also rode the eagle to go out for investigation many times, but every time before he waited for the half-orc camp, he would encounter multiple golden eagles, so there was not much information to detect. They have been ignorant of the movement of the half-orcs outside for a while, but the news that Xiao Feng brought back this time shocked them. The half-orcs were actually building roads and treating rivers. At first, everyone still had some fluke mentality, because the mountain road was narrow and difficult to navigate. Even if the half-orcs had an army of 300,000, it would not be a good idea to rush to the city of Kai at once. But now it seems that if they wait for them to repair on the road, 300,000 troops rushed over at once, and it really wasn't a problem. That's the main reason why I said that we must act first to be strong. The enemy is so powerful that we can't follow their rhythm and can't wait for them to attack us. We should take the initiative and strike them off guard first. And I think they would not think that we would dare to take the initiative. What Xiao Feng said is actually what is often emphasized in modern tactics. It is nothing new when soldiers move dangerously and unexpectedly, but in this world, this way of reverse thinking is very bold and novel. Kyle and Bloom thought about it, and it seemed that this was really the case. And I noticed that the human slaves sent by the orcs to build roads in the mountain stream are numerous. If we rescue them, it can greatly supplement our strength. And the overseers sent by the orcs in the wild are also not much. Obviously they have predicted that we dare not take the initiative to attack. When Kyle heard this, he basically agreed with Xiao Feng's idea, because now Kai City is already a soldier, and the most lacking thing is people. The third reason is that, when I flew to the castle built by the orcs in the mountain pass in the afternoon, I found that the orcs kept sending food and materials into the castle, but in fact, the castle was not stationed too much. Many people, because the city was built in a hurry, so the city is not big. The 300,000 half-orcs army wants to live in it, it is impossible. So the half-orcs army is actually stationed 30 miles away from the city wall, at a bend in the river, and the defenses in the city are very lax. If we touch it quietly, we will surely beat him by surprise. In addition, this city is just a base.untilnovel.com, but it's very helpful for our defense, and even if we can't keep it, we can burn the orcs' food and grass and destroy the city. Yes, that's how it should be done. When Xiao Feng said this, Kyle stood up abruptly, and he also figured it out. It is true that instead of passively waiting for the orcs to come over, it is better to take the initiative to attack, even if the city cannot be defeated and burned. Without sufficient food and material, how long can the 300,000 army of half-orcs survive under their Kai city? Thinking of this, he suddenly became confident of holding Kai city again, and after listening to Xiao Feng's thoughts, there were many officers who suddenly had confidence again. The morale of the original ruined house rose up immediately, which is the advantage of having the backbone. Seeing that the morale had been aroused, Xiao Feng said to Kyle, "It shouldn't be too late. We will set off tonight. The soldiers are expensive and not expensive. You first mobilize a part of the mountain infantry and let them open the way ahead. The cavalry is in the back. Don't worry, I will give you a sweep." Kyle nodded, and immediately summoned a few messengers and gave orders. Soon the smell of meat came from the army camp in the city. Obviously, for tonight's battle, the soldiers in the camp had also prepared good wine and meat, so that the Erlangs in the battle could have a good meal tonight. After dinner, the sun completely set, Xiao Feng immediately opened the city gate, led 10,000 soldiers out of the city, and rushed straight to the distant mountains. Before departure, all the soldiers rode horses. Their mouths were covered with chews, and their horses' hooves were covered with linen cloth to minimize the sound of horseshoes. Xiao Feng checked his watch. It was 7:30 in the evening when he was out of the city. According to the footsteps of horses in this world, around midnight, he would be able to meet the road-building team of half-orcs. Chapter 516. Moing opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Panshuga gripped the pulley bow in his hand and followed closely behind the figure in front of him. He and Sepali shielded the man's left and right wings. The two people with four eyes like hawks and falcons, constantly scanning the dark mountains and forests, alerting to any threats that may come from the left and right sides. If the half-orcs suddenly rush out to threaten the person in front, they are both willing to sacrifice themselves at any time to protect that person. Not only the two of them, including the Centurion team behind them, are equally willing to give their lives to the person who leads the way at any time, because that is the great master. It is the light of all humans, elves, and dwarves in this world. Without him, there would be no running city, no such powerful tribe now. Pansubone comes from a native hunting tribe in the northern part of the Catran Empire. He has lived on fishing and hunting since he was a child. Not only does he have a good archery skill, he also has such skills as hunting in the wild, setting traps and so on. Later, the tribe was annihilated by the orcs, and he wandered in the wild unconsciously until he met Master, and followed Master step by step to create the tribe today. Because of his exquisite shooting skills and good field activities, he was drafted into the mountain infantry and served as a centurion. He knew that he could achieve all his achievements today because of the man in front of him. Sepali is an outlier of the Dark Elves. He didn't like farming since he was a child. Instead, he liked to dance with spears and sticks. Unfortunately, although he had practiced for a few days, he couldn't keep the integrity of his tribe, slaves of the orcs. He was rescued by Xiao Feng in Blackwind Canyon, and his life path after that was similar to Panshugu. Their task today is to follow Xiao Feng to the front line and touch the camp. At midnight, they followed Xiao Feng and approached the orcs' road-building camp, and when they were 10 miles away from the orcs' camp, Xiao Feng let everyone dismount. The cavalry rested in place, while the mountain infantry was divided into several teams, led by him, Bloom, and several other officers to touch the camp. The half-orcs had lost their money this time. There were hundreds of thousands of human slaves collected from various places, and they concentrated on building roads and clearing the river in this canyon. At night, 10,000 people were stationed in a camp to rest. It may be that the image of absolute cruelty has been erected in the hearts of human slaves. Although these human slaves are very strong, they are as good as little sheep in front of these half-orcs. Therefore, the half-orcs did not shoot too many overseers, and for each camp, they also photographed 200 or 300 werewolf cavalry guards, which was not very strict. So Xiao Feng decided to personally lead the team to visit the camp at night. Originally, such a thing could not be committed by his coach, but he had the super sixth sense of the king as a radar, and he was wearing a stab-resistant suit, with a gun in his hand, and a helmet night vision device on his head. The danger was isolated, and the success rate of touching the camp led by him was higher, so he decided to go to the battle himself. Along the way, the Overlord Bee's super perception of danger played a very good role, allowing him to discover several hidden very good secret whistles in advance. He used the SR-25 equipped with a silencer to solve it. This gun was a high-end product he commissioned Liu Jin to get. It is very suitable for precise shooting at medium and short distances. The silencer is even an assassination weapon. The half-orc camp prepared so-so. Probably because humans did not dare to attack, so they did not repair the too-high wall, that is, the rows of wooden fences tied with thorns and thorns as high as a person. They look very good. Rough. There are several stilt houses at the entrance and four corners of the camp. On the one hand, they monitor the situation outside the camp, and on the other hand, they monitor the human slaves in the camp. In the camp, the human slaves live in the middle in the open without any shelter. Fortunately, at this time it's not cold yet. If a period of time passes, these people don't know how many of them will freeze to death every day. As for the wolf soldiers guarding them, that day was much more comfortable. There was a row of wooden houses near the entrance of the camp, where the wolf soldiers slept. The team led by Xiao Feng attacked the main gate, and soon the guards in the high-footed house at the main gate were killed by him. Then two dwarves with strong hands overturned the wall and went in to open the camp gate. At the same time, the high-footed houses in the four corners of the camp were also captured by several other teams. A team of mountain infantry quickly climbed into the hard drive and began to control the camp, and Xiao Feng took people straight to the townhouses of the werewolf crew and started hunting. Before departure, Xiao Feng had explained the mission of the trip and the plan of action with the officers who led the team countless times to avoid noise and avoid human slaves from bombing the camp. Once inside the camp, he must control the camp as quickly as possible. Order within. Fortunately, the quality of these officers is not bad, and the execution of his orders is in place. The first camp was quickly taken down, and the human slaves were rescued. Then, people were sent to select 100 or so people from them. These people also knew people in other camps. The main reason was to select them. The purpose is to send them to various camps so that they can contact the leader of the human slaves inside. Let those leaders lead good people inside. If they can cope with the inside and outside, then cooperate with them. If there are no conditions, then restrain the humans under them. Don't run around and shout, and avoid alarming other road construction camps. The Lone Tiger was the first guard of the Maple Mountain City. This city was the former camp that was just built by the orcs facing the Gourd Gorge and backed by the Maple Grassland. As a general of the Tiger tribe, Du made a lot of achievements in the Battle of the Southern Expedition to the Human Kingdom last year, so he was awarded this city only after he returned. Although this city is a newly built city, Du is still very satisfied with it. Backed by the Maple Grassland, stuck at the entrance of the Hula Gorge. When the Hula Gorge is conquered again in the future, the city will not be abolished. Instead, it will become an important node. At that time, you will have to go in and out of the Hula Gorge. He pays taxes. The thought of that scene made him feel awkward, so during this period of time, His work has been doing his best to organize all the grain and weapons shipped from the various territories of the Alliance, and the storage is in order. Even he is not very greedy for ink. He didn't do anything about those things, even he already admired himself, you know. He is usually a guy who plucks his hair. And the reason why he was able to control himself this time was of course because he hoped that the army of the Alliance could go the sooner, knock down the human army led by the of Death in the running city, and kill those humans without leaving a piece of armor. Only by regaining the Hula Gorge, his city can have a future. At this point of view of the overall situation, he still has the ability to stand alone. That night he had arranged for the placement and storage of a batch of grains that had been transported from the Lion's territory over Scanvinia yesterday, and personally counted a batch of swordsman armors transported from the Hippoman's site in Callaway. Worked till late, then went to bed. This time the Alliance attaches great importance to the death of Running City and the human army he brought, and even issued an Alliance levy order. All Alliance tribes, no matter how high or low, must turn in a part of their military resources and food as logistical support for the expedition army. Such levy orders were rare before, so Dew had to take it seriously, especially the food, grass, ordnance sent by the higher tribes first. If they don't match the number, it will be very troublesome to wrestle with the group of people, or they will be ruined by them. But I don't know why. It is clear that the food sent by the lions has been stored, and the armors sent by the hippos have also been stored in the warehouse, but he still feels restless in his heart. He went to bed at midnight, but he tossed and turned until the sky was light and didn't fall asleep. Seeing that the sky was already shining outside, the lone tiger simply didn't sleep anymore, and he just got up and planned to take a tour of the city wall outside. But when he took the guards to board the wall, he was dumbfounded. The guards who were originally arranged to patrol on the wall were gone. These must have hidden the arrow tower over there to sleep lazily. Dew couldn't help but felt a fire in his heart. He threw his legs away and walked towards the arrow tower. Novel.com. But after walking only 2 steps, he suddenly felt pain and tingling in the back of his neck. Turning his head and seeing no one behind. What? And the guards who followed him all fell to the ground stumblingly. Who made the move? His guard didn't even make a scream. Dew felt a numb scalp, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He suddenly raised his head to look up to the sky, but he just happened to see the 10-meter-high sky above his head. There happened to be dozens of dark shadows circling constantly. Seeing him looking up, he opened the short bow in his hand. He shot a row of arrows down towards his face. Bastards, those bumblebees who betrayed the Alliance. That thought flashed through Dew's mind quickly, and at the same time he wanted to quickly lower his head and roll around to attack from the top. What frightened him was that although his consciousness was awake, his body was no longer under control, let alone rock and roll. He just wanted to lower his head and his neck was not obliged, so he could only watch the detoxification. The arrow hit his face. There was a puff, and the lone tiger didn't even make a scream. His head became like a hedgehog, and then he stumbled and fell directly from the city wall. A few poisonous bees cleared out the squad of orc soldiers patrolling the city's head, and at this time there were countless shadows climbing up on the arrow buttresses of the city wall. They went up the city wall and scanned around and found that there was no threat. These shadows he quickly touched the city wall, and then opened the city gate. In the distance, a group of cavalry squatting on their horses, seeing the gate of the city wide open, immediately began to speed up. The rumble of horseshoes awakened the entire city from far to near. Soon countless orcs with disheveled clothes rushed out of the barracks, but as soon as many people rushed out of the barracks, they were shot to the ground by a row of arrows falling from the sky. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 517. When the city opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. It was not only these arrow rain that fell from the sky, but also Molotov cocktails. The half-orcs lived in wooden houses, and they soon turned into burning fires. The cavalry from far and near wore heavy armor, and even their horses were also armored. Coming from a distance, these heavy armored knights were like large tin cans. And once the entire row of knights rushed up, it became even more impressive. The rumble of horseshoes beating on the stone slab paved by human slaves, like a scream. There are constantly some half-orcs stragglers rushing out of the trail or the house on the side of the road. In the past, these tiger-headed men of the tiger tribe could scare dozens of human cavalry and flee, but the group of human cavalry they encountered today is very different from the previous ones. It seemed that they didn't look at them at all, and once they found them, they rushed forward with excitement. The armor with only the eyes and nostrils exposed all over the knights greatly improved the protection of these knights. Even if the tiger heads were able to fight, under the siege of 2 or 3 heavy cavalry, one person would not take up half of the advantage. What is even more frightening is that when the heavy armored cavalry rushes over, if they accidentally fill up, they will be hit by the iron horses and fly out. If you fall to the ground, it will be miserable. The iron horses swarming behind will trample you into the flesh. Many tiger-headed men who had just rushed out of the alleys or the courtyards facing the street were knocked out by these iron horses, fell to the ground violently, and then never got up again. There were others who were prepared, put on this armor and rushed out with a weapon, but the result was also not much better. The iron-clad knight rushing to the front rushed over with an iron bone. The tiger-headed man only had time to raise the long knife in his hand, but this time he smashed the long knife in his hand into 2. Before he could react, the knight rushing from behind shone another iron bone on his head and smashed it down. This tiger head was smashed on the spot and his brain was cracked. Such scenes continue to occur in various streets in the city. The tiger-headed people hiding in the house look more and more frightened. How could this happen? They are the warriors of the tiger tribe. Even among the half-orcs, they are the tribes with the highest combat power, and they are the blue-blooded nobles in the tribal alliance. They didn't know how many armies of the human empire had fought before. Although there were many brave warriors in the human army, the difference in talent gave them an advantage. Those human warriors, no matter how bravery they were, ended up falling back under their butchers' knives. After so many head-to-head battles, the so-called elites of the human army would detour when they saw their banner. But today's human army is different from what they have seen before. These human soldiers are not only brave, but even more terrifying is the degree of discipline. The weapons, tactics, and tactics used are all they have not met before. It can bring them very effective kills, so these tigers also start to be afraid. After all, whether they are humans or beasts, they will have emotions. This way they are killed by opponents many times, but they can't hurt the other side. Fighting, anyone will feel terrified and frightened. Quite a few people from the Duu tribe began to quietly retreat from the courtyard, instead of going to the street and facing the hard steel of the armored knights. They chose to go to the official office in the center of the city. There was the residence of their leader, General Duu. It was heavily guarded. When they found Duu, they found the backbone. Then it was a good decision whether to fight or stay. The tiger heads retreat quietly from their homes, starting from the trails that have not been impacted by the human cavalry, and converging to the official office in the center of the city. At this time, the human cavalry has a very clear purpose, starting to the south, east, and west of the city, spread in several directions. According to the account of the human slaves who had been liberated before and participated in the construction of this castle, the large warehouses of the half-orcs were located under the walls in those directions, and they are protected by heavy soldiers. But now those so-called heavy soldiers are either blocked by the poisonous bee in the camp or burned to death in the barracks. So now those warehouses are also at the weakest time, and they are the ones who took over. As long as the warehouses are captured, today's tactical goal will be achieved. If they can capture this city, they will refuse to defend here and fight the orcs on the grassland for a period of attrition. If you can't successfully seize the city, then burn these warehouses on fire. As for the half-orcs who retreated to the official office in the center of the city, Naturally there is no need to panic. These people will naturally be handed over to Xiao Feng to deal with. The government office in the center of the city is very large, and the square is completely an inner city. This was also built by Duo at the beginning. Not only his personal guards live here, but his family members are the main ones. And the Tiger Head people who gathered here from all directions found out after the initial panic that the Lord Tiger, the mainstay they wanted to find, was not in the official office. This is a mess. Those who can be assigned to a courtyard house in the city are all elite veterans who have been fighting with Duo all the year round. They have obtained military service before they are eligible to be assigned to a house in the city. These people more accurately said that they should be regarded as the vassals of the Lone Tiger. Now that the patriarch is gone, these people are like flies without a soul, and they start to talk a lot. At this time, Duo's eldest son, Aliban, stood up. Don't quarrel. Now that the whereabouts of his father is unknown, the city has been raided by humans. Their cavalry has already rushed in. We can't wait any longer. Axion, take the Gu, Duji, Huangji, and Yanzan, and rush out with me. Let's go to the South Day camp first, and we will order the soldiers and horses over there to drive these humans out of the city together. This Aliban has been with Duo over the years and has participated in many campaigns to conquer the human empire with everyone. Therefore, he still has some prestige in front of these retainers. Now that the patriarch is absent, Aliban's words naturally have some weight. They are all years-old soldiers. Everyone knows that if these human cavalry cannot be driven out today, everyone will have to finish playing, so the order will be carried out soon. Aliban asked people to open the arsenal in the mansion, took out various armors and swordsmen from it, put them on these retainers, then opened the door and led a group of retainers to rush out. More than 500 retainers, plus more than 500 military soldiers, and more than 200 government servants, a total of more than 1,200 people, rushed out of the southern gate of the government office. But as soon as they left the house, everyone was shocked. The small square outside the south gate of the official office was quiet. On the opposite side of the square stood rows of black armored cavalry. Although these cavalry were just standing there, they were still amazingly powerful. These tiger-headed men could all be far away. Smell the smell on these soldiers. Even with good eyes, you can see these cavalry, the iron armor on their bodies, the iron horses under the hips, and the sword soldiers in their hands, dripping blood continuously. In front of these cavalrymen, there was just a black-painted iron bump, and a big black-painted iron pipe stretched out in front of it. I don't know why, just seeing this iron tube makes people feel a sense of pressure. But at this time they had nowhere to go. Aliban, who took the lead, didn't talk nonsense. With a roar, he picked up the big knife in his hand and rushed towards the iron lump in front. The tiger heads behind him also screamed, followed, rushed forward. But before rushing for 2 steps, I saw the iron lump creaking and twisting, and then the front iron pipe was aimed at the tiger-headed vanguard who charged in front. Boom! With a loud noise, the second young Master Galagia, who was hiding in the house of Duos' house, was so scared that he sat on the ground, but his eyes were still staring straight ahead, because he was already shocked by the scene that he had just seen, and a taste of fire spewed out from the front of the iron pipe. After that, it was still in front of Aliban and Axion, Bagu, Duji, Huang. The heads such as Slap and Yanzan were all gone. Not only them, www.mentalnovel.com and even the 100 tiger heads who charged behind them all disappeared. There was only a thick smoke in the middle of the battlefield that had not yet dissipated. There is an unpleasant smell everywhere in the air, and there is no cloud in the sky. Why is it raining? Gyulagia looked up at the sky, and didn't see half a cloud. But why was there a thin liquid in the air? And it was so sticky and uncomfortable to pour it on his face. He stretched out his hand and touched his face, and he was immediately frightened. I don't know what he touched. His hand turned out to be blood red. At this time, things started to fall in the air: broken hands, broken feet, and some people's torso, half of their heads, and internal organs. In this scene, The young master, who is usually dignified, immediately vomited, and the tiger-headed soldiers who had just called Allah were all stupid at this time. Without their heads and ties, they were either rushing or retreating. I stood dumbfounded in the middle of the battlefield. At this time, the iron bump was suddenly lifted, and a figure climbed out, flicked the machine gun on the roof of the car, and started firing at these tiger heads who were helpless standing in the middle of the battlefield. Every 5 bullets is a tracer bullet. The bullet chain fired by the machine gun is like a whip sweeping the battlefield. Whenever the iron whip is swept, countless tiger heads will scream and fall to the ground. "Master, what should I do?" Gulajia's follower Wooloo came to him crying. At this time, Gulajia looked back at him, and then kicked him. "Why cry or cry? Hurry up and help the young master, and then run. Do you want to stay here to die?" Wooloo hurriedly pulled Gulajia from the ground with his feet numb, then turned his head and ran into the yard. Fortunately, the north gate could still go. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 518 Golden Eagle Falling 2 opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Alitan and Nipungu also heard the sound of killing from a distance. Although the sight of the hippo and the rhino were not good, their hearing was all right. There seems to be a problem with Maple Mountain City, 30 miles away. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. It was already 3 poles in the sun. It was the time when the soldiers had breakfast, and the camp was very lively. They are the half-orc army stationed in the nearest mountain city of Naples. They come from the Telati grassland, which is the prairie to the southwest of the Naples grassland. The seasons are like spring all year round, and they are also dry all year round. So they are more accustomed to relatively hot and arid climates, like the cold and humid weather on the Naples grassland. They don't like it. Because of this, they were arranged at the forefront. On the one hand, the alliance made them familiar with the climate here as soon as possible, and on the other hand, they were larger in size and consumed more. So arrange for them to set off at the place closest to the castle, so that they can save some energy and food for the alliance. At this time, following the sound of the wind, there was a faint cry of killing from the direction of Maple Mountain City, which made the expressions of the hippo man Alitan and the rhino man Nipungu gradually become serious. The hippo man did not fight the death god of Runliu City, but the rhino man were once defeated by Xiao Feng. Earlier, when the ape-man General Shantar Interest team was besieging Runliu City, he had taken a rhinoman team. The rhinoceros heavy armored infantry once rushed under the city wall, causing some damage to the defenders of Benliu City, but in the end, under the firepower of Xiao Feng's machine gun and cannon, they still retreated. There were a lot of casualties, so the rhino man was deeply impressed by Xiao Feng, the of death in the running city. Before departure, the leader of the rhinoceros, Nipungu, personally asked many rhino soldiers who had participated in the expedition, carefully inquiring about the battlefield situation at the time and the detailed battle process. They also have an understanding of the fighting power and assassin of the of death in Runliu City, and the hippo recognizes the tribe and the rhino tribe are also regarded as fellow villagers. Although they are not relatives, the relationship between the two is good. He was stationed in a camp again, so Nipungu didn't conceal what he knew, and shared what he had learned with Alitan. During this period, the two groups camped together. They usually negotiated if nothing happened. What should the death god do on the running city? Unexpectedly, it seems to have met today. The soldiers below didn't know what happened to the Maple Mountain City in the north. They all happily got together and enjoyed breakfast. But Alitan and Nipungu are looking anxiously to the north. Behind their camp is the camp of the Golden Eagle tribe. Just now they have seen several golden eagles flying over their camp. Obviously, the golden eagles. Chief Zulu also noticed something wrong with the situation in Maple Mountain City to the north, and has sent someone to investigate. Forget it, let's eat first. Anyway, Zulu has sent someone there, and news should come back soon. Besides, that mountain city is the home of the lone tiger. You know the people of the tiger tribe, that's not a cat or a dog. If a human provokes them, Then it must be troublesome. Allerton looked north for a long time, but didn't see anything. Originally, the hippo's eyesight was not good, so he simply turned his head to persuade Nipangu to eat first. Rhinoceros eyesight is not much better than that of hippos. Nipangu thought, Allerton's words also make sense. The tiger tribes are vegetarians, and even the lions are afraid of them. With their general Jiu sitting in the Naples mountain city, even if the mountain city is attacked by someone, it should not be unstoppable. After all, there are 4,000 tigers in the city. Nipangu simply turned around and sat across from Allerton. After a while, his subordinates brought them a pot of hearty breakfast, and the two began to feast on it. When he started eating, Nipangu ordered 2 jars of fine wine and exchanged a cup with Allerton and drank it. They were drinking happily. There was a noise outside their camp. Just as Nipangu wanted to ask what was going on, he saw that the big tent was suddenly opened from the outside, and then the leader of the Golden Eagle, Zulu, walked with a face. Came in. Do you guys really enjoy it? Start drinking early in the morning? Did you just ignore the things in the north? The Golden Eagle tribe, the Hippo tribe, and the Rhino tribe are all noble tribes in the Half-Orc Alliance, and their status is equal. Therefore, although Zul's attitude is a bit rude, Nipangu and Allerton can't be angry. Drinking in the barracks early in the morning was indeed their fault. What happened to Naples Mountain City? Isn't there a lone tiger of the tiger tribe guarding there? Are those humans so bold that they dare to attack the city? Besides, there are not many road construction teams that have come out. Huh? Didn't they send back any news? It is precisely because of this series of arrangements that Allerton and Nipangu are so confident that they do not believe that humans can descend from the sky and appear directly in front of the gate of Naples Mountain City and begin to attack the city. It seems that you really don't know. Okay, let me tell you, Naples Mountain City is over, and it has been captured by the death god of Running City. Jiu and his tiger tribe soldiers are also over. Wow! Before the Golden Eagles Zulu finished speaking, Nipangu and Allerton stood up in shock. Because of their excessive movements, they beat the dining table in front of them and the plates and bowls on it. One place. What did you say? I said that Naples Mountain City is over. It was captured by the death god of Running City. All the weapons and materials we stored in the mountain city in the early stage are all finished. The Golden Eagle man Zulu shouted. Nipangu and Allerton immediately changed their faces, and the little wine that had just been eaten turned into a sweat at this time. Is it true? Then there can be fakes. The Golden Eagle I sent to investigate, when he returned, happened to bring back Dua's second son, Galagia. Where is the person? Bring it up and see. Nipangu shouted, if the mountain city is really lost, then they will be in big trouble. The military supplies and grass that have been stored for more than half a year will fall into the hands of humans. What else will they fight? Even if they could reach the bottom of Kai City, they would have to withdraw back hungry within a few days of besieging the city. Soon the embarrassed Gulagia was brought up, and he introduced the situation in the city to the generals present with a cry. Nipangu, Allerton, and Zulu all sounded like earth. The death god of Rushing City was too strong, too courageous, and with a few manpower, he attacked overnight, not only breaking the road construction team in front, but also touching down the Naples Mountain City all the way. As soon as daybreak, he attacked the city, and according to this Gulagia, the death god of Rushing City also trained a fierce cavalry team to come out. Even the warriors of the tiger tribe were also attacked by these human cavalry without preparation. There was peeing. This guy also managed to escape from the mountain city with great difficulty, and his elder brother and father are said to have been folded inside the mountain city. This was already the case, and the 3 leaders couldn't shirk anymore. They immediately notified the tribes behind, and notified the high priest who had followed this alliance. The high priest sent by the alliance this time is the highest command of the coalition forces, and the high priest is the one with the highest status in the alliance. At the beginning, The Half-Orc Alliance was also under the combined vertical and horizontal lines of the Manchur sect, just established. This Manchur Holy See is the core organization of the Half-Orcs Alliance and their highest leader. In this conquest of the death god of Benliu city, the Holy See of Manchur specially sent a high priest and 7 red robe elders. If this happened before, Ulatin, Nipanu, and Zorlu would definitely work hard and would not be the first to charge. But this time the Holy See sent a high priest. And this high priest of Zoochuo, but has always been known for his military skills and strict management of the army. If he plays tricks in front of him, he will often be seen through at a glance, otherwise the end will be miserable. Therefore, the 3 chiefs did not dare to neglect, and while letting people inform the other tribes and high priests behind, they immediately ordered their troops and horses .untilnovel.com to quickly leave the camp and rushed straight to the northern mountain city of Naples. The hippo and the rhino seem to be cumbersome, but if they charge really fast, they are not slow, at least much faster than humans, and their endurance is not as low as imagined. They can even run at a constant speed for an hour. Because of this speed, they are the most ferocious killers on the African grasslands in the modern world. The number of people who die in the mouth of hippopotamus and at the feet of rhinoceros every year is much higher than that of lions. Ulatin and Nipungu each ordered 2,000 soldiers with only knives and guns, and quickly headed north, while the iron armor was handed over to the carriage driven by human slaves to follow them. And the Golden Eagles Ulu also ordered 300 Golden Eagles to protect the sky above the team. The 30-mile journey may take a long time for humans to walk, but the half-orcs who drove with all their strength only took 1 hour, and it took more than half of the journey. The mountain city in the distance was already in sight, and Ulatin and Nipungu tightened their hearts, and they began to greet the soldiers to line up and put on armor. With the help of human slaves, more than 4,000 soldiers began to hang their armor and only halfway through their coats, when they heard a strange roar in the air. Everyone looked up and saw a black spot flying from the direction of Mount Naples. Come! The golden eagle man who had been hovering constantly above his head was at a loss when he saw the black spot. Obviously he didn't know what it was. But soon there was a small leader who screamed, carrying a team of 5 golds. The eagle greeted him. Both Ulatin and Nipungu in the underground raised their hands to cover their brows and looked into the air in the distance. Suddenly a series of strange sounds burst, and burst came into the ears. They cut down the black shadow and spewed red flames, and the 5 golden eagles that greeted them had no time to scream, so they went directly from them. The sky fell headlong. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 519 Praying Man's Arm is a car opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Led the human soldiers to take down the governor's mansion in Naples Mountain City, and killed the core resistance forces. Now there are only a few stragglers left in Naples Mountain City, and these tiger heads are basically scared. Even if there is no organization, the tiger heads, even if they are brave, are the opponents of the human heavy cavalry. Even if Xiao Feng's D-72 is not in the city, the human cavalry covered in iron armor is the heavy equipment in the city. Even if the tiger heads are brave, but a single combat unit, how can they be carefully trained? The opponent of the killing machine. In addition, Xiao Feng was also worried about training soldiers. When the overall situation was settled, he handed over the task of cleaning the battlefield to Kyle and Bloom, and Friday they would take command. And he himself drove the Black Shark out of the city. Previous investigations revealed that the army of half-orcs was stationed on the Naples Prairie outside of Naples Mountain City, only 30 miles away from the mountain city. The reason why they didn't enter the city was because of the large number of half-orcs, with a total of 300,000. The newly built mountain city had a small area and could not accommodate so many people. Secondly, because the half-orcs who came this time are all elites in the alliance, Many of them are high-ranking half-orc tribes with pure bloodlines. These guys are usually used to 7 dissatisfaction and 8 dissatisfaction. Staying together for a long time is easy to get into trouble. Fighting is a trivial matter. If it triggers a camp scream or a large-scale feud, it is not good. Therefore, after repeated considerations, the highest leader of the coalition army, the High Priest Zuichuo, will order the tribes to camp on the grasslands 30 miles outside the city. Although the camp of the half-orcs is 30 miles away from the mountain city of Naples, the half-orcs have many savvy people. How can they not hear such a big movement in the mountain city? Therefore, it is affirmative to rush to the mountain city, but the speed of half-orcs, 30 miles to them, is also an hour's journey. And with the perverted physical strength of this group of guys, maybe they rushed to the bottom of the mountain city. They don't need to rest, they can directly attack. The human soldiers have broken through the city and have been fighting hard for a long time. It was just when it was needed, and their physical fitness was not as good as these half-orcs. If they were forcibly hit by them, it is estimated that the mountain city would not be able to defend. So of course Xiao Feng can't let the half-orcs stir up the feast in this way. In the Naples mountain city, there are half-orcs who have stored all kinds of luggage for more than half a year, from food and grass to weapons and armors. These things are for his tribe. It is also in short supply now. If the humans take a part, the half-orcs will lose a part, and it is a pity to burn it, so he has to buy time for the human soldiers to be able to control the mountain city. Moreover, he just took a look at this mountain city. The location is very good. It is a castle that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If you can see the half-orcs here for a period of time, it would be a good thing to consume the half-orcs' vital power. It can also give the rear some more preparation time. The human slaves of about 50,000 or 60,000 small were rescued before, and a certain amount of rest time was needed. When they rest and recuperate, then there will be an extra force of resistance on Keqing's side. So the importance of this Naples mountain city is reflected. We must defend it. Xiao Feng drove the Black Shark helicopter directly out of the mountain city, and soon saw the Golden Eagles leaping in the air. This was one of the most powerful air forces in the Orcs Alliance. These Golden Eagles are strong and physically strong. Before he appeared in this world, these guys can definitely be said to be the air masters of this world. But since he appeared in this world, these Golden Eagles seemed to him to be just lambs to be slaughtered. Don't look at these Golden Eagles who are huge, but in his eyes, they are just a group of low-intelligence flat-haired beasts. The body is quite strong even if it is there. Can it be harder than the 30mm .2A42 cannon on his plane? And those Golden Eagles also discovered the black monster he was driving, but they didn't know why, and they were not afraid. Obviously, the Overlord who has dominated the world for many years in the air will not easily retreat because of an object he has never seen before. Of the Golden Eagles who rushed over were quickly hit by the Ka-50 machine gun. The Golden Eagles have very good maneuverability in the air. Can it be better? Can it be better than equipped with 2 turbocharged engines, a helicopter with a total of 4,000 horsepower efficiency? Regardless of the size of the Black Shark helicopter, it was designed for the concept of air-to-air and air-to-ground combat when it was originally designed. Therefore, Maoxung is equipped with 2 engines on this helicopter to provide enough power for the aircraft. It is more than enough for any fighter maneuver. Soon 2 Golden Eagles fell from the air screaming. The 30mm cannon is no joke. Even if these Golden Eagles have an average body length of 5 or 6 meters, they are definitely half a strong body. Orc, in front of a machine gun of this caliber, that is also a toy. After one shot, he was beaten into on the spot. If the pip was back and the body was hit by a shot in the middle, it would be split directly and disintegrated in the air. Such a scene scared the other Golden Eagles. In addition, the eyesight of the Golden Eagles is very good. You can see Xiao Feng sitting behind the cockpit glass from far away. It is exactly what they have been chasing. The fearful running city death. Thinking about the previous legend, in response to the tragic situation in front of them, the Golden Eagles were terrified. and they just scattered in the air. Cut, it's just some rats. I originally thought that these golden eagles would be very brave, but I didn't expect that they were sensitive and timid like the birds on Earth. No matter how big they were, they would be useful when fighting downwind. Although the opponent turned and fled, Xiao Feng didn't intend to let them go so easily. The power of the Black Shark helicopter was not covered. A kick of the accelerator made it easy for him to get behind these golden eagles. With the cooperation of the radar, the fire attack system was able to quickly lock the target, and he easily started to name these golden eagles. No need to waste rockets. The 30mm caliber machine guns are the nightmare of these golden eagles. One after another, the golden eagles are constantly being disintegrated by the volley of his machine guns. It's a pity that this machine gun has only 250 rounds of ammunition, which can't let him fight. Watching the golden eagles flee away, Xiao Feng gradually slowed down. Because he was in the air, he had spotted an army of orcs marching towards the mountain city on the ground. These half-orcs were different from the tauren and pighead he had seen before. The human body shape of these half-orcs was twice as large as those of the tauren and pighead. Among them, there are many rhinoceros he has seen before, and some of them, just by looking at their appearance, he can recognize, they are actually hippos. The two groups of neighbors on the grassland got together. And looking from the air, although these guys have a huge personality, the speed of trotting all the way is not slow. If this were rushed to the city of Naples Mountain City by them, humans might not be able to defend it. Xiao Feng naturally knew the fierceness of these guys. But since he came across, how could they let them go so easily? Xiao Feng pulled a joystick, and the Black Shark helicopter was in the air, crossing an arc beautifully, and then flew to the front of the orcs marching team at low altitude. And these half-orcs obviously also noticed the iron box hovering in the air directly in front of them, and soon an officer stepped out from the team to greet these half-orcs to form a battle formation and prepare to deal with this unknown flying object. Xiao Feng laughed secretly. With you three-legged cats, can you beat me? You only have a few catties. Seeing the rhino and hippopotamus on the ground, gradually forming a battle formation, Xiao Feng smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, and then hollowed out the launch button of the rocket nest. 16 rockets roared out, and the half-orcs in front of the battlefield immediately turned into a sea of flames. These idiots, if they are scattered, may be able to reduce a certain amount of damage, but they are so concentrated, they are simply giving Xiao Feng food. Novel.com. Even if it is the toughest warrior in the orc tribe, it is right. With bombs and gunpowder, they are also fragile rag dolls, and they can't stop the full blow of the Black Shark helicopter. Today I will let you know what it is called, Praying Man Arm as a Car. Seeing the half-orcs battle formation in front of him that had turned into a sea of fire, Xiao Feng pulled the joystick and rushed towards the half-orcs again. His helicopter was modified. Before departing from Liu Jin, he replaced all the 12-shot laser-guided anti-tank missile pylons he chose. This anti-tank missile is the most important weapon of the Black Shark helicopter, and it is also an optional equipment that can be replaced with an air-to-air missile pylon. Generally, the Black Shark helicopter will hang 6 missile launchers on the left and right sides when performing tasks. One is used to hang anti-tank missiles on the ground, and the other is used for air-to-air missiles. In order to cope with various possible situations, it is such a variety of choices that make the overall quality of this helicopter the strongest in a generation. But when you get another world, this kind of helicopter is basically invincible. No matter whether it is in the air or on the ground, there are no creatures that can threaten him. Moreover, these laser-guided missiles are expensive, so it is necessary to mount missiles. It's a bit wasteful. He asked Liu Jin to replace the missile pylons on both sides with 16 rocket launching nests. In this way, The helicopter is equipped with two 16-shot rocket launch nests on the left and right sides of the helicopter. Such sufficient firepower is simply a disaster for these half-orcs. The half-orc soldiers in the back saw only the flames at the front of the team. Before they understood what was going on, they saw a dark shadow, leaping towards them from the air, and the hawkage was constantly moving from the air. The abdomen of the dark shadow flew over. Chapter 520 Tranquility Before the Storm opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. These hippos and rhinos never expected that they would encounter such an aerial interception on the way to Maple Mountain City. So when they encountered Xiao Feng and the Black Shark helicopter he was driving, these half-orcs displayed a long snake formation that was convenient for marching. And the soldiers in the forefront, after encountering the Black Shark helicopter, set up a battle formation. But he didn't expect that Xiao Feng would use 16 rockets to destroy the regiment as soon as the formation was completed. The next thing was simple. Xiao Feng was driving the Black Shark helicopter in the air, as if flying along a ridge. He sorted out the long snake formation that the half-orcs had expelled on the ground. The rockets were saved, and they tried to launch them in an orderly manner, but they couldn't take care of this long snake formation. After all, the hippo and the rhino had 2,000 people each, and a total of 4,000 people lined up in a line, possibly miles away. As for Xiao Feng's rockets, there are only so many. At first, one shot could cause deaths and injuries of 3 or 4 people, but later, these orcs were not stupid. Naturally they knew that they would spread out, or lie down on the ground. In this way, the lethality of his rocket is greatly reduced. Fortunately, the 30 caliber cannon still has a lot of shells, and when the rockets are out, he continues to plow the ground with the cannon, back and forth twice, until the shells are all shot out. After such a round, Xiao Feng estimated that he would have to kill or wound more than 500 orcs. Then he drove the helicopter satisfactorily, and turned back swayingly. But the rhinoceros who were behind the team led Nippon-U and the hippopotamuses led Doliton, looking at the team in front of them with tears. This is too miserable. The two of them are also veterans in the army of half-orcs. It can be said that they have been in the army since their teens and have been fighting until now, and have spent most of their lives on the battlefield. At first, half-orc tribes killed each other, and then the Manchur Vatican unified all half-orc tribes and formed an alliance, and then led them to attack humanity. After so many years, the two have participated in hundreds of battles, both large and small, but not one has been so miserable as today. The hippos and rhinos have extraordinary racial talents, even in the half-orc league. They are also the strongest, with an average height of more than 4 meters. Young fighters are more than 3 meters tall, and adult fighters who are more than 5 meters tall are all trivial things about sprinkling water, plus the weight is also placed there. The thick skin of the whole suit is equivalent to a set of natural heavy armor. This kind of physical talent gives them an advantage in battles with half-orc tribes or wars with humans, especially when facing human beings. Those human beings, in front of them, there is no one at all. So as long as there are wars in which they participate, the result is more victory than defeat, and they rarely suffer casualties, especially in recent years, when human beings have been killed by them, and they dare not resist directly. But today, they didn't even see exactly what the enemy looked like, so they were given ahead and attack. The battlefield was full of crying and wailing rhino and hippos. Many people fell on both sides of the road. The dirt road was full of deep pits after the explosion. The surrounding area of the pit was dark, and the center of the explosion was still. I saw many stumps of rhino and hippos with broken arms. Many of the rhino and hippos who were blown into the air were even more miserable. At this time, they were lying on both sides of the road, constantly wailing loudly. Some of these hippos and rhinos had their limbs broken, and some had their internal organs injured by the shockwave of the explosion. This is the most miserable. With the current medical methods of the orcs, they cannot be saved at all. What awaits them is the long and painful death process. Others were injured by fragments of rocket explosions. Such half-orc fighters also end up miserably. Although the shrapnel is small, it may only be as big as a human fingernail, but the pain caused by such shrapnel stays in the body is imaginable. Such a small piece of shrapnel, without modern antibiotics and surgical treatment, will cause inflammation and pus, and the final result will be sepsis and tetanus. Therefore, the half-orc soldiers who were basically wounded ended up in death, but the process of death was more painful. Rhinoceros leader Nipungu, and Hippo leader Ulaton, looked at the wailing wounded soldiers, and finally winked at the guards beside them. The guard naturally knew what the leader wanted them to do, and immediately led the team, came to the front battlefield, swiped the big knife in his hand, and gave the wounded soldiers a joy. Seeing the war is imminent, the half-orcs have very limited medical methods, and they can't save these wounded soldiers. To keep them alive, they need to be separated to take care of them, and the wailing and screaming of these guys day and night will greatly affect the morale of other soldiers. So just get rid of all these cumbersome directly, so that you don't see it and don't worry. Such cruel things can only be done by these half-orcs. After all, they are a mixture of human and beasts with unrevolution, and the animal nature in the body has not completely disappeared. Human beings can't do such a cruel treatment of their colleagues. As long as the wounded soldier still has a breath, humans want to save him as much as possible. Unless it is a last resort, they will not give up easily. But the half-orcs are different. In such a situation, the animal genes in their bodies will break out, and those wounded soldiers are cumbersome to them, and getting rid of them is the best way. It saves resources and avoids drag. There were a total of 4,000 soldiers when they set off, but only halfway there, more than 700 people were lost. This is a blow to Nipungu and Ulaton. The two of them are not rushing like they did before. Anyway, they have informed the High Priest Zuochuo that they have fulfilled their obligations, and they have also done the first support task. Now that they have suffered heavy losses, they naturally will not be forced to push forward. And who knows if the death god of Rushing City will come back. The soldiers of the Hippo and Rhinoceros who received the order began to grind the foreign workers, first picking up the corpses of their companions on the road, and then walking slowly. The road that could be walked in 1 hour was originally completed, but it was abruptly walked by an hour, and only 3/4 of it was walked. And just at this stall, other reinforcements from the orcs also caught up from behind. Nipungu and Ulaton were soon called to the camp of the High Priest of Zuochuo for questioning. The tent of the High Priest Zuochuo is located on a carriage. This is a large luxury horsey-drawn carriage of 10 horses. On it is a large round tent similar to a yurt. It is the exclusive residence of the High Priest Zuochuo. Ulaton and Nipungu were not allowed to board the car because they were too large. Instead, they knelt in front of the car, and walked out of the camp with a short stature of only half a meter in height. This creature was shrouded in a black robe, and couldn't see his appearance at all, but from the moment he appeared, the surrounding atmosphere became extraordinarily weird. And Ulaton and Nipungu, who were always fearless, were even kneeling on the ground at this time, with their heads tightly pressed against the ground. They didn't dare to raise their heads at all. Obviously, they were afraid to die for this High Priest Zuochuo. You were attacked halfway? The High Priest Zuochuo's voice was very strange, with a slight metallic friction sound. Return to the High Priest. It's like this. The Hippo Ulaton has had more dealings with the Holy See. At this time, he began to introduce the previous situation to the High Priest Zuochuo, and the High Priest Zuochuo did not interrupt them either. So the death god of Rushing City flew over from the sky. Yes, he flew in the sky. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Golden Eagle Zulu. After Ulaton finished speaking, the High Priest Zuochuo did not answer, but fell into a deep thought. For a while, he raised his head and looked at the distant sky. After such a noise, it's already the afternoon. It seems that the morale of the Rhino and Hippo has been vented. Even if they rush to the city, they will not be able to lead the battle. Until novel.com 300,000 army, He is this. I came out in a hurry and only brought tens of thousands of people. Rhinoceros and hippos were unavailable, and the kobolds and werewolf cavalry he brought might not work well for the siege. The high priest Zuochuo thought for a while, gave up the idea of rushing over, and chose a steady way. The orcs who received the order began to slow down, and it was not until about 3 in the afternoon that they began to appear in front of the Naples Mountain city one after another, but they were not in a hurry to attack the city. And the first job I started, turned out to be camping. This also made Kyle, who had been closely following the movement of the orcs on the city wall, breathed a sigh of relief. They had just eliminated the last resistance in the city. Now the soldiers are getting acquainted with the city's defenses and hurry up to fix it. If the orcs really rushed over, they might not be able to defend the city. But the enemy did not forcibly assault, which gave them a respite. This time the raid came to grab the orcs, so they didn't bring the baggage at all, but the baggage team still followed up. The purpose was simple. On the one hand, they were responsible for bringing back the baggage of the orcs as much as possible to Kai City. Another purpose was to be an engineer. Seeing that the orcs were not in a rush to charge, Kyle and the others drew a part of the soldiers from the squadron to come over and hurry up to the ancient city wall, and also to arrange traps in front of the city wall. A tribe of half-orcs on the opposite side kept rushing to the temporary camp, and the camp of half-orcs was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can be foreseen that tomorrow in this city, there will be a battle. They must take advantage of the tranquility before the storm and be fully prepared. According to Xiao Feng's statement, every more day in this city is victory. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 521 Field Battle opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. As the army of half-orcs arrived, the camp of half-orcs across from Naples Mountain City grew in size almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Feng stood on the wall of the mountain city, holding a binoculars, and constantly observing the opposite half-orc camp. The topography of this Naples Mountain City is very good. This city is located just at the neck of the gorge that extends from the Gourd Gorge, leading to the mountain pass of the Naples grassland. The mountain city is located on a piece of semi-high ground, and the terrain shows a slow upward trend from north to south. The Naples Prairie is located to the north and east of the mountain city, and the direction of the back is the mountain pass. The camp of the half-orcs is located about 8 or 9 kilometers away from the mountain city. Obviously, the leader of the half-orcs has also understood the killing range of the magic weapon in the hand of the running city, Death God. That's why the camp is arranged so far away. In this way, although the starting camp is a little far away, and starting to attack the city is a bit physically demanding, it is better to be safe. Xiao Feng could see the half-orcs of various colors from the telescope, constantly walking in and out of the large circular tent in the middle of their camp. Obviously, the central figure lived in that large tent. And this time, many half-orcs also opened Xiao Feng's eyes and discovered many new breeds that he hadn't seen before. For example, tiger heads, hippos, and many half-orcs he didn't know much about. After all, he was not an animal expert. These half-orcs only knew some animals that he originally had in the world. And he doesn't know some animals that seem to be native to this planet. And he doesn't even know the half-orcs who are born with such animals. In the camp of the orcs, an emergency military meeting was also being held at this time. The high priest Zuochuo sat on his hand and kept silent, and the many tribe leaders present did not dare to make a loud noise. Among the half-orc leaders present, there are many tall and strong giants, but in front of this little high priest, they dare not pant, which can't help but set off the weirdness of the scene even more. The mountain city of Naples has been lost. How serious are the consequences? I don't know how serious the consequences are. This mountain city stores our food for more than half a year. It is our main logistics base for attacking the Hula Gorge. If this city doesn't take it back, then our plan to attack the Hula Gorge is in vain. So tomorrow, the high priest Zuochuo still didn't speak. but it was a small foxman next to him who was talking. Although this foxman was short and insignificant, none of the leaders of the tribes dared to despise him, because this guy is the most trusted Kota warrior next to the high priest Zhuo. The fox person will know Lan. To offend him, it means to offend the high priest, but the end is very miserable. My lord, this mountain city of Naples was lost from our tiger tribe, so tomorrow my Guligia is willing to take the lead and be the vanguard to take this mountain city back. Before the foxman Hilan finished speaking, Guligia, the second son of the former Naples mountain city, the lone tiger, stood up and spoke. Now that Duo's whereabouts are unknown, and his elder brother Aliban has died, he will naturally become the leader of this tiger head tribe. There are more than 1,000 tiger heads who have escaped from the mountain city, plus they are stationed in half-beasts. There are more than 3,000 tiger heads in the People's Day camp, and these people are now his soldiers. The responsibility of losing the mountain city this time is heavy. If you don't come out to express your position at this time, then obviously there will be no good fruit in the future. Guligia is not very courageous, but his brain is very good enough. Sure enough, after he stood up and expressed his stance, the face of the fox sergeant became much better. Well, that's it. Tomorrow Tigerhead Guligia will take his people as the vanguard, Aligan, nay, and you will follow Guligia as the second attack wave. Ulaton, Nipangu, you leading people followed closely, and it was the third attack wave. Ulai, Duding, Ahai, you follow the raiding formation. Shimo, you provide long-range fire support, and Zulu, you provide air support. The high priest Zhuo didn't need to speak. The fox sergeant Hillen had already arranged the battle plan for tomorrow in an orderly manner, and the half-orc generals who were named on the scene shouted even more. Soon after the military meeting was over, Hillen announced that the meeting was adjourned, and the leaders of each half-orc returned to their respective camps, replenishing their energy and preparing for the upcoming battle tomorrow. And the human side is also holding a military meeting. Xiao Feng, Bloom, Kyle, Friday, and some other high-level officers are all gathered together. Tomorrow's first battle. I don't intend to defend the city. We will go out of the city to fight. I was caught off guard, and I can't let the rhythm fall into their hands from the beginning. Xiao Feng now has 60,000 elite soldiers in his hand, most of whom have been on the battlefield and have seen blood. In addition, he still has a large number of hot weapons in his hand, so he is no longer the former, with only a few hundred and thousands of people in his hand. In the past, because there were few soldiers in their hands, they couldn't afford to consume them. Every time they played against a half-orc, they could only defend themselves against the city and did not dare to go out. But now that there are 60,000 people in his hand, Xiao Feng feels that there is no need to be afraid of those half-orcs. He also inspected the terrain outside the castle, because there are foothills on both sides of the mountain, and the terrain under the mountain city is trumpet-shaped as the trumpet opens toward the east. And the closer you are to the mountain city, the more the terrain will download, which is not conducive to the spread of a large army of orcs. Even if they have 300,000 people, it is impossible to put them all on the battlefield at once. So he can teach these half-orcs a lesson as long as he takes 10,000 or 20,000 elites out of the city. The long training of these soldiers in his hand was not for nothing. After returning, he found a lot of books about the ancient cold weapon era, infantry training and battle formation training. After reading and comprehending, they passed on this knowledge to Kyle and Bloom, and they have been training soldiers only in the wake Xiao Feng taught during this period, and inheriting the essence of the Macedonian phalanx with the strongest combat effectiveness in the era of pure cold weapons. The Spanish phalanx with the semi-air arms battle is the ultimate secret that they have mastered. Relying on this large phalanx before, they had already taught the half-orcs many times in the Huluxiadae. But this time Xiao Feng planned to pull the team outside and test the best with those half-orcs. If someone else made such a request, I am afraid that Kyle and Bloom would definitely think he was crazy. But Xiao Feng made such a request, but everyone did not question it at all. Even if they were going out of the city to face the elite of half-orcs, everyone didn't panic at all. because the backbone of Xiao Feng is sitting here. What is there to be afraid of? Before Xiao Feng said that he would attack Maple Mountain City, everyone was still a little skeptical, but now he really led everyone to defeat this mountain city, and he led everyone to create one impossible after another. Such a godlike man, how can they be qualified to question? Seeing that no one objected, Xiao Feng made detailed arrangements and the meeting ended. The next day, as the sky was shining brightly, there was a loud voice in Maple Mountain City, and the leader of the group prepared a rich breakfast for everyone. After breakfast, after the three horns rang, the city gate opened wide, and then Xiao Feng took Kyle, Bloom, and 30,000 elites out of the city gate, and began to line up outside the city wall and set up positions. And the far distance had also eaten breakfast, and the orcs who were about to set off to attack the city also discovered the situation here. The High Priest Zhao Chuo and the Fox Sergeant Hillen, who had already ascended the watchtower, were all taken aback. Are these humans crazy? How dare you go out of the city to fight? Follow the original plan. Tell Gulajia that I am watching them. Now the enemy is out of the city, without the protection of the city wall. These human soldiers are even more vulnerable. If you can't kill them all by noon, let him come to see me. The High Priest Zhao Chuo spoke again, looking at the human army that had already been armed with a warlike formation in front. It couldn't help being angry anymore. Several consecutive victories against half-orcs had given these humans the courage, and now they dare to go out of the city and fight against the elite half-orcs. Let them go crazy like this.untilnovel.com. What's the matter? Maybe it won't be long before these guys have the guts to counterattack and attack the Maple Prairie and secret forests, right? This is something he absolutely does not allow. The half-orcs messengers, blowing bone horns in various tones on the internet, issued orders and commanded the army to advance according to the requirements of the High Priest. The tiger-head man Gulajia, who was given the order, looked back at the watchtower, and then turned to look at the tribal soldiers behind him. Warriors, it's time to make meritorious deeds. Those human beings have no idea what to do and dare to go out of the city to fight with us. Today we will tell them with the steel knives in our hands, who is the king of the field. Roar, roar, roar. With a few words, Gulajia shouted these tiger-headed men with enthusiasm, then turned around and waved the commanding knife in his hand forward. The tiger-heads behind them, brandishing the steel knives in their hands, shouting Allah, rushed to the battlefield of humanity. Xiao Feng in the distance looked at the tiger-headed people who rushed over, and he sneered in his heart. As expected, he was a group of mobs. Fighting still relied on a courage. This charge had no tactics at all. In the large phalanx around him, although officers at all levels were also nervous, they were still operating in accordance with the orders of their superiors. Stay steady, hold steady, don't open the bow, listen to the instructions, wait until the enemy enters the range, and then start to release the arrows. A row, bow, release. Various accent whistles came and went one after another, and the tiger-head was very fast, rushing up short distances, not much slower than the leopard, and soon entered the range. But what was waiting to greet them was a cloud of arrows falling from the sky. Although the tiger-heads were also wearing heavy armor, hundreds of people were shot to the ground under this rain of arrows. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 522 completed the work in one battle, opened a new book Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Before Xiao Feng arrived, the human world here had just entered the Iron Age, and there were even many countries that were in the Bronze Age. Ironware is also a relatively rare metal. Only a few nobles and their private soldiers can use iron weapons. The arrival of Xiao Feng completely doubled the metallurgical technology of this era. Now his tribe has transcended the Iron Age in terms of metallurgy and has begun to enter the Iron Age. High-quality steel weapons have become the mainstream weapons of the army under his leadership. For example, they all used steel arrows for their bows and arrows this time. The armor-breaking ability of this steel arrow is not comparable to that of the bronze arrow and the iron arrow. The tiger head is the elite of the half-orcs alliance, and relatively rich. Basically all the soldiers wear iron armor. But those iron armors, in front of the steel arrows, have no protective ability at all. The relatively brittle texture is penetrated by the steel arrows. The assault team that had been overwhelmed by the crowd had more than 200 numbers in an instant and was shot to the ground. However, at this time, the tiger-head man with desperate determination was not afraid to retreat, but was inspired to be more aggressive and charge faster. The original distance of more than 200 meters rushed through half of it almost instantly. The distance of more than 100 meters, if the human army rushed into the battle, would definitely be enough for archers to put 3 rounds of projection. But these half-orcs, after all, are guys with half the blood of beasts. Physical fitness and explosive power are far beyond ordinary people. A distance of 100 meters is a matter of 3 to 5 seconds for them. Even in heavy armor, they rushed over 100 meters in just 7 or 8 seconds. As for human soldiers, it is obvious that such situations are commonplace, and they are not panicked. The first row of archers, under the command of the officer, quickly deployed a level shooting posture. At the same time, there were also the second row of archers, quickly drilling out of the gap where the first row of archers were standing, and half kneeling in the first row. The side of the row of archers launched a direct shot at the tiger-head man who rushed over. The arrow rain in this row was much denser than the first batch of arrow rain projected, and the direct arrow hit the oncoming tiger head, and its lethality was greatly increased. In this round of direct shooting, the archers all used heavy arrows, which are a type of armor-piercing arrow. Because there is no potential energy bonus from the drop of the projected arrowhead from the air, the direct use of heavy arrows is more powerful. Looking down from the air, the army of half-orcs that had charged wildly toward humans collapsed in front of this round of arrows. The half-orcs in the front row basically had no soldiers standing upright after a round. There are even many. The hapless guy behind was shot to the end by a bound arrow, and the teammate who rushed up from behind was stepped onto the flesh. After the 2 rows of archers finished shooting in one round, they immediately retreated, revealing the 2 rows of crossbowmen behind them. Almost at the same time as the officer's whistle sounded, these crossbowmen pulled the trigger. Then, without checking the results, these crossbowmen retreated, and the archers stepped forward again. These archers and crossbowmen used this kind of circular shooting method and kept shooting for 3 rounds. 100 meters before, the tiger head's charge can be said to be extremely smooth, and it only took 7 or 8 seconds to rush to within 100 meters of the human battle formation. But after this 100 meters, they spent more than a minute abruptly and failed to advance half a step. Almost all soldiers exposed to the forefront of the show were shot to the ground by the intensive rain of arrows. In 1 minute, the tiger head dropped more than 300 corpses and more than 200 wounded soldiers on this line of life and death, but still couldn't move forward half a step. The human archer on the opposite side, at this time, became more and more courageous. The rate of fire continued to increase, and the arrowheads rushed in like a torrential rain. At this time, Guligia, who had caught up from behind, saw this scene, and he couldn't help but squat. He really wanted to tear the commander in front of him. Are these fools so uncomfortable? It is obviously impossible to rush into the battle quickly, so change your tactics. Raise a shield. Raise a shield. Guligia shouted loudly while standing behind the battlefield, and his 2 voices also reminded the commander in front that he could no longer be so stupidly shot. The tiger-head soldiers in the front row who received the order soon switched to the back, and the tiger-head soldiers with the huge shield behind them pushed to the front. At this time, the tiger-head people no longer charge as fast as before, wanting to rush to the human battlefield and defeat the humanity in one rush. Instead, they adopted a steady approach and started to move forward slowly. Based on their years of experience in fighting with the human army, they firmly believed that as long as they could rush to the front of mankind and fight with them, the human army would soon collapse. The giant wooden shield more than 2 meters high protected the front of the tiger head. The tiger heads in the back row raised the huge shield in their hands and protected the top of their heads. In this way, the walking tiger heads, the infantry formation is like a heavy armored tank. Slowly forward. It really feels a bit oppressive. The human crossbowmen continued to shoot for 2 more rounds, and after finding that the crossbow could not cause too much damage to these tiger heads, they immediately retreated to the rear amidst the whistle. At this time, a heavy fire tanker truck was pushed to the forefront of the battle line. When the tiger head saw the archers retreating, the pressure on the soldiers in front of them dropped sharply, and they immediately accelerated their pace of advancement. Soon they came to a place 50 meters away from the human battlefield, but at this moment, they could no longer move forward. Because there are pieces of barbed wire in front of them, these barbed wires are definitely huge, large barbed wire, each of which is 3 meters high and more than 2 meters wide. Lying on the battlefield, with the size of a half-orc, it is impossible to step over these wire fences. Some tiger-headed people who don't understand what it is, couldn't help but reach out and touch them, but they were immediately caught by the barbs on the barbed wire. They wanted to break free, but they couldn't break free, and the more they struggled, the barb penetrates deeper into the meat, and finally can only break free with a knife to cut the meat. Such things scared these half-orcs, and what Xiao Feng watched from behind was cheerful. You beasts finally met the nemesis, right? I think that mankind invented this barbed wire to deal with you beasts. How many bison, wild horses and wild sheep are all domesticated obediently under the fence of this barbed wire? During World War I, this barbed wire became a nightmare for soldiers on the battlefield, whether it is a soldier from the Axis or the Allies. When charging, the 2 weapons that are most feared are the Maxim heavy machine gun and the barbed wire. This thing does not break, and it is constantly cut. If you stumble, you have to gouge a piece of meat to escape. If you move slowly, you will be killed by a bullet shot by the opponent. And now appearing on the battlefield of this alien world, this barbed wire fence is also the best weapon for the defensive side. The tiger-head man who rushed to the barbed wire fence screamed and screamed at the barbed wire fence. He couldn't speed up the collision and couldn't jump when he wanted to jump. The front row was struck with screams and blood holes all over, while the soldiers behind, who had no idea what happened in front, continued to charge, and soon caused a serious stampede. At this time, the fierce flame oil tank that had been blocked behind the barbed wire began to show off. After several improvements, the fierce flame oil tank has now become the world's fire-breathing tank. The volume is much larger than before, and a guard plate is added to the front of the operator. The 2 people madly press the hand pump to pressurize the fuel tank, and the oil and water follow the hose to the front nozzle, squeezing according to the pores of the nozzle. When the pressure is pressed, the tiny oil droplets that are almost atomized are sprayed out and ignited. After a process, it is almost the same as a modern flamethrower, and the spraying distance is not too much, and the farthest can be more than 100 meters. The row of tiger heads blocked by the barbed wire was sprayed by the fierce fire, and immediately jumped up screaming and turned into big cats burning. And the tiger-head soldiers who were still swarming forward at the back are shocked to see such a picture. McLenovel.com. What is the situation? The momentum of the tiger-head's charge is stagnant. As for the high priest Zhao Chuo and the fox Sergeant Hillen standing on the back of the watchtower, their faces became stiff when they saw this situation. The momentum of the charge can't be broken. The tiger-head has vented their morale and replaced them. Let Aligan and Nay and them go up, and let Oi, Duding, and Ahai, they all go up, and Shimos them too. Hurry up and join the battle. Let Zulu take off. The high priest sent all the people who could be sent, and it seemed that this was going to be a full blow. Aligan and Nay are the leaders of the Leoman and the Panthers. They were originally the second wave of attacks behind the Hutu. But Oi, Duding, and Ahai are the kobolds and werewolves, and the leader of the centaur. They are a little inadequate as a formidable force. but they are still capable of serving as a cover for the sweeping array. As for Shimo, this is the leader of the Python Man, responsible for the long-range strike support for this rush, not to mention the Golden Eagle Man Zolu, the air overlord of the air and ground cooperation. The high priest sent all these people up. This is a preparation for a thunderous blow, and they have finished their work. Xiao Feng also noticed that soon in the orc camp, there was a ring of gongs and drums, and then the tiger head man who had been burnt squeaking and screaming quickly withdrew. Immediately behind, there was another black and armored half-orc rushed up. But this time it was different from the previous ones. These half-orcs had not rushed to the front, but the short axes in their hands, the meteor hammer, flu-throwing weapons such as knives and short spears have taken the lead in flying over. The human soldiers who were unprepared for it were injured and killed immediately. Several soldiers who were standing above the fierce oil tank and manipulating the jet head were hit by a hatchet on the spot, and immediately planted on the jet train. Broken into two pieces. Chapter 523 White Hot opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The group of tiger heads who had rushed to the front gradually retreated, and were attacked by human battle bows and fierce oil tanks, and their morale was greatly reduced. I have fought against humans countless times before, but I have never encountered such a tightly organized human army in the battlefield. The high priest Zhuo, who had been watching the battle in the rear, would naturally not stop attacking like this. In fact, it was a temptation to shoot the tiger tribe in the first battle. But this time, the trial produced results. It seemed that the human army on the opposite side was really different from the previous ones, and it was a hard bone to chew. But what about it? Now that you have encountered it, head to head, see whose bones are harder. Although the tiger head man went down, but the lion man and leopard head man, which are also the most ferocious attacking forces in the half-orc alliance, came up again. Unlike the purely heavy infantry like the rhinoceros and the hippos, the large cats and half-humans such as the lion, the panther, and the tiger head are the real elite troops in the orcs alliance. Compared with kobolds or werewolves, they are stronger. Compared with hippos and rhinos, they are not so bulky. They have both speed and strength. They are the most lethal army on the battlefield. Today, the high priest Zhuo also had the mind to set the world after a battle, and he was not considering the issue of personnel damage. As soon as he came up, he sent all the elite troops of the orcs. The ultimate goal is to keep all these human armies who dared to go out of the city and the half-orcs to fight in the field, to kill all these bold humans, to leave a deep impression on them, and to let them see the half-orcs in the future. Escape. To put it bluntly, it is to re-establish the confidence that the orcs will win the battle against humans. The lion and panthers who replaced the tiger heads also learned the lessons of the previous failures of the tiger heads. Instead of rushing forward, they placed a row of shield players in the front to protect the ones behind. The phalanx began to move forward steadily, and when they reached the right distance, they started throwing short guns, hand axes and other throwing weapons, which caused a certain amount of damage to the army. Many of the operators of the fierce oil tanks in front of the human battlefield were caught off guard from being killed or injured by these hatchets, short spears, or meteor hammers. The original continuous flame jets immediately slowed down. Xiao Feng, who had never made a move, stood in the center of the human front and paid attention to the forefront request. When the battle reached this point, he was very satisfied. This time he did not intend to intervene prematurely. From now on, the human army here will meet sooner or later. When he is away, he will encounter the situation of an orc attack. At that time, they needed to have the courage to face these half-orcs themselves, and confidence and courage were built up through the accumulation of victories over and over again. So this time he intends to sharpen the army, and so far, the performance of this unit has made him very satisfied. Although there have been casualties in front of it, the team is not panicked. Soon someone rushed up from behind, replaced the dead and injured operator, began to operate the spray train, and started breathing fire at the lion and leopard heads who were 50 meters away from the opposite side. I have to say that this fierce oil tank is sharp enough. The lion and the leopard have already hit 50 meters away from them, but they are still within the attack range of the fierce oil tank. Soon the foremost shield player was lit into a torch. Even if the battlefield discipline of the lion man and the panther head was stronger than that of the ordinary orcs, they couldn't stick to it anymore. There was considerable confusion on the front line, and they were about to collapse as they watched harder. But at this moment, a strange whistling sound suddenly came from the sky, and Xiao Feng looked up. I saw countless black spears swooping down from the air, and the human soldiers on the front line also found these roaring spears, and immediately shouted to their comrades to hide and dodge. Soon, a lot of huge, shield-like roofs were erected on the heavy fire tank trucks. This is also the special protective device that Charles Mann added to the heavy fire tank truck after several improvements. The giant spears in the air are obviously the giant bow arrows from the Python longbowman. Xiao Feng has dealt with the Python man many times, and he is naturally very familiar with their weapons. This kind of giant arrow, which is more than 1 meter long, is a short spear for ordinary people, but it can be used as their bow and arrow for Python people. And because of their special body structure, slender figure, very good flexibility, and full strength, they can open huge bows and shoot heavy arrows. And such heavy arrows are extremely lethal to humans. It was equivalent to a heavy machine gun in Xiao Feng's hand. It was not so powerful when it was scratched and killed. These giant arrows lifted into the air in a projectile manner, and fell from the air, with extremely strong potential energy, and hit the fierce fuel tank trucks. Even though these fierce fuel tank trucks were equipped with guards. But it is not 100% able to prevent these giant arrows. Many guards were pierced on the spot, and the soldiers below were nailed to the ground. There were even a few fierce oil tanks that were destroyed when the achievement was made. Human soldiers began to suffer large-scale casualties. At this time, the lionman and leopard heads on the opposite side also got a respite. Seeing the chaos on the front of the human fierce oil tank, these guys immediately screamed and rushed up. I don't care about the formation, I just want to be able to quickly rush to the human display and start the melee. And this time it was those barbed wire fences that played a role again. And the crossed barbed wire fences once again became the nightmare of these lion men and leopard heads. These barbed thorns can't jump and jump over, cut and cut constantly, and it's even worse if they are stabbed. They can't break free at all. For a time, the lion man and the leopard head were troubled by these barbed wire fences. But there is no alternative. At this time, the human soldiers also reacted quickly. Several violent oil tanks that had been smashed and suffered heavy manpower losses were withdrawn, but new ones came up behind them. Everyone began to breathe fire across the barbed wire across the opposite side of the orcs. But this time the orcs were caught off guard. The front wanted to retreat, but the back wanted to rush up again. The disunity of thinking caused the chaos of the orcs on the front line. At this time, human archers and crossbowmen appeared behind the fierce oil tank and began to shoot at the half-orcs. The alternate method of throwing and direct shooting caused a lot of damage to the half-orcs in an instant, and the half-orcs would not sit back and die. Someone behind them kept throwing short axes and meteor hammers in their hands. At such a close distance, human soldiers are inevitable, and they are either dead or injured. On the forefront of the battlefield, there were slaying sounds everywhere, and people kept hitting arrows and falling to the ground. If they were lucky, they passed by. Unfortunately, after being injured, they could only wailing and wait for death. If in the past, the human army had fought with half-orcs at such close range, and had begun to suffer large-scale casualties, it might have collapsed long ago. But this time, the army showed great resilience. Someone fell in front, and someone immediately came up behind him. Without stepping any steps, it was separated by a 10-meter wide barbed wire isolation belt, and it fought fiercely with the opposite half-orcs. Shooting battle. The forefront battle quickly entered a fierce situation, and the casualties on both sides began to increase sharply. but the humans who mastered the favorable battlefield situation naturally had fewer casualties. And the half-orc was a bit miserable. The oil in the fierce oil tank was too poisonous, and I didn't know how Charles Mann made the secret recipe. This thing actually possessed the characteristics of a solidified incendiary bomb. As long as it is stained, it will not be extinguished, unless you cut off all the areas where the kerosene is occupied, to save your life. This weapon alone caused serious damage to the orcs, not to mention the strong bows and crossbows behind. In just 10 minutes of contact, the Lion Man and Leopard Head Man in front have fallen by thousands, but these half-orcs have shown fierceness. Although they have suffered heavy casualties, they are still entangled with humans at the forefront. In the cold weapon era, when the casualties of one side's army exceed 30%, www.untilnovel.com, this side's army will definitely collapse, and Xiao Feng watched the lion and leopards rushing forward. The headman's deaths and injuries have exceeded half, but they still gritted their teeth, fighting fiercely on the front line. The is reflected in these half-orcs at this moment, and even many half-orcs raise the corpses of their companions and use them as physical shields to fight against humans. This scene is absolutely sturdy enough. No wonder that the human army was always familiar with them before. And to escape, he didn't dare to carry it head-on. The python longbowmen at the back still continued to provide support to the lion and panthers at the forefront. At this time, some werewolf cavalry, centaur and kobold also rushed out from the left and right sides of the lion and panther. They were not close to the barbed wire isolation belt in front. Nearly 100 meters away from the human manifestation, they began to cruise and release arrows. Although they are not as destructive as the python longbowmen, they are all at the level of sharpshooters. The distance of 100 meters is already the limit of the range for human archers. But for these half-human beasts with strength and physical superiority, the distance of 100 meters is not a problem at all, and they can even maintain considerable accuracy, especially those centaur, who are born to be archers. These guys suddenly appeared on the left and right wings of the Leoman and the Leopard Head, and began to show off against the humans, which immediately put a huge pressure on the people's front line. At the same time, some rhino and hippopotamus also joined the python longbowman sequence and began to use their long-range attack methods to cause damage to human soldiers. The rhinoceros stood in front of the python longbowman's line and began to kick the hammer or play discus, while the hippo man was behind the python longbowman's line, erected giant slingshots one by one, and began to launch stones at the human camp. Bomb. Chapter 524. Glue opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. As the armies of the various tribes of the orcs went into the battlefield one by one, the pressure on the human camp rose sharply. The original stalemate situation was quickly broken. The casualties of the human soldiers at the forefront increased greatly, and many fierce oil tankers were destroyed by long-range strikes by half-orcs. For example, the hammer throw and discus invested by the rhinoceros are much more powerful than the giant arrow of the python longbowman. Even if they can't hit a person, they can be smashed on a heavy fire fuel tank truck, and the wooden car body can't keep it. Live. After a few hits, it will fall apart immediately. There are also giant slingshots used by hippos, which are more than 1 meter high, and the rubber bands made of materials are not known at the back. The strength is very good. The stone bullets that were fired were all large-scale green mansions. The power of these stone bullets was more powerful than the hammer and discus thrown by the rhino. Xiao Feng saw a human soldier with a shot on his head and was beaten into a rotten watermelon on the spot. As human archers and fierce oil tank operators suffered large-scale casualties on the front line, the fire density of the human front began to decrease significantly. The leopard heads and lionmen, who had been in the forefront of the battle, had obviously got a respite at this time. They had already killed their eyes, and quickly figured out a way to deal with the barbed wire barrier in front. They even grabbed the corpse of their companion from the ground and threw it over the barbed wire. Hundreds of corpses were thrown over and the barbed wire was immediately crushed. They even wanted to use the corpses of their companions to build a bridge through the isolation belt. At this time, humans also launched their long-range strike force, the catapult, and the big yellow ballista began to appear. The catapult is naturally a small catapult adapted to field warfare. Its projection range is not too far, but it must be more than enough to deal with the rhino, hippo, and python longbowmen in front. As for this rhubarb ballista, it was also a weapon developed by Xiao Feng in order to make up for the lack of mid-range strike ability in human field battles. After returning to think about it, he finally referred to the Scorpio crossbow in Game of Thrones. Although this kind of crossbow arrow is more complicated to manufacture, it is powerful and can be operated without any advanced knowledge. It is very suitable for the army of this era. As soon as these two weapons came out, the python, hippo, and rhinoceros who hid behind the lion man and pantherman suffered a disaster. A stone bullet the size of a watermelon whizzed into the air, hitting the battlefield directly, and hitting a shot. It must be the end of a brain burst. Even if they were not hit directly, the stone bullets that could bounce were equally powerful. These polished very smooth stone bullets bounced on the battlefield and rolled around. If you can't dodge and get hit by these ricochets, you might get a little bruised if you are Fate, and it is common for you to have a missing arm or a leg. The projectiles fired by those rhubarb blisters are even more frightening. These rhubarb blisters are usually carried on a four-wheeled carriage, and 3 operators use a winch to work hard. The ammunition that can be fired is even more powerful. In addition to the giant arrow, there is also a very vicious weapon, which is the chain hammer. The finger-thick iron chain, 2 pieces of iron knots the size of a child are tied together, and then use the powerful bowstring of the rhubarb crossbow to shoot out in parallel. Dealing with those centaurs, werewolf cavalry, and kobold archers more than 100 meters away, it is a great help. The range of human archers is not as far as they are, but the chain hammers fired by the rhubarb crossbow may easily cover their area. After these consumable chain bullets were ejected, the walking route was very irregular, but once they were rotated in the air, the kinetic energy was not small. The centaur and werewolf cavalry, as well as the kobolds, are all light cavalry who don't like armor. Although these chain bullets are not big, if they are wielded at such a distance, it will definitely be the end of a man turning on his back. Several centaurs were hit in the chest by this chain bullet on the spot, and after a few screams, they turned over and neighed and fell to the ground, seeing that they were no longer alive. The werewolf cavalry is also miserable. Although they are more flexible than the centaur cavalry, the coverage area of this chain bullet is not small. Although people can hide, many of the giant wolves under the crotch are beaten upright. Although these giant wolves are larger than ordinary wolves and are suitable for riding, they are not as strong as horses after all. Especially their legs are much thinner, and their endurance is naturally much smaller. Being hit by such a chain bullet would definitely be the fate of a broken leg. Many wolf cavalry, even people, escaped, but the wolf was shot down. As for the kobolds, let alone, they were directly hit by the head-stained rats who were hit by the rhubarb crossbow. As soon as the human long-range strike weapon came out, the battlefield advantage that had been tilted towards the half-orcs was gradually pulled back. Standing in the center of the formation, Xiao Feng was very pleased to see such a scene. Although the human soldiers paid a high price, they were still flustered and kept clinging to the front line with these half-orcs. There was nothing. He was very pleased with the signs of collapse. It seems that the spirit of the army has already been trained, and they will fight this half-orc several times in the future. This spirit is still unresolved. This is a powerful army in the world. In the far-away camp of the orcs, standing above the watchtower, the high priest Zhuo and the fox Sergeant Hillen, who had been watching the field battle, looked gloomy at this time. The hope of a quick fight was broken, and the human soldiers in front of them were really hard to deal with. They were more than 10 times stronger than the armies of the human kingdoms they had encountered before. especially the fighting will, which was not weaker than the half-orcs, which made them even admire them. What makes the High Priest and the Fox military division even more afraid is that this human army is constantly evolving, and the weapons and combat methods they use are very different from the human army they have encountered before. Although their individual combat ability is far weaker than the half-orcs, when they use a variety of novel weapons and adopt new combat modes that have never been seen before, they can also bring seriousness to the half-orcs of killing. It seems that human wisdom cannot be underestimated. However, the more these humans showed such strong combat power and outstanding wisdom, the more they would provoke the fear of the High Priest and the Fox military division. Such humans must be killed. They must not be allowed to continue to develop and grow like this. If they are given a period of time, who knows what new tactics and weapons they will develop. Wait until then. The simple-minded half-orcs will be the opponents of these humans. Let all Anti-Hun speed up and rush forward. The humans behind the iron net are already at the end of the battle. Standing on the watchtower, Zhuo quickly gave instructions, and the messenger next to him quickly picked up the bone horn and began to blow again. Listening to the sound of the trumpet coming from a distance, Xiao Feng knew that the orcs were about to make a moth again. Sure enough, the Lion Man and Leopard Head Man, who were determined to be at the forefront, heard the trumpet and immediately separated from the left and right, while the orcs in the back quickly rushed up. These half-orcs, covered in black paint and heavy armor, trot all the way, and they could hear the puff of their feet hitting the ground from far away, and these guys were carrying pieces of wooden boards on their backs. Soon these wooden boards were thrown up in the air, overwhelming the barbed wire fences. The Lion Man and the Leopard Head Man in front had already soaked the bodies of many of their companions on top of the barbed wire fences, and the barbed wire fences had been crushed. At this time, the heavy armored infantry of these Tauren and Pigheads rushed forward, and the wooden planks they brought over were laid in such a shop, and soon a passage through the isolation belt was built. Xiao Feng yelled a few words at the messenger beside him, and soon there were drums and whistles in the human camp, the fierce fuel tank truck that had been on the front line, and the archer camp quickly retreated. At this time, the human phalanx that had been standing behind quickly came forward again. The Tauren and pig-headed heavy-armored infantrymen who just rushed through the barbed wire fence, saw the phalanx of human infantry coming up. Novel.com. They were screaming. Finally, after paying so many sacrifices, the war finally entered their favorite and most familiar hand-to-hand combat mode. Think about the previous human battlefields. Even if they look good, how many of them can withstand their impact? The Tauren general, who rushed to the forefront, turned around and yelled at the Tauren heavy-armored infantry behind him, "Erlang, rush with me, it's time to make achievements." Then he turned around and waved his hand to charge forward, but as soon as he turned around, a short crossbow plunged directly into his mouth, and the back of his neck came out. The poor generation of murderous generals was killed on the spot before they could really come into contact with the enemy. And All's death, on the spot, aroused the ferocity of the heavy-armored infantry in front of the Tauren. Every one of them called the iron knives in their hands, and the iron axe rushed up. Each of these Tauren heavy-armored infantry is more than 2 meters tall and weighs more than 300 kilograms. They look amazing in heavy armor. The spearmen of the human phalanx are also good soldiers carefully selected by Kyle. They are all about 1.8 meters tall and strong, and they hold the improved 3 meters and 5 meters in their hands. Spear. Although the length is much shorter than the 4 or 5 meter long spears of ancient spearmen on the earth, its lethality is not small. The spear uses a locally made wooden pole, which is light, tough, flexible and rigid. The front is equipped with a 30 centimeters long triangular bayonet steel spearhead. The special groove design, coupled with the good carburized steel, makes this spear sharp. The iron armor of the orc that has been the most troublesome for soldiers before, and the thick and tough animal skin, in front of such spearheads, it was like paper, and it couldn't stop them from hitting with all their strength. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 525. Break the Balance. Opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The two torrents quickly collided, and the side with longer weapons and tighter battle formation quickly gained an advantage on the battlefield. The heavy armored infantry of the Tauren and pigheads rushing in the front row slowed down quickly. The scene where they imagined that the human soldiers would collapse when they were touched did not appear. As usual, they chose the most familiar combat method, rushed to the human battlefield, and launched close-range hand-to-hand combat. But when they rushed to a place about 30 meters away from the human battlefield, they were baptized by a wave of arrows. The human crossbowmen who had retreated before, appeared in the center of the battlefield at this time, and shot them continuously. Although they wear heavy armor, at such a close distance, their iron armor is naturally a strong bow crossbow that can't stop humans. The steel arrow on the bow can easily penetrate the iron armor and drill through them. Thick skin. This wave brought serious damage to the Tauren, and the pighead is better here, because these pigheads have a problem. They usually like to roll in the mud and take a mud bath, so the skin under the heavy armor with a thick layer of earth crust. This layer of soil slowed down the damage of those bows and arrows. Finally rushed to a place 10 meters away from the human battlefield. The Tauren and the pig-headed people skillfully took out throwing weapons such as hatchets and hammers from their waists and threw them in the large square array of humans. But the human battle formation, there is a row of shield players in front of them. They are holding tomato-high giant shields covered with iron. These giant shields are inserted on the ground, like a moving city wall, with a lot of hand axes and iron. The hammers were all blocked. Occasionally, some short axes that flew into the human battle formation behind, indeed hit a few soldiers, but soon someone made up from behind. The human phalanx stopped moving. The front shield hand inserted the iron shield on the ground, and the spearman in the back row put the spear in his hand on the front shield. The human phalanx immediately turned into hedgehogs, making the Tauren and pigheads feel unable to speak. The lion and leopard heads who rushed through the quarantine zone behind them had red eyes at this time. They had paid huge casualties before the quarantine zone, and now they can finally fight against these humans. Have a good time. He even planned to kill all these human beings to solve their hatred. Seeing this battle formation like a hedgehog, the cumbersome Tauren and pighead may be helpless, but they are already very good at breaking this formation. It began to accelerate from a distance of more than 10 meters, ignoring the arrows shot from the middle of the phalanx, and quickly rushed to the front of the phalanx. There is a row of lion men standing opposite to the leopard head men, holding their hands on their chests and taking the ladder. The lion man and the leopard head man who rushed from behind shouted, stepped on the hands of the ladder in front of them, and then pushed hard, and the ladder also exerted force with both hands at this time. The lionmen and leopard heads who were already good at jumping immediately jumped into the air, leaping more than 5 meters high, and volleyed toward the phalanx of human soldiers. Some people with quick hands and feet even raised their throwing axes in the air and smashed them down. If there are cowardly human soldiers, they will instinctively disperse, so that the phalanx will immediately appear gaps. In the past, they used this method to attack the battle formation of the human Empire army, which was tried and tested, and it was easy to break the formation. As long as a few leaders rushed in, and the following ones kept up, the human battlefield soon returned to chaos. The heavy armored infantry at the back cooperated with the frontal impact, and the human battlefield immediately collapsed. It's a pity that their past experience is not easy to use in the phalanx in front of them. There were indeed a few unlucky guys who were killed by the throwing axes they threw in the air, but the human phalanx did not panic. There were a dozen densely packed spears in the store where they leapt into the sky, stabbing them towards the sky. Dozens of brave lion men and leopard head men were strung into blood gourds in the air, and then they were thrown back in the air by the human spearmen. Seeing that the usual methods of breaking the battle formation did not work well, The heavy armored infantry of the Tauren and Pigheads also began to show their strength. The soaring adrenaline and the boiling of beast blood made these half-orc warriors begin to talk about life and death. Disregard. Regardless of the hedgehog-like spears in front, a few Tauren and pig-headed heavy armored infantry rushed towards the square, roaring. Only halfway through the rush, they were already pierced into blood gourds by the spears extending from the back of the square, but they didn't scream and fell to the ground, but still roared and continued to charge forward. The heavy armored infantry in the back row also followed suit. The lion and leopard heads behind them continued to throwing axes and short spears at the human phalanx to suppress the crossbowmen in the middle of the phalanx. The battle situation immediately entered the most tragic stage of hand-to-hand combat. But how can the blood and courage of the half-orcs be worthy of the killing machines trained by humans for a long time? Kyle's long-term training has made these soldiers understand a truth. That is, if you encounter a half-orc on the battlefield, you don't have to think about running. Body and speed do not have the advantage. You can't beat half-orcs in a single fight, and you can't run away from them. So if you don't want to die or become a prisoner, then you must rely on the whole, relying on the battlefield that they have been familiar with thousands of times, and only comrades are the most trustworthy objects. The human spear phalanx, who had already achieved no distractions, was completely transformed into a killing machine at this time. Someone in the front row fell down, and someone in the back row made up for it. The 3-meter-long spear and the 30-centimeter triangular steel spearhead quickly made up the difference in physical fitness and protection capabilities between humans and half-orcs. At such a close distance, if a human was hit by a half-orc, it would definitely be the end of a burp, and the half-orc was the same. If he was stabbed by a human, it would definitely fall to the ground immediately. The lethality of this 3-sided bayonet is too strong. The special groove ensures bloodletting and easy extraction. The hard spearhead can be worn even if it is hit by the iron armor. And after being stabbed by this thing, if it hurts its limbs, the half-orcs would almost immediately burst into blood and lose their combat effectiveness in almost half a minute. If you stabbed it in the trunk, after half a minute, you would basically go to see God. At the forefront of the battle line, almost every second there will be human soldiers and half-orcs falling down, and the battle has fallen into a frenetic stalemate. At this moment, the scene of breaking the balance appeared, and the fierce oil tanks from the 4 corners of the human phalanx suddenly began to join the battle group. The fierce oil tank, which had been lurking silently before, suddenly started launching from 2 opposite corners when it saw that the number of half-orcs in the front row had been dense to a certain extent. Under the crossfire power, covering the closed battlefield at such a close distance, the half-orcs who were really directly opposite had almost no possibility of escaping in the future. After 3 consecutive fires, hundreds of torches appeared in front of the battlefield. The orc front that had just relied on a mouthful of blood and bravery, head-to-head with humans in battle, collapsed quickly at this moment. Countless human-shaped torches that were lit, screamed and started scurrying on the battlefield, and then were shot to the ground by human crossbowmen one by one. The heavy armored infantry who kept following up from behind was also cut off by the human-shaped torches running around on the battlefield at this time, and had to slow down. Soon the catapults and rhubarb crossbows behind the human battlefield began to aim at the only breach in the isolation belt, and the half-orcs who had just emerged from here were hit hard again. Before they even had time to set up their formation, they were smashed by the watermelon-sized stone bullets that volleyed into the air. The chain hammer and the large crossbow that fly over can take the lives of more than a dozen people in each stroke. The situation on the battlefield is beginning to develop in the direction of mankind gaining advantages. Numerous Tauren and pighead soldiers fell at the exit of this passage, and the soldiers behind began to hesitate. Obviously, the situation in front made them hesitate. Although their brains are not bright. www.untitlenovel.com. The instinct of the beast tells them to rush over at this time, it is to die, so they hesitate. Seeing that the balance on the battlefield began to gradually tilt towards humans, Suddenly there were several more breakthroughs on the barbed wire isolation belt in front. It turned out that the heavy armored infantry of the rhino and hippo finally caught up. These guys are too slow to charge, so they have been behind the large unit. And at this time they finally came to the front line. The barbed wire fences that were annoying to their families were troublesome to them. The top skinned guys, but it was only a minor trouble. With a few taps on the iron knife wheel in his hand, these barbed wire fences can be cut off. At the same time, they also brought a lot of wooden boards over, so they quickly opened several breakthroughs on the barbed wire fence. Rushing from behind the isolation zone, these hippo and rhinoceros immediately blushed when they saw the scene on the battlefield. When did the half-orcs be beaten so miserably by humans in close combat? They quickly launched a formation in the isolation belt, and the human catapult and rhubarb crossbow also quickly adjusted the main attack direction and began to attack them. Although it also caused some damage to them, the hippo and rhinoceros at this time had already begun to be frenzied. Facing the watermelon-sized stone bullets, they did not evade, and the stone bullets smashed on the heavy iron frame they were wearing. Bang bang, but not enough to kill them. On the contrary, the huge arrows fired by the rhubarb crossbow hurt them more. Similar to the giant bows fired by the python longbowman, the bows fired by the rhubarb crossbow are also more than 1 meter long and full of strength. If you hit these rhino and hippo, you can shoot through them immediately. 5 or 6 rhino and hippo were shot to the ground on the spot. But after a while, they have quickly adjusted their formation and rushed towards the human phalanx. Chapter 526 Sea of Fire opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Far away in the watchtower of the half-orc camp, the High Priest Zuochuo and the Fox Sergeant Hillen were already pale at this time. They really didn't expect that these human soldiers could stand up for so long. It has been more than an hour since the battle started, and according to their previous experience, there has never been a human army that can support such a long time without collapse under the full attack of the orcs. Another point is that this human army has brought them damage. So far, they can see the deaths and injuries of half-orcs. There are already 3,000 to 4,000. Moreover, the dead and injured were all of the tiger heads, lions and panthers in the half-orc league, such core elites. In the end, even heavy armored infantry like the Tauren and Pighead, who were invincible in their impressions, rushed up and took these human soldiers helplessly. This simply subverted their previous understanding of the human army. This is an army that is different from any human army they have seen in the past. It is tenacious and extremely lethal. Even if it is converted to the combat power of the Orc Alliance, it can also be among the high-ranking nobles. Thinking of this, the High Priest Zuochuo and Fox Army Master Hillen couldn't help but change their expressions. The fear of being dominated by humans for thousands of years before came back to their hearts. No, you can't let this human army or escape. You must kill them all on the battlefield, and the human backbone must be interrupted. Fortunately, the Hippo Man and the Rhino Man joined the battle group in time and let them both breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the real decisive force arrived on the battlefield. Although these hippos and rhinos look cumbersome, they often play a decisive role on the battlefield. Because of their size, they are so huge. The advantage of physical fitness is really not an ordinary technical weapon. It can be smoothed out. Xiao Feng, who had been standing in the center of the human phalanx in the distance, also noticed these giant orcs appearing on the battlefield. He also changed his expression when he saw these guys. These hippos and rhinos were completely different from the half-orcs and heavy armored infantry he had seen before. Those leopard heads, lion people, and tiger heads are generally more than 2 meters tall, and the highest is only 3 meters. And their height and weight are basically about twice that of normal humans. The physical fitness of the Tauren and Pighead is even stronger, and the height is basically more than 3 meters, and the weight is about 3 times that of human beings. But such an opponent is not invincible. When human soldiers have suitable technical weapons in their hands, such as those three-sided bayonet spears. They are dressed in highly protective plate armor and cooperate in battle. Then these half-orcs are not invincible. But the rhino and hippos are different. Adult rhinos and hippos are both over 5 meters tall, and their weights are calculated by tons. Each arm can be thicker and stronger than the waist of an adult. It is several times that of ordinary human beings. Wearing heavy armor and carrying iron knives in his hands, all 3 meters long, such a guy, even if humans have suitable technical weapons in their hands, but as long as they don't have hot weapons, they are basically playing with such a half-orc finish. Not to mention the infantry phalanx, it is the stone bullets thrown by the stone catapults behind. These guys are reliant on their skinned physical fitness and are not afraid. Xiao Feng saw with his own eyes a watermelon-sized stone bullet flying in the sky. Before hitting a hippopotamus, it was waved by this guy, as if it was swatting a fly, and it hit the ground. How much strength is this? At present, there are only 2 weapons in human hands that can harm them, that is, the fierce oil tank and the rhubarb crossbow. However, the firing density and accuracy of the rhubarb crossbow cannot be guaranteed. On the other hand, the fierce fuel tank truck, although the firepower is still fierce, has also received serious interference at this time. Although the tauren and pighead who rushed over before, as well as the lions, panthers and other troops, were faltered by the human phalanx. But at this time, the reinforcements of the rhino and hippos boosted the morale of the orc camp, especially after a large wave of centaurs, werewolf cavalry, and kobold archers followed. These half-orcs may not be good at attacking fortifications, but they still do a good job of cruising the battlefield and harassing human soldiers. In particular, the centaur shooter has been shooting and killing the operators of the fierce fire oil tank one after another, so that the flame spray density and frequency of the fierce fire oil tank have been greatly reduced. At this time, the python longbowmen also followed up. These guys appeared on the frontal battlefield for the first time. 300 meters away, these longbowmen began to draw their bows and arrows. And this time, they didn't throw a shot, but chose a direct shot. A rain of arrows flew in, thanks to the shield used in front of the human phalanx, which was covered with a layer of iron, which provided the phalanx with the greatest protection. But even so, many shields were penetrated, causing very serious damage to the spearmen behind. The density of human firepower has dropped rapidly, and by this time the hippo and rhino have rushed up. Those spears that are densely packed like hedgehogs are nothing to them. The spears of the infantry phalanx are basically about 3 meters and 5 meters, and the long knives in their hands are also 3 meters long, so in terms of weapons, they will not fall into the wind. The second is that they are much stronger than humans, and even though they are iron knives, they also cut off several human spearheads. At the same time, those hippos are even more fierce. In close combat, they basically don't use knives, and most of them use maces. The tomata long stick, covered with barbs, is even more impressive in its wields. The human infantry phalanx, under the triple blows of the hippo and rhino, plus the python longbowman, is finally a little stretched. Living. Seeing that the phalanx had gradually begun to collapse, Xiao Feng couldn't help sighing that these half-orcs were really difficult enough. Different ethnic groups had given these half-orcs different beast characteristics, and they also have their own different combat modes and advantages. Once these combat advantages are combined, these half-orcs will become very difficult to deal with. The human army in front of him is already very good, whether in terms of combat skills, courage, quality of will, and tenacity. It can be regarded as elite. Even in the cold weapon era of the modern world, this army will be an invincible iron army. But encountering such a half-orc opponent, it is really too difficult for them. Seeing that the number of casualties in the human army began to rapidly increase, and those large phalanxes were struggling to support it, Xiao Feng turned around and ordered Kyle. Kyle immediately handed over the messenger to explain it, and soon there were drums and whistles in the human camp. The human infantry phalanx in front, hearing the drums coming from behind, all refreshed. Under the leadership of the low-ranking officers, they began to reorganize their formation and slowly retreat. At this time, the half-orcs discovered that the human army had finally begun to retreat, and morale was immediately boosted. This is the most difficult battle they have ever fought with humans since the war, with the most casualties. Now that the human army has finally begun to retreat, it is very likely that it will collapse next. Many experienced orc generals thought this way, but when they saw the human army retreat quickly and orderly, without panic, it made them feel a little embarrassed. The scene of the collapse they expected did not appear. Then continue to put pressure on them. The hippo and rhino at the forefront, biting the tail of the human infantry phalanx, but helplessly after they received heavy armor. The speed was indeed a bit slow. In order to ensure their physical strength, they couldn't fast forward. At this time, the task of biting the human infantry was given to the maneuverable centaur archers, werewolf cavalry, and fast kobolds. These hussars followed the human infantry phalanx and attacked the human phalanx in turn. Mentalnovel.com. But after several trials, they paid a lot of casualties, but they did not have a very good effect. They found that these infantry phalanxes were not too chaotic when they retreated, but rather orderly. Seeing that the battlefield was stretched and widened, and a steady stream of orcs poured into the battlefield behind the barbed wire barrier, Xiao Feng said to Kyle, "It's time." At this time, Kyle turned and waved his hand down strongly, and the human soldiers on the wall behind them and in front of the wall received this signal. A short whistle was blown immediately, and at this time, on the city wall of Mount Maple and in front of the rows of large catapults in front of the city wall, a few strong men smashed the trigger with a round hammer. The counterweight quickly lowered, and the net bag of the trebuchet was quickly pulled up with the swing arm. The oil tanks with the lead wires in the net bag flew up one by one. Even though it was daylight, the High Priest Zhuo and the Fox Sergeant Hillen, who looked upstairs in the orc camp in the distance, could clearly see that from the wall of Maple Mountain City, a trail of flames flew out. Meteor. After these meteors crossed the sky, they quickly and fiercely slammed on the Orcs' legion that was continuously breaking through the barbed wire fence. The half-orcs who had just drilled through the barbed wire were originally lined up one by one, spreading out their formations, and their dignity and humble were pushing towards the direction of Maple Mountain City. How can I think of the meteor shower that hits the sky? It has become their final nightmare. Those pops fell on the ground, and sparks were immediately splashed. The soldiers around, if they were stained with sparks, quickly turned back into human-shaped torches. The cover-type indiscriminate bombardment quickly turned the vicinity of the isolation zone into a sea of fire. The orc army who was about to cross the isolation zone immediately stopped and then began to retreat. Chapter 527. The battle can be fought like this. Opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The original good situation became uncontrollable in an instant, and the crash was imminent, but this time it was not a human being, but a half-orc. On the watchtower of the orc camp in the distance, the chief priest of the orc army, Zhuo, and his dog-headed warrior Fox Hillen, looked at the distant battlefield. At this time, the sudden meteor shower that fell from the sky was also stupid. One by one earthenware pots with sparks fell from the sky, and when they hit the ground, it was either an explosion or a fire, and every oil tank fell on the ground, and any creature within a radius of more than 10 square meters would immediately turn into a fire. The army of half-orcs that had been in full force at this time seemed to be hit by someone, and the charge came to an abrupt halt. Even the first place where the fire oil tank was on fire was plunged into chaos, which led to its collapse. The battlefield was full of human-shaped torches jumping for joy and screaming, but these torches couldn't take 2 steps, and eventually they would fall to the ground. belching cold. Although the exact statistics are not yet available, the Fox Army Master Hillen took a few glances and estimated that this wave of orcs has caused at least 6,000 to 10,000 casualties to the orcs. As for the rhino and hippo who have been separated by the fire on the other side, as well as the centaur, the werewolf cavalry, and the kobold, it is estimated that it is over. Although they couldn't see what happened behind the sea of fire across the sky, they could hear the loud fighting and screams coming from there. At this time, on the other side of the sea of fire, the battle is indeed coming to an end. Xiao Feng did not intervene from the beginning to the end. He just kept commanding the human soldiers on how to use weapons reasonably and how to choose the terrain that is beneficial to him on the battlefield. How to make the various arms cooperate reasonably and use technical weapons reasonably in the battle. In fact, it was mainly for Kyle and Bloom around him. Although they fought many battles with the orcs along with Xiao Feng, they did not have much experience in commanding battles independently as generals, especially after Xiao Feng brought them a lot of new weapons, battle formations, and various new tactical weapons. Although they focused on training, how should these tactical weapons be used with soldiers and how can they be used on the battlefield? They don't know much about exerting their greatest power. Xiao Feng is just giving them a demonstration today. As for how much they can learn, it depends on their own talents. At this time, Kyle and Bloom, who were standing next to Xiao Feng, were all thoughtful when they saw the situation on the battlefield. When Xiao Feng was not there before, they could only rely on the people in their hands to face the half-orcs. I'm not sure about it at all. Not to mention going out of the city for field battles, and defending the city may still have a little confidence. But today they are standing next to Xiao Feng, watching Xiao Feng command the human infantry, step by step against the half-orcs. The elite half-orcs who looked invincible before, they all touched before the battle line commanded by Xiao Feng. He broke his blood. Only then did they realize that Xiao Feng's intentions for training these battle formations, and the usage of these battle formations and the technical weapons, turned out that the battles could be fought like this. After the kerosene tank fell from the sky to cover the battlefield, there were more than 10,000 orc warriors on the battlefield close to the human side. But the situation at this time was different from before. Previously, they repelled a human infantry phalanx by relying on heavily armored infantry such as hippo and rhinoceros. The human infantry phalanx began to retreat slowly, and they were constantly pursuing, and there were countless reinforcements behind them. Keep up with the steady stream. But the battlefield situation at this moment turned into an instant. Their back was cut off, and the human infantry phalanx, which had been slowly retreating, stopped and began to stabilize the formation. It seemed that humans were about to start a decisive battle with them. Up, the hot-headed centaur and werewolf cavalry, and the kobolds who had just rushed to kill, also held back their mounts and stabilized their formation. As the light cavalry, they weren't hot enough to directly impact the human battlefield. They are waiting for the hippo and rhinoceros in the back to follow up. Such heavy armored infantry is equivalent to a siege hammer. With them, the battle formation is hard, but it is just a hard-skinned walnut, and finally the siege hammer next. It will still be crushed. It's a pity that they misjudged the battlefield situation. Humans are not only armed with infantry phalanx. Soon a drum sounded, and then various whistles of varying lengths went from far to near, accompanied by rumble horseshoes sound. The centaur light cavalry lined up in front of the human infantry phalanx changed their expressions at once, because they saw countless black-clothed and black-armored heavy cavalry, even the horses wearing black armor, from the left and right sides of the human infantry phalanx. He rushed out and rushed straight to them. These heavy armored cavalry are not the same as the human cavalry they have met before. Although the human cavalry in the past is also the elite of the human kingdom, only some high-level officers have full-body chainmail. Most of the other cavalry are wearing leather armor. Only a few pieces of iron inlaid on the leather armor protect the vital parts. Although the combat effectiveness is stronger than that of the infantry, it is also stronger. But today these human cavalry are different from those before. They are all covered in black armor, and this armor is different from the chain armor that has been seen before. They are all plate armors made up of pieces of iron plates. From head to toe are iron armor. Even the horse under the crotch is covered with iron armor. These guys are really extravagant. And they all had long lances in their hands. At a long distance, those lances were all erected, like a piece of wood. When they rushed to the orc light cavalry phalanx 20 or 30 meters away, in a whistle, those lances were immediately leveled. The movements and scenes of scoring and laying down the lances, watching the centaur and werewolf cavalry. The hair on their necks stood up, and the kobold cavalry who had always been courageous turned around and ran. The centaur and werewolf cavalry at the forefront scolded their mother, but at this time it was too late for them to turn around. The tight charging formation, the 5-meter-long lance, immediately ran into the centaur and werewolf cavalry in the front array. When lances stab the front centaur and werewolf, the lightly weighted werewolf will be picked up on the spot, and the riders will immediately adjust the head of the gun to find the next target. As for those centaurs with a heavier weight, the moment they were stabbed by a lance, the lance made of brittle wood would break in response, but the tip of the spear in front had already pierced the centaur to the heart. The knights throw away the broken lances, because the opposite is not armored heavy cavalry, nor armored heavy infantry, but some light cavalry wearing leather armor, or even no armor. To deal with such an enemy, naturally you don't need a blunt weapon like Tiger Duo, and the cavalry knife is the best choice. The riders threw away their lances and drew out the cavalry sword from the horse bag next to them. The top steel sword with wrist guards had a curved blade with a thick back and thin blades. They didn't have to swipe vigorously at all, as long as they rushed along the horse in the direction of reaping. The centaur and werewolf cavalry can be cut down. The orc hussars who were still waiting for the hippo and rhino to follow up, and the orc hussars who were fighting humans to the death, were washed away as soon as they faced each other. Human heavy armored cavalry, like heavy tanks, crushed past their fronts and defeated them in one fell swoop. Without supporting it for 3 minutes at all, the front of these orcs light cavalry was broken up, and the battlefield was full of orcs light cavalry fleeing. The human heavy armored cavalry bit their tails tightly. Almost every second, half-orc light cavalry were cut under the horse by the human cavalry. The battle ended in only 5 minutes. The light cavalry of the half-orcs had been completely defeated and driven out of the battlefield by the heavy cavalry of humans. At this time, the heavy armored infantry of the hippo and rhinoceros came slowly to the front of the human infantry phalanx, followed by the tauren, pighead, lion and panther. All.novel.com both are the main force on the battlefield today. Although they were defeated by the human infantry phalanx before, they did not retreat. At this time, they came up with the hippo and rhino. Behind the isolation belt is still full of flames, and even the screams of the orcs can be heard. The back road is broken, and the light cavalry that swept the formation has been broken, but this large orc infantry formation with only 7 or 8,000 people has not. There is no meaning to retreat. Seeing the human infantry phalanx that had been rearranged in the front, they didn't rush to launch an attack, but stopped and repaired it. They also knew that this time the decisive battle was imminent. But at the stall where they rested, the heavy armored cavalry who had defeated the orc light cavalry had returned, and they did not return to the human infantry formation, but stayed on the 2 wings of the orc infantry formation. Although they did not launch an attack, the aura of these black clothes and black armor has brought tremendous pressure to the half-orcs. At this time, in a whistle, 2 more light cavalry teams rushed out from both sides of the human infantry phalanx. They didn't rush too close to the orcs, but they kept throwing arrows around their phalanx. The thick-skinned hippo and rhino are okay, and a few arrows won't kill them, but the tauren, pighead, and lion are miserable. Although they are also wearing armor, their armor can't hold the heavy arrows of humans at all. The heavy steel arrows can easily penetrate their armor and plunge into their flesh. Such heavy arrow humans belch with just 1 arrow, and although the physique of the half-orcs is a little better, They basically confessed after hitting 3 or 5 arrows. These light cavalry kept circling around the orcs' town of soldiers. In a few laps, hundreds of orcs had been shot dead by them. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 528. Ballisto opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The heads of the rhino and hippopotamus, Nipangu and Dullaton, also looked gloomy at this time. When they repelled a human infantry phalanx before, they thought they had a chance to win today, and the next battle would be the same as before. The hussars continued to harass, biting the rear of the humans, waiting for them to bring the tauren and pig heads, as well as the lionmen, leopard heads and other elite combatants to catch up, and take the tired human soldiers one by one. Eaten. They have used this combat mode countless times, and it can be said that it is unsatisfactory. The human army will eventually turn from a tired soldier to a frightened bird, and then be surrounded by them in segments, eaten by mouthfuls, and can't escape the last one. But the reality gave them a slap in the face. Human beings didn't know what weapon they used, and they directly covered the battlefield and blocked the backup. This turned them into a dangerous lone army, who were already in their hands. If the enemy were the army of ordinary human kingdoms, they would not be afraid. But the army on the opposite side came from the famous Running City, an elite division trained by the death of Running City, and its combat effectiveness was extremely strong. Moreover, the cooperation between the various arms is also incomparable, and the combat power is even comparable to the most elite Vatican Knights of the Manchur Vatican. From this point of view, aside from mentioning how to eliminate mankind, whether they can return safely today is the question that should be of concern. Now they found that the form on the battlefield was no longer the infantry phalanx they were chasing humans, but they had become a lonely army deep in the urn with a broken turtle in the back. Although the human light cavalry looks like annoying mosquitoes, you can't underestimate these mosquitoes. Every time they circle the orcs formation, they will harvest hundreds of half-orcs' lives. If it were the past, the fast leopard heads and the vigorous lion men would have jumped out a long time ago to drive out these light cavalry. Even if they can't kill a few, they can't be so arrogant. But at this time they didn't dare to go out at all, because the black-clad and black-armored heavy cavalry behind the human light cavalry were like a hammer hanging above their heads. They knew that if they jumped out of the half-orcs, they would be crushed by this hammer in an instant. Nipangu and Dullaton stood in the middle of the big orc formation, looking at the human infantry phalanx in front, and the heavy cavalry around them. They could no longer take care of them. What they were thinking about was how to launch a mid-range assault and destroy the human infantry phalanx in front, because at present, this infantry phalanx was their greatest threat. When they defeated them, they also broke the enemy's skull. Even if the heavy armored cavalry were, no matter how powerful they were, they would not dare to tease their tiger beards lightly, and only after defeating the infantry phalanx, they could return from here alive today. As for killing all the humans in front of them, they no longer considered it at this time. It looks like a death squad will be organized. Dullaton looked at the closely arranged human infantry phalanx, and said to Nipangu, who also nodded and agreed. They had fought against this human infantry phalanx before, knowing that it would be impossible if they didn't work hard at this time. Without the death squad to take the lead, it would be even more impossible to break this human phalanx. But just as they were discussing who should join the death squad, there was a movement from the human side. The two immediately squeezed to the front of the large formation and looked in the direction of the human infantry phalanx in the distance. In the passage between several human infantry phalanxes, there were human soldiers pushing more than 20 wooden carts toward the front of the formation. Soon these wooden carts were pushed to the front of the human infantry phalanx, about 300 meters away from the half-orcs. And above these wooden carts are the rhubarb crossbows specially made by Xiao Feng. These rhubarb crossbows are different from the singly operated rhubarb crossbows used in the Han Dynasty. This is a giant crossbow that requires 3 or 4 people to operate. It can even be said to be a burlister, a crisscross crossbow made of tenacious steel sheet. which is made of several kinds of rattans unique to this planet, and then made through multiple processes such as oil immersion and a tenacious bowstring. The aiming system brought by Feng from the modern world makes this ballista car full of power. Moreover, the slide under the crossbow string is divided into different calibers according to different needs, which can be replaced at any time. The thin slide is dedicated to placing crossbow arrows, while the thick slide can be used to place those chain hammers, and the thicker slide can be placed in a special fierce oil tank. Therefore, this ballista can launch different weapons according to different battlefield conditions. Although the craftsmanship is complicated and the cost is a bit more expensive, in the era of cold weapons, this is definitely a melee weapon worthy of money. It can even be said that Xiao Feng saw a half-orc warrior like the rhinoceros earlier, who had a physical fitness several times stronger than that of a human, and he devised a weapon specifically to deal with them. More than 20 ballista carts were pushed to the front of the human lineup, and soon there were more than a dozen heavy fire fuel tanks pushed to the front of these ballista carts. In front of these carts, human soldiers soon began to put tall, barbed horses. Yulitan and Nippongo didn't know what the strange cars were launched by human beings. The only thing they knew was the fierce fuel tank car that could breathe fire. However, looking at many human soldiers, before they were in those vehicles, they felt a serious sense of crisis in their hearts. It must be a secret weapon specially prepared by mankind to deal with them, and it is definitely not powerful. Small. No, I can't continue to sit here and wait for death. Wolai, you are so fast, take the team up Trush. And you can't let them erect all those racks. Allerton greeted the leader of the Lion Man next to him and said to the leader of the Leopard Head that although the Leopard Head was also an upper-class noble in the half-orc tribe, the bloodline was obviously incomparable with the Hippo, Rhino and Lion Man, so their leader Duding did not dare to say anything. The Lion Man is on the same level as the Hippo and the Rhino, the real nobles. And even the bloodline is more noble than the hippos and the rhinos. At this time, these two stupid guys are calling and drinking. Their leader I was very upset. But this point of view of the overall situation is still good, and the group of humans who are busy on the wooden carriage in front of them also feels the danger. The Leoman and Leopard Heads didn't say much. They quickly picked out 200 elite soldiers, quickly broke away from the big orcs formation, and rushed towards the human side. It's a pity that this assault didn't go well from the beginning, and as soon as they made a big battle, they were immediately bitten by the human light cavalry. The human hussars quickly caught up with their squad, and they did not head-to-head, but kept shooting arrows around them. All kinds of strong bows and crossbows have caused a lot of damage to this team of lion and panther. But after all, they are big cats who are good at running. At a distance of 300 meters, that is, just a few breaths, they had already rushed to the front, just as they were about to jump over the horses and rush into the car formations. The row of fierce oil tanks in the front row suddenly went wild, and fire dragons spurted out, and the big cats that jumped up in the sky quickly turned into barbecues, screaming and falling from the air. And this situation saw Allerton and Nippongo frightened, and couldn't wait any longer, or else the weapons on the human carts would have been debugged. At this time, the blisters on the rhubarb blisters were basically ready. The slide for launching the giant crossbow has been replaced, and the slide is replaced with a thicker slide. The human operator has used the winch to wind the crossbow. Soon there was an ammunition hand. From the wooden barrel next to it, he took out a stone bullet the size of a billiard shot and put it into the card slot. The shooter behind immediately began to adjust the aim. At this time, the big formation of half-orcs finally moved, and rushed towards the human car formation. Yulitan constantly glanced around the orc warriors www.untitlenovel.com and shouted loudly to boost morale. Charge! I rushed over in a rush, and defeated those brats battlefield. I'll give everyone a snack tonight. Come on, go to the mountain city. Everyone is promoted to the 3rd level, rewarding 3 human female slaves and 30 slaves. He just finished yelling, and just turned his head, suddenly a black shadow whistling with the wind in front of him. He didn't even have time to dodge. The black shadow that had hit him slammed his face door, saying on the spot that the leader of the hippo had a brain crack and was killed on the spot. Xiao Feng personally tested the power of this ballista. After it was built, it was not much weaker than that in the TV series. The tough steel crossbow body, coupled with the flexible crossbow string, make this rhubarb crossbow effective. The shooting range can reach 500 meters, even more than the range of many modern small caliber rifles, not to mention the lethality. Shot put stone bullets within 300 meters. If a human hits a shot, how can he break a person in two on the spot? Even if a rough-skinned half-orc hits a shot, it will only belch his life end. And today this Aladdin is the first high-ranking orc general to be killed by this weapon, and the death of Aladdin made the half-orcs in front of him who had surpassed their courage to charge, quickly exhausted all their courage, because next there were countless stone bullets flying into their front camp, and the group of rhino and hippos who rushed in front became the best living targets because of their size. And these guys, who are usually tall and sturdy, have no resistance at all in front of the shotball-sized stone bullet. Shot in the limbs, that is the end of the amputation on the spot. Shot in the torso, either crossed or beaten in two, the scene immediately plunged into frightening chaos. Chapter 529 Collapse opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. More than 20 ballista carts constantly fired shotball-sized stone bullets at the rushing half-orcs. The hippo and rhino are not good at speed. At this time, the hippo and the rhino have become living targets on the battlefield. There are also those who are a bit faster than them, but there are not many tauren and pigheads. These heavy armored infantry are sharp weapons in half-orcs battles, and can play the role of a siege hammer. The human infantry phalanx commanded by Xiao Feng before, faced with elites such as tiger heads, leopard heads, and even lion people, and did not lose the slightest bit of it. But when these heavy armored infantry arrived on the scene, the physical disadvantages of humans were manifested. These half-orcs were tall and strong, with thick skin and heavy armor. Humans could hardly deal with them even with sophisticated weapons. But the appearance of the ballista car immediately changed the situation on the battlefield. How can these guys be compared with those stone bullets with amazing kinetic energy? Even if they are tall and strong, shotball-sized stone bullets whizzed up, and if they were hit, even if they were not dead, they were half-crippled. The speed was originally not fast, but at this time it was even more smashed, and the speed was a bit slower. And the fast lion people and leopard head people have already rushed to the front of the horses in the human carriage. They don't want to be hit by stone bullets like the heavy armored infantry of the hippo people. It's a pity that there are also heavy fire tank trucks and human crossbowmen waiting for them. The fire dragons and the rain-like arrows threaten the lives of these lion men and leopard heads almost every moment. But at this time they can no longer take care of these threats. Now is the time to desperately. The half-orcs at this time display the ultimate team spirit. The lion people and leopard head people who rushed to the horse knew that if they could not defeat the carts, then the hippo and rhino people would not be able to rush, and they would not be able to rush to the human infantry phalanx. Can't deal with it. If the human infantry phalanx cannot be resolved today, everyone will die here. The reason is very simple. So the time has come to desperately at last. The lion man and the leopard head rushed to the front of the horse, and against the fire dragon sprayed from the fierce fuel tank, they began to drag these horses crazily. There are people behind who are constantly throwing axes and meteor hammers to cover. The desperate half-orcs are quite terrible. The explosive power of lions and leopards is terrible. At this time, when life and death are at stake, they even burst out by 2%. The power of 100. The heavy horses were quickly pulled away by them, and the way forward was quickly opened. Countless leopard heads on the battlefield, like Parker Masters, quickly rushed to those fierce fuel tank trucks. Such close combat, human soldiers are not their opponents at all. Soon the violent fuel tanker truck at the forefront stopped breathing, and several of them were even quickly destroyed by these lion men and leopard head men. The burlister car behind also had to stop designing and began to retreat. Xiao Feng was very dissatisfied with the front line that was penetrated so quickly, but there was nothing he could do. First, the front line was arranged too hastily, and secondly, these half-orcs were desperate for their lives and their combat effectiveness exploded. They were still very sharp. In addition, this ballista vehicle is still not repaired enough to provide the firepower to cover the battlefield. If there are dozens more, there will be no such scenes as it is now. Even the small fierce fire oil tank was too late to launch, and the position was broken. It was a failure today. And at this time, the shortcomings of the ballista vehicle's poor maneuverability were also fully exposed. As soon as it turned and retreated, it was immediately overtaken by the desperate lionmen and leopard heads. The operator above jumped off the vehicle cleverly and escaped. Slowly, they were killed on the spot by these lion men and leopard head men, and several rhubarb blisters were also destroyed. At this time, the fighting power bursting out by the lion and the leopard was more than that. They rushed down from the ballista car, and many people rushed into the human infantry phalanx that was caught off guard. Although it failed to break the phalanx, it also caused a lot of damage to the human soldiers. What was originally a perfect battle, but because of the last negligence, it turned into this, which really made Xiao Feng's nose mad. The human infantry phalanx quickly resolved the lionmen and leopard heads who rushed in the air, but at this time the huge hippos and rhinos finally arrived on the battlefield. Although there were many casualties on the way, there were still more than 3,000 who arrived on the battlefield. The appearance of these heavily armored infantry has doubled the pressure on the human infantry phalanx. Although the human infantry phalanx was still desperately resisting, Xiao Feng knew that if he didn't make a move, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. And he was in the middle of the camp, and he was indeed a little tired of doing things. It's time to show my skills. Xiao Feng got off the battlefield and boarded a JLTV assault vehicle. He was sitting in the driving position on Friday. He couldn't wait any longer. Xiao Feng got into the shooter position and he slammed the accelerator down. With a roar from the engine of the JLTV light combat vehicle, the entire vehicle quickly jumped out. Aliton has been killed, and Nipangu the hippo has become the supreme commander of this group of half-orcs. At this time, he is directing the heavy armored infantry to rampage in front of the human infantry phalanx. The huge difference in physical fitness gave these rhino and hippo people an advantage on the battlefield. The human spear stabbed on them, although it can also bring them quite serious damage, but it is not deadly enough. And every time the mace and broadsword in their hands were swung, it was terrible, and almost every stroke could take away a human life. The front human infantry phalanx, the formation has been crushed by them, and it will collapse and break the formation. But at this moment, suddenly there was a strange roar in the distance, and Nipangu raised his head and glanced at the back of the human infantry phalanx. In between, a khaki monster was galloping over here. Seeing that they were still more than 100 meters away, a black pipe on the earth ILO iron box suddenly burst out flames more than 1 meter long. The tracer pierced the sky and shot a metal storm along the muzzle of the M2 heavy machine gun, like a whip of God sweeping the battlefield. Any obstacle in front of this whip will be beaten into on the spot. Nipangu saw with his own eyes that a hippopotamus with a waist thicker than a water tank was just hit by a yellow light in his chest. And then a big hole exploded in his chest. You can see the back from the front. When the hippo fell to the ground, his eyes were still full of incredible expressions. He was obviously dead under such a powerful weapon. He had never thought about it before. General, the of death is here in Runliu City. Retreat quickly. The roar of machine guns on the battlefield, the screams of half-orcs dying, and the roar of fighting were all mixed together. Nipangu just felt that his head was buzzing, and he couldn't move at all. The infantry phalanx that was about to defeat the human race was originally about to be defeated, but with the addition of Death God in Running City, the situation on the battlefield took a turn for the worse. He doesn't even know what to do next. As for escaping from here, He didn't even think about it. The back road has been cut off. Where can they go? In the charge just now, there were originally 8 or 9,000 of them, but it seemed that more than 2,000 people had fallen on the road. It seems that there are more than 5,000 people left now, so how can you rush out? He has already seen that behind the human battle formation, there are still many infantry phalanxes, slowly moving forward, just relying on the number of people. They can be piled up to death. What's more, there is an irresistible of death in Running City. The yellow iron box ran back and forth on the front line of the battlefield, opening and closing vertically and horizontally, and in front of him, there was no one general, not even a half-orc who dared to stand up and resist. Not only the lion, the leopard, but the hippo, and the rhino were all beaten up by the iron box. In the black pipe on the top of the iron box, flames of death were continuously sprayed out, as long as it was hit by the sprayed yellow light. You read www.uukansu.com is basically dead. Even the hippo and rhino, who have always been known for their physical fitness, are the same. When they hit the shot, they basically burp cold. He even saw with his own eyes that one of his own soldiers had his head shattered by that yellow light, as if it was easy to beat an egg. The army of half-orcs, which had already declining morale, quickly collapsed, and the human infantry quickly recovered its state, and the large phalanx was disbanded, and those human soldiers were not out of order when fighting alone. They are often in groups of 3 or 5 to deal with single orc soldiers. The fierce Tauren was surrounded by 3 human spearmen. As soon as the long knife in his hand was rounded, he was pierced by the spear from the side where there was no armor protection under his arm, and he belched on the spot. And the Leoman, who is very brave in individual combat, is useless against such a group of human soldiers. Although they were more flexible, they couldn't hold human soldiers. They always attacked from the blind spot of his vision. When the long knife that went out of his front wheel was held by 2 human soldiers, the human soldier who was hiding behind would return, shoot an arrow at his front door. While the Leoman was evading bows and arrows, there were 2 other human soldiers, one from the left and the other with spears from the flanks. The Leoman had 3 heads and 6 arms and could not dodge such an attack. He was soon nailed by a team of human soldiers, died on the ground. Such scenes abound on the battlefield, and even Nippon saw that 2 squads of 5 Yarside human soldiers overturned a strong rhino. And at this moment, there was a rumbling of horseshoes from behind the orcs. The siege hammer that had been chosen above their heads finally fell, and the human heavy cavalry came over. The crumbling formation of half-orcs immediately collapsed. Chapter 531 To Death opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Xiao Feng sat on the roof of the car, looking at the battlefield in front of him. On the battlefield now, there was no order at all. The mountains and plains were full of orcs fleeing, followed by a squad of countless human soldiers. Soldiers holding spears, long knives, bows and arrows, and using various weapons spontaneously formed combat teams in groups of 3 or 5, and such teams also allowed them to exert their full combat effectiveness. The previous single soldier to single soldier combat mode has been eliminated by the human army. The height, strength, and speed are all inferior to the half-orcs. If they are singled out with the half-orcs, it is a brain problem. So the 3-3 tactics that Xiao Feng referred to was given to Kyle and Bloom for a new set of infantry fighting methods, that is, on the battlefield. If you encounter a situation that requires individual combat, then the tactical arms that use different weapons are combined into a combat team in groups of 3 to 5. And the combat effectiveness is greatly enhanced in this way. In the past, the situation where a single pair of singles could not be played against half-orcs was greatly changed. After long-term training, such a combat team finally began to exert its power on the battlefield. When the large formation of half-orcs was overwhelmed by the heavy cavalry rushing from behind, these half-orcs who had lost their leadership ran all over the mountains and plains. Once there are no organizations and leaders, these half-orcs are like beasts. Although the single body is still very fierce, it is no longer so scary. The combat teams in groups of 3 to 5 kept knocking half-orcs to the ground, and those heavy cavalry were constantly opening and closing on the battlefield, constantly knocking some half-orcs who still wanted to resist, and even stepped on them. Dead. Their behavior has risen to the point of killing for fun, and the wailing of half-orcs is everywhere on the battlefield. And Xiao Feng didn't stop the heavy armored cavalry's behavior, because this was the retribution of those half-orcs. Xiao Feng heard many freed slaves talk about how these half-orcs treated them. In the eyes of these half-orcs, the captives of human beings are not individual lives at all, but consumables that can be consumed at will. They don't have enough food every day, and they go out to work to create value for the half-orcs, and even become playthings for the half-orcs to enjoy and kill. Even when there is a shortage of food, they will become toe-legged sheep among the half-beast population. And these human soldiers have blood and deep feuds with the half-orcs. Some of them were soldiers or subjects of the human empire before. After these half-orcs defeated the human kingdom, they were extremely cruel to them. Many members of the family were tortured and killed by these half-orcs, so they hated these half-orcs even more. Taking revenge on the battlefield at this time was also a natural catharsis, and Xiao Feng would naturally not stop them. What's more, in his eyes, these half-orcs can't be regarded as humans at all. For these guys, there is no need to talk about humanism, and the practice of persuading people with virtue is simply absurd in this world. The nature of these half-orcs is to fear power but not virtue. You must teach them severely in order to tame them. However, Xiao Feng also didn't want these half-orcs to be killed by the soldiers. When he saw the soldiers' emotions were almost vented, he told Kyle next to him, "Almost all right, let them stop. Collect all the prisoners, these are good labor." Last time I saw many of Dean's mines, they were in urgent need of manpower. These half-orcs are more than twice as strong as humans. They are indeed very good mine laborers. Instead of being tortured and killed on the battlefield, it is better to go to the mine to use the waste heat. Kyle quickly took the order, and the killing on the battlefield gradually stopped. Soon there were teams of heavy soldiers coming out of the Naples Mountain City to clean the battlefield. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Unknowingly, he had been fighting for a whole day. Xiao Feng didn't worry about camping in the wilderness. Although they had already shown confidence against the orcs, after all, the number of enemies was 10 times that of them. Just a series of killings and catching, a total of more than 20,000 half-orcs were killed and injured, but there were still 300,000 small half-orcs behind. 30,000 of them, after a hard day of fighting, also lost more than 5,000 people. It is no longer necessary to continue to stay in the wild. Morale has been agitated anyway, the teaching for Bloom and Kyle has been completed, and the confidence of the human soldiers has also been established. There is no need to spend with the orcs in the wild. Xiao Feng took the soldiers back to Naples Mountain City. From tomorrow on, he plans to rely on the city wall to cause maximum damage to the enemy. The terrain of this mountain city is good. Although it is not as dangerous as Runliu City, it can be regarded as a strong city. This castle built by human slaves, because of the strict requirements of the Tiger Head people, there is no place to cut corners. The city walls are all built from huge stones collected from the nearby mountains and are very strong. Xiao Feng was very confident, and let the half-orcs meet and break his blood. At the same time, in the camp of half-orcs, there are also meetings. However, it was not the same as the vigorous apprenticeship meeting in the morning. At this time, the atmosphere in the high priest's big tent seemed to freeze. The leaders of the tribes who attended the meeting all sat there with sullen faces, and they didn't mean to speak. They had seen this battle during the day, and they never expected that these humans would have such a strong combat effectiveness. A battle with the half-orcs in the wild completely subverted the half-orcs' concept of the human army. This is still an ordinary human army, This is clearly an iron army. It can be said that the elite troops of half-orcs have taken turns in battle, but there is still nothing to do with them. In the end, the siege hammer troops such as the rhino and the hippo came out to force the human infantry phalanx back. But what's next? The envisioned hearty victory scene did not appear. Instead, it was the terrible meteor shower, and finally the hippo and the rhino, and the entire army of the lion and leopard heads were destroyed. The tauren and the pighead didn't get much better off the battle. Fortunately, a few of them were clever enough to escape from the front, and by the way, they also brought back the battlefield situation behind the fire barrier. After listening to the deserters telling the battle, all the tribal leaders in the battle were silent. They had naturally heard of the name of Death God in Running City, but they didn't take it too seriously. In their opinion, this is running into the City of Death, but it is the nickname that those incompetent people deliberately gave him. As for his strength, the half-orcs he defeated were promoted and hyped. The reason why this guy is so famous is to prove that it's not that those fools are incompetent, but that the Death God of Running City is too powerful. After all, they conquered dozens of human empires from the north and south. How powerful can humans be? They have seen it a long time ago, and even the so-called Archmage, they have seen a lot. Therefore, they don't believe this or something about the Death God of Rushing City. But today they finally understand that this guy's nickname is really not a boast. During the whole day of fighting today, this guy seemed to be the last one to fight, and the previous battle was fought by the human army he trained. If the hippo and rhino were not the last to enter the arena, this human army would be able to blow their ass. This is terrible. How long has this human tribe formed? Has he already trained such a powerful human army? If you give them a period of time to let them develop, what will they develop into? How many times stronger the human army will be trained? How many times more powerful weapons will it make? Thinking of this, these half-orcs couldn't help but shudder. That scene is really terrible. If you really train them for them, then maybe it won't be long before they will withdraw from human territory and return to their nest secret forests, right? It may not even be able to guard the secret forest. Thinking of such a picture, the leaders of all the tribes attending www.mentalnovel.com felt even more suffocated in their chests. You have seen the scene today, and those humans did not intend to retreat. The golden eagles have been detected. Instead of camping in the wild, they retreated to Maple Mountain City. What I want to say to you is this: rushing. You have already seen the greatness of the city army and the death of Running City. If they are allowed to develop like this, it may not be long before our children and grandchildren will become their slaves. Do you think about such a life? The high priest, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and talked, and his words made the leaders present even more silent, but it was not a fearful silence, but an angry silence. Sure enough, the high priest had 2 sons, and a few words turned the fear in the hearts of these half-orcs into anger, and the low morale of the orcs gradually rose again. If you don't want your children and grandchildren to become slaves to mankind in the future, if you don't want to give up the now enfeoffed territory, or the glory and wealth you enjoy today, then show your courage. Tomorrow we will be in Maple Mountain City with this the Death God of Runliu City fights to the death. Although we do not have their tight army and their sharp weapons, we have more people than them. We will fight with them tomorrow and leave them all in this mountain city. They escaped, continued to develop, and turned around to harm our children and grandchildren. Yes, fight with them. Fight for life. That's right, we are crowded. I don't believe it anymore. It won't kill them if it piles up human lives. We must not let them run away. If we let them escape back, it will be a return to the mountain. The leaders of the tribe finally began to speak, and the high priest saw their expressions before turning around and sitting down. Well, morale is available. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 531 Battlefield Hospital opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. In the early morning of the next day, Xiao Feng came to the city wall early, and a vague smoke rose from the half-orc camp in the distance. He was obviously preparing breakfast. After breakfast, these guys should attack. I looked at the city wall at my feet, and it was only 7 or 8 meters high. This is the result of the crazy heightening and reinforcement of the soldiers who defended the city yesterday and the slaves who were freed from the road a few days ago. If before, the wall here would be more than 5 meters high, those tall hippos and rhinos standing in front of the wall can reach the arrow on the wall with their hands. Fortunately, this city was prepared by the orcs as their starting base for their attack on the Gourd Gorge. After nearly a year of material hoarding, there is nothing lacking in this city. From food materials to various ordnance equipment, there are even a lot of large stones used for building castles. Xiao Feng asked those oysters that had collected rocks nearby and asked, "What do you do with so many rocks in this castle?" The man replied that it was the original owner of the castle alone. He felt that the current area of the castle was not enough. He wanted to wait for the expansion of the castle after the end of the war, so he asked them to go to the mountains to collect more stones and return for storage. As for the reason for storing these worthless stones, it was because many of these human slaves belonged to the property of other half-orc tribes. This time they were conscripted by the Alliance to build the city and build roads. Once the work on this side is completed, these human slaves will be returned by other tribes. Therefore, the Lone Tiger, in line with the principle of not having to use it for nothing, forcibly ordered these human slaves to go to the mountains to collect stones desperately and hoard them. Unexpectedly, this helped Xiao Feng and the others a lot. After they captured the city the day before yesterday, they felt that the city wall was not high enough. It might be enough to defend against humans, but it was not enough to defend against half-orcs. Not to mention those tall hippos and rhinos, just the 5 or 6 meter high city wall. A few apes and leopard heads with good jumping ability may be able to jump directly on it. Fortunately, when Xiao Feng and the others came, they also brought some quick-drying cement, but Xiao Feng brought some quick-drying cement from the modern world. The purpose was to build a temporary position when they were out of the city for field battles. At this time, it was used as a binder for fortification. At present, the effect seems to be very good. Before that, in the mountain road, they liberated about 100,000 road-building slaves, plus 30,000 soldiers guarding the city, and 30,000 heavy soldiers. With hundreds of thousands of people building a wall of more than 200 meters long, it's really not a difficult task. Yesterday, Xiao Feng took the other 30,000 people out of the city to fight the half-orcs, and also bought them plenty of time. On that day, the city wall was raised by more than 3 meters out of thin air. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the efficiency. Although the 8-meter high city wall is incomparable to the already 20-meter high city wall of Benliu City, it can also provide everyone with considerable psychological security. Besides, they didn't intend to defend this city forever. They just hoped to consume the vital power of the orcs here as much as possible. If they can't defend it, then withdraw their troops, but when they withdraw, the city will definitely not stay. Looking at the half-orc camp in the distance, Xiao Feng turned and said to Kyle, "Let the soldiers hurry up to have breakfast. Also, let the leaders prepare more dry food and hot soup. Today may be another hard fight." "Yes, my lord, I see." Kyle nodded and replied. "In addition, let those slaves and heavy soldiers speed up, transport the food, weapons, armors, and various materials in the city back to Kai City at the fastest speed, and call all the heavy soldiers on Kai City. Come here. If we can't defend this city, I don't want to leave a grain or a weapon to the orcs." Kyle nodded again. "I know your lord. Since last night, Bloom has organized manpower to transport materials to Kai City. In addition, we also notified Yingran and asked him to drive the fleet over. It can be transported by water, and the speed can be faster." Xiao Feng nodded when he heard this. There was an unknown river in this valley. It was one of the source rivers of the rushing river, but its scale was definitely not comparable to that of the rushing river. However, It is more than enough to take some Yingzi people's wooden boats. If Yingzi people's fleet can join the transportation speed can indeed be much faster. But he suddenly remembered his own space. He couldn't help but slapped his forehead. There really is space. Do they still need them to transport it? Isn't this taking off your pants and farting? When you really can't hold back and want to withdraw, you can get all the food and materials into the space. Can you just withdraw? It seems that I have really gotten the horns in the past. But now that the order has been issued, it's not easy to stop now. In addition, let these people move more and feel the atmosphere of the war. At the same time, they can't stop these slaves. At the very least, keep them on their own eyes staying underneath. The group of road-building slaves liberated this time is not the same as the slaves rescued before. These slaves were the first to be captured by the orcs. He has lived for 5 or 6 years under the dominion of half-orcs. If he can survive such harsh conditions, he is naturally a guy with excellent physical conditions. And they may have been tamed by those half-orcs, and have become domestic slaves of those half-orcs tribes. Just like the Manchu tamed coats, they have no sense of resistance. The half-orcs treat them as their own property, and they don't treat them too harshly, and they can feed them normally. So these guys are of good physical fitness. If these 100,000 people are returned to Kai City to stay, Xiao Feng is really not at ease. These guys who are strong and have no hatred for half-orcs, if someone rises up to incite them, who knows if they will do it? Big incident. What's more, most of the main forces in Keqing's army have been transferred here by themselves. So after thinking about it, Xiao Feng didn't order to stop the transportation, but let the human slaves continue to transport materials to Kai City. Anyway, he wanted to make them move and couldn't stop. Once this person stops and is full, he is easy to think and mess up. Coming down from the city wall, Xiao Feng went straight to the official office in the center of the city. It used to be the old den of the city guard, but now it has become a military hospital with tents everywhere. Everyone in the house could smell the blood in the air, walk in a little bit, and see that from time to time, someone would carry a few corpses, walk out of it, and throw them on the carriage. Others walked out carrying wooden barrels containing various stumps of arms and legs, and then threw them onto the wagon as well. These corpses and the amputated limbs will be pulled out of the city by a carriage and burned to landfill to prevent the occurrence of the epidemic. In the official office, there were groans everywhere. After a fierce battle yesterday, the human army led by Xiao Feng also lost more than 5,000 soldiers and horses, of which more than 2,000 were killed on the spot, and more than 2,000 were wounded. If it were in the past, these wounded soldiers would naturally wait for their deaths, and it would be impossible to treat them. In this era, there is no concept of hospitals or military doctors at all. After all, Xiao Feng comes from the modern world, and he has some humanitarian spirit. It just so happened that he found the mage named Flamel last time, so he led the team to set up a hospital. This expedition naturally brought the wounded to heal, and Flamel had a lot of opportunities to come into contact with corpses and various injuries, and to be able to do all kinds of strange experiments on these people. Naturally, also like it very much. He used to be a school of medical school, but in this world, this age, it is a big taboo to dissect the human body, even if it is to dissect a corpse, to study the structure of the human body, and to study various surgical techniques. That's why Flamel hid in the ravine, secretly conducting his own research. Now that he has such an opportunity to get in touch with the resources he dreams of in an open manner, and open the door openly and openly to teach his children, he is naturally happy. www.untitlenovel.com. So when Xiao Feng and him when he made this request, he almost agreed without blinking. And Xiao Feng asked him to come here to be a military doctor. In fact, he also had some other purposes. Although this Flamel was a native, after all, he studied in his early years, and the people who crossed the ages left behind. For scientific data, maybe you have mastered some advanced medical methods. And they also study various local plants, are familiar with the characteristics of these plants, and extract various pharmaceutical elements from them. They have a history of hundreds of years. Maybe they have some special medicines in their hands. These medicines may not be eye-catching to Flamel, but if they get on the earth, they may be a new medicine with high profits. This is Xiao Feng's selfish intention. He entered this temporary battlefield hospital, where there were makeshift beds everywhere, and many wounded soldiers were lying on it. Because the surgical methods in this world are still relatively backward, Flamel can only handle some simple sutures of wounds and muscle group operations. As for all serious injuries to his limbs, this guy simply cut it off. So many wounded soldiers here are in a state of lacking arms and legs. But what surprised Xiao Feng was that the survival rate of these wounded soldiers was very high. You must know that in a world where there is no sterile operating room, blood transfusion, or even disinfection, a major operation like amputation can kill a person in minutes. In such a major operation, the chance of survival is basically no more than 30% in such an environment. Not to mention the late bacterial infection, the excessive blood loss during the operation, and the anesthesia problem can prevent the wounded from coming to the operating table. But on the hospital bed, there are many wounded soldiers with amputations lying on them. It seems that they are in good condition. Chapter 532 Black Jade Intermittent Ointment. Opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Many of these wounded soldiers were awake, and they didn't cry or cry, which made Xiao Feng extremely surprised. What method did this Flamel use? Can soldiers who have undergone such an operation have such a high survival rate? And what medicine did he give them? No one yelled pain. We must know that on the earth, patients who have undergone amputations, after waking up, almost no one will not cry for their fathers and mothers, even if they are given anesthetics. They can't stop the severe pain after the operation. More importantly, these wounded soldiers were only brought back from the battlefield yesterday. They were on the guy's operating table at night, and they all woke up early today. This is so amazing. You must know that in a hospital on the earth, an amputation is performed, which is all kinds of anesthesia, blood transfusion, and antibiotics. After the operation, you have to be sent to the ICU for observation for a few days. Generally, a few hours after the operation, you are in a coma. Even if you wake up, you are all weak and need infusion. But the wounded soldiers in this battlefield hospital had only had their arms and legs amputated for a few hours, and they all woke up, and they were all in a good state of mind, and some even started to eat. This is too exaggerated, right? If it wasn't for their lack of arms or legs, Xiao Feng would have thought that they had just had a simple operation to cut polyps. How did Flamel do this? He also expressed condolences to a few wounded soldiers, and they were so touched. He asked the wounded soldiers whether it hurts or not. Unexpectedly, this group of guys shook their heads. Not hurting. Xiao Feng couldn't help being more curious about this Flamel's method, but this guy is currently undergoing surgery, so there is no one to see. But soon, this Flamel came out of an operating room which was only partitioned by a curtain, with a dozen people of all sorts waiting next to him. This Flamel was talking to them endlessly as he walked out. Have you seen the situation just now? We need to use 30 grams of Kala straw mushroom sauce, add 30 grams of tuna honey, mix 30 grams of bitter grass flowers, quickly stir it into a paste, and then apply it on the wound of the wound. It can not only stop the bleeding immediately, but also relieve the pain of the wounded. He said that there were a few people next to him and they quickly wrote down on the notebook, and there were a few others on the other side, holding the notebook in their hands, staring at the patient's wound on the operating table in the operating room. Painting. It seems that the whole process of the operation is to be drawn, made into illustrations, accompanied by explanations, and made into teaching materials. Xiao Feng didn't interrupt this Flamel, but watched him perform with a smile. This old guy was already over 100 years old, but this continuous operation didn't make him feel tired at all. On the contrary, he was able to fully study what he liked, which made him energetic. The students around him were also very conscientious in learning things and recording his knowledge. With this development going on, this guy will definitely become a scientific master in this world. Of course, Xiao Feng is also very happy that he can grow up quickly. After all, he can discover and study more plant and animal characteristics of this planet, but it all depends on Flame, a local scientific master like her. Also, come here, Mathel, look at this hook. During the operation just now, I felt that the facelift was a bit uncomfortable. I think I can improve it a bit here. And this saw, can you talk to D? Well, I want to order 605 steel. That kind of steel is harder, lighter, and does not rust. I think it is very suitable for making a new bone saw. And this scalpel, I also think it can. Improvements. This Flamel pulled a big beard, said in a fateful manner, and said that he was holding a lot of surgical equipment, and explained to the man. And that Big Beard, as obediently as a little cat, listened obediently, and kept writing down Flamel's request in his portable notebook. In addition, according to Flamel's request, some tools that need to be changed were drawn on the notebook. It really opened up Xiao Feng's vision. Flamel also specially equipped himself with a blacksmith, who specially created all kinds of handy surgical tools for himself. But thinking about it again, as a great scientist in this world, he really has such qualifications. When I think about myself as the boss, I really have failed, and I don't care enough about my subordinates. For example, this surgical equipment. In his world, there are tens of millions. Just buy a few sets, and give them as gifts to this subordinate. But I didn't expect this before. Forget it. When you come next time, prepare for this guy. At this time, Flamel also found Xiao Feng, and immediately walked up to greet him with a full face of surprise. My lord, you are here. Well, just before the war came to take a look, these wounded soldiers seem to be recovering well. How can they withstand the long-distance fatigue? If they can, let them take a boat today and go back to the rear go to recuperate. Don't worry, my lord, it must be fine. Seeing Flamel's affirmative answer, Xiao Feng couldn't help being curious. On the earth, there is a day when the muscles and bones are injured, and major operations such as amputation can be much more serious. Not to mention recuperating for a day, it is recuperating for half a year, and it may not be able to recover well in a year. And there are so many amputees wounded here. In less than a day, this guy dared to let them travel long distances and return to the rear. This is either ignorant or he has a very strong grasp of his own treatment. Flamel, these wounded soldiers are all meritorious soldiers who have fought down on the battlefield. I don't want them to live off the battlefield. But in the end they can't live back to the rear to enjoy the good fortune. Xiao Feng confirmed with this Flamel again, and although this Flamel is a scientific madman, he is also familiar with the basics of humanity and sophistication. At this time, he smiled even more. My lord, don't worry. I gave these wounded soldiers the best medicine. Although their limbs were damaged, their wounds quickly healed. And I also gave them some tonics are prescribed to ensure that they can speed up their physical recovery. After returning to the back, they can also ask them to find me. Then I will give them prostheses. Although there is no guarantee that they will be restored to the same as normal people, they can also be guaranteed the basic life in the future is worry-free. When Flamel said this, he was full of confidence, and Xiao Feng almost dropped his chin in surprise. It seems that he really underestimated the people of this era. He even knew how to make prostheses, and he also mentioned a tonic. How good is this tonic? These patients have just undergone an amputation operation. After taking his tonic, they don't even need to enter the ICU. The anti-infection level does not exist for them. In less than 24 hours, they all regain consciousness, and they can even recover, go down and walk. How much is this tonic? If you understand the raw materials, take it back to the modern world, then. Flamel, I saw that your operating environment is very simple. Don't you worry that the wounds of these wounded soldiers will be infected. Infection? What is an infection? Flamel's rhetorical question made Xiao Feng not knowing how to explain it to him. After all, in his modern world, the wound infection of this operation patient has always been a big problem. Before penicillin was discovered, tetanus had always been the biggest trauma sequelae faced by mankind. In that era, even if your wound broke a little, if the wound was infected, it could become a fatal disease. And here, especially in the eyes of Flamel, it seems that the problem of infection does not exist at all. So how does he solve the problem of wounds and contact with the outside world? Xiao Feng raised his doubts, but after Flamel understood it, he simply brought him to the front of many wounded patients. First, I showed him a wounded soldier who had just undergone amputation. This guy had a calf amputated, and the window under his knee was not wrapped in white gauze like in the modern world. Instead, it was wrapped in a large piece of strange leaves with a local characteristic. Untitled.novel.com. Xiao Feng directly dropped his chin. This is the leaf of the mulberry tree. This leaf can stop bleeding and is very breathable. It can isolate all kinds of disasters. Isolate disaster? Xiao Feng thought for a while and understood this disaster as a germ on the earth, so that it would be straightened out, stop bleeding, breathe, and sterilize. This is indeed an excellent wrap covering that guarantees the cleanliness of the wound. Much better than gauze or something. It seems that these leaves can be taken back to study, and they should be a very valuable plant. After Flamel opened the Sangajin leaves, there was a smell of medicinal smell inside. The truncated surface of the wounded soldier's calf was smeared with a lot of green ointment. And it was these ointments that allowed the wounded soldier to be able to behave so calmly. This is a trauma cream that my teacher has studied for many years. It uses golden gum, kelp straw mushroom sauce, tuna honey, and bitter grass flowers. Rare medicinal materials, according to a certain ratio. Use ... made by the process. It has a wonderful curative effect on traumatic wounds. When applied to traumatic wounds, it can play a role in pain, stop bleeding, and make the wound recover quickly. This Flamel introduced his master skill with a bit of pride, while Xiao Feng's eyes gleamed. What ordinary trauma ointment is there? This is simply the legendary Black Jade Intermittent Ointment. Listening to this explanation by Flamel, the effect of this ointment is simply magical. It can no longer be magical. It has its own pain-relieving and hemostatic effects. And this ointment sounds like it contains very rich nutrients. And this nutrient can be quickly absorbed by these wounded soldiers' affected areas. This is the main reason why these wounded soldiers can recover so quickly. I really underestimated these indigenous people. Now it seems that they all have their own unique skills. Chapter 533 Fight Consumption opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. If this is to take this ointment back to the modern world, I rely on it, then I'll spend euros at home every day, not to mention hospitals. Even the Ministry of National Defense of various countries, they will have to step on the threshold of their homes and come to purchase this ointment. Unfortunately, my senior brother is not here. If he is here, he can use the Capitals method to reattach these people's limbs, so that they can recover like normal people. Flamel didn't notice Xiao Feng's expression. After introducing the ointment that he was proud of, he came up with this sentence, and Xiao Feng almost jumped up without excitement when he heard this sentence. Are you serious? Before this, Flamel had mentioned to Xiao Feng that he had a senior, who was much better than him in medical technology, and the other health products and medicines he was taking were all formulated by his senior. It's just that his senior brother was more utilitarian and couldn't bear to be lonely. After their master passed away, he left the master's door and entered the dunya, and went to the human kingdom in the south. Later, the two also maintained a certain frequency of correspondence, but later with the invasion of the orcs, this connection weakened. Xiao Feng also asked him to write to his senior brother to persuade him to come to his territory, but there was no news. Xiao Feng didn't take it too seriously, But now that he heard that this senior Flamel actually mastered the technique of limb regeneration, Xiao Feng couldn't help it anymore. In fact, Flamel had also spoken to him before, saying that his senior brother mastered this technique, but Xiao Feng was excited for a while after listening to it, but then he forgot to go beyond the clouds. In his opinion, this world doesn't even have basic medical theory knowledge, and doesn't even know how to operate. What else is there to talk about regeneration of severed limbs? It is very likely that this Flamel was fooling around with himself, or he remembered it wrong, so he didn't take it to heart. But now after seeing this method of amputation, Flamel couldn't help but believe it. In such a harsh environment, using such poor tools, no blood transfusion, and no special medicine support, this guy has successfully performed so many amputations, and has such a high survival rate, and even has his own unique ointment. This shows that people really have two brushes, and they really have their own unique skills, so it seems that what he said before may still be true. But how on earth should I get in touch now? What about his brother? After all, there is a turmoil now. Forget about not wanting so much, but first care about it. How does this guy solve the problem of anesthesia and blood transfusion during the operation? Xiao Feng just wanted to learn something from this Flamel, but there was a rush of bugles outside. Xiao Feng's expression changed, and the half-orc came over. He said goodbye to Flamel immediately, and then returned to the wall with the guard. Kyle, who had been staring at the movement of the orcs on the city wall, also had a solemn expression at this time. Xiao Feng looked outside the city and found that the army of the orcs had arrived about 3 miles away from their city wall. All kinds of arrow towers, catapults, rush cars, etc. are readily available. The front row of soldiers had never been seen before. These soldiers are more than 2 meters tall, but they are round and round, with short hands and short feet. They are not fierce soldiers in any way, but the thick layer of tortoise shells on their backs is what makes them truly special. It turns out to be some tortoise shell men that the orcs didn't know where to find them. These ghosts got on a large wooden cart with their backs facing the city wall. Their thick tortoise shells became a big shield. Soon there were many werewolves and kobold soldiers who got into the cart and hid behind him. Behind the tortoise shell, a simple armored vehicle is completed like this. There are also many rush cars. Not only are they covered with stone skins, they are also covered with several layers of mud-covered quilts. Obviously, they are the armored cars that half-orcs came up with after learning about Xiao Feng's methods. In the front are rows of fast-moving half-orcs, and behind are heavy armored infantry rushing into the formation. The configuration is similar to the previous half-orcs of the siege. Tauren, Pighead, Rhino and Hippo are all ranked behind. The only difference is that this time the number of half-orcs is indeed much higher than before. It may be that a lot of soldiers were added yesterday. This time the half-orcs have a total of 300,000. And they have sent troops from the front 3 miles of the city wall to the east to the big camp behind them. Just looking at the opponent's attack formation, Xiao Feng was not afraid. Because of this formation, they had dealt with it countless times, but what made him scared was the density of enemies behind. A full 300,000 people. Fortunately, the mountain city of Naples is on the platform, and because of the flared mountain pass terrain, the 300,000 half-orcs can't be fully deployed. If they were not allowed to expand their formation and rush over in a rush, then this Naples mountain city would not need to defend at all. Soon the bone horn sounded from the orc camp, and then the front army of the orcs began to slowly move towards the mountain city. At the same time, behind the hundreds of catapults, the Tauren and Pighead operators began to smash the trigger of the catapult with a sledgehammer. The counterweight fell quickly, driving the swing arm to rise quickly, and then stone bullets the size of a grinding plate flew toward the mountain city. Hundreds of stone bullets flew in the air, and Xiao Feng's scalp numb in this scene. It seems that this time the half-orcs are really goshawks fighting rabbits, and they have used their full strength. This is completely the way to drop 10 guilds with one force. People will not play with you, and they will maximize their strength as soon as they come up. Go head to head with you and fight the war of attrition. It is not the first time that Xiao Feng has tasted the taste of being set on fire. When the ape-man general led an army to attack Benliu City, he also tried the tactics of catapults gathering fire, and also concentrated the catapults behind a small mountain bag, using the method of projecting across the mountain. Xiao Feng, who was not prepared enough, was caught off guard. There was no soldier standing on the top of the city wall. Later, Xiao Feng had an idea. Carrying him with the eagle, there was an air raid, and the catapult position of the orcs was destroyed, and the problem was solved. But this is not easy to handle today, because there are too many orcs catapults, and they are scattered in various positions. There are 10 here and 20 there. There are always thousands of them added together, but there are nearly 1,000 of them. If you want to destroy all these catapult positions, it is not that easy. But if you don't fight, you can't. If you don't fight, you don't even want to stand on the wall, and this wall can't help it. The chain attack of these millstone-sized stone bullets. Kyle, take someone to stay on the wall. Xiao Feng gave Kyle a death order, and Kyle nodded, "Don't worry, my lord," and he took out the 15p high mobility 105mm firepower assault vehicle directly from the space. This artillery vehicle is most suitable for the orcs' catapult position. With a range of 10 kilometers, it can fully cover the orcs' catapult positions, and the advanced fire control system can also achieve precise targeted strikes. In fact, Xiao Feng still has Black Shark helicopters that can be used, but using helicopters to deal with these scattered catapults is a bit uneconomical. Not to mention weapons and ammunition, even jet fuel can't be used. There is also a PCP-001 Type 82mm vehicle-mounted rapid-fire mortar used to deal with this catapult position, which is a bit too expensive for shells, so this gun is still the most cost-effective. There was no suitable launch position on the city wall. Xiao Feng simply drove the car to a mountainside platform on the side of the mountain city, used a small onboard radar to quickly locate the distance, and then a 105 caliber shell was stuffed into the barrel. Boom! A shell was fired. Less than a second, a half-orc catapult position 4 miles away was hit on the spot, and it immediately turned into a sea of flames. This catapult position is considered to be a relatively large one, with about 30 plus catapults. Naturally it has become Xiao Feng's focus. A 105 caliber artillery shell is no joke. The high explosive shells fired are specially prepared to kill the enemy on a large scale. The shockwave of the explosion, coupled with the fragments of the shells. Untitled.novel.com, immediately swept all the hundreds of Tauren on that position, and even the catapults were blown up and down, so they must no longer be used. Xiao Feng quickly adjusted his target and looked for the next target to attack. Fortunately, this small fire control system helped him out, allowing him to quickly lock onto the target and launch an attack. For a while, the battlefield was filled with the blast of giant stone bullets and the explosion of 105 caliber artillery shells everywhere. However, the 105 caliber Italian gun is more powerful. After all, this is a modern artillery that has been tested in actual combat. In terms of firepower and lethality, how can it be compared with the orcs' return cannon? Although the half-orcs also found the location of Xiao Feng and tried to fire stone bullets at him to destroy his artillery, it was a pity that they were thinking too simple. Xiao Feng was on a mid-mountain platform, and the altitude alone caused a headache for half-orcs. The shooting range of 4 miles is already the limit of their current catapult's range. It is obviously not realistic to deal with Xiao Feng halfway up the mountain. The half-orc commander apparently also discovered this problem. This guy was also very bachelor, and he chose to ignore Xiao Feng directly. Instead, he concentrated his firepower and began to attack the city wall, while the infantry below was also accelerating. Quickly approaching the city wall, it looked like he had chosen to fight each other, intending to make the orcs rush to the city quickly, and then began a war of attrition with the humans. This choice was very correct. Xiao Feng and the others couldn't afford it. This is not Benliu City either. Because of the tight time, Xiao Feng and the others have no time to set up a defensive line in front of the city wall. So this time the half-orcs easily rushed to a place 500 or 600 meters away from the city wall. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 534 Fight for Life opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. When they got here, these half-orcs began to speed up the charge desperately, and the human defenders on the city wall, regardless of the stone bullets roaring above their heads, started to counterattack with their weapons. There were also a lot of catapults on the wall yesterday, but the range of these catapults was not as far as that of a half-orc. And this time, under the command of Kyle, the human beings were not polite, they just used a big killer, blazing the oil tank. This is the most powerful weapon that humans have at present. It can be said that it is insoluble to isolate the battlefield with this kind of fierce oil tank. After all, the number of these half-orcs today is so great that Kyle didn't dare to let them all rush under the wall at once. One after another, the fierce oil tanks were invested by catapults, and then quickly smashed into a sea of flames at a distance of 1 kilometer away from the city wall. The countless orcs who had just rushed here were immediately smashed into huge human-shaped torches by this fire oil can. There were screams and wailing sounds everywhere on the battlefield, and soon the orcs' fierce offensive was stagnant. After all, even if the top of the orcs gave a tough order to die, fire, something like fire, was completely irresistible and supernatural. What's more, half-orcs, who have the characteristics of half-beasts in their bodies, have a natural fear of this natural force. But soon there was another horn from the half-orcs, and then the half-orcs who had been stopped behind the line of fire quickly stepped aside, and a group of pighead soldiers carrying sandbags pushed a wheelbarrow full of mud. The Tauran soldiers rushed up. When they came to the front of the flame barrier, they threw the sandbags in their hands onto the flames, or poured mud on the flames. The fierce flames quickly weakened the fire. Relying on the advantages of manpower, they continued to operate in this way, while the humans on the walls were constantly investing in kerosene tanks, and the two sides fell into a strange stalemate. One side wants to set fire, and the other side wants to put out the fire. This flame barrier, which lies about a kilometer in front of the city wall, cannot be extinguished or burned. However, the orc soldiers who rushed through the isolation zone had already come under the city wall at this time. Some people drove the car to hit the city gate, but didn't they know that Xiao Feng had ordered the inside of the city gate to be completely blocked? They didn't want to crash into it easily. Others rushed under the city wall and began to erect various ladders to attack the city, and then pushed a few arrow towers over, and began to shoot at the humans on the city wall. The arrow towers of these half-orcs have become the key targets of human strikes. If they were still helpless with such arrow towers before, but now they have the rhubarb ballista car that Xiao Feng helped them design to deal with these arrow towers. It has pediatrics. I didn't use the giant arrow, just the kerosene bomb was fired over, and after several hits, those arrow towers turned into large torches, and the archers jumped down from the arrow tower screaming. At a height of tens of meters, people would definitely fall to death. But the physical talents of these half-orcs are vividly reflected here. When they are about to touch the ground, they can control their bodies to adjust their posture in the air and choose the least hurt ass. Land on the ground first, and then take a few rolls to resolve the impact. Although fall injury is still unavoidable, it is not enough to fall to death. What's even more frightening is that these guys were clearly injured, but they quickly stood up, picked up their bows and arrows, and continued to fight. The same is true for the half-orcs who have reached the city wall. The erected ladder is pushed away by humans with a push rod again and again, and they are erected again and again. The human soldiers used the ignited fire oil cans to ignite all of the roots of the city wall, forming an isolation belt more than 1 meter wide. But these half-orcs continued to fight. Many people turned their companions' bodies up and threw them onto the fire to put out the fire. Even if they were screaming and screaming, they still charged forward. Several Tauren held a long putter in their hands, and a kobold in front of him stepped on the wall with his feet on the putter, almost at an angle of 90 degrees to the wall, and was still climbing rapidly. The soldiers above kept using bows and arrows to greet the kobold. Before he climbed up the wall, he was shot into a hedgehog, but the kobold kept climbing up the wall before he died. In other directions, a few kobolds climbed more than 1 meter away from the top of the wall. Although they were all wounded, these kobolds still slammed up from the ground, jumped onto the top of the city, and lifted up the iron sword, and the human soldiers started fighting. Soon several kobolds who climbed up the wall gathered together. They guarded a small area at the top of the wall, and the half-orcs under the wall quickly erected the ladder to the area they guarded. Then the fast werewolves and kobolds crawled along the ladder to the city wall. The human soldiers on the wall naturally knew that they could not be allowed to climb up. They also came desperately to attack this area, trying to regain control of this wall. In this way, the two sides saw the saw on the wall, and the human archers in the arrow tower of the city wall in the distance were desperately attacking the kobolds and werewolves who climbed the ladder, preventing them from climbing on the wall. At this time, the Tauren and Pighead under the wall were turning their throwing axes and throwing them at the archers in the arrow tower. The two sides are one after the other. In this small area, the fiercest fight has been launched. This battle has entered a white-hot battle from the very beginning. And these half-orc soldiers seem to be even more crazy. They simply don't care. They just attack. They don't want to protect, and they use the method of fighting for life. In the orc catapult position at the back, the orc archers didn't care about the life and death of their colleagues in front. They still kept loading stone bombs on the catapult, and then fired towards the city wall. I didn't aim, and I didn't care about the aim. Many stone bullets were hit crookedly. Some fell in the line of half-orcs in front of the city wall and killed a piece of half-orcs. But after all, there are a large number of catapults, and when several hundred stone bullets are fired at a time, any tenth of them will either hit the wall or hit the top of the wall, causing huge damage to the human soldiers on the wall. At this time, Xiao Feng also fired real fire. The artillery car fired shells at the orcs' catapult position almost non-stop. In such a short time, dozens of catapult positions were named and knocked out. Hundreds of catapults. Finally, the launch speed and density of the orcs' catapult began to drop. But Xiao Feng had already red eyes and couldn't stop at all. After such a short time, in less than 10 minutes, he had already fired dozens of cannons from the artillery cart, and the barrels were all red. Xiao Feng still didn't want to stop. Even if the gun was destroyed, he would destroy all the orcs' catapult positions. If not, let them keep stirring up. And the time that humans can hold on to the city wall will definitely not last long. But just as he was playing happily, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came to his mind, and he didn't have time to think about it, and he turned off the gun. When he turned over, immediately I saw that where he was standing, countless black shadows whizzed around, and bows and arrows were severely nailed to the place where he was standing. Obviously the half-orcs were not fools either, so naturally they would not just let him go, and sent assassins to sneak attacks. Xiao Feng was also annoyed. With a quick finger, Pandeli, the bumblebee who had been hovering above his head, immediately led the bumblebee guard towards the distant mountains and forests. Because they are closely related to Xiao Feng, these wild bees are a group of half-orcs with extremely high loyalty to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng promoted them to his own guard. As the guard of Master Mage, the bumblebee didn't find the assassin who touched it, and let them attack Master. This was a shame for Pandeli. As he flew, he shouted to his colleagues around him, "Catch these assassins, I will smash them into pieces." All the wild bees are angry. Xiao Feng is not only the leader of human beings, but also the master in their hearts. their god. Now someone wants to hurt the owner. Untitled.com. This is simply unforgivable. The savages quickly rushed into the dense forest in front of the gun carriage. But soon they screamed again. It turned out that the assassins were obviously prepared for them. They hang a lot of giant spider webs on the treetops. These spider webs are woven from no known spiders. They are very huge and have very strong adhesion. The most important thing is that they are transparent. The wild bee, who was burning with anger and speeding up to the extreme, rushed towards the forest angrily, naturally not paying attention to these transparent spider webs. They were glued to a firm one at a time, and then fell from the air to the ground. When he fell to the ground, he was immediately nailed to the ground by a bow and arrow shot by Lin Xiao. For a while, the woods were full of screams from the wild bees who had been recruited. Only those who rushed more slowly, reacted, adjusted the angle and flew above the treetops. But those assassins obviously didn't intend to let them go. Arrows shot out from the treetops. Many wild bees were also hit by the attack and were shot down from the air. Xiao Feng in the distance naturally saw such a scene. The bumblebee was loyal to him, but now he was hit hard by this. How could he not be angry? The 5P high mobility 105mm firepower assault vehicle is not just a gun. The Chinese designers who designed this car have a natural fear of lack of firepower. Therefore, in front of the gun carriage, a heavy machine gun with a caliber of 12.7mm was added. It was originally prepared to deal with enemies from the air. Of course, it can also be used for self-defense at ordinary times. Xiao Feng jumped into the shooting position, adjusted the muzzle, aimed the machine gun at the treetops, arrow sounded, and a violent chain of fire swept away the towering trees in front of him. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 535. Slaughterhouse opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Those big trees that are thick enough to hug two people can't stop the violent bullets fired by the 12.7 caliber machine gun. Generally, 2 or 3 bullets in a row can interrupt a big tree. As the tree falls down, there are countless shadows jumping from the book. Without the cover of the big tree, these dark shadows were nothing but living targets in Xiao Feng's eyes. The dark shadows obviously also knew Xiao Feng's horror. They jumped from the tree canopy and didn't retreat. Instead, they let out various squeaks and rushed towards Xiao Feng. A distance of less than 200 meters is nothing to the half-orcs, who are already known for their speed. Although the heavy machine gun in Xiao Feng's hand has fierce firepower, the rate of fire is relatively slow, and the speed of these shadows is surprisingly fast. Xiao Feng immediately waved out a JLTV light combat vehicle from the space when he saw that something was not good. On the ground, then greeted Friday, and some other guards got into the car, then got into the car, closed the door, and saw the black shadows rushing to them, and then slammed into the car door viciously. There was a boom. Xiao Feng glanced intently, and it turned out to be some ferocious monkeys and half-orcs. It was completely different from the ape-man and half-orcs. When the ape-man General Chantilly led an attack on Benliu City, he once sent some ape-man soldiers to climb the mountain from the flanks to attack their city walls. Those apes and half-orcs impressed Xiao Feng deeply. They were huge, but not clumsy. They ran very fast between the mountains. They were very good mountain infantry. The most important thing was that they were very flexible in their minds and looked better than ordinary half-orcs are much smarter. The monkeys and half-orcs in front of them are very different from the ape-men and half-orcs. Although they may be close relatives by blood, these monkeys and half-orcs seem to be more fierce and violent. The body size is smaller than those ape-men and half-orcs, which is the physique of a normal human, but the speed is very fast, and he is good at climbing trees and flying on all fours on the ground. It seems that his brain is not very bright. He is not as shrewd as those apes. His character seems very ferocious and combative, and his animality is obviously more. These guys were obviously the assassination squad sent by the orcs, obviously the leader of the orcs. and found that using the catapult could not kill the artillery on their side, so they sent such a group of monkey assassins to kill themselves. Let alone, these guys almost succeeded. Xiao Feng could see the red eyes of the monkeys and half-orcs through the car window, and he looked at the people in the car full of hatred. Except for Xiao Feng, several other people in the car, including Friday, were all in a panic. Obviously, they were all terrified when they came into contact with these ferocious monkeys and half-orcs so close. The monkey half-orcs outside the car window looked at the iron lump in front of them, obviously unable to speak. They kept waving the iron knives and spears in their hands to attack the iron box, and their weapons slashed on the car, sending out bursts. The sound of dong dong. But this armored vehicle, which is known as fully protected, can be broken by these big swords and spears in their hands. During the First Gulf War, the US Army used Hummer off-road vehicles to teach Saddam's guards a lesson. However, the Iraqis, who later reacted to the taste, kept using IEDs to cause trouble for the US Army, especially in the Second Gulf War. This kind of simple street bomb blasted the American Army into nothingness. This JLTV light armored vehicle is specially designed to defend against that kind of IED and replace the Hummer off-road vehicle. Stronger power performance, thicker and safer armor are the characteristics that the Americans have repeatedly emphasized. Not afraid of small roadside bombs, let alone these big swords and spears, the people in the car soon discovered that the monkeys and half-orcs outside could not break their protection at all, so they calmed down. Driving on Friday, let's teach these monkeys some lessons. Xiao Feng saw that Friday's mood had gradually stabilized, and shouted to him. Friday immediately responded, got into the front driving position, and lighted the engine. At this time, Xiao Feng climbed into the shooting position. The JLTV on the car was the same as the original Hummer, with a shooting position reserved, but this shooting position was different from that of the Hummer. The shooting position of the Hummer is completely open, while the one of this car is completely enclosed, which looks more like a turret. This is also fully learning from the experience of the Second Gulf War. After the snipers of the Iraqi resistance organization caused huge damage to the shooters on the Humvee, the MI Army naturally ran into this protective turret on the new generation of armored vehicles. As soon as Xiao Feng came up, he saw two monkeys and half-orcs in front of the roof turret, pulling on the barrel of the M2. Constantly studying. One of them saw him come out suddenly through the observation window of the turret, and he took the iron knife in his hand and looked at the turret twice. Of course, these two shots left two white marks on the turret. You must know that this turret can even withstand sniper bullets, not to mention this barbarian's cold weapon. Xiao Feng sneered and pulled the bolt, then turned the muzzle and aimed it at the monkeys and half-orcs who were surrounding the car and slashing the body with the knife and making the last effort. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the M2 Browning heavy machine gun was very dull, and the half-meter-long muzzle flame swept the monkey half-orc holding the barrel of the gun into two on the spot. The other was shocked by the sudden explosion of muffled noise, and jumped off the roof of the car. However, within 2 steps, Browning spit out the bullet and hit it in two. The monkeys and half-orcs around were frightened by the sudden explosion, and at this time, the frightened Friday was even more viciously stepping on the accelerator. The JLTV's motor roared and the violent torque output drove the car's swift ejection to start, and directly hit the 4 or 5 monkeys and half-orcs in front of the car directly to the ground, and then brutally crushed it. The body of several tons, coupled with the off-road tires covered with hideous patterns, ran over those half-orcs, and only heard the sound of cracking bones. The few half-orcs who were run over were not on the spot alive, and some half-orcs who ran away saw this scene, and even wailed and called the names of those half-orcs. But before they could wake up their relatives and friends who fell on the ground, the bullets of the M2 Browning heavy machine gun operated by Xiao Feng strafed over. A simple artillery firing position quickly became a slaughterhouse. On Friday, he drove this JLTV car and kept going in circles on this mountain platform, while Xiao Feng operated a heavy machine gun, constantly shooting and killing these monkeys and half-orcs. Because of this group of guys' sneak attack, his rhythm was disrupted, and he even killed a lot of bumblebee guards who were loyal to him, which made Xiao Feng angry. The violent firepower output drove these monkeys and half-orcs to death, and hundreds of half-orcs fled in all directions. But no matter how fast you escape, can you pass the bullet faster? In such an open area with a narrow terrain, Xiao Feng and his gang, who had the advantage of firepower and mobility, quickly killed these half-orcs. Friday also obviously hated these monkeys to the limit. He stomped on the accelerator and drove on this light armored vehicle on rampage. No matter how fast these monkeys ran, they were not as fast as wheels. Either it was torn into pieces by Xiao Feng's bullets, or it was knocked down to the ground by this armored vehicle. Soon after a group of assassins had paid a huge cost of casualties, they managed to escape back into the forest. However, Xiao Feng still didn't let them go. Instead, he took out a flamethrower and ignited their 100 square meters of woods in front of him into a field of fire. After driving away the monkey, Xiao Feng jumped out of the car. He asked the bumblebee General Pandeli, who had just escaped from the dead, to immediately align the men and horses, and then let them out from a distance to be alert in the air. A few other people also cheered up and watched the surroundings, and he jumped on the 105 Italian artillery car again and began to name the catapult positions of the half-orcs. Untitled this time, because of his firepower in the middle, the offensive of the orcs became fierce again under the cover of their catapult. Relying on the advantage of a longer range than human catapults, the hundreds of catapults left by the half-orcs took advantage of this moment to invest in 1,000 stone bombs on the human wall. Although the accuracy was not good, hundreds of them hit the wall, causing huge casualties to the human soldiers on the wall. It even destroyed the arrow pile at the top of a section of the city wall. Fortunately, human catapults are constantly investing in fierce oil tanks on the front line, using the fire to set up an isolation zone on the battlefield. If not, if the orcs' army rushed forward under the cover of this catapult, the city would have been lost long ago. The sound of the artillery fired again rhythmically, and the orcs' sling positions in the distance were once again caught in the fire and explosions one by one. This made Kyle and the other human defenders who were guarding the city wall suddenly relieved. The flame isolation belt about a kilometer in front of the city wall has been widened to 5 meters by them. Although the half-orcs are still crazy, they are not so easy to rush over in the face of such an isolation belt. The number of these half-orcs gathered under the city wall was getting fewer and fewer. Most of them were killed and wounded by them, and the pressure on the city wall was immediately relieved a lot. They finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at this time there was a drumbeat from the half-orcs. When the half-orcs under the wall heard this sound, the offensive was immediately slowed down, and then they began to retreat back in an organized manner. The first wave of the orcs finally retreated like this, and the defenders on the wall burst into cheers, but I don't know why. But Kyle didn't feel happy, but his heart was heavy. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 536. Scream opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. And Xiao Feng, who was halfway up the mountain, also felt that something was wrong. This half-orc was very aggressive when he arrived in the morning, and this battle has only been fought for a while, and it certainly won't end just like that. Therefore, he never stopped under his hands. The 105 caliber Italian artillery bombarded the orcs' catapult positions uninterruptedly, turning the people who bombed the orcs' catapults on their backs. Although the half-orc was so angry that he jumped to his feet, he was helpless. But soon the flames that humans projected on the battlefield became more and more prosperous, and the thick smoke on the battlefield obscured his sight. Xiao Feng could only stop first. He sent the bumblebee to spy on the orcs, and at the same time quickly cooled the barrel. This 105 artillery really made a great contribution today. It blasted the orcs' catapult positions to pieces. In just 1 hour, nearly 100 rounds of artillery shells were fired. A manual single-barreled artillery almost failed Xiao Feng's effect of a rapid-fire cannon. Of course, the consequences of this are also very terrible. At this time, the barrel has become red. Xiao Feng also knows that there is a risk of blasting the barrel at any time, so it is just right to let the barrel cool down at this time. Although pouring water on the barrel is the fastest way to cool the barrel, it will greatly shorten the service life of the barrel. Because there is no replacement of the barrel, Xiao Feng can only use air cooling despite his anxiety. This kind of natural cooling method. It was useless to stay here. Just let a few guards guard this position, and he returned to the city wall with Friday. At this time, Kyle was organizing soldiers to restrain the wounded and repairing the city wall. Xiao Feng glanced at the front position, and simply sent a team of soldiers to the front position to set up some traps. At this moment, another messenger came up from behind and brought Ying Ran from Yingzhou. Xiao Feng was overjoyed when he saw him. How about it? The rest of the matter is arranged properly. Fortunately, my lord, thanks to the slaves who have just been rescued, there are sufficient staff and they are almost ready. Xiao Feng heaved a sigh of relief as soon as he heard this, and Pandeli, the bumblebee who went out to spy on the information of the orcs, also came back, and talked to Xiao Feng and the others after spying on them. It turned out that after the orcs' army had withdrawn, they were eating lunch on the position and trimming it. It seemed that the second wave of attacks would come soon, and this wave of offensive might be even more fierce, because they saw a lot in the orcs' position. Special arms. Xiao Feng nodded, then turned to Kyle, Ying Ran, and Bloom said, "This city seems to be unstoppable." Kyle and I led 20,000 people to stay behind. Bloom, you lead the other soldiers, with the wounded, and Flamel. They retreat first and sit down. Ran's boat goes. He was a little anxious when he heard it on Friday. As the chief steward of the human tribe, he was very reluctant to bear these materials in the city. My lord, what about these substances in the city? Well, you don't need to worry about it and leave it to me. You take the squad, escorting the human slaves who have just been rescued, retreat immediately, and leave now. Kyle and I will try to buy you time. My lord, or you'd better withdraw first. I can stay here. Kyle looked at Xiao Feng and said that he didn't want the hope of the entire mankind to stay here to commit danger. Yes, sir, let's go with us. Ying Ran and Bloom also persuaded them in unison. Obviously everyone hated Xiao Feng for staying behind. And Xiao Feng smiled. Don't worry, the orc who can trap me hasn't shown up yet. Besides, if I don't leave it, I'm really worried. Okay, don't be long-winded. Just execute the order and start to retreat. If you think about Xiao Feng's ability, I won't say more about it. It is true that your majesty is boundless. How can a cat and a dog like a half-orc be trapped? Moreover, after the master of the mage is cut off, Kyle and the others will be able to withdraw safely, otherwise the 20,000 people and Kyle will definitely be explained here. No nonsense. On Friday, he quickly went back and led the squad to the orcs who were still in the city out of the city and evacuated to Kai City. And Broom took the wounded soldiers, Flamel's field hospital, and 35,000 other soldiers boarded Ying Ran's ship and quickly left Maple Mountain City. However, Kyle was constantly boosting the morale of the remaining soldiers. The soldiers were a little panicked, but they quickly calmed down after seeing Master Mage also staying and fighting alongside them. Xiao Feng also took the time to visit those half-orcs' heavy-duty warehouses, and all the food, grass, and armor equipment left in the warehouse were collected in the space. No hair left half of the orcs, and he returned to the city wall. It was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was originally the hottest time of the day, but because the season has entered late autumn, and today is cloudy again, the weather is not sultry. The north wind blew up at noon, and it was getting stronger and stronger, bringing with it a large cloud of dark clouds, which looked like it was going to rain for a while. and the flame barrier on the battlefield began to weaken. Soon the spirit eagle in the air began to hover and send out signals. Xiao Feng saw the trajectory of the spirit eagle and understood the meaning. Let everyone prepare. The Orcs' army is dispatched. The soldiers quickly went to the top of the wall. Some of them took turns and hid in the hidden soldiers' cave under the city wall, and some who fought the wall in the morning were arranged to guard the back road and guard other directions. The northern one is more than 200 meters long and is enough to accommodate 5,000 defenders. In the Tibetan cave under the city wall, another 5,000 people are placed in rotation, and another 10,000 people, 5,000 guard the back road of the southern city wall. 3,000 as a reserve team, 2,000 was arranged by Xiao Feng to guard the east and west. Unlike the attack in the morning, the Orcs did not use a large number of catapults to conduct long-range attacks. It may also be because they suffered a loss in the morning, so they did not expose the position of the catapults as soon as they came up. The advancing infantry soon came to the waning isolation zone, but this time they did not rush into it. Instead, they pushed up several wooden water wheels and began to sprinkle water into the isolation zone. Originally, the fire was weakened due to the exhaustion of fuel. At this time, it was sprayed by hundreds of water trucks, and the fire soon weakened. But this time the Orcs didn't shout and charge forward, but began to prepare for battle behind the isolation zone. Obviously they think that this is the limit of the range of the human catapult, and Xiao Feng and the others couldn't figure out what calculations these half-orcs were playing, so they didn't rush to let the soldiers launch an attack. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted on the ground of the battlefield about 500 meters away from Maple Mountain City. And then a burst of fire burst out from the ground. Then several human-shaped torches covered in fire suddenly emerged from the ground, scurried on the ground, and soon fell to the ground and burned to death. And seeing this situation, Xiao Feng's expression suddenly changed. No, the Orcs are digging tunnels. 500 meters in front of the city wall, a series of violent explosions suddenly erupted, and a series of fires rose to the sky, continuously drilling out of the ground. The scene is like a sudden eruption of volcanic flames, constantly erupting from the caves of the Castile landform, forming a series of volcanic fountains. At the same time, there were still Orcs with broken limbs and broken arms, which were sprayed out from under the ground, and many Orcs with their bodies on fire were constantly coming out of the ground, screaming and running around on the battlefield. Fortunately, my lord is wise. I set up such a trap in advance, which can just crack the conspiracy and tricks of these half-orcs. Kyle, who was standing next to Xiao Feng, looked at the situation on the battlefield with lingering fears on his face. Xiao Feng was not very happy. These half-orcs seemed to be clever, thanks to the formation of such a minefield before him. Stimulated by the continuous savage charge of the half-orcs in the morning, when cleaning the battlefield before, Xiao Feng took advantage of the flame barrier in front of it had not expired. McLenovel.com sent people in addition to the city wall. 500 meters away in front of the city wall, a mine array was set up. Many of the landmines bought from Liu Jin earlier came in handy this time. Not only landmines, but also a lot of fierce oil tanks were buried. Obviously the soldiers sent by the Orcs to dig tunnels accidentally triggered these mines, caused the mines to explode, and ignited the fierce oil tanks. This had such an effect. And he looked at the Orcs soldiers screaming and scurrying around on the battlefield, and he was thoughtless. When the Orcs were attacking Benliu City before, they had sent out the mountain armor soldiers to dig and collapse their walls. And this time they were sent to dig tunnels by mole Orcs. Although these guys are not as powerful as the mountain armor, they are natural civil engineering masters. When it comes to digging tunnels and engaging in underground projects, it is definitely more powerful than drilling Shanjiao. If they accidentally touched a mechanism and detonated landmines, they must not be enough to see on the battlefield. You must know that these rodents have always won by numbers. What about the other mole people? At this moment, he suddenly heard bursts of exclamation and rumbling sounds on the west wall, and Xiao Feng's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, He also saw that the orc soldier directly in front of the city wall suddenly started to move, and the fastest panther head had already sprang out of the isolation belt as the forward. It was cunning enough. They actually used the tactics of violent attacks. Kyle, gather all the soldiers and quickly retreat to the south gate. The north city can't hold it anymore. I will go to the west city wall to take a look and try to bring more soldiers back. Even if Xiao Feng has a large number of modern weapons in his hands, he knows that the current situation is irreversible and must be withdrawn from here as soon as possible. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 537. Last lesson. I originally thought that this city could be kept for 3 to 5 days, but how could I think that it would fall if there was no effort in just one day? Fortunately, in the morning, he arranged for most of the men and horses to retreat first. If they were not attacked by these half-orcs, the loss would be great. Although Kyle and the others have been quite effective at training the human army, they can fight street battles in the city and cannot be used in battle formations, and the half-orcs are tall and powerful, and have inherent advantages in physical fitness and protection. So if you fight on the streets, then humans will suffer a lot. Fortunately, the human army in the city is currently not many, and Xiao Feng is in the middle. Even if an army of half-orcs comes in, it won't cause much panic. The location and shape of Naples Mountain City is actually very similar to that of Running City. It is the main entrance to the northeast and southwest. The northeast is facing the Naples Prairie, and the southwest is facing the Horde Neck and the mountain road. Therefore, when Xiao Feng deployed his defenses, his main focus was on these two directions. 10,000 hands were placed near the city wall facing the northeast. There are 5,000 on the city wall, 5,000 in the Tibetan soldiers' cave under the city, and 3,000 people in the reserve team, and another 5,000 people guarding the Xinan city gate. There is their back road, and it must be guaranteed to be unblocked. In addition, the east side of the city wall is close to the remnants of the mountains. I am not too worried about someone coming from this direction, so 1,000 people are put on guard, while the west side is next to a big river. After occupying this mountain city before, Xiao Feng once sent people to investigate the terrain smuggling here, and just found that a nearby mountain range happens to become a watershed due to the topography. The mountain rivers in the southwest direction of the mountain all merge into the diversion of the upstream source of the rushing river, while the mountain rivers in the north direction all merge into the current direction along the left side of Naples Mountain City. North of the river, this river, with rapid water flow, converged into a big river with the rivers flowing out of other mountain valleys and flowed into the Naples Prairie, becoming one of the best rivers on the Naples Prairie. According to the knowledge from the local natives, this big river is called the Mulan River by them, which also means the Mother River. Previously, because of the fast flow of the river and the turbulent water, considering that the orcs had no skills in shipbuilding and maneuvering at all, Xiao Feng didn't pay much attention to the city defense here. Just before the war started, a team of 1,000 people were sent to guard the wall here. After all, if the enemy in the northeast couldn't make it, there would be nothing to worry about in the direction of the river. But no one thought that the enemy would attack from this direction, and he could feel the vibration of the earth over the city wall, and it seemed that the city wall had been dug down. Xiao Feng knew that the half-orcs must have come prepared this time, and the enemy in the northeast had also begun a desperate charge at this time. At this time, it was unwise to fight a war of attrition in the defense of the city. He told Kyle to quickly lead his troops to retreat, and he took 1,000 people to the west side of the city wall to support the rescue, and strive to bring more soldiers back. Kyle also had a plan for the retreat. The orcs in the distance had already rushed to the line of landmines and fierce oil tanks they had arranged before. Although part of the mine was dug and exploded by the mole man before, it was a landmine blockade that was hundreds of meters wide. After the mole man had dug a few mines before, he quickly diverted and dug deep underground. The mines and fierce oil tanks were not touched, and the half-orcs who rushed over were caught by these mines and fierce oil. The bombing caused heavy casualties. But it seems that these half-orcs have also been ordered to die. Although there are continuous mine explosions in front of them, and people are constantly being burned by violent fire oil tanks to human-shaped torches, they still charge forward without fear of death. There were even a few half-orcs who had been ignited into torches by fierce oil tanks, and they simply hopped to the ground, rolled forward, and began to thunder for the troops behind. Kyle on the wall was shuddering. Speaking of being brave and not afraid of death, these half-orcs were really not built. Kyle immediately ordered the 5,000 soldiers in the Tibetan army cave under the city wall to begin to retreat to the southern city, but to ensure that the back road was clear, and the human defenders on the city wall began to set fire. The fierce fire oil poured on the wall and on the ground in front of the wall like no money, but it ignited in no hurry, and then the defenders on the wall began to retreat. At this time, Xiao Feng had already brought a team of 1,000 people to the west side of the city wall. Sure enough, the junction between the west side of the city wall and the northeast gate had been dug down. At this time, the half-orcs that emerged from the ground were fighting fiercely with the human soldiers rushing down from the city wall. At this time, Xiao Feng could clearly see the appearance of the mole man. His stature was not tall, and he was just a little bit taller than the dwarf race on the human side. The limbs are very strong, and the most frightening thing is that the 2-foot-long teeth that come out of their mouths are still shining with cold light. Wielding a very sophisticated engineer shovel in his hand, a group of 3 or 5 combat teams and human soldiers started fighting. Regardless of the small size of these mole men, their combat effectiveness was not weak, and even very fierce. Their combat team mode is very similar to the combat mode that Xiao Feng handed over to human soldiers. If it weren't for the spears in the hands of human soldiers to take advantage of the length, the combat team of human soldiers might not be able to do these things. The mole man is vigorous and flexible. And at the same time, there are still many orcs from the underground. These guys are obviously following the mole man and expanding the tunnel. The mole man digs the channel in front, and they widen in the back. Following these mountain golem drillers, a steady stream of relatively thin and flexible kobolds and werewolves emerged from the tunnel. As for the human soldiers guarding the western wall, almost all of them got off the wall at this time, desperately plugging the gap here. Thanks to Xiao Feng's repeated emphasis on training middle and lower level officers with Kyle before, this allowed this cold weapon era army to maintain such a high level of cohesion. Otherwise, the general army would have seen such a scene long ago. Has collapsed. Under the command of those middle and lower level officers, human soldiers use squads as their combat units, and they stand desperately fighting with these half-orcs who are constantly burrowing out of the ground at the gap. In addition, some human soldiers stood on the gaps in the broken city wall and kept throwing arrows at the half-orcs from top to bottom, which also caused a lot of damage to the half-orcs. Hand-to-hand combat has entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning, and although the human army is small in number, because of the skilled battle formation and fighting cooperation, fighting with these half-orcs has not fallen in the slightest. A combat team of 3 to 5 people, divided by the principle of 3 to 3, against the unorganized scattered half-orcs in front of the infantry, can be said to have the advantage. In particular, the 3-sided barbed spear with a length of 3 meters and 5 lances fully utilizes the advantages of long weapons. In such a battlefield, assassination is always more efficient than hacking. In a short while, the battlefield was full of blood gods stabbed to the ground by human soldiers. The human army took advantage and kept advancing, and soon pushed the half-orcs skirmish line to the line of the city wall. But at this moment, suddenly a vote of half-orcs came out of the water. The pattern of being on all fours quickly rushed to the gap in the city wall, then rushed in and joined the half-orcs skirmish line. These people are more than 3 meters tall, have triangular heads, short hands and short feet. They look like wooden stakes all over their bodies, but they are surprisingly powerful on the battlefield. With a hammer or a long-handled axe in his hand, his strength is amazing. Because of his physical superiority, it is difficult for a human spear to gain an advantage against them. The most frightening thing is their protection. They were originally covered with a layer of iron armor, and the animal skin inside was even thicker. In addition, their skin itself secreted a kind of mucus, making their skin very slimy. Even if a human spear breaks its armor, it will slide away when it strikes their skin, making it difficult to cause damage to them. In turn, these fierce half-orcs, once they rushed to the human combat team www.untitled.novel.com, they went back and slashed, and soon there were dozens of human soldiers who fell on their butcher blades. And Xiao Feng also saw clearly what these guys looked like at this time. It turned out to be a crocodile. The amphibious warriors among the orcs, they must have attacked from the direction of the waterway. The mole man, goblin, werewolf, and kobold, who were defeated by the human spearman combat team before, seemed to have found the backbone at once, and quickly adjusted their formation. Behind these crocodile people, they rushed towards the humans again. Xiao Feng's arrival at this time can be said to be the right time. If the human frontier comes a moment later, it will definitely collapse. Although he led the team to withdraw on Friday, he had trained several pilots before. At this time, he was standing in the shooting position of JLTV, pulling the bolt of the M2, adjusting the muzzle to these orcs and pulling the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. The dull roar of the M2 Browning heavy machine gun soon resounded across the battlefield, and those half-orcs who had just been fiercely fierce immediately turned into little sheep, crocodile men with stout statures like wooden stakes, and they were not enough to see in front of Browning's 12.7mm caliber full-power heavy machine gun bullets. When the arm hits a shot, the thick arm is instantly knocked off. If the torso hits a shot, there will be a hole in the basin, or it will be beaten into on the spot. The scene of flying flesh and blood immediately covered the entire battlefield. The stupid crocodile encountered the death god of Running City for the first time, and was immediately given a lesson, and it was the last lesson. Kobolds and werewolves, who had suffered under Xiao Feng several times before, were smarter at this time, lowered the cat's waist and looked around for cover, or simply lay down on the ground and started pretending to be dead. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 538. Digging 3 feet. The tracer bullets passed through the air, and ordinary people could only see a half-foot-long golden light and shadow in the sight of ordinary people, but in fact, between each tracer, there were 5 ordinary bullets that did not emit light. The metal flash chain formed by tracer bullets swept across the battlefield, and the place where it swept was immediately a bloodbath. Where the bullets swept across, there were screaming half-orcs everywhere. At this time, on the city wall facing the Maple Prairie in the northeast, half-orcs had begun to climb on the wall. At this time, Kyle, who had already retreated to the city's governor's office, immediately let the rhubarb burlister carts lined up on the square inches front of the office to start firing. Fire oil bombs soared into the air and slammed into the wall quickly, setting a sea of fire on the wall. The orcs who had just climbed onto the wall immediately turned into human-shaped torches, and then screamed and jumped off the wall. Go down. Unfortunately, not only the half-orcs who had just climbed up to the top of the wall, but also those half-orcs who rushed to the root of the wall were also set ablaze. There were ghosts and wolves howling in the direction of the city wall. With this wave alone, Kyle estimated that at least 10,000 and a half-orcs would be hit hard. However, half-orcs were not fools. They would just stand in place and let humans burn them. After finding that the front wall had been lit by fire and it was difficult to break through, they quickly adjusted the direction of their attack. The west city wall had been dug down, and they quickly rushed towards the breach on this side. The only inconvenient thing is that the city wall here is relatively close to the Mulan River, and there is not much open space for them to form a formation, so they can only be divided into small teams, and they can come from the collapsed city wall far and away. If Xiao Feng had 3 machine gun squads under him, he would be very confident that he would be able to lead mankind to guard this gap. In his opinion, the tactics of half-orcs would be nothing short of a drop in fuel tactics. But it is a pity that such a situation can only exist in the imagination. The half-orcs who broke through before have been swept away by him, but the ones behind still continue to rush over. And after being given a great lesson by him, These half-orcs soon learned their skills again and began to hide behind the rubble of the collapsed city wall and play with him. Although they were far apart, Xiao Feng could still see weapons such as javelins, discus throws, hammers, bows and arrows, flying from behind the gravel. Xiao Feng was actually far away from the front line. These weapons could not hurt him at all, but there were still many human soldiers near the front line of the battlefield. Such weapons still brought them some damage. At this moment, the West City Gate was finally captured. The city wall was dug down. The 1,000 soldiers who had insufficient manpower were all gathered here. When the orcs hit their heads and bloodshed at this gap, they chose to detour behind to attack the West Gate. At this time, there was no defender there. Soon the orcs climbed up the city wall from there and opened the city gate. Crocodiles, hippos, and rhinos swarmed in from the gate. The human soldiers, stuck in the gap in the collapsed city wall, seeing this scene, immediately became a little confused. After all, that was the direction of their back. When Xiao Feng saw the half-orcs swarming in, he knew that the gap was no longer meaningful, so he immediately turned on the car horn and began to call on the soldiers scattered on the battlefield to move closer to him. This is the advantage of mastering modern tools. It is very difficult to know that it is very difficult to summon soldiers on a battlefield where roars are everywhere. But if there were loudspeakers with hundreds of decibels, it would be different. The soldiers who heard the call soon came to the front and back of Xiao Feng's car, and guards were around Xiao Feng's car. Xiao Feng was not flustered either, and the soldiers seemed to have found the backbone when they saw Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng greeted the soldiers, brought all the wounded soldiers, and brought in a few carriages, loaded all the wounded soldiers on the carriages, and then led the team all the way south, swaggering along the official road to the South City Gate. Go in the direction of. But those half-orcs didn't dare to come to entangle them at all. They were obviously afraid of being beaten by Xiao Feng before. They wished this plague could withdraw from the city soon. These half-orcs are not fools. The purpose of their battle is to seize the city, not a deadly battle with humans, let alone a frontal hard deal with the death of Running City. Now that the death god of Rushing City is willing to withdraw from the city voluntarily, they will naturally not be blocked by thousands, but rather wish him to go faster. After a team of half-orcs entered the city, they quickly rushed in the direction of the warehouses. Obviously, they were afraid that the retreating humans would set fire to the warehouses, while the other part was surrounded by Xiao Feng and his group far away behind. Watch them out of the city. Prior to this, most of the troops had already withdrawn from the city with Kyle, while Xiao Feng led 700 or 800 people behind to sweep the tail. Some human soldiers who had fallen behind for various reasons heard the call of a loud horn. They all rushed over. Soon Xiao Feng's team also gathered 1,000 people. Maple Mountain City was originally not big, and could walk through in half an hour. All the way was unimpeded. Xiao Feng and the others soon came to the South City. The city wall here is still in the hands of the human army. Kyle personally led the team and stayed behind, guarding the southern city gate firmly. Seeing that Xiao Feng led many soldiers and horses back, he was relieved. On the Nanxing side, there is a simple wharf with many boats parked on the wharf. This is what Ying Ran left for them in order to prevent accidents. But it was obviously unrealistic to fit 20,000 people. Xiao Feng let the wounded and more than 5,000 soldiers board the ship. The other 15,000 people were led by him to retreat by land. Fortunately, the half-orcs had organized a large number of human slaves and repaired the mountain road from the Horde Neck Gorge to the Gourd Gorge. So the road conditions here are very good. Although they can't take boats, they can ride horses. You must know that there is no shortage of good military horses in the human domain. Not to mention that they have seized a large number of military horses in Maple Mountain City. When he started thinking about retreating yesterday, Xiao Feng asked people to put a large number of military horses outside the South City, and it was just right at this time. The elite soldiers trained by Kyle do not distinguish between infantry and cavalry. Infantry can become cavalry when mounted, and cavalry can also be dismounted to become infantry. The remaining 15,000 people stepped on their horses and left all the way north, leaving only Slow. The orcs who followed slowly from behind stood at the head of the wall and watched them all the way. The orcs did not go out of the city to pursue them. Their purpose of this campaign has been completed. They captured the Naples Mountain city. The next important task is to put out the fire immediately and inspect the warehouse. After all, the ordnance materials stored in the city are what they value most. God also deliberately helped them. Not long after the human army evacuated Naples Mountain city, it started to rain, and it was getting bigger and bigger, and the beacon fire that was originally full of the city was instantly extinguished by the gods. The orcs who entered the city began to cheer loudly, but soon they were not happy, because soon they discovered that the warehouses they took over were basically empty. Prior to this, they had spent more than half a year in storage of various food supplies, as well as weapons and armors. In the big camp at the back, the high priest Zuichuo, who was still happy to capture the mountain city, was even more furious when he heard the news. He even fell a few cups and chopped over a few human slaves who brought wine and food. He can't figure it out. How is this possible? The half-orcs have spent more than half a year stocking up the materials here, which can definitely be said to be piled up into mountains. There are hundreds of thousands of weapons and armors, and there are countless food materials. It took less than 3 full days for these humans to occupy this city together. When they were leaving, they didn't even have time to set the fire. But how did the material in this city disappear? Could it be that the former tiger tribe of the city guarding tigers was playing tricks, secretly reselling military supplies? But this is impossible. With so many military materials, how could he sell them all in just a few months? Besides, how can the Jew have such courage? Mentalnovel.com. So after thinking about it, there is only one possibility, that is, those humans have hidden these substances, because as far as the humans are concerned, they only occupy the city for more than 2 days, and it is definitely impossible to remove all these materials. So the high priest issued an order, that is, to dig the ground 3 feet, even if the city is to be digged down, the material must be found out. The orc soldiers entering the city received such an order. Naturally they had another job to do, and Naples Mountain City immediately became a large construction site. The kobolds with keen sense of smell came in handy at this time, and they wanted to lead the other half-orcs to find places to hide substances. The energy of the orcs was all attracted by this work, and naturally no one paid attention to Xiao Feng and the others who were out of the city. Without chasing soldiers, Xiao Feng naturally felt a lot easier. The 20,000 troops had lost thousands of horns in the previous battle, and it was naturally not that simple for the remaining soldiers to retreat. If the half-orcs were eager to sin, they would have killed or injured at least thousands of people along the way, but the half-orcs did not chase them out, which made Xiao Feng and Kyle breathe a sigh of relief. After walking for a few hours, it was getting late. Xiao Feng asked Kyle to lead a large group of troops to retreat, but he chose to take a few hundred people to stay. Walking to a small hill about 5 miles away from Naples Mountain City, Xiao Feng began to let 500 soldiers drive out a flat piece of land on the hill. At the same time, he also took out boxes of rockets from the space. Ever since he got 2 artifacts from Liu Jin, he has been wondering when he will have a good time in the battlefield. Try it on. These orcs who took the initiative to send to the door this time finally gave him a chance to test the cannon. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 539. Thor washes the floor and wish all book friends a happy National Day and a happy family. Type 6312 Tube 107mm rocket launcher and BM-21 Russian Hail rocket launcher are lined up in a row. As the name suggests, the Type 63 has 12 rocket launchers, and the Russian Hail rocket launcher is even more fierce. The 122mm caliber 10x330 rocket launchers are much more fierce than the Type 63 in terms of range and firepower. These two types of artillery can project 42 rockets at one time, and the scenes of artillery ball washing that can often be seen on TV are made by this weapon. Prior to this, Xiao Feng had not used it on a large scale on the battlefield, mainly because although the rockets were powerful enough, the shooting accuracy was beyond words. Even under the control of modern fire control radars, this bombardment accuracy is very poor, and it is usually used for indiscriminate attacks and when a large area of artillery coverage is required for combat with large groups. This kind of weapon, namely China and the Bear Country, pay more attention to it, while European and American countries, because they despise the accuracy of this kind of weapon, have not developed and used much. Because a large area of artillery coverage is to be achieved on the battlefield, 1 or 2 artillery vehicles is definitely not enough. It must be a company-level or battalion-level combat unit. At least 10 artillery vehicles are needed. The car started, and Xiao Feng didn't have that many gun carts at all, so he didn't use this kind of gun at the beginning. But now it's different. The half-orcs are all crowded in such a small town that is more than 200 meters wide and more than 300 meters long. Then there is no need to pay attention to accuracy, as long as the cannonballs are continuously projected to this mountain city. That's all in Europe. Although such a large place can't squeeze the 300,000 army of half-orcs, it is certainly possible to squeeze tens of thousands of people. The reason why Xiao Feng decided to stay was to give these half-orcs this last big gift package. This small mountain bag was actually on the ground he had long been optimistic about. It was not very high, and the terrain above it was fairly flat. Soon more than 500 people formed a launch position on the top of the mountain. Xiao Feng took out at least 30 boxes of shells from the space and stacked them in the back. The 2 artillery carts lined up, and then he began to personally aim at Naples Mountain City. Now the mountain city is full of half-orcs frantically digging the ground, and their minds are all attracted by the missing military materials. Even if Zhao Chua didn't say anything, they knew that if they couldn't find those materials, then their plan to attack the gorge would be ruined. No one noticed the 2 meteors flying from the top of the hill in the distance. Soon 2 rockets hit the official office in the city, blasting some of the leaders of the orc tribes hiding in the official office to pieces. Before the orcs could understand what was going on, a meteor shot up from the top of a small hill in the distance, cut through the night sky, and flew towards Naples Mountain City. The distance of 5 miles is not a big deal for those rockets. It took more than 10 seconds to fly to the top of Naples Mountain City, and then plunged down. At first, the official office in the center of the city was blown to pieces by this series of meteor showers that soared to the sky, and then waves of meteor showers began to spread to all sides of the small city centered on this official office. There were explosions, shouts, and fire everywhere in the city. The city, which was originally noisy, was completely chaotic. The soldiers could not find the generals, and the generals could not find the soldiers. Many half-orcs were exploded by this sudden rocket bomb, and they began to run around the city like headless flies. Even many people ran for their lives in a hurry to grab the right of way, and they started fighting when they hit the street, and the city was completely messed up. As for Xiao Feng's hillside bag, the bigger and stronger he got. The rocket launch speed was very fast, almost in the blink of an eye. All the 12 rockets were shot out. Then Xiao Feng greeted the soldiers behind, took out all the rockets from the wooden boxes, stuffed them in from behind the barrel, and fired again. Type 67 is not bad, although it has 12 tubes. The rocket warhead is not too big, and the length is only 30 centimeters. But Bear's Hill rocket launcher is different. The 10 by 30 tube has a larger caliber and longer length. Each time you load a bomb, you need 2 people to carry 1 shell. At the beginning, these loader were very unfamiliar, but after 2 times, their cooperating proficiency increased, and the speed of reloading was much faster. Fortunately, these guys are not idiots with no brains. Before loading the bombs, Xiao Feng has repeatedly stressed to them that he would rather slow down and not make mistakes, especially not to load the rockets upside down. And you can't drop the rocket on the ground. If there is such a difference, everyone will be ruined. Fortunately, these loader players were carefully selected by Xiao Feng before. They were all strong and flexible-minded guys with very good obedience. They followed Xiao Feng's order without compromise. This was the result of Thor's washing of the ground. The human soldiers who stood guard in front of the artillery firing position looked at the flames that exploded in the distant mountain city. All of them were ecstatic. This scene is really spectacular. This is the most beautiful and spectacular firework show they have ever seen in their lifetime. The falling meteors in the sky slammed on the ground fiercely, quickly forming a series of explosions, and no living things could survive in the place covered by the fire. Regardless of what kind of thick-skinned hippo, rhino, or crocodile you are, as long as you are covered by this meteor, it will be fragmented. The area of the small town was not large, and it was quickly covered by the rocket launcher. Xiao Feng played 5 rounds, and the barrels of the rocket launcher had been red, and the attack stopped. The spirit eagle above his head is also constantly circling, giving him a signal. The half-orc camp had gone violently, and sent a large number of cavalrymen, bypassing the mountain city and rushing towards them. Obviously because of his pain this time. Xiao Feng estimated that this time when Thor was washing the ground, the half-orcs would have lost at least 30,000 people in the mountain city. The tactical goal has been achieved, and it is natural not to stay here for a long time. After putting away the rockets, Xiao Feng greeted him, and everyone immediately went down the mountain and withdrew. These human soldiers didn't panic about the half-orcs who were catching up from behind. Anyway, there was Xiao Feng here, and they were not afraid of those half-orcs coming up to die. As they expected, Xiao Feng and his party didn't walk fast. By midnight, the werewolf cavalry and centaur had already caught up. However, except for the more reckless teams in the front, after being sieved by Xiao Feng with M2 Browning, the remaining werewolf cavalry and centaur cavalry have been stuck behind them, afraid to catch up. The situation was not so much chasing soldiers as it was more like an escort, watching them retreat from a distance. When it came to dawn, they simply retreated and stopped following. At noon that day, Xiao Feng and the others finally caught up with Kyle's large army, and when it was night, they finally returned to Kai City. At this time, Kai City, compared with before, has completely turned into a war fortress. The city wall facing the mountain road in the north is up to 15 meters high. It is all made of thick strips of stone and cement that came from the mountain, and its thickness has also been much thicker. And the foundation of the mountain city here, Kyle and the others also sent people to inspect it. It happened to be located on a marble vein. A few meters below the city, there was a hard rock, so there was no fear that the orcs would dig tunnels to attack it. In this way, the confidence of the soldiers defending the city is even stronger. Although there were some losses in the previous battles, at this time, the manpower was sufficient. Kyle quickly made up 60,000 soldiers, plus there are still 60,000 troops in the city, so there is no need to worry about the manpower, resources. Not to mention matter, it can be described as very sufficient. As for the human slaves liberated before, they have been taken by Charles Mann and escorted to the rear base camp. At this time, Xiao Feng's job was to sit in Kai City www.untitlenovel.com and wait for the army of half-orcs to strike. Calculating the vitality of the half-orcs previously consumed in Maple Mountain City, there should be as many as 5 to 60,000, so even if the half-orcs attacked this time, there would definitely not be 300,000. But when he thought of the madness of those half-orcs at the end, Xiao Feng still had a lingering fear. Although Kai City was now a fortress with high walls, after all, the number of half-orcs was too big. In addition, there are many strange people and strangers on their side. Who knows what the final result will be? The mountain city of Naples has been destroyed and everything is gone, but the orcs will certainly not withdraw their troops easily, so this war is inevitable. The only uncertainty is when they will attack. Sure enough, 3 days later, the dispatched scout heard news that the half-orc forward had already appeared 30 miles away from Kai City. and it was expected that soldiers would come down the city the next morning. Xiao Feng asked the soldiers in the city to prepare, but at this moment he received a bad news from behind. An army of half-orcs suddenly appeared in front of Benliu city, and the number was at least 150,000. Now the city has begun to attack. The news was brought back by Charles Mann, who escorted the slaves who had been liberated back to Rushing City. This time, almost 100,000 human slaves who were building roads were rescued from the Hordneck Mountain. But Xiao Feng was not at ease with these people, because they had been with the orcs for a long time, and it seemed that they were on the orcs' side. The treatment is not bad. In Xiao Feng's view, the nature of these people has become a bit like the man's clothing in the Qing dynasty, and they are already the kind of resignation. He was afraid that leaving these people in the city would cause some trouble, so he asked Charles Mann to these people to the rear of the peninsula for reconstruction. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 540 Flanking and Swish all book friends, a happy National Day and a happy family. How did you think of Charles Mann, but sent him back such a breaking news? The whole back road was cut off, and the half-orcs had already approached the city of Runliu. Where did these half-orcs come from? Do you know that they can always control the Hula Gorge? The half-orcs who came from the Maple Prairie didn't even attack Kai City and Hordmouth. How could they suddenly appear under Kai City? Could it be that they got through the ground? This is impossible. After learning of this news, not only Xiao Feng was shocked, but also Kyle and Bloom were shocked. Where did these half-orcs come from? Finally, after taking out the map and studying it for a while, Xiao Feng patted his forehead, and he figured it out. It turns out that these half-orcs were killed from the east side of the land bridge. Their location is a land bridge connecting the two continents of Street, Sodxo and Mesadxo. The northern section of the land bridge is densely covered with mountains, and is a huge mountain range that runs through the entire land bridge. The west side of the land bridge is the continent of Saint Sodxo, where the Talon Empire was originally located, and the east section of the land bridge is the continent of Mesodis, where the Kataran Empire is located. The southern section of the land bridge is gradually narrowing on both sides, forming a triangle peninsula that goes straight into the deep sea. Rushing City is stuck at the Isthmus Pass that leads directly to the southern peninsula in this group of mountains, and along this pass northward is divided into east and west directions. On the west side is the Gourd Gorge, which leads to the mainland of Street Sodxo. Passing through the Gourd Gorge is the Naple grassland on the mainland of Street Sodxo. The terrain in the direction of Sodxo is even more difficult. It is said that it takes a full 30 days to walk through that mountain, and after passing through that mountain, it is the original Kataran Empire and the mainland of Mesodis where Yingzha Kingdom is located. Prior to this, their attention had been focused on Saint Sodxo. After all, there was a half-orcs den, the secret forest, and the main army of half-orcs is also concentrated on this continent, conquering the only remaining human empire. As for the Methodex continent on the east side, it was completely ignored. After all, there had never been an orc attack from the Methodox continent before, so a blind spot was naturally formed in everyone's heart. I don't think there will be a half-orc from that direction. As a result, the orcs taught them a lesson this time. They even took advantage of their sneak attack on the stalls of Naple Mountain City and killed them from the mountains on the east side of the Continental Bridge. Past. Hearing that Louse Nest was attacked, Xiao Feng was also very anxious. Compared with Panliu City and the Panivera Peninsula to the south, this Gourd Gorge was really nothing. In the evening, he drove a helicopter and flew directly to the city of Gourd in the south of Hula's Yui Gorge. Not long after Charles Mann's team left the Gourd city, they discovered the army of half-orcs, and the half-orcs naturally also discovered them. Fortunately, they were walking by the waterway, and the half-orcs had no choice but to take them, so they retreated along the waterway. If not, if they hit the land, waiting for their fate, the whole army must be wiped out. Kyle and Bloom were also sitting in Lingjiu at night, and followed Xiao Feng to Gourd City. Together with Ying Ran, who was originally sitting here, almost all the senior leaders on the Gorge were gathered. "How's the situation in Runliu City?" Xiao Feng asked as soon as he came. The atmosphere in the conference room was very dull. Ying Ran replied after listening. "It's still unclear. After Charlie's man took the people back, I released the pigeon to contact you while releasing the pigeon to contact the running city. But there was no reply from the running city. I believe it should be the flying pigeon being caught in the air, sniped." Xiao Feng's face was sullen, and Ying Ran continued. "After that, I sent out a lot of land guards, but these elite scouts were basically out of the city. But they encountered the Orcs scouts and suffered a lot of deaths and injuries. It seems that the Orcs have already covered the battlefield. In addition, I also the waterway sent a lot of boats back, and the Orcs should take them back, but it will take a while to send back news." Xiao Feng nodded after hearing it, and then turned his head and glanced at Charlesman. The old man was full of embarrassment when the army of half-orcs hit him in the afternoon. At this time, he still had a lingering look. "My lord, I just glanced at their camp from a distance on the boat, and then was driven away by their longbowmen. I estimate that according to the scale of their camp, this camp will be stationed at least 150,000 orc soldiers. And I don't know how many such camps there are." Xiao Feng nodded. The old man was already very courageous to be able to do this. After all, he was not a full-time soldier. Kyle and Bloom also had a gloomy face when they heard it. Now they have been attacked by two sides. An army of orcs is chasing them on the side of Gorge, and an army of orcs is on the other side to attack their den. The situation that originally had the advantage can be said to be reversed instantaneously. After all, the elite of the human army are almost all concentrated on the side of Gorge. As for the running city, Baluades is in charge. But the troops, there are only 20,000 people who have just been trained recently. Fortunately, before, Charles Mann led people to frantically heighten the reinforced city walls, and now they can only pin their hopes on these walls. It's already midnight outside, and the meeting room is quiet. Everyone can think of a good way to deal with the current predicament. Xiao Feng turned his head and said to Kyle and Bloom, "You wait for a while and rush back to Kai City overnight. After all, there cannot be no main generals sitting there. The chasing soldiers were hurt by me before. I believe I should not dare to attack recklessly this time. Tomorrow may only be tested, so the matter of defending the city will be left to you first." Kyle and Bloom nodded, although they were also very anxious about the situation on the side of the city. They also knew which one was more important. "Tomorrow morning, I will go back to Benliu City to take a look. You don't have to worry. I will feed back the news from Benliu City as soon as possible. As for the Hula Gorge, I will give it to you first." Xiao Feng said to the audience that everyone else nodded silently. But Xiao Feng is the great master who has led them to create countless miracles. He is everyone's confidence and the soul of this tribe. Now that Xiao Feng is not flustered, everyone has finally found the bottom. Xiao Feng stayed up all night that night, and when the genius had just been polished, he drove the Black Shark helicopter to take off and headed straight for Luching. From Hula Gorge to Benliu City, there are still 700 to 800 kilometers. If there is a highway, it will take a day to drive. In the world's road conditions, it would take 2 or 3 days to drive. The fastest way in the past was to take a boat along the rushing river, but now Xiao Feng doesn't have that leisurely sentiment. At a distance of 700 to 800 kilometers, the rotorcraft will have to drive all morning, and it will take a day to avoid the wind when encountering crosswinds. But driving the powerful Black Shark helicopter, you don't have to worry about crosswinds at all. Xiao Feng returned to the sky above Runliu City within 2 or 3 hours, and walking along the way, but looked at him with trepidation. Charlie's man really didn't get it wrong. The half-orcs camp was really big. Xiao Feng flew over from the sky. After some calculations, a large camp can really accommodate almost 150,000 half-orcs. And there are 2 such camps in the open space north of Runliu City. When he reached the bottom of the city, he was even more stunned by the sight in front of him. The open space in front of the city wall was full of unextinguished fires, and the battlefield under the firelight was full of corpses. Obviously a fierce battle took place here yesterday, and these corpses are obviously the fruits of the battle of human fire oil tanks. Under the city wall in the distance, there was still a sound of fighting. Many ground fortifications in front of the city wall, such as those trenches, moats, and barbed wire positions, have all been breached. At this time, a large group of half-orcs were under the wall www.untilnovel.com to attack the wall. There are patches of scorched black all over the city wall after burning, and under the city wall is also a picture of corpses all over the field. Thanks to Charlie's man who asked the main wall to be raised to about 20 meters before, this made the half-orcs who rushed under the wall helpless. However, Xiao Feng saw that there were dozens of elephants with a height of more than 5 meters and a waist of more than 3 meters, standing at the gate of the city, smashing the city gate. The huge wooden door covered with a thick iron sheet made a ding-bang. The wooden boards behind the iron sheet had been broken by them, and the wooden door had been severely deformed. But Xiao Feng was not worried that they would rush in, because behind the wooden door must have been blocked by sandbags and rocks. The siege ladder and the arrow tower of the half-orcs are obviously not as high as the city wall, and the threat to the city wall is not great, but the most critical situation is still the city head. Because at this time, there were countless golden eagle men and bird men who begged him to fly lingering on the wall, and they were constantly attacking. Unlike the aerial stone-throwing attacks Xiao Feng had seen in the past, these golden eagles grabbed round Black and flew directly from the direction of the orc camp to the top of the human city wall. When they flew to the top of the human city wall, they let go and threw the Black from the sky. But this time these golden eagles didn't dare to be too low, because at this time humans had already mastered a weapon against them. That's why Xiao Feng taught human soldiers to make a rhubarb ballista. This powerful weapon has been widely liked by human soldiers since its birth. Now, many of them are naturally installed on the city wall as a weapon for defense. And the huge crossbows fired by this weapon operated by human soldiers were naturally a huge threat to those golden eagles. After such a short time, Xiao Feng saw that at least 3 golden eagles were shot by human soldiers. Chapter 541 Airborne Troops. After 2 of the golden eagles were hit by arrows, they were obviously dead when they fell in the air, and the other one was shot through the wings and flew back screaming, but the one who flew barely seemed to fall off at any time. Look like Xiao Feng estimated that with the current medical level of a half-orc, this golden eagle would not live long even if he returned. The rhubarb burlist he wrestled the golden eagle to fly high continuously, and shot and wounded the golden eagle for the first time, which greatly boosted the morale of the human soldiers. However, those half-orcs also did not retreat. Although 3 golden eagle men were injured by arrows, the other bird men still lingered on the top of the city wall. A few black eagle men dived down from the air at a precise angle, and shot the stone bullets in their hands at the position of the rhubarb ballista. Even if they could not hit, they also caused a certain amount of interference to the operator. At this time, the golden eagles also found the right angle to dive, dropping Black from a low altitude. Xiao Feng focused his attention on the black balls. He saw that when these Black were about to fall to the ground, countless spikes would suddenly burst out of his body. Smashing into the defensive camp at the top of the city wall will kill more than a dozen soldiers on the spot, and then those spiked will roll back and forth in the human battle formation, tearing the human battle formation from the inside. They would not expand until the human battle formation completely collapsed. Only then did Xiao Feng see that these guys turned out to be hedgehog half-orcs. These hedgehog half-orcs are not tall, that is, the size of a dwarf among humans, but their temperament is extremely fierce, which is very different from the timid hedgehogs in Xiao Feng's impression. Soon these hedgehog half-orcs gathered into a small group, surrounded by a crenellation of a city wall, and then put down the rope ladder they carried with them from the crenellation. The ape and half-orc below stood on the ladder, jumped and grabbed the ladder as soon as the ladder was in place, and then quickly climbed up towards the city wall. Although the human soldiers suffered heavy casualties, they were not panicked. the soldiers still performed their duties. The archers on the arrow tower constantly attacked the climbing apes and half-orcs from the side. Apes and half-orcs kept hitting arrows on the rope ladder, and then fell from a place more than 10 meters high. There are also a steady stream of soldiers rushing up from the Tibetan soldiers' cave under the city wall to encircle and suppress the hedgehog and half-orcs on the city wall. It can be said that the battle is extremely fierce. The most troublesome thing is the birdmen flying in the sky. This time Xiao Feng noticed that these birdmen were not only the golden eaglemen, but there were many flying half-orcs similar to the golden eaglemen. However, they seemed to be close relatives of the golden eagles. Among them, Xiao Feng was the most impressed, and he could even recognize them at a glance. Those vultures with bald heads and very ugly appearances were bigger than the golden eagles. In addition, there are some other types of birdmen, who seem to be close relatives of the golden eagle. The division of labor between these birdmen was very clear. The golden eagle men kept transporting the hedgehog half-orcs from behind, and then dropped them on the wall to open up a battlefield. And those vulture men who were a circle larger than the golden eagle's figure continued to transport some larger spheres to the wall above the city wall. When these guys came to the top of the city wall with the balls, the black eagles who had been circling the top of the city wall would dive into several teams and attack the positions where the rhubarb blisters were located. Give these vulture men and golden eagle men, attract firepower, and create time and space for airdrops. At this time, those vulture men and golden eagle men will take the opportunity to dive, and then throw the carry on the city wall. The spheres transported by the vultures are a lot larger than those of the hedgehogs, and their combat effectiveness is stronger than that of the short-handed hedgehogs. They play in the same way as the hedgehogs. Before landing, they opened their spikes and plunged directly into the battlefield of human soldiers directly from the blind spot of human soldiers. When landing, the spikes on the body alone can stab many human soldiers, and after landing, they also roll a few times in the crowd. And unlike hedgehogs, the spikes on their backs are long and hard, so these guys are much more powerful than hedgehogs. Basically a few circles rolled down, and there were few human infantry in this battle formation that could stand. When these guys straightened up, Xiao Feng could see the looks of these guys. They were taller than hedgehogs, but they weren't too big among half-orcs. The physique is similar to that of a normal human, but it has a rodent-like head, which extends from the top of the head down to the neck, and the entire back, to the huge tail below, is covered with long, hard and sharp bone spurs. And what is different from hedgehogs is that these bone spurs on them can even use the squeezing force of their muscles to shoot out like a bound arrow. Within the range of 3 to 5 fans, the lethality is very high, and if humans are not prepared, they will easily get caught. Xiao Feng saw a few soldiers, because they did not guard against this hand. The bone spurs thrown by the half-orcs hit the unprotected front door and fell dead on the spot. Zhen Niang opened her eyes. This is clearly a porcupine man. This is not an ordinary fierce role, you know. In Africa, this thing is a role that even the flat-headed guy is afraid of. And who is Flathead? This is definitely a ruthless character who is indifferent to life and death and will do it if he refuses to accept it. If someone provokes him, no matter what kind of leopard, jackal, or lion you are, Flathead is not afraid. He will fight you out, and even if he is a lion, he is very afraid of this kind of animal that is much smaller than himself. Because this guy is definitely a master of fighting in the animal kingdom, regardless of his small size. He is absolutely rough and thick, and the most terrifying thing is this guy's tactics. He can dig his belly quickly and be ruthless. If he is not careful, he will be caught by this guy. Do a bad belly against him, it is often the end of both losers. So even the lion, the king of Africa, is very afraid of Brother Flathead, and will avoid conflict with him if he meets him. But it is such a lord who makes the kings of Africa very jealous. But it is the same when he encounters a porcupine. The porcupine likes to seize the nest of Brother Flathead very much. That's right, even if you are floating on the rivers and lakes, you can run into such a demolition team. Many flat-headed guys go out hunting during the day, but go home in the afternoon, but often find that their nests are occupied by porcupines, so it's a big battle. Breakout. He would often beat him for one night a day, but the end result was that the flat-headed brother was stabbed all over his body with holes everywhere, and in the end he could only run away with his tail in a dingy manner. That's right, this is the fighting power of the porcupine, and now the half-orcs have even got porcupines, and they treat them as paratroopers. This Nima, who said that half-orcs have no imagination, hovering in the sky and constantly observing the situation on the battlefield. Xiao Feng, who did not immediately intervene in the battlefield, couldn't help but sigh when he saw these various half-orcs. It's no wonder that humans can't beat half-orcs, not to mention the physical advantage of others, that is, races with different talents. As long as they display their own characteristics, they can crush humans. Moreover, the half-orcs used the airborne troops. Xiao Feng was completely convinced by this trick. He originally thought that the 20-meter-high city wall would defend the sharp fortress with thick walls. With the current level of science and technology of the orcs, that is basically useless, and it is impossible to attack. How could I think that this group of guys could even think of using the airborne troops, this brain hole? But it shocked Xiao Feng. It seems that they really underestimated these half-orcs. These birdmen cooperated more and more skillfully in the air, and more porcupines and hedgehogs parachuted on the top of the city wall. They have opened 3 safe areas on the crevices of the city wall. 3 rope ladders have been thrown down, and half-orcs are constantly climbing up from the rope ladder. Fortunately, the greedy arrow tower outside the human city wall is very powerful. These Western bastion-like designed arrow towers can ensure that the defending party has no dead ends in guarding the city wall. They fired at the half-orcs who were attached to the ant from the rear side www.mentalnovel.com and caused a lot of damage to the half-orcs, which ensured the safety of the top of the city wall. After getting to know the situation of the battle, Xiao Feng was relieved. But he also knew that it was time for him to play. Pressing the joystick, the Black Shark helicopter descended from the sky. In order to observe the battlefield, Xiao Feng had been flying above the birdmen's heads, and his sudden appearance at this moment immediately scared the birdmen out of their souls. An iron lump came down from the sky with a howling gust of wind. How can these flat-haired beasts with small brain capacity not be afraid? What's more, the 2A42 30mm cannon on the Black Shark helicopter is no joke. It bursts out of the sky when it catches fire. The unlucky birdman was hit by the shell of this machine gun, and that was the end of the disintegration of the volley. Regardless of whether you are a golden eagle man or a larger vulture man, it is the same in front of a 30 caliber cannon shell. Moreover, the cannonballs of this caliber made by Mosey not only contain high explosives, but also add some thermite, which was originally the most advantageous can opener for tanks. It's a bit of a sledgehammer to use it to deal with these half-orcs now. Some clever birdmen discovered the appearance of this iron lump. Their first choice was to flap their wings and fly high, and immediately fled towards the far camp. Those who were not very bright in their brains were killed on the spot before they could figure out what was going on. Xiao Feng did not use the method of strafing, because the number of shells of the airborne cannon was limited, so he used the method of bursting, with the help of the fire control radar, to deal with these clumsy big birds. Shooting is as easy as playing a video game. The big birds were shot down by him in the air, and the threats that were entrenched on the top of the human city wall were quickly dispelled by him. When the human soldiers on the wall saw this scene, they couldn't help cheering loudly. Chapter 542 Yingxi. How many soldiers even watched the Black Shark helicopter piloted by Xiao Feng in the sky and began to worship? In their opinion, the birdmen among the half-orcs are the most difficult group of guys to deal with, but now these guys are completely papery in front of the Archmage. With such a godlike man on their side, how can they be demoralized? At this time, even the hedgehogs and porcupines on the wall, seeing the birdmen fall downstairs so quickly, the morale that was originally soaring quickly fell. The human soldiers on the city wall saw Xiao Feng's appearance at this time, and their morale was greatly boosted. Soon someone pushed the violent fuel tank truck up, aiming at the circular battlefield formed by the hedgehog and the porcupine. There was a fierce spray. For a moment, these hedgehogs and porcupines turned into fire-roasted hedgehogs and roast-suckling pigs, screaming and jumping from the wall. Go down. With the help of Xiao Feng, mankind quickly regained control over the city wall that was still in danger. After clearing out the enemy on the city wall, the morale of the human soldiers was greatly boosted, and oil tanks were continuously thrown under the city wall. The orcs under the city wall, pushing the carts, are constantly smashing the city wall, and the half-orcs knocking on the city gate are unlucky. This fierce oil tank was not an ordinary fierce, and coupled with the rolling wood and stone smashed from the top of the city wall, most of the orcs under the city wall were killed and injured in a moment. Even if it was the elephant man who had been fierce and fierce before, seeing that he was about to smash the gates of humanity, it would not be easy to face those huge rolling logs at this time. The skin was rough and thick, and the skin was ripped apart by these old-fashioned city defense weapons. Seeing that the airborne combat plan failed, it would be a waste of time to continue attacking under the wall. The retreat gongs and drums sounded in the direction of the half-orcs camp, and teams of half-orcs began to retreat from the roots of the wall. The upgraded city wall of this running city, from the foundation to the 10-meter high place, is a huge rock taken from the mountain, which is unusually strong. In Xiao Feng's view, unless you use modern artillery to attack, otherwise in the cold weapon era, even if a large number of return cannons are concentrated, it is not necessarily useful against the city wall. So these half-orcs chose to retreat at this time. This is definitely right. They will continue to stalemate here, and they will only meet and break the blood. But who is Xiao Feng? How could he allow these half-orcs to retreat back to camp like this? At this time, as soon as he pulled the joystick, the helicopter turned a circle in the air, and then swooped at the backing half-orc. Those elephants are huge and slow. They are definitely good targets for helicopters. Xiao Feng didn't need to aim, he just judged the trajectory of their escape in the air, and just pressed the button of the cannon launch. An elephant with a height of more than 5 meters and a waist of more than 3 meters is not enough to look at in front of a 30 caliber cannon. Even if the skin is thick and thick, it is aimed at cold weapons. The 2A42 30mm cannon in Xiao Feng's hand is a famous can opener in the battlefield. The famous tanks in the modern world with armors tens of centimeters thick are as fragile as an egg in front of this cannon. What's more, these clumsy elephant people, a machine cannon shell hits it. Even if your waist is 5 meters thick, you will still be beaten in two. These elephant men are huge, even twice the size of the hippo and rhino men I have seen before. Although they are slow, if they are on the battlefield, they can definitely be said to be the king of cold weapons. These guys are like heavy tanks, and any infantry phalanx in front of them will not have a half effect. So this kind of guy is also Xiao Feng's biggest threat to human soldiers so far, and they must all be eliminated today. Even if you can't kill them all, you have to inflict heavy losses on them and make them lose their combat effectiveness. So when Xiao Feng came up, he stared at these elephant men first, and lit up a box of shells. And there were no elephant men alive on the basic battlefield. At this time, Xiao Feng turned his nose around and rushed towards the camp of half-orcs. The cannons are all lit up, but there are still several rocket nests hanging on his helicopter. At this time, the half-orcs who had withdrawn from the roots of the city wall were still in shock when they returned to the base camp. They saw the black big shark, rushing straight down from the air. How this big guy slaughtered those elephant people on the battlefield just now, these half-orcs can all be seen in their eyes. What role is the elephant man? That is definitely the top existence in the half-orc alliance, the most noble group of blood. Usually tigers, lions, rhinos, hippos. These arrogant guys dare not make a loud voice in front of this elephant man. Except for the high priest. These elephant people are the kings in the half-orc alliance. They are characters that no one dares to provoke, and their combat power is naturally bursting. Every time when they appeared on the battlefield, there was no one general under the basic hands, even those big rhinos. In front of them, it was a little doll that kicked away. But such an overlord was killed on the battlefield by this aerial shark like a chicken. None of the more than 100 elephants could escape. They were shot one by one by the air shark, either in two pieces at the waist, or opened a hole in the body with a large basin. Such a scene frightened the half-orcs, whether they were recovered from the human city wall with the elephant people, or those half-orcs who were in the big camp and saw everything that happened outside. At this time, they were all scared by the air shark, and at this time, the air shark had already flown above their camp, and the yellow lightning that sang half a meter was continuously sprayed downwards, and in the camp, whether it was a camp, various vehicles, or various temporarily organized battle formations, as long as it was hit by this yellow lightning. That was the scene of the sky breaking and the earth cracking, explosions, fire, and thick gunpowder smoke. When the gunpowder smoke cleared, the half-orcs could only see the original place, and there was a big pit on the ground. Scattered all around were the parts of those guys just now, and there were flames on these parts. This scene is so terrible. They can't find any tools to resist. The Black Shark helicopter kept hovering over the half-orc camp that was only more than 3,000 meters away from the city wall, launching rockets. Soon this camp was in chaos. These half-orcs had no advanced thoughts, incomplete evolution, and did not understand any scientific system. They can only understand the unknown and incomprehensible things as miracles. And now the Black Shark helicopter piloted by Xiao Feng has brought huge damage to the heads of these half-orcs. They were originally tribes who made a living by fighting, and it can even be said that many half-orcs have been fighting all their lives and fighting various enemies. It can be said that in this world, they have seen various types of weapons, from short knives and spears to large catapults and arrow towers. They have basically seen these weapons of the cold weapon age. But there is no lethality comparable to the Black Shark helicopter piloted by Xiao Feng. This is not a weapon they can understand at all, so the beliefs of many half-orcs collapsed at once. They felt that what they were fighting against was no longer humans, but a tribe led by gods. Before they heard the nickname of Death God in Running City, they would still sneer, thinking that it was made up by incompetent half-orcs, but now they believe it. The leader of this tribe is really a god. If not, how could he have such an artifact? This big shark flying in the air is clearly a god's mount, and it is also using god's techniques. If not, how could it have such a lethal power? How can ordinary half-orcs oppose God? Isn't that against God's will? So soon this half-orcs camp was messed up, and the fighting will of some half-orcs collapsed on the spot. Especially seeing the Black Shark helicopter above the camp of half-orcs, opening and closing vertically and horizontally, constantly launching rockets, reaping lives wantonly. Those who are more flexible, just turn around and run on the spot. mentalnovel.com and don't need any camping equipment. At this time, life-saving is the most important thing. There are also some who are more stupid in their brains, and they simply kneel on the ground and keep kowtow at the helicopter hovering in the sky. This scene can be compared to the uncivilized people in the countryside at the end of the Qing dynasty, the situation after seeing the train. When they don't understand, they regard this thing as a scourge of iron, which can only be activated by the power of ghosts and gods. Some foolish people will even kneel and kowtow when they see the train for the first time. Xiao Feng originally only wanted to kill the orcs at the top of the camp to maximize the damage to these half-orcs, but he didn't think that he would make the half-orcs scream after such a wave of attacks. This huge camp has a fairly large area. From the air, it has to be as large as a dozen large squares. After all, there can be an army of 150,000 half-orcs living here. At first, the half-orc soldiers from the front camp fled backwards. When they fled to the middle camp, many unknown soldiers were also trapped by the soldiers who had escaped from the front camp and fled backwards. Of course, there are also many leaders of half-orcs who stand up to prevent the collapse. The officers naturally know what the consequences will be if there is a scream on the battlefield. The officers screamed and let the guards hacked and killed many orcs who were frightened and fleeing backwards, and finally stabilized the formation. But at this time Xiao Feng drove the black shark but chased it from behind. Come up. The two rockets went down and killed the officers who were trying to stabilize the formation. So they had just worked so hard to organize the formation, and it went into chaos in an instant. The half-orc soldiers in the middle camp, seeing this situation, finally knew why their comrades in the front camp were going to escape. At this time, there was no superior command, and they followed those who had escaped from the front camp and ran to the back camp. Go with. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 543 Waterway Counterattack. Originally, I just wanted to maximize the damage to the half-orcs, but how could I think that the final effect was so good? The half-orcs actually bombed the camp. This was enough to make Xiao Feng happy. In the cold weapon era, once the Chinese army was disintegrated, it would be equivalent to a big defeat. And once there is no effective command, then in the process of retreating and fleeing, the soldiers who die from stepping on oneself or accidentally will be far greater than the damage caused by the enemy. The human commander on the wall in the distance obviously also discovered the collapse of the orc camp. Drum horns immediately sounded on the wall. After a while, Xiao Feng saw several large boats of Yingzi people, going upstream along the rushing river and rushing in the direction of this half-orc camp. These Yingzi people's ships are not the same as those of previous sails. They don't have high masts. They are all driven by propellers behind them. Although they are moving upstream, they are not slow at all. Before that, Xiao Feng went back and forth to other worlds several times, and he increasingly discovered the role of the Yingzi people's naval forces. So he had bought marine engines many times before. A total of hundreds of marine engines and diesel engines have been brought forward, and a kind of oil derived from soybean hybrids in this world can be directly used as power oil. Therefore, the people of Yingzi used this diesel engine and modified many ships. This time the half-orcs besieged Runliu city, which is facing the north gate, almost completely blocked from the inside, but still retains the means of mobile counterattack. This method is the Yingzi Navy, who stopped in the rushing river on the west side of the mountain city. At this time, the commander on the city wall saw Xiao Feng driving the helicopter alone and turned the camp of the orcs into a screaming camp. At this time, it would be stupid if he didn't know how to go out of the city to beat down the dog. Because of the need for domestic water, the camp of the half-orcs was naturally built on the water, right next to the rushing river. So the Yingzi warship stopped shortly before the orc camp, and then long strips of oak slabs protruded from the ship and laid on the ground, forming a series of suggested bridges. A team of cavalry, riding their horses directly on these wooden boards, whizzed down, and rushed directly into the camp of the half-orcs. Although the front part of the half-orcs camp has been messed up by Xiao Feng, and many half-orcs have fled backwards, after all, in such a big camp, there must be a lot of fish slipping through the net hiding in the camp. And these guys became the results of the cavalry. Those who dared to resist were directly beheaded on the spot, and those who surrendered on their knees were directly captured and captured. In addition, they can take as much food and grass as they can take, and just burn it if they can't take it. Soon this camp of half-orcs was everywhere, and even if the half-orcs came back in the future, this camp would need to be repaired again. At this time, Xiao Feng was like a shepherd in the air, leaning on rockets to drive away the half-orcs on the ground, watching these half-orcs flee all the way north. When they gathered into a huge stream of people, he fired rockets at the densest part of the stream, creating panic and chaos. When the orcs were frightened, they ran around to avoid the death sickle above their heads, and naturally they would trample on and wound many of their own people. After a lot of casualties, the formation dispersed and he stopped. But the inertia of animal instincts makes these half-orcs, who are not very smart, always like to follow the head, so they will gather together again when they run. At this time, Xiao Feng would launch rockets at the densest place of the crowd, creating panic and confusion. In this way, It went back and forth, stopping and stopping all the way, until the orcs rushed into the big camp behind them. Xiao Feng stopped chasing. It wasn't that he really didn't want to chase down, but because the aircraft had run out of fuel and ammunition, it was really impossible to pursue it. There was another black shark in his space, and Xiao Feng also thought about taking out that one too, and continued to put pressure on the half-orcs. But after looking down at the number 2 camp in the air, he gave up this plan. The location of this large camp is a bit peculiar. It was built on the hillside, and on the hillside, there is a small flat campsite at the foot of the mountain next to the rushing river. The goal here is very clear. They all live in tents. Most of the other half-orcs live in wooden houses built on hillsides and under the woods. Some simply dug holes in the ground and live in burrows. It should be a camp built by burrowing animals. Xiao Feng remembered the mole orcs and pangolin half-orcs that he had seen before. Such camps would not be easy. The helicopter won't damage them too much. He was a waste of artillery shells. In addition, he had been flying for more than 6 hours at this time, and he was already tired. He simply pulled the joystick and went back to Runliu City. The nearest half-orc camp to the running city has been smashed. The most direct threat to the running city has been lifted, and today's battle is considered a complete victory. The human cavalry who came along the rushing river to pick beaches also achieved very fruitful results in the front camp of the half-orcs at this time. All kinds of armor materials were robbed of countless, and the most important thing was that they also captured 10,000 small captives. At this time, they were taking these half-orcs captives aboard. Xiao Feng hovered over their heads for a while to cover their boarding. Fortunately, at this time, a lot of ships came from the direction of Fuliu City. These ships are transport ships without engines. They are all driven by sails and oars. They are suitable for transporting these orc captives. The orcs number 2 camp in the distance naturally saw such a scene, but he didn't dare to send someone to rescue him, so he could only look helpless from a distance. The big air shark hovering above the human cavalry and the fleet is really terrifying. It is simply their nightmare. A large camp of tens of thousands of people was destroyed by such an artifact. The half-orcs were against this artifact. It is extremely fearful. The big sharks in the sky didn't retreat for a day, and they didn't dare to move forward for half a step. What's more, they were just shocked by this kind of artifact. Finally, the last group of cavalry also boarded the warship, and then went down the river to Fenliu City. Only then did Xiao Feng drive the helicopter back to Fenliu City. After descending from the air, Biluaris and Kayla rushed up. Today's battle was under the command of the two of them. If it weren't for Xiao Feng to return to help in the end, they would have no idea. Now that their gods have finally returned, the tense string in their hearts has finally relaxed. Xiao Feng simply comforted the two people and didn't have time to have a relationship with their children, and then immediately asked them to call all the army commanders in the city for a meeting. When Kyle and Bloom were training the army before, they also promoted many officers from those who followed Xiao Feng in the first place. These officers are currently Xiao Feng's iron loyalists, and they are the key to his control of the army. How many more rhubarb blisters do we have? After watching the half-orcs airborne attack mode today, when Xiao Feng returned to the city, he suddenly thought of a loophole in the city defense. What if those golden eagle men, vulture men, and a part of the airborne troops of half-orcs bypass the city wall, and send these airborne troops to the back of the city wall to land? A large number of half-orcs rushed directly into the running city behind them, slaughtering them wantonly and creating chaos, and at the same time they separated a group of people and attacked from behind the city wall. At the same time, the orcs in front of the city wall also attacked at the same time. How should the defenders on the city wall respond? In fact, Xiao Feng had thought about this kind of problem before, but he forgot about it when he came back because of his busy schedule, and Charles Mann gave suggestions at the time. It's very simple. Follow the direction of the city wall and build a circle of the city wall inside the city wall to form a castle. In this way, even if the enemy attacked from behind, they could not easily break through the city defenses. As for the residents in the cities behind, they were naturally abandoned. Anyway, as long as the wall is still in the hands of humans and the orcs are not allowed to attack, then it is considered a victory. At that time, Xiao Feng also agreed with Charles Mann's idea, but later, because the front line went forward, he seized the Hula Gorge, and there was no threat to Runliu City. Untitled.novel.com. Plus the lack of manpower. The plan to build a castle at the southern end was delayed. Today, after seeing the half-orcs mode of airborne combat, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered the loopholes in this city. Defense. Master Chi, there are currently 150 rhubarb ballista carts on the wall, and there are 200 in the warehouse, which can be replaced. Dean, who has now become the head of logistics weapons, stood up and answered Xiao Feng's question. At this time, 150 rhubarb ballista carts were arranged on the front wall of more than 100 meters. The firepower density was quite good, and Xiao Feng was very satisfied. He nodded at Dean. Very well. Pull out the ballista carts and arrange them behind the city wall. Dean has been working hard recently. Organize more staff to build some high-rise watchtowers to prevent those golden eagles, and the vulture man carried out an airborne from behind the city wall, and organized manpower to monitor the air 24 hours a day. Once a golden eagle man was found to be airborne, he would immediately issue an alarm. None of the people present were idiots. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, he immediately understood the loopholes in this city. Defense. Dean immediately organized the staff to follow Xiao Feng's instructions, and at the same time ordered the dwarves under him to work overtime in the workshop to build as many rhubarb ballista carts as possible. At present, this is their only weapon suitable for air defense. Fortunately, this time they captured more than 10,000 orcs captives. These guys will continue to provide labor for their workshop. After setting up the city defenses, Biluaris and Kayla finally had a chance to speak. My lord, how is the situation in Hula Gorge? Do you have any plans to withdraw from the enemy now? They also learned about the situation in Hula Gorge through the way of flying pigeons, so they are very worried about the current situation. Chapter 544. The upcoming decisive battle. Now their tribe has fallen into a till in combat mode for the first time, and has been besieged by an army of hundreds of thousands of orcs. If this were the past, let alone till in combat, they might have collapsed as soon as they heard that the half-orcs had sent over 300,000 elite troops. But now that there is a spiritual support like Xiao Feng, they have confidence in half-orcs. This is the main reason why today, even if Xiao Feng is not there, the two girls are still in danger, commanding and organizing soldiers, and fighting on the battlefield. They believe in Xiao Feng and believe that he will definitely lead mankind to victory in this war. This has become an obsession. At this time, Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to answer, but in his mind, he had indeed formed a battle plan to defeat the orcs. The army of half-orcs dispatched this time has hundreds of thousands of elites. Outside Kai City in the Gourd Gorge, there are nearly 300,000 elites of half-orcs, and in the north of Runliu City, there are also no less than 300,000. An army of orcs. At present, in his tribe, the human army cannot compete with these half-orcs in terms of numbers. There are 60,000 regular troops in the Hula Gorge area and 100,000 troops. This is currently the most elite combat power in his hand. On the side of Benliu City, there were 20,000 elite soldiers guarding the city, which was trained by Kayla on the side of Twin Towers. As for the heavy soldiers, there were almost none. Although there are still a lot of militias in the running city behind them, in terms of the training level of these militias, they are barely qualified as heavy soldiers, and they simply do not have the conditions to be reorganized into a regular army. So in terms of numbers, he can't form an advantage over half-orcs, let alone half-orcs have a natural advantage over them in terms of combat quality. Therefore, it is impossible to go out of the city to fight in the field. The only thing that can be done is to hold on to the city, but if the confrontation continues for a long time, the situation is naturally not good for them. After all, the human tribe has just formed a scale, the foundation is not solid, and it is relatively fragile, and it cannot fight the long-term war of attrition with the half-orcs. But the half-orcs are different here. Although the half-orcs on the Gorge have lost their luggage in Maple Mountain City, as long as they make up their minds, their area will provide them with continuous support. As for the group of half-orcs under Runliu City, it goes without saying, behind them is the entire conquered Kataran Empire, and the Yingzhou Kingdom provides them with food. Even if they spend a winter under this rushing city, they have this kind of capital after a year. But what about Running City? Maybe the stored substances can survive this winter, but what about the next spring? We still have to plant spring plowing, or we might be hungry when we wait for the next summer when the green and yellow do not pick up. After all, there are not only tens of thousands of mouths in the tribe, but hundreds of thousands of people to feed. I dare not say to wipe out these orcs, but to defeat them, it is necessary to repel them. But with these 80,000 elite soldiers and 100,000 soldiers, how can this be done? Even if Xiao Feng had tanks, planes, and artillery, although these firearms were so powerful, they would have less effect on hundreds of thousands of orcs. Since both numbers and weapons have the advantage, the only way to retreat from the enemy is to think of other ways. Xiao Feng thought for a while before letting the other mid-level officers retreat, leaving only Biluides, Kalar, Dean, and Groin, a few trusted senior leaders, and then expressed his thoughts. And after hearing what Xiao Feng said, all the leaders sitting in the room were stunned. It turned out that it was an immortal, and only adults could think of such a strategy. On the north side of the Gorge, to the north of Kai City, large camps of half-orcs rose up to fill the entire valley. The camp of the highest commander of the army, the high priest Zhao Chuo, was built on a hillside not far from Kai City. Zhao Chuo also specially built a watchtower, which can be easily seen when standing on the tower. The situation in Qiqing. The current Kai City is no longer the Kai City they used to remember. The city wall is much taller than before, and it is about 15 meters long. Such a height, even for half-orcs who are good at climbing, is a very desperate height. It has been 2 days since it has led a large army to the city, but it has not rushed to launch an offensive, because the morale of the army is very low. What happened in Maple Mountain City has become a nightmare in the hearts of many orc soldiers. The scene of meteors falling from the sky that night still appeared in his dreams from time to time, and he even wondered whether this war should continue, because the human mage on the opposite side was really terrifying. In his opinion, although he didn't want to admit it in his heart, he had to say that he was beyond what he could handle. In the eyes of High Priest Zhao Chuo, the death god of Rushing City opposite was currently one of the 7 elders in their Manchur Vatican to come over to deal with it. As for him, he has no confidence anymore. But the war has already reached such a point, and it is not that he can retreat if he retreats. Prior to the series of losses and defeats, more than 50,000 soldiers had been lost before the official battle began. At present, he still has 280,000 soldiers and horses in his hands. In the past 2 days, we have successively arrived under Kai City. Maple Mountain City has been completely destroyed, and all kinds of food and weapons reserves have disappeared. In order to prevent the army from starving, Zhao Chuo could only order food to be collected on the spot. So many small tribes on the Maple grassland were unlucky, and all kinds of food in the family became their rations. He asked Hillen, the fox sergeant, to take charge of the logistics. He reported a lot of figures these days. According to the figures reported by Hillen, the current rations they have collected are enough for them to support them for half a month. And within half a month, they must conquer this Kai City. As long as you capture Kai City, I believe you will be able to seize a lot of food from the city, and then go down the river as before, penetrate the entire Hula Gorge, and retake this important transit point. Regain the initiative on the battlefield of mankind again. At the same time, Zuota should also be activated, right? They smashed out from the east side of the land bridge, believing that they have already attacked the new running city built by humans. Even if it can take that city, I believe it will also bring huge psychological pressure to the human defenders in the Gourd Gorge. The back road is cut off and the old lair is attacked. Any army encountering such a situation will be upset. When the time comes, he will push forward and push these humans out of the Gourd Gorge, and then join up with Suota, and if the situation permits, he will directly knock down the running city. This is the original battle plan. Unfortunately, the entire battle plan hadn't even started before he encountered accidents one after another. These humans were bold enough to attack Maple Mountain City and occupied it, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Then in Maple Mountain City, these humans boldly went out of the city and battled with the orcs in the wild for a day. Although they retreated from the mountain city in the end, they also left a very deep impression on Zoochuo. This group of humans is different from those they have met before, and it is very difficult to deal with. Then came the tragedy of Maple Mountain City. Not only did the troops entering the city fail to find food and supplies, they were madly slaughtered by the thunder meteors attracted by the human mage. That night, in the city alone, more than 30,000 orcs were killed by the bombing, and the injured were countless. Zoochuo was not even willing to send people to carefully count the casualties. It was precisely because of that day that meteors fell from the sky to wash the ground. Although they chased down Kai and the logistics supplies followed, the morale of the army was still not high. Everyone has a very serious fear of death in Rushing City. The previous hunger and thirst for fighting against humans, unwilling to fight, is now gone. Instead, it has Warrior starts to be in the camp. Spread. So Zoochuo was very worried, but he had no good way. He couldn't force these half-orcs to attack the city. Who knows what tricks the death god of Running City will use. In case, if it is attracting the Sky Thunder attack. mentalnovel.com, Daing might just collapse directly. Therefore, even when Zoochuo arrived under Qi, he did not rush to attack, but instead let the soldiers cultivate and rejuvenate. He knows that these guys with more muscles than brains, as long as they are given 2 days to eat and drink, and nourish their energy, the hormones secreted in their bodies will restore their desire to kill and dispel their fears. When the animal nature once again gains the upper hand in their bodies, it is when they attack. It is a pity that from the 3rd day, the originally low morale of the half-orcs has just recovered. But on this day the public is not beautiful, and it starts to rain. Zoochuo looked at the sky annoyedly, and it was the autumn rain season every year. Every year when the season changes, the warm and humid air blowing from the sea in the south and the cold current blowing from the snowy mountains to the north will meet upwind on this continent, and then a large area of rainfall will be formed. This kind of rainy weather generally lasts for several days. And after this period of time, it is late autumn, and then it will soon enter winter. The morale in the barracks of the orcs gradually recovered, but Zoochuo was not in a hurry to send his troops. He felt that he could be in a while. One is to wait for the soldiers' spirit to reach a peak, and also to wait for the weather to clear up, and wait until that time. That's when he launches the general offensive. This time he intends to capture the Maple Mountain City just like before, not hesitating to sacrifice, in one go, and directly win this Song of Kiching. Otherwise, it would be a tug of war, it would be miserable. I don't know how many half-orcs' lives will be consumed. At the same time, Xiao Feng was also on the wall of Kai City. He had just retracted his sight, and at the same time turned his head to look at the sky, the roaring north wind. The sky was overcast. It seems that there will be another torrential rain tonight. At the same time, there is the upcoming decisive battle. Chapter 545 Flooded 7th Army. The wind in the night became stronger and stronger, and even the rain was getting bigger and bigger. When it was midnight, it turned into a pouring rain. The soldiers on the wall looked at the valley in the distance. The darkness was so dark that they couldn't open their eyes, and the half-orcs in the valley were the same. They had to hide in the camp. Both parties are not worried about this bad weather, and the other party will send someone over to attack. Let alone the era of cold weapons, it is the modern age of hot weapons. On such a stormy night, It is not an easy task to launch a night attack. The wind and rain were violent, the temperature dropped sharply, and the ground was filled with mud. In such weather, taking 2 steps out had exhausted people's energy, let alone fighting. The humans in Kai City are a little better. After all, they live in the city, and there are houses to shelter them from the wind and rain. After recapturing the city, Kyle and Charlesman renovated the city in accordance with the concept of a modern city brought by Xiao Feng, and the living conditions of the city were greatly improved. But the half-orcs were miserable. There was not much flat land to the north of the city. There was a flat area of several hundred square meters sandwiched between 2 valleys, next to the tributary of the rushing river. However, the army of half-orcs that came this time had 270,000, and it was impossible for them to squeeze on that flat ground, so they built a lot of camps along the hillside. However, the civil engineering ability of the orcs is really not that good, especially the very lazy orcs, who are not far away from cutting down trees and building camps by themselves. It just so happened this time that a lot of mole men and mountain drillers came with the team, and they simply asked them to help dig a lot of burrows. The mole man is a natural master of civil engineering for half-orcs, especially good at digging holes. If they let them operate with their hands and feet, they can even dig a castle underground. The mole man has a low status among the half-orcs. Naturally, he dared not refuse the request of the high-ranking half-orcs, so he helped those half-orcs dig a lot of inhabitable caves on the hillside. If it is normal, living in these caves is still comfortable, and even has the advantage of warm in winter and cool in summer, but this is not the case in rainy days. The pouring rain fell from the sky, and then rushed down from the mountain along the terrain. The crypts where many half-orcs lived were filled with water, so they could only climb out of the cave and squeeze on the hillside. The howling north wind was blowing harder and harder in the valley, and the rain was getting bigger and bigger. It didn't mean to stop at all. Even if those half-orcs were rough and fleshy, they couldn't stop the bitter chill at this time. These half-orcs, who had nowhere to shelter from the rain, had to huddle together to keep warm. Alu punched a pighead who wanted to come over and grab his rain shelter. The other party squatted on the ground and stared at him for a long time. But Alu didn't take this stupid pig seriously. He was a tiger-headed man with a more noble blood. If it weren't for the storm, he didn't want to get wet. Just offend his attitude at that stupid pig, and he can kill him. But now that the other party has gone dingy, Alu didn't want to have another branch. Now he only hopes that the wind and rain will pass quickly and the sun will come out quickly. The continuous rainy days for several days made him feel like he was going to be moldy. In the past few days, he has eaten well, and he feels full of energy, like finding a place to vent. This is the gap between half-orcs and humans. Once they eat and drink enough, they will secrete hormones several times more than humans, allowing the animality in their bodies to gain the upper hand and become irrational. But now Alu doesn't want to go outside to get in the rain, he just wants to stay under this big tree until the rain stops. But at this moment, he seemed to hear a loud noise coming from the mountain behind him, and he opened his eyes suddenly and looked behind the mountain. Looking at it, it was dark, the valley was full of buzzing wind, and the sound of pouring rain on the water, on the ground and on the trees. Turning to look at the other people around, the other half-orcs also looked languid, as if they hadn't heard the loud noise. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Alu shook his head, just about to sit down. But at this moment he felt the ground under his feet tremble violently. There was a deafening rumbling in the valley from far to near, and from far away Alu could smell the smell of water and soil in the air. Years of experience in life in the mountains and forests caused Alu to explode. No. The flash flood broke out. Almost instinctively, Alu turned around and hugged the towering tree behind him, and quickly climbed up the tree. Fortunately, his racial talent gave him sharp claws and super tree climbing skills. Within a few jumps, he had already climbed to the top of the tree. At this moment, he felt the trunk of the big tree surrounded by 2 people under his violently shaking, and a huge impact came from under the tree. He lowered his head and looked down, and he couldn't help being frightened. The fierce and rushing mountain torrents were constantly hitting the big tree at this time. In the torrent, half of the orcs appeared continuously, and then they sank quickly. Some people were rushed by the flash flood, but when passing by the big tree, desperately trying to hold on to the trunk of the tree, but under the impact of the heavy flash flood, slaves like them were all sudden. He saw with his own eyes a Tauren stretched out his hand to hug the tree trunk, and tried hard to straighten up and climb up the tree, but after trying several times, he was hit by the flash flood and failed. Then it exhausted quickly, and finally was washed away by mountain torrents, and soon disappeared into the river channel between the valleys. The original camp is now full of oceans, and the world is still full of wind and rain. It is this kind of heavy rain that makes the mountain torrents have no meaning to stop. Alu hid in the tree with lingering fears, watching countless companions' ups and downs in the mountain torrents, down the river. Fortunately, the reaction was fast enough just now. If not, now he is just like those half-orcs, and can only be resigned to his fate under the impact of the flash flood. But the fate of those guys is doomed, and the chances of being washed away by such a flash flood will eventually survive. What's more, the front of the mountain torrent trend is Kai City, where the humans will not save them at all. As far as he knew, this big river circumnavigated the city on the left side of Kai City, and not far after passing Kai City, there was a turbulent river course with 18 bends and extremely low terrain. If you haven't been able to get ashore before being washed into those rivers, then there is basically no chance of survival. Thinking of this, Alu sighed and looked at the lights on Kai City in the distance. He knew that this war was over. His only worry now is whether he can go home alive. And at the half-orc camp tent in the middle of the mountain in the distance, the leader of the team, the high priest Zhuo, at this time drew out his sword in anger and chopped the seats in the big tent to pieces. Asshole, asshole, asshole. At this time, he was already out of anger. He couldn't expect that this battle hadn't officially started yet, but it had already ended like this. No matter how stupid he is, he has already guessed at this time. This flash flood is definitely not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. This is a trap set by those humans. They must have built a dam on the mountain a long time ago, just waiting for them to come up. And when their army of half-orcs gathered in front of Kai City, those damned humans dug those dams behind them, and let the flash floods solve the battle. It's really cruel. Such a poisonous scheme can be imagined. Look at the half-orc camps outside. They are all finished. Except for the higher camps where he is located. The camps where the other soldiers are located have been destroyed by flash floods. Counting casualties will be an astronomical number, and there may be only the camp where these senior generals are left, and there are still some living people. Let's make it together. Can there be 20,000 people? 280,000 changed 20,000. But it was overnight. Such a huge change, Zhuo cannot accept. How will this battle be fought next? Do you still need to fight? Still think of a way first to inform the half-orc generals in those camps. Untitled.novel.com to move closer to his army and wonder how to retreat, right? At the same time, Xiao Feng was standing on the city wall with Bloom, watching the torrents from the north. Xiao Feng was still pretending to be calm, but Bloom was already excited. The wind and rain couldn't reduce the enthusiasm in his heart at this time. He was always more serious and was not very good at slacking off his horses. At this time, he couldn't help but slap him in front of Xiao Feng and sing praises to him. My lord is wise, my lord is mighty, great victory. Great victory. Bloom was already a little bit incoherent with excitement, and he can't be blamed for being so excited. An army of 280,000 half-orcs approached the city, and they wiped out more than 200,000 half-orcs without hurting a single soldier. Such a big victory can be said that he has never met before, or even heard of it. They are making history. And this battle is destined to be written in the history books in the future. Anyone who encounters such a situation will be excited. And Xiao Feng's attention at this time was all attracted by the mountain torrents under the city wall. Now the mountain torrents have reached a height of 10 meters, and they are still 5 meters away from the top of their city wall. The water level can't be higher anymore. If it is higher, Kai City is in danger of being flooded. Fortunately, the water level hasn't risen for half an hour, and he is also relieved. Looking up at the camp of the orcs to the north, it has now become a vast ocean, and the battle is finally won. Don't be happy too early. Let Yingran and the others wait at the 18th pan on the lower reaches of the river. They can't put a living half-orc into the basin behind. In addition, let the navy prepare the warship and leave the city tomorrow morning. The last few camps of the lower half-orcs. Yes, your lord. At this time, Xiao Feng was an absolute god, and his words were golden rules. After listening to the instructions, Bloom did not hesitate and turned around to pass the order. Chapter 546 Crash. In the wee hours of the morning, the torrential rain that raged all night finally weakened. At 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, the clouds and rain stopped and the wind stopped. A warship immediately drove out from the left side of Kai City and rushed towards the few remaining camps of the orcs on the mountainside to the north. Past. Xiao Feng sat on one of the warships, watching the corpses of the orcs floating on the surface of the river. There was no turbulence in his heart. Soon the warship came near those camps. Xiao Feng set up the RM-38 mortar on the ship and started firing at the camps. Broom organized the navy to operate several small boats and began to prepare for landing. A series of 10 shells smashed past, but in the largest camp on the mountainside, there was no reaction at all. This made Xiao Feng feel a little weird, and he stopped the shelling. Soon, Bloom, who led the team into the camp, sent back news that the camp was empty, and it seemed that the surviving half-orcs had already ran overnight. After going to several other camps to check, they were all the same. Everyone evacuated from the wind and rain overnight. These half-orcs were also decisive. Xiao Feng waved his hand to greet Bloom and they boarded the ship and returned to the city. He had just returned to the city, and Kyle, who had intercepted and killed the orcs in the Shibapan waterway behind Kai City, had also returned. Against the wind and rain on the river, hunting down most of the half-orcs who were washed down by the mountain torrents, he didn't look tired at all, but he looked very excited. According to his report, the scene at the 18th set is no longer at war at all. It is as simple as playing a game. Most of the half-orcs who were washed to the end of the 18th plate by the flood have drowned, and even if there are still dead, they are all dying. According to Xiao Feng's instructions, these half-orcs are all excellent labor, so they have basically been capturing prisoners overnight, and now they have held about 30,000 to 40,000 prisoners in the prison camp under the 18th reel. In addition, according to Ying Ran's estimation, half-orcs will be washed down one after another in these 2 days. In addition, they will organize mountain searches and arrests. Those half-orcs who have escaped mountain torrents or escaped from the water ashore will eventually be expected. This time, the captives alone could capture 80 to 90,000. Ha, very good. These people should make good use of it. In this gorge, building roads, building cities, mining and farming, but it is a waste of time. These half-orcs are excellent labor, you should use them well. Xiao Feng laughed and told Kyle, and Kyle nodded vigorously, I know, my lord. Wait, when the water recedes, you will go back along the same path and retake Maple Mountain City, and build the city there. After this battle, I guess the orcs will not have the power to counterattack for a while. The Maple Mountain City will be our important forward fulcrum. Xiao Feng told Kyle that this time he defeated the orcs. Xiao Feng estimated that it had reached a turning point, and the orcs would definitely not dare to provoke them easily in the future. Although the Maple Mountain City has been abandoned, its geographical location and its key must be controlled by the human side. Kyle, stay and carry out the rest of the work with Ying Ran, Bloom, you and I, and lead 30,000 people back. Now it's time to solve the troubles in Runliu City. Xian was sitting in the military tent, looking at the oil lamp on the table, also worrying. The scenes of the first 2 days were really terrifying. Even if 5 or 6 days have passed, The half-orcs in the camp still had lingering fears when they mentioned the scenes that day. The nickname of the death god of Running City really wasn't used, and he didn't know what kind of magic weapon he was operating. It could fly in the air, and its power was so huge. He still couldn't understand the attack mode of that black iron box like a shark. But the scene of that day can be deeply engraved in his mind, and the black iron box is flying in the air, constantly spraying yellow light. That yellow light was completely different from the lightning they had seen before, but the power was not weak. The lightning was half a point, and it hit the ground and exploded violently. After the huge noise and fire, basically every place that has been taken care of, there will be a big hole on the ground, and the original half-orc soldiers there have basically been blown to pieces. A large camp of 150,000 people was smashed by that human mage, and there was a camp howl. Tens of thousands of orcs were frightened and fled across the mountains. Thinking of such a scene, he felt a huge amount of shame. As one of the 12 high priests under the 7 elders of the Holy See in Manchur, Axion has commanded the troops in battles against mankind countless times, and several countries have been destroyed, but he has never experienced such a big defeat. A large camp was so easily conquered by humans, and tens of thousands of captives were captured, and there were tens of thousands of trampling deaths and injuries. In the end, the collapsed soldiers were gathered and the casualties were counted, and only 80,000 had escaped from the 150,000 camp. In addition to the casualties and captured prisoners, at least 40,000 orcs were scattered into the surrounding deep mountains and old forests. In the past few days, another 20,000 people have slowly returned to the team. In other words, they lost 30,000 people in the camp that day. When I thought of this, Axion felt an unspeakable sense of depression. What should I do next? In the past 2 days, the Heavenly Father was not beautiful, and it had been windy and rainy. He took this opportunity to not attack, and all the orcs in the camp seemed to be relieved. Obviously everyone was scared by the death god of Rushing City, and no one wanted to go forward and die. Think about it, that day, the most powerful warrior in the Orc League, the Elephant People, didn't even see what the death god of Rushing City looked like, and was slaughtered to death. It was really shocking. You must know that they are the Lion Man with hands, Hippo on foot, and Rhino Man, who dominate the alliance and claim to be the most powerful elephant man on land. In the Orcs Alliance, they are second only to the existence of the Holy See of Manchur. But even if the force is so powerful, they don't even have a chance to meet others, just like being slaughtered by a dog, one by one. Moreover, the end of those elephants was too miserable. Such a thick waist could be interrupted by the waist, or be beaten to pieces. The force of the death god of Rushing City can be imagined. Although the death god of Rushing City hasn't appeared in the past few days, all the half-orcs in the camp dare not take it lightly. Who knows when that guy will appear again? But is it just because of fear that this battle will not be fought? It must be impossible to just retreat like this. This time the Alliance formulated a two-way flanking plan, the Labor Division expedition. So many soldiers were dispatched. If the last bit of the battle was not brought back, then he would not be able to explain. I don't know how Zhuo's progress is. I hope that he can quickly conquer the Gorge and meet with himself, so that he can be considered as an explanation to the above. Thinking of this, Axion picked up the rice wine on the case and drank it. When he came outside the camp, the sky was already brightened, and the rain that had lasted for several days finally stopped. It seems that today should be a good weather, but should we launch an offensive? At this moment, he suddenly heard a strange chirp above his head. The sound seemed to be coming from the north, and he turned his head to look north, and he was so frightened that he couldn't help but feel frightened. I saw countless shining meteors in the sky, tracing beautiful arcs, and then plunged towards their camp. Seeing those meteors, his mind flashed through that day again, the scene of the black shark flying in the sky, and then continuously spraying flames on the ground. Sure enough, as he expected, when the meteors hit the ground, they immediately exploded. With a huge explosion, a violent shock wave, and an instant fire, the entire camp instantly turned into a region. The first group that Axion saw that the meteor shower attacked was the camp of the brown bear people. There were more than 5,000 brown bear warriors stationed there. The area of their camp was not too small. But after the meteor shower.mtlnovel.com, the campsite seemed to have never existed before, and there was only a large pit several meters deep on the ground. If it weren't for hanging on the fence of the surrounding camp, and the broken arms of the brown bears in the nearby camp, Axion couldn't believe it. There used to be a camp where brown bear people were stationed. Next came the camp where the apes were stationed, but these monkeys were very clever. They were the first to wake up from the panic. Before the meteor showers smashed down, they got out of the camp and ran around. It's a pity that no matter how fast he escaped, he couldn't escape the shockwave of the violent explosion. Axion saw the leader of the ape-man tribe, Qiu, suddenly flew up as he ran, and then his body disintegrated in the air. The scene made Axion close his eyes at once. When Du opened his eyes, he was framed by the guards beside him, and then he began to flee towards the mountains and forests in the east. My lord, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time, and withdraw quickly. The words of the guards around him made Axion numb. He didn't use much force, and was dragged by several guards on the back of a golden eagle man. Soon the sound of wind rang in his ears, making him sober. He lay on the back of the golden eagle man and looked down like the ground. He happened to see a flat land on the mountainside, 10 miles north of the orc camp. And just on the flat ground, someone was constantly operating several magical artifacts that he couldn't understand, and those meteor showers were launched by those magical artifacts. Looking at the orc camp, there was a complete mess. This sudden blow caused the orc camp, which had been frightened for the past few days, to scream again. The whole camp was filled with half-orcs, and even some half-orcs fled in order to seize the way, drawing their swords at each other. It's over, this is a complete collapse. Chapter 547 Destruction. Take me down. Hi, without a command, the soldiers are all over. Axion, who had blown up his hair in a hurry, shouted to the golden eagle under his crotch, but the golden eagle had no intention to obey his command at all. Master Axion, they are over, you can't save them if you go down, you see. The golden eagle answered Axion, and then adjusted the direction of the flight and lowered the altitude. At this time, Axion was looking down, and they had come near the top of the position where humans were launching meteor showers. I saw under this small mountain bag, countless black-clothed and black-armored human cavalry phalanx, slowly walking towards the half-orc camp, taking small steps. Seen from the sky, these square formations are neatly arranged, and when walking, no one makes a louder sound. Only those in charge are constantly blowing whistles of different lengths, directing the team to move forward. Axion, who is also a commander of soldiers, knew at a glance that this must be an elite division. In the cold weapon era, being able to walk out of such a neat phalanx means discipline, and in the cold weapon era, having such a disciplined army is almost invincible. What's more, the human cavalry below is already armed to the teeth. Not only the knights are armored, but the war horses are also armored. The knights are holding several meter-long lances in their hands, and there are cavalry in their horse bags, weapons such as knives, bows and arrows. It can be said that the equipment of this cavalry team has been extremely luxurious, and the combat effectiveness can be imagined. The golden eagle continued to turn around, leading Axion to draw an arc in the air, and came to the left of their Dang Yingpan, where it happened to be the place where the rushing river passed, which was the water source of Dang. But at this time, the wide river on this side was already crowded with warships coming from the city that didn't know when. These warships were stationed in the middle of the river, while the catapults on the ships were throwing ceramic pots with sparks in the camp, and those clay pots flew into the camp in an arc, smashed on the ground, and then immediately sparks splashed. If the oil spilled from the oil tank sticks to a person, it will not be extinguished no matter how it is bashed, unless you stick to the flame and gouge the meat together. The camp was full of orcs who were howling ghosts and wolves burned by the fire, and soon the camp was turned into a sea of flames. Countless orcs began to run around like headless flies. Some people rushed out from the north gate, but they soon ran into the human armored cavalry rushing from the north. Those half-orcs were like waves hitting the reef, and they were quickly hit to pieces. There were also some half-orcs rushed out from the south gate, and the same was true in the south. From the city running, I don't know when several large square formations of infantry have already emerged. Although these large phalanxes of infantry are not as shocking as the cavalry phalanx to the north, they are also very scary. The half-orcs who rushed over were baptized by the arrow rain from a long way away, and in the end, the few half-orcs left before they rushed forward and met with the humans. The fire dragon ejected from the two protruding angles of the square array burned into coke. However, the impact that followed finally caused some half-orcs to rush to the front of the human infantry phalanx. But as soon as they fought, Xian, who was originally confident in the melee power of half-orcs, felt that he was stabbed to the ground. That scene was the same as the half-orcs who crashed into the human heavy cavalry in the north. There was no chance at all. As soon as the orcs rushed in, the shield wall of the human infantry in front was erected, and the spear protruding from the back was more like the hedgehog and the porcupine among the orcs. The half-orcs who had just rushed in were immediately pierced into blood gourds, and the back turned around to run, but they were shot to the ground by the crossbowmen in the middle of the phalanx. This is no longer a war, but has completely evolved into a massacre. Xian has no confidence in watching it anymore. He feels his mind is groggy. When does the world begin to change? Humans, who were previously vulnerable to half-orcs, have become so powerful. The army trained by the of Death in Runliu City, from equipment to combat mode, has completely subverted Xian's previous impression of a human army. Even a half-orc whose physical fitness was 3 or 4 times better than that of a human being could not take the slightest advantage in front of such a tight army. He saw countless brave and fierce lion men, tiger head men, and even brown bear men in the air, rushing forward. But in the end he was stabbed to death in front of the human army. The scale of battle was tilted from the beginning. The close combat that was originally thought to be evenly matched, and even brought back the situation, turned into a one-sided slaughter. Xian felt that a certain spiritual pillar in his heart had gradually collapsed. No, he can't just die here meaninglessly. He wants to go back alive. He wants to report everything he sees here to the Holy See. Let the Holy See make a decision as soon as possible, and can't spend it with these humans in this way. Either stop the war as soon as possible to accumulate strength, and after recuperating and regaining rest, concentrate on fighting these humans. Either concentrate all your power now, give this human kingdom a thunderous blow, and destroy them regardless of the consequences. Anyway, we must not continue to fight them attrition like this is now. Hi, let's go. Xian closed his eyes in pain, and he no longer wanted to see the scene on the ground. When he watched it, he could only see a unilateral massacre. And what he estimated was indeed correct. When the barrel of the rocket launcher had been fired red, the 10 base number of rockets had basically been fired. Xiao Feng ordered to stop the shelling, put away the rockets, and boarded the JLTV armored vehicle. Such a gluttonous feast, how could he be missing? Although the half-orcs have collapsed now, but these guys have half the nature of beasts after all. It is them that the trap beast is talking about, and when they are desperate, these guys are incredibly lethal. Xiao Feng didn't want to lose too many soldiers in such a big victory. After all, the lives of human soldiers are precious, and he and his chariot are the best solution to deal with the hard bones of those half-orcs. Soon there was a rhythmic da-da sound on the battlefield, accompanied by the roar of horse hooves when the heavy armored cavalry charged. Hearing that the cavalry from the north began to charge, the infantry phalanx from the south began to speed up, and even the fleet in the middle of the river began to dock. The Marine Corps began to land in preparation to join the battle group. Master Chi, according to the statistics yesterday, This time we killed 100,000 half-orcs, captured 80,000 half-orcs, and almost 100,000, and fled in the mountains to the north. At present, Master Bilotes, Hepalordrum, is taking a hunting team and arresting them in the mountains and forests. It is estimated that more than 20,000 more will be arrested. Xiao Feng was sitting on the stone chair representing the Supreme in the conference room, and Charles Mann below was reporting to him the battle reports of the past few days. After the camp of half-orcs was destroyed by them that day, the half-orcs fled across the mountains and plains. Xiao Feng would naturally not miss this opportunity to capture the prisoners. Before this, many prisoners had been captured in Hula Gorge. However, considering that the future work there would be heavy, Xiao Feng did not let those prisoners come back. And this time he broke through the big camp of the half-orcs outside the city of Rushing. He would naturally not miss a good opportunity. Naturally he would catch more half-orcs back. These half-orcs have much better physical fitness than humans. They are good at building roads and mining. Apart from not very good at farming, other heavy physical tasks are very suitable for these half-orcs. These guys have made outstanding contributions in the various mines that Dean has found before, especially those who are good at digging holes. The Mole Man are also good at mining. But because of overuse, the half-orcs captured before were almost consumed by this time. Fortunately, in this big victory, tens of thousands of half-orcs were caught. Mentalnovel.com. These guys will give them a steady stream of motivation for their future development. Not only Xiao Feng knew the benefits of using half-orc slaves, but Kayla and Charles Mann also knew them. So they also ordered the sergeants below not to slaughter them excessively on the battlefield. Once the orcs raised their hands and surrendered, they would grab them and try their best to treat even those with minor injuries. After all, instead of letting these guys die meaninglessly on the battlefield, it is better to let them continue to shine for the development of mankind, and it is best to burn out their lives. Well, yes. Let them catch as many as possible. I will send the bumblebees to help them find the traces of the half-orcs hiding in the forest. This time, we must consume the vital power of these half-orcs as much as possible. They dare not come easily. Xiao Feng said to Charles Mann. Charles Mann nodded and said he had received it, and then continued to report. My lord, according to your request, we have also found these mountain passes drilled out from the north. It's like this. Charles Mann took out a map and explained to Xiao Feng's strokes. The half-orcs that came from the east this time were really big. Xiao Feng and the others were caught off guard. If they hadn't raised the walls of Runliu City, they would probably have suffered a big loss this time. Therefore, the origin of these half-orcs must be figured out clearly. The land bridge on the north side of the Panivara Peninsula can be said to be a lot of mountains and mountains. The topography is more complicated than the mountainous landforms in the central and western part of China. The Qinling Mountains in Xiao Feng's impression are nothing at all in front of this entire land bridge covered by mountains. Going to the northeast in the direction of the mainland of Sensodxo is okay. Passing through a piece of gorge in the middle of the mountains, you can walk to the prairie over there. But if you go northwest to the Methodox continent, you will be blinded. There are mountains everywhere. Chapter 548 Harvest. Moreover, the mountain roads are very difficult and dangerous. According to Xiao Feng's scruples, even the ancient Xi roads that Huago claims to be difficult are nothing compared to the mountain roads here. Marching in such mountains is a difficult task. Everywhere there are small intestine paths that can only be used by one person. A team of 300,000 people can be drawn into a thin line that is hundreds of miles long, and it's easy to get lost when going around in the mountains. And to guard against natural disasters such as gravel, mountain torrents, mudslides and so on. 300,000 people traveled through the rugged mountains. If there is no easy way to walk, it would take 30 days to pass through the Methodox continent, and the consumption of food, horses, and chewing materials along the way is astronomical. In addition to natural disasters, man-made disasters, etc., Walking out of the mountains would cost 50,000 to 60,000 casualties. So he really wanted to know how the half-orcs brought the 300,000 troops here. They had to find their way, and then block them to avoid a second sneak attack. With so many captives captured, Charles Mann and the others, through various means, really smelled it from these half-beast populations. It turns out that these guys, coming from Methodos, the first half of the mountain road is fairly easy to walk, but in the second half, they simply rely on the mountain armor and the mole man, and the rabbit man. These half-orcs who are good at digging holes and civil engineering abruptly dug a lot of tunnels in the mountains. After hearing this, Xiao Feng was also stunned. These half-orcs were really ruthless enough to dig tunnels by humans. However, it is true that for humans, rock walls that are difficult to shake are not a problem for these half-orcs who are good at digging holes. He had seen it with his own eyes. The hard rock wall, in front of the paws of the goblin driller and mole man, was almost like paper. What's more, there are rabbit people and rat people who are also good at digging holes. According to Charlie Mann's interrogation from the prisoners, the rabbit people and the mouse people are the lowest level in the Orcs League. The figure is not tall enough, and the combat effectiveness is not strong. Apart from being good at giving birth and digging holes, he has basically no other specialties. In the past, it was just left behind as a heavy soldier, but this time it came in handy. It is said that just digging through these tunnels consumed tens of thousands of rabtmen and ratmen. In a half-orc society where the weak and the strong eaters, this seems very normal. What made Xiao Feng even more curious was how they positioned between the underground and the mountains. Although he doesn't know much about civil engineering, he also knows that digging a tunnel is not such a simple job, especially digging through a large mountain. When you enter the mountainside, how do you position yourself? In the dark underground, without modern tools, how do you know where you are? Where is the progress of the project? Was it a straight line? And among the continuous mountains, how do you position yourself? After all, in the mountains, the trend of the mountains is twisted and twisted, and it is easy for people to lose their way when walking along the mountains. What's more, if you are working in a mountainous area, the shortest distance is naturally a straight line, but it's not easy to talk about it in the mountainous area. Even humans can't guarantee that they can accurately position themselves in the mountains and make the construction work in a straight line. How do these half-orcs do it? Charlie Mann was also very curious about this, and the result of the interrogation from the half-orcs also opened their eyes. It seems that these half-orcs are not all idiots, and there are also many intelligent people. It turns out that in the underground, they rely on sensitive mice to locate their position, and a special kind of mice will be arranged in front of them, which will go straight to open the road. In the mountains, they are leaning on the golden eagle flying overhead, positioning themselves and letting the project work in a straight line. In this way, relying on this special group of civil engineers in the army, they just rushed through the mountains, digging tunnels, and then 300,000 troops drilled out of the mountains in this way. The mystery was finally solved. Xiao Feng immediately led the team to find the tunnel. However, the result of the search team brought back was that many of those tunnels had been blown down. Obviously, the orcs were afraid that they would chase and kill them along this passage, so they destroyed the tunnel. Xiao Feng asked someone to build a simple castle at the entrance of the tunnel. Once a half-orc came from here, he would immediately light up the wolf smoke and notify the rear. After a great battle was over, Xiao Feng was finally relieved after repelling the two invading enemies. Moreover, the 600,000 half-orcs who came this time didn't dare to say that they were completely annihilated by him, and most of them were also wiped out by him. After this battle, the half-orcs can be said to have been greatly injured. Within a few years, he should not dare to come easily. After this time, Xiao Feng felt that there should be a period of peace for several years. And during this time, what he has to do in this tribal territory is naturally to hurry up, rest and regenerate, accumulate strength, and prepare for the future. Regarding the war between humans and half-orcs, it is far from over, and it will definitely become more intense in the future, so they must be prepared. After this battle, because the previously liberated road-building team was escorted back to Runliu City for reconstruction, the number of humans on the Penivera Peninsula has now exceeded 500,000. During the war, many human tribes emerged from the mountains and joined them, so the current population of the base has exploded. This is definitely a good thing for Xiao Feng and the others. Some of these people must be assigned to the Twin Towers city, and some of them stay on the river rapids. On the Hula Gorge area, there is now a population of 100,000. Basically all human beings rescued from there before. After this battle, the Hula Gorge land has been completely stabilized, and there will be an important forward base for them. Xiao Feng felt that they should pay attention to it. In the future, there will be an explosive development period there. After all, where is the environment very good, and there are tens of thousands of orcs captives. As for the army, it is natural to greatly increase the number. The 60,000 elite soldiers and 100,000 heavy soldiers on the Hula Gorge area will not move for the first time, and they will be an important counterattack base in the future. Therefore, garrisoning troops is naturally normal, but the population of Panaville has grown so much, so naturally it is necessary to train more qualified soldiers. Anyway, they are not short of people or food. After 2 big victories, they not only captured hundreds of thousands of prisoners, but also seized food, grass, and innumerable weapons and armors. The half-orcs have a large appetite. In order to prepare for this war, they have transported a lot of luggage, and the reserves of Naples Mountain City need not be said, and Xiao Feng has rounded it up. The stuff of these half-orcs under Runliu City didn't run, too. A lot of them were seized. Although some of them were destroyed by the war, at least 60% of them fell into their hands. The unexpected bumper harvest delighted the Dark Wizard Mage, who is in charge of material management. After the statistics, he told Xiao Feng, even if the population of the base is increasing by 200,000, and the number of full-time soldiers is increasing by 100,000, the food and materials they now reserve are enough for everyone to eat and wear until next year's autumn harvest. This makes Xiao Feng very happy. This year's autumn harvest has just begun, and it will definitely be a bumper harvest, so this batch of grain will definitely be stored. In this way, they will have the capital to counterattack in the coming year. After sorting out various tasks and assigning them to the leaders below, Xiao Feng finally relaxed. At the same time, it is natural to harvest a batch of substances, such as the wine made by Mages and the others, the caviar made by the people of Yingzhou, countless beef, and all kinds of fish. But the key point is the mushroom powder handed in on Friday. This important seasoning is now the key to his operation in the modern world fast food restaurant. What's more, not only the mushroom powder was handed in on Friday, but also the large amount of golden sand collected from the river, which was heavily filled with more than 20 woven bags. That's right, Xiao Feng went to another world to transport grain and the remaining woven bags. 50 kilograms of that kind. It was packed full. According to the density of gold, Xiao Feng judged that this full bag must be more than 50 kilograms. So he is very careful, and he doesn't dare to use force at all. Once he uses too much force, the sand can be spilled out at any time. Xiao Feng thought for a while, and simply approached Dean directly and asked him to lead someone to cast the gold into 1 kilogram of gold bricks. In the end, just the gold bricks alone received more than 1,000 yuan. And the fox Jingyu Zhaoxui also turned in a large amount of Yurong Ai. This thing has now become the 9th laboratory that he pays most attention to, and the most indispensable production material. It must be extremely precious in the modern world, but here it is. This Yu Zhaoxui reformed the production model according to Xiao Feng's teaching method. After establishing the production line system, with abundant raw materials, the production efficiency of her workshop has been greatly improved. The output of this Yurong-ai has increased by several times more than before. Such efficiency made Xiao Feng very satisfied and gave her a lot of rewards. After everything was sorted out, it was time to return again. Although Biluades and Kayla were still reluctant to part with him, Xiao Feng had to harden his heart and return to the modern world. This time I left for more than a month. In the modern world, there are also a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. When he returned, it happened to be midnight, and Xiao Feng had a good rest in the villa mansion for one night. The next morning, instead of visiting the flagship store made by celebrity chefs as usual, he went straight to the Twin Towers in Marina Square. This will be his group headquarters in the future. Before he went to another world this time, it was undergoing intensive renovations, and he did not know how it was going. Considering that the second investment promotion conference will be held here, he naturally attaches great importance to the progress of the decoration here. When he arrived at the building, he went upstairs to take a look, and he was relieved that the decoration of the building was basically completed. Chapter 549 Celebrity Chef Group established. The decoration of the building was commissioned by Li Mingqing, and now Xiao Feng is also the majority shareholder of his company. Because of this, Li Mingqing took this decoration very seriously. Now he is close to Xiao Feng's thigh. Maybe someday he will be a shareholder of Famous Chef Manufacturing when he waits for Famous Chef Manufacturing to go public. Therefore, he will not miss such a good performance opportunity. The current renovation work of the 268-story buildings has basically been completed. The building on the left is the Celebrity Chef Manufacturing headquarters. From the 50th to the 60th floor, the headquarters office area has been basically renovated. As for the upper 8 floors, it is Xiao Feng's mansion in the sky alone. At first, Xiao Feng didn't plan to make such a big place for himself. After all, he didn't need to live alone. In addition, when the renovation started, funds were relatively tight, and his ideas at that time were relatively simple, and it was enough to install a 2-or-3-story mansion in the sky. But after returning from France, his mind changed again, especially after seeing Pierre and the manor houses of several French tycoons. He seems to have suddenly realized, what is he doing so desperately to make money? Apart from accomplishing a career and leaving a family property for children and grandchildren, is there nothing else? Only making money, not enjoying it. What is the difference between that and a money-making machine? So the original 3-story mansion plan in the sky was completely overturned and directly changed to 8 floors. Even if it is not available now, then the 3 floors will be decorated first, and the remaining 5 floors will wait until when there is an idea for decoration. What sky garden, swimming pool, SPA, these are all necessary facilities. In addition, during the decoration process, he also used a lot of precious woods he brought back from other worlds. These are all mahogany and hardwoods that have been growing for many years. In the furniture market, it takes hundreds of thousands or even millions to buy one, but in his case, it is a cost-free thing. This kind of wood is used to make homes and planks. But Li Mingqing is totally surprised. He certainly knows the value of these woods when he is engaged in decoration. At the same time, I am even more curious about Xiao Feng's net worth. The boss' strength is really unfathomable. The office area below has been decorated a long time ago. Because it is an office unit, the decoration is relatively simple. Paint the wall and carpet, make partitions, and arrange the wires and network cables. It does not take long to purchase office furniture directly, but the specifications are set higher. Try to avoid using furniture full of formaldehyde. When Xiao Feng inspected this office area, the office area had basically been decorated, and office furniture, computer stationery, and beautified green plants had been placed in place. All kinds of personnel in the group have also been recruited, and various trainings are being carried out every day. With a total of more than 200 people, using such a 10-story space is really luxurious. But considering that it will continue to recruit and expand in the future, it is always right to prepare first. The arrival of Xiao Feng made Zhu Jing and other group leaders very happy. Now that the fast food restaurant has become a group, it is natural to redivide the scope of work. Xiao Feng immediately organized the company's senior management to come to a meeting. The newly recruited more than 200 people, in Xiao Feng's view, are the backbone of the future group. and the middle-level cadres of the future group. As the boss, what he has to do now is to divide the responsibilities and functions within the group, and put everyone in the job they are best at. Zion makes good use of this is a qualified boss, so that the company can operate normally even if he is not there in the future. Zijing, Xiaolin, Shang Zhenai, Kata, including Tan King and Xia Hongtao who were recruited later, and Zuziki, all arrived. Celebrity Chef Manufacturing has now become a Celebrity Chef Group. Before that, Xiao Feng had not clarified the scope of each person's work, so recently, everyone is looking forward to the meeting, otherwise the newly recruited people will not be easy to distribute. This first piece is the Direct Business Department. This department is in charge of Zijinglai. It is mainly responsible for managing the production of celebrity chefs in the Binqing area. There are more than 30 direct fast food outlets opened in other first-tier and new first-tier cities across the country. Camp shop and barbecue self-service shop. The first thing Xiao Feng announced was that the direct sales store was the foundation of the fortune made by celebrity chefs. Although there are now hundreds of franchised stores across the country, the status of the direct sales store is still the most important in his heart. And Zijing was very satisfied when she heard about this arrangement. After all, as the veteran of the company, Xiao Feng's arrangement made her feel that she was valued. According to the current hot trend in the development of celebrity chef manufacturing, in the future, we will consider continuing to open more directly operated stores in other important node cities in China and important cities abroad. Xiao Feng's remarks made Zijing even more energetic. A few words from the CEO have already set the direction for her department's future development. As for future execution, it's up to her. The second is the campaigners investment promotion department. You are responsible for this department, Lin Go. Although he was mentally prepared, Lin Go was still quite excited when he officially heard Xiao Feng's appointment. His face was a little red, and the look in Xiao Feng's eyes was full of the smell of death for a confidant. Xiao Feng is the noble man in his life. If it weren't for Xiao Feng, he would still be hungry and buy a house. The main job of this department is to be responsible for the investment promotion and franchise. Another thing is to inspect the investment promotion franchise stores across the country to check whether these stores are operating in accordance with the unified standards we have established. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I will take care of this level. When Xiao Feng finished speaking, Xiao Lin began to show his loyalty. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. This Xiao Lin can do things aggressively and know how to advance and retreat, regardless of his youth. The most important thing is that he is not stupid. He is a talent that can be cultivated. By the way, the second investment promotion conference is coming soon. Do you have any ideas? Well, this is Mr. Xiao. At present, we have 400 franchise stores in China and 5 more in France. This time we plan to open 1,000 franchise places. This is the franchise fee. You told us about it before. We used the auction method, but after we discussed it, we felt that this was inappropriate and it would easily give people an unsightly impression. So it is better to directly increase the price. Xiao Lin really dared to say that Xiao Feng felt that the celebrity chef manufacturing business was in good condition. So when he joined for the second time, in order to increase the initial fee in disguise, he really said to his men that he wanted to use the auction quota for the future joining the way. But now Xiao Lin raised an objection. Xiao Feng pondered it, and it seemed that it was that was really ugly. Okay. Just follow your advice. At that time, it was because there was a lack of money to buy a building, so I had such an idea. Now that the 9th laboratory has stood up, Xiao Feng is not short of the money, and immediately approved Xiaolin's plan. Xiaolin then explained to Xiao Feng why only 1,000 places were opened for the second investment promotion, mainly because although the celebrity chef manufacturing business is very hot, the domestic environment is not very good. That's why it is so cautious. After all, Kaifeng Cuisine has more than 6,000 branches across the country, and it has not been opened in a year or two. The 3,000 branches opened in Golden Archway took 20 years. In recent years, The fastest expanding franchise chains in China are Yango F. Malatang and Jiang L. Malatang from the Black Province. These two have opened more than 6,000 franchise stores nationwide in silence. But their investment and franchise costs are not high, so they can expand so quickly. Kobayashi's goal of 1,000 companies this time is also based on market research and customer feedback. The amount is no less. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, and then proceeded to the next item. The third is the Business Operation Department. This department is in charge of Tanking. The main content of the work is to maintain the brand image of all our celebrity chefs, advertising, new dishes, set meal development, franchise store decoration, management standard formulation, franchisees training of employees, sales of company accounting software. The work of this operation department is very complicated and arduous. Novel.com is also an important department, and Xiao Feng is not at ease when it is handed over to Zijing and Xilin. On the contrary, Tanking, who was later recruited, was very kind to him. During this time, she performed very well, helping Zijing manage the direct sale store, and put forward many new ideas. And she quickly organized a small team, put forward a lot of ideas in advertising, and also designed and launched many new packages, which brought new profit growth points to celebrity chef manufacturing. So her ability, Xiao Feng, is very good value. The key point is that she has the experience of working in both Golden Arch and Kaifeng Kai. After training in such a large company, her thoughts and vision are naturally higher. Tanking is also very moved by Xiao Feng's trust. It hasn't been a long time since she joined the company. There is no comparison with veterans like Zijing and Xilin. But she did not expect that during her probation period, Kaigo would be entrusted with such an important task, which not only meant a promotion and a salary increase, but also a wonderful prospect for the future. Mr. Xiao, please rest assured, I will definitely work hard. Xiao Feng waved his hand and stopped her loyalty. Ha ha, Mr. Tan, everyone is not very old, and I am not a government unit. Let's not talk about such Mandarin idioms. Xiao Feng's words made Tanking's heart full of touch. Looking at the people present at the meeting, they are indeed very young. The oldest seems to be Xia Hongdao, and then she. Except Zijing, the others are all less than 30 years old. In such a team, on the one hand, they can feel pressure, but on the other hand, they can indeed feel their vitality and momentum. Working in such a team is indeed much more comfortable than the lifeless environment of Golden Arches and Kaifeng Kai where she used to be. Although those two places are nice, who knows the working atmosphere inside. Chapter 550. Set up a firewall. When the company has grown to a certain scale, there will be a lot of people when there are more people. Therefore, the headquarters of those big companies are full of cliques, and they are engaged in office politics and intrigue every day. Don't talk about doing things, just guarding against the guns and the arrows is exhausted. Tanking was squeezed out of it, so she was very disgusted with that kind of working atmosphere. It's much easier to come to the famous chef manufacturing. This is a new company, and it looks very vigorous at the moment. She likes the working atmosphere here very much, although she is sure that after this company has grown up, there will be intrigues as well. But at that time, as a veteran, and as a middle-level cadre, the position and feelings were different. So she had to seize the opportunity in front of her to become the veteran of this company. By the way, Mr. Tan, do you have any plans for the future development of your department? Xiao Feng smiled and asked casually, but Tanking regarded this as Xiao Feng's assessment of her, and she naturally did not want to miss this opportunity to show her face in front of the chairman. That's right, Mr. Xiao. We investigated before. We found that our company currently has more than 400 franchised stores, and many consumables are still allowed to be purchased from the market by the shopkeepers. We think this is very informal. Management should be strengthened. In the future, not only the main ingredients, we should form a full coverage of all supplies, so as to be more formal and bring more profits to the company. Tanking answered very seriously, and he really caught Xiao Feng in a daze when they first held the investment promotion conference before, because it was the first time, they had no experience. So many rules were formulated very hastily. For example, some simple consumables, simple ingredients such as green onion and garlic for cooking, and some consumables such as paper towels, beverage habits, and beverage paper cups are all open to franchised stores and let them purchase by themselves. And now Tan King raised this point and proposed that in the future it must be distributed by them. Of course, Xiao Feng was stunned, because he had never thought about this before and how much profit it could make. Mr. Xiao, Jin Gongman and Kaifeng dishes use this full coverage and unified delivery. This way, the monitoring of franchise stores can be better implemented. Secondly, it is also unified safety and hygiene standards, which is more conducive to brand image. Maintain. Xiao Feng nodded. Indeed, this is very important. For example, the paper towels, Kaifeng dishes and golden arches are uniformly used with their own trademarks, and the quality of the paper towels is very good. As for his franchise stores, according to reports from Kobayashi's national inspections, many of them use low-quality tissues to save money. This is easy to leave a very bad impression on customers and is indeed not conducive to the maintenance of brand image. These three come. This can also bring us profits. We use a unified bidding model for the tissue factories, beverage boxes, and various vegetable ingredients that we use. Because of the large amount, this gives us the bargaining power. The cost can be greatly reduced. The franchisee can use less money to get better quality consumables. And so can we. Mr. Xiao, don't underestimate these. Even if we make a profit of a piece of tissue, how many tissues do we need to use for so many franchise stores in 1 year? Xiao Feng was used to being careless before, and he hadn't really calculated these things. Now, hearing Tan King say this, it seems that this is really the case. Because of the large amount, they can lower the purchase price with suppliers, and franchisees can get low-priced and high-quality consumables. And even if they make very low profits on these consumables, it is a fast-moving consumer product. It makes a lot of money. Mr. Xiao, when I was in Kaifeng Ki and Golden Arch, they made more than hundreds of millions of profits every year on such consumables as paper towels, straws, and beverage cups. Can I make so much? Okay, Mr. Tan's proposal is very good. So it was proposed and implemented at the second investment promotion conference. The previous franchise stores must also be implemented. If there is money to be made, Xiao Feng will naturally not object. And Tan King was very happy to see Xiao Feng very satisfied with his proposal, but this time he showed his face in front of Mr. Xiao. Okay, the following is the financial aspect. In terms of finance, Katya serves as the chief financial officer of the Celebrity Chef Group, and Xie Hongtao serves as the deputy director, assisting Katya's director to manage the company's finances. The most important aspect of the company is finance. It will definitely not work if it is handed over to others. Only Katu is the one who reassures Xiao Feng. As for Xie Hongtao, it is still in the assessment period. After all, the financial aspect is too important. And Xie Hongtao's performance so far has made Xiao Feng very relieved. He is indeed doing his best, and as a financial veteran, he can definitely see some abnormalities in the company's finances. For example, those beef imported from Belarus and the secret seasoning package are two huge purchase fees, which can be said to account for the absolute bulk of the current manufacturing costs of celebrity chefs. As a financial veteran, Xie Hongtao will definitely understand that there is a trick here, but he completely ignores it. And sometimes even the new accountant below will raise some questions. Without Kata, it is said that Xie Hongtao stepped up and trained the little accountants. Xiao Feng naturally appreciates such a high level of consciousness. That's why he was given the position of vice president. Don't underestimate this vice president. His status is very high. Everyone knows that, although President Katjago is the chief financial officer of Celebrity Chef Manufacturing, in fact, her focus has shifted to the side of Toy Island. The ingredient package production base over there has been completed, and the trial operation is now over, and the formal operation and production will begin soon. In fact, there is the core department of celebrity chef manufacturing. With the ingredient package factory, celebrity chef manufacturing can operate normally. Celebrity chef manufacturing is like a gun, and the ingredient package factory is like a bullet factory. Without bullets, your gun is just like a fire stick. And Katu is the veteran of the veterans, and she has been with Xiao Feng earlier than anyone else in the company, so her status in the company is detached. Everyone knows this in their hearts, and even Xiao Feng has said that when he is away, if there are problems that can't be solved, he will go to Kata. Although Xiao Feng and Kata never showed anything in front of everyone, they all agreed in their hearts that she was Xiao Feng's palace, and as for Suzuki, that was. And Suzuki is also very aware of her status, and also understands the status of Kata. She is a smart girl and has never shown any sense of being jealous in front of Xiao Feng. This is also the reason why Xiao Feng likes her and takes her to this meeting. As for the personnel of the company, Suzuki will be responsible for the management. Mr. Zhu will be responsible for the recruitment of employees, the team building of the company, the welfare of the employees, and the logistics. Xiao Feng announced the next appointment, and everyone applauded and congratulated Suzuki. To be honest, she is the least experienced person in the company. Everyone knows why she was able to get this appointment, but everyone is smart and no one can say anything. And why did Xiao Feng appoint Suzuki as the personnel director? He also wanted to exercise this girl. He is not a ruthless guy, but after he has been in another world, his ambition has also grown. He knows that he can't have only one woman in his life. Although Katya had never expressed anything with herself, there was a tacit understanding between them. The first one was born and died together. Later, she has been the biggest help behind the scenes of her own business. So in his heart, Katya is indeed the most suitable candidate for the palace. Even if the two of them have not confessed, there is no real breakthrough. But he couldn't abandon a girl like Suzuki, and he couldn't bear to abandon it. Before that, he asked Suzuki to be the supervisor of the scientific research laboratory that Fang Zhu took the lead. The girl's work was done very well, and Fang Zhu didn't have much action at the moment. Xiao Feng transferred her overhead. Mentalnovel.com to serve as the personnel director for a period of time, which is considered to be training her. The source of power to run a country basically requires three things: guns, financial power, and personnel appointment power. And the source of power to run a company is more than enough to seize finances and personnel. So there is Katya in the finances and Suzuki in the personnel. So even if he doesn't appear in the company often, he is safe enough. The other thing is the ingredient package factory. This company will become an independent company in the future, isolated from the celebrity chef group. Kata will be the president of this company, and Shang Zhenai will be the vice president of this company, assisting Kajaka's general work. When Xiao Feng said this, everyone basically understood that the boss was doing cutting and separation, and this trick was really powerful. Just like magic, the separation of Zimobao and Ali Momo is the same as setting up a firewall to avoid any changes in the company's internal structure in the future, which will affect the boss control of the company. In fact, Magic was too late to do this trick. By the time he cut Zimobao from Ali Momo, the Japanese had already invested in Ali Momo. As a result, although Zimobao seems to be independent, in fact, once he is really independent from Ali, he will have to pay the Japanese hundreds of billions of dollars. This is only the Japanese, and the Americans have not yet settled the account. Don't look at Yahoo's dying in the United States, and it will be belching immediately, but in fact, they were the first major shareholders to invest in Ali 20. They just rely on dividends every year to moisturize their lives. Xie Hongtao, a financial expert, sincerely admires the boss' plan to cut assets and set up a firewall. You can think of this hand at a young age. This boss is really a ghost. A ghost.